Lin Yang, traversing with a system, gazed speechlessly at the heavens. Why did he find himself thrust into such a nightmarish realm as the perfect world? Fortunately, he could continue to traverse. There was no need for alarm. He would lay low for the time being. He had never anticipated that he would commence from the chaotic ancient times, witnessing the annals of history, transcending forbidden zones, enduring endless epochs, and living to witness the post-ancient era, and even further beyond. Lin Yang proclaimed, "My cultivation is not for the sake of ostentation. It is solely for the purpose of cultivation itself, to benefit all sentient beings, with the heavens and earth as witnesses." Chapter 895, Upside Down in the Yellow Springs. Once one enters the origin of life and death, stepping into the shortcut of time and space, one's past and future become illusory, akin to a fleeting dream. Even if a certain pseudo-transcendent intervenes to capture or slay them in the past, it cannot affect the yellow springs that enter the origin of life and death, nor the body of the demon emperor. Ultimately, they are not true flawless transcendence. Although formidable, they cannot instill the profound despair and terror that emanates from the depths of one's heart in great beings. Lend me a hand. The yellow springs gazed at the body of the demon emperor, as a circle of glassy crimson light radiated from beneath him, extending into the boundless distance, resonating with the river of yellow springs and the stone temples scattered throughout the 9 nether realms. In ancient times, the Buddha ascended to the other shore to achieve the ancients. He once personally traversed the 9 nether to grasp its myriad secrets. The 9 stone temples resonating now are the remnants left by the Buddha of yore and serve as a means to unlock the origin of life and death. The body of the demon emperor sensed a pull, instinctively resisting with his demonic form. With a slight shift in thought, a vast power surged forth, merging with the glassy crimson light, allowing his own strength to be mobilized by the yellow springs, transforming into the key to unlock the origin of life and death. Boom! The 9 nether suddenly trembled. Though faint, it escaped the notice of countless malevolent spirits, yet drew the attention of some formidable evildoers. In a certain layer of the 9 nether, the black heavenly emperor lurked amidst layers of time and space, surrounded by concepts of erosion, decay, apocalypse, and finality, as if he had transformed into the dark side of time, the embodiment of time in the 9 nether. A pseudo-transcendent, the origin of life and death. Sensing this subtle fluctuation, the black heavenly emperor's pitch-black gaze shifted, piercing through countless realms of time and space, and beheld 2 malevolent beings standing by the banks of the yellow springs. Yellow springs, in the air of the demon lord. Splash! When the black heavenly emperor noticed the body of the demon emperor in the yellow springs, the river of yellow springs flowing through every layer of the 9 nether suddenly surged, drawing in countless bewildered souls into its depths, condemning them to eternal descent. The black heavenly emperor remained unmoved, observing the actions of 2 of the most formidable evildoers beneath the guise of pseudo-transcendence in the 9 nether. In less than a breath, as countless malevolent beings near the banks of the yellow springs were astonished by the river's unusual movement, the yellow springs had already extended its hands. One black, one white, life and death coexisting. It formed profound seals, manifesting like the great Tao. Merely witnessing this, the body of the demon emperor felt as if he glimpsed the essence of a shortcut. However, at that very moment, the body of the demon emperor mused, "No, this is indeed the essence of a shortcut." The yellow springs had somehow infused the essence of a shortcut into its true form. Although the essence of a shortcut is termed an object, its essence is merely a profound insight into a certain aspect of the Tao that has reached a pinnacle. In the legendary realm, when it attains perfection, it spontaneously transforms from formless and intangible insight into a visible, semi-illusory state. While Lin Yang was engaged in battle, he had merged the essence of the shortcut formed from his understanding of time with the temporal blade, enhancing its power. Yet, that was merely a temporary fusion, starkly different from the complete integration of the essence of the shortcut with the true form that the yellow springs was exhibiting, with the difficulty being less than 1% of the latter. Ultimately, this infamous evil god of the 9 nether possesses several impressive techniques. The body of the demon emperor reflected, observing a river of illusion filled with dissent and depravity manifesting, resonating with the true river of yellow springs, gradually bending to form a ring. Splash! A cacophony of rushing water filled the air, and a rare expression of awe emerged in the pitch-black gaze of the body of the demon emperor. The boundless river of yellow springs, suffused with a blood-yellow mist, suddenly came to a halt, then began to flow backward. A vast power capable of unnerving even the greatest of beings surged forth, breaking through all barriers. The river of yellow springs altered its course, causing countless malevolent spirits to be engulfed in terror. instinctively retreating from the reverse flow of the yellow springs, fearing being drawn into its depths and descending. In an instant, the illusory river above the yellow springs collapsed, transforming into a point, nearly transparently pure, emanating a profound aura of death while concealing an exuberance of life, as if it were the very source of vitality for all realms. Stone temples radiated with Buddhist light, their brilliance permeating every layer of the nine nether, transforming into a peculiar force that stabilized the originally vanishing transparent point. Go! The yellow springs commanded without looking back, leaping forward toward the point. If this faceless evil god could not seize the fleeting opportunity, there would be no concern for fulfilling the original pact. Even with the support of the power of the stone temples, the passage to the origin of life and death could only be sustained for 2 or 3 heartbeats at most. The body of the demon emperor, well prepared, followed suit the moment the yellow springs spoke. Just as both evil gods moved, the transparent point suddenly expanded, transforming into a bizarre vortex interwoven with life and death, seemingly defying logic, where existence and annihilation coexisted not merely in harmony, but in an intricate unity. The black and blood-yellow light of the escape ultimately surged into the bizarre vortex, propelled by the power of intertwined life and death, plunging deeper within. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable colossal hand suddenly descended, unleashing an unending chaos and madness, with the force of destruction permeating every corner. Boom! A stone temple radiating Buddhist light was shattered. Even the Buddha who had ascended to the other shore could not withstand the manifestation of this colossal hand, which seemed to embody chaos, madness, and destruction. The endless black earth collapsed in an instant. Towering peaks that approached infinity vanished, transforming into plains, while countless malevolent spirits were obliterated in bewilderment. Even before their demise, the madness and chaos enveloping the colossal hand rendered them devoid of intellect, reverting them to a primal state more obedient to their nature than at birth, knowing only destruction and slaughter. Splash! A section of the yellow springs flowing through this place surged violently, momentarily severed, exposing the riverbed. The immeasurable, blood-yellow waters of the yellow springs surged into the heavens, ultimately transforming into a torrential rain, battering the now unrecognizable endless black earth. "Old madman," the black heavenly emperor murmured as he witnessed this scene. In contrast to the relatively conventional pseudo-other shore entities, the 9 Chaos Celestial Sovereign, an embodiment of madness, chaos, and destruction from the 9 underworld, bears a semblance to them in demeanor, yet possesses its own logic and reason. However, as an incarnation of the Tao, it naturally reflects the corresponding principles of the Tao, where benefits and detriments coexist. The occasionally deranged 9 Chaos Celestial Sovereign has, on multiple occasions, inexplicably invaded the territories of other pseudo-other shore beings, committing acts that are detrimental to both others and itself. Compared to its previous frenzied actions, this time it merely struck down with a palm, indicating a shorter bout of madness. Otherwise, the history of the 9 underworld would undergo monumental alterations, affecting countless universes tainted by its influence. Unbeknownst to him, after departing, a pseudo-other shore entity in the form of the demon sovereign, alongside the yellow spring, has finally arrived at the origin of life and death, stepping into this proximate realm. Chapter 896, The Origin of Life and Death. Traversing through the chaotic and inverted flow of time, the demon sovereign enters a void devoid of anything describable by earthly means, a realm of innate life and death. Aside from the distant yellow spring, here he sees nothing, hears nothing, and senses no familiar entities, as if he has entered an endless void. Apart from nothingness, there exists solely nothing. This is indeed the proximate realm. The demon sovereign muses quietly. Compared to the impending annihilation of the uppermost layers of the 9 heavens and the depth of the 9 underworld bereft of the sea of souls, the origin of life and death is the first complete proximate realm he has entered, the very source of life and death for all realms. The essence of all life and death across the myriad realms, after being meticulously unraveled and stripped of the influences of the Tao's other aspects, can be found in its most primordial and fundamental forms within the origin of life and death. If the difficulty of comprehending the Tao of life and death in the external world is akin to 100 million, then here, the challenge approaches 0. Even those who do not possess the strength of life or death can glean significant insights, drawing parallels from their own paths. Observing the yellow spring seemingly drifting away from itself, the demon sovereign refrains from action, swiftly recalibrating its perception based on the sensations that can only be vaguely defined as aura within the origin of life and death. It discards the entrenched understanding formed in the earthly realms and establishes a wholly different cognitive model. Various abstract concepts swirl around the exterior of the demon sovereign, akin to being immersed in a vast ocean of abstract ideas, constantly subjected to the erosion and baptism of oceanic waters. It is cold, it is solitude, it is loneliness, it is darkness, it is death. It is also a collection of concepts frequently described as the Tao of death by countless beings across the myriad realms. It embodies the wondrous aspects of death that can only be memorized as Tao, representing one of the myriad facets of the Tao. Feeling his vitality increasingly waning under the assault of death, the demon sovereign hastens forward, approaching a realm of warmth. This is the manifestation of numerous beneficial paths of life, paths of vitality, and paths of creation, the very source of life across the myriad realms. In the original timeline, when the Azure Emperor entered the origin of life and death, he awakened the true martial within the Tao of life and death. Ultimately, as true martial approached the Yellow Spring, he suddenly unleashed a strike that severed the Tao, vanquishing the true spirit of the Yellow Spring, leaving only its corporeal form. This moment precedes Meng Qi and the Yellow Spring's entry into the origin of life and death by 3 to 5 years. One wonders if the Azure Emperor has ever graced this place. The demon sovereign's thoughts swirl. The period before the final calamity is exceedingly hazy, compounded by historical alterations, leaving him uncertain whether the Azure Emperor had indeed awakened true martial. If true martial remains in slumber, then even with the protection of the primordial sun ruler, the Yellow Spring might possess means to exert a modicum of pressure, thrusting true martial irrevocably toward the abyss of death. The primordial sun ruler, defense par excellence. It shields body and heart, repelling external malevolence. Yet, even without conjecture, the demon sovereign knows that the primordial sun ruler must also be in slumber, devoid of the brilliance characteristic of other shore entities. This raises questions regarding the primordial sun ruler's reputation for unparalleled defense. One cannot ascertain whether it can safeguard true martial, who is nearly merged with death, within the origin of life and death. In the original timeline, when true martial fell, the primordial sun ruler fell into the hands of the Azure Emperor, perhaps due to the Emperor's prior awakening of true martial. Contemplating this, the heart of the demon sovereign quickens slightly. Such a peerless weapon of other shore caliber would not be overlooked, even by great powers. If given the chance, one would certainly strive to seize it. Nevertheless, the demon sovereign harbors a degree of trepidation. This form is unequivocally an evil deity, while true martial, apart from being one of the ancient 5 emperors, is also one of the 9 revered of the Tao, having repeatedly allied with the thunder god of the 9 heavens to combat the evil deities of the 9 underworld in ancient times. Should true martial truly awaken, even if he has not regained his peak, he should not be underestimated, especially considering that the primordial sun ruler, which will inevitably return to its level of creation, is also in the hands of the other party. If true martial were to suddenly unleash a strike with the ruler, the demon sovereign would not merely be obliterated on the spot. The outcome would be perilously close. The ancient 5 emperors, the 9 revered of the Tao. True martial's prowess is self-evident, likely not inferior to the great sage equal to heaven from 3 years past, or the barely surviving lamp of enlightenment, and may even surpass both. After all, aside from the primordial sun ruler, true martial possesses a remarkably distinguished identity, the Taoist child of the Tao sovereign. Regrettably, while this form has been empowered by the 9 underworld, although it once transcended that corporeal body, it has already fallen behind several years ago. If that body were here, there would be no cause for concern. After reaching this point in thought, the demon sovereign reflects on the purpose of the Lin Yang Emperor's ascent to the uppermost layer of the 9 heavens, dismissing his earlier musings. The slight chance of acquiring the primordial sun ruler post-true martials fall pales in comparison to the matters of the uppermost 9 heavens, which can genuinely enhance one's strength. Although it may only bolster combat prowess and not lead to a complete attainment of the level of creation that alone suffices. At the very least, it would allow for a more composed approach to the coming years of change. Furthermore, that corporeal form bears the enhancement of the 9 heavens. If it were to personally descend into the 9 underworld, the suppression it would face would likely far exceed that of other great powers, not significantly surpassing the current demon sovereign. The uppermost layer of the 9 heavens. Lin Yang enters the celestial prison and proceeds directly to its lowest level, encountering a dark imperial cocoon. Aside from true martial, the origin of life and death also conceals the Fuxi Emperor. Yet aside from the ancient bell of termination, the demon sovereign possesses nothing else to provoke the Fuxi Emperor into action. Even if he wishes to seize the divine list to establish a connection to the world of the dead in the end calamity, it is improbable that he would act against the demon sovereign, for he is merely an avatar of divine power. Even if obliterated, he could re-emerge after a period. Lin Yang's thoughts fluctuate. Fu Huang, one of the three sovereigns of the primordial ages, stands as the sole ordinary transcendent among them. The other two sovereigns are the Celestial Emperor and the Eastern Sovereign Tai, both of whom are ancient beings. Much like the fates of the Celestial Emperor and Eastern Sovereign Tai, Fu Huang's destiny is likewise rather dismal. As a formidable transcendent, he finds himself under the dominion of Amitabha Buddha. Although not entirely stripped of his identity, his condition remains exceedingly tragic. In the original timeline, having just freed himself from Amitabha's control, he was subsequently usurped by the Celestial Emperor, ultimately culminating in his sacrifice to the Celestial Emperor, transforming into a force that obstructs the return of the primordial Tianzuan. The he referred to by Lin Yang denotes Amitabha Buddha, who exerts control over Fu Huang. No one shall disturb the Demon Emperor as he contemplates the mysteries of life and death within the nexus of existence. Given a span of time, the Demon Emperor's understanding of the path of life and death will reach a standard sufficient to become a conduit for the profound, thereby laying a foundation for the afterlife. As his thoughts swirled, Lin Yang slightly parted his lips and drew in a deep breath. Buzz! The imperial cocoon emitted a soft hum, and a glimmer of light burst forth, which Lin Yang inhaled into his mouth. Chapter 897. The incipient form of the real realm. Upon swallowing the radiant essence, Lin Yang, akin to an ordinary mortal, unexpectedly let out a belch. As if the minuscule power contained within that flicker of light was too formidable for even this transcendent being to fully assimilate. Indeed, this was the case. Although seemingly inconspicuous, that speck of radiance was the result of Lin Yang's countless years of effort in forging the unparalleled divine weapon, time, during his sojourn in the Origin continent. The materials used were profoundly esoteric, exceedingly difficult to procure even amidst the vastness of the Origin continent. Moreover, the unique imperial laws imprinted within time endowed Lin Yang's pure Yang God body with immeasurable benefits. Even the three emperors' bodies were integrated into time, becoming merely one of countless pages when time manifested as a tome, since the essence sought to reshape everything, traversing the brink of death and delving deep into it in pursuit of the perfect imperial laws. The three emperors, refined by Lin Yang, using one chi transforms into three clears, could not remain preserved. Rather than dissipating inexplicably, Lin Yang chose to repurpose them, transforming the three emperors into sustenance for the ascension of the Yang God. The power of the three quasi-mortal emperors stood outside the imperial cocoon. Lin Yang's countenance twitching slightly, as he found himself unable to perfectly govern the actions of his Dharma body. If it were merely the strength of three quasi-immortal emperors, it would not have caused Lin Yang such distress. However, since time could encompass all that belonged to the three quasi-immortal emperors, its grade had naturally ascended to an extraordinarily high echelon. Perhaps it could not rival the great Luo immortal sword, but it undoubtedly surpassed any quasi-immortal emperor artifact. The repeated failures in stepping into the realm of immortal emperors culminated in the evolution of time, which transformed into a legendary grade divine weapon, progressively elevating its rank until it reached this stage. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of illusory flowing water resonated in his ears, and Lin Yang seemed to glimpse the river of time and fate gently coursing, encompassing all realms and dimensions, as well as the past and future. He could perceive countless exotic beasts that had once been engulfed by time, now revived, including the three emperors. Within the myriad universes contained in his being, a gradual transformation began to unfold. Countless grand rules from otherworldly realms were beginning to mend the myriad worlds within his Dharma body. Although these rules should be illusory and non-existent in this realm, they now possessed genuine power, allowing Lin Yang to feel himself growing stronger, bit by bit. Was there a time in some epoch when similar grand rules were birthed across the myriad realms? Hence, these rules originating from other worlds could still represent a certain order in the realm of the one sovereign of the age. Rather than being mere fabrications born from erroneous cultivation, Lin Yang pondered. In this realm, the structure of the myriad worlds differed in each epoch, hence his speculation. During the era of final calamity, the 9 heavens hung high, while the 9 hells lay beneath all realms, with countless universes existing between the two. Additionally, there were places close to the Tao scattered throughout heaven and earth, coexisting outside the myriad worlds, where time and space merged into one. To this day, apart from those who have crossed over, no one knows how many epochs truly exist or how many times the structure of the myriad worlds has changed. However, Lin Yang was aware of the integration of the 9 heavens and 9 hells into the real realm, a seamless structure of the myriad worlds. which even included the primordial state of the epic's birth, where only countless universes existed. This development was quite favorable, as it alleviated the need to concoct a rationale to explain the origins of these peculiar grand rules, Lin Yang mused. Currently, the only one capable of elucidating the myriad worlds was the Crossers. While no Crosser would dare to personally inquire, it would not be difficult to infer, through their methods, the existence of myriad worlds beyond the outer realms, based on entirely unfamiliar rules. It is widely known that the myriad worlds are shrouded by the rivers of time and fate, suffused with a sea of suffering. Departing from the myriad worlds inherently implies a certain degree of detachment from the rivers of time and fate, entering the true chaos that lies beyond. In contrast to places close to the Tao, which still exhibit some manifestation of the way, true chaos bears no trace of the Tao, apart from the void. There is naught but the void, even more thoroughly so. Although theoretically, true chaos should not contain another myriad world apart from that which was opened by the primordial celestial venerable. This remains merely a theory. The profundity and incredibility of the way can only be grasped by those who have attained the fruit of the Tao. No one else, including the Crossers, can comprehend it. To the Crossers, who have reverted all things countless times without deletion, their pursuit revolves solely around the fruit of the Tao. Any clue related to the fruit of the Tao entices the Crossers into perilous ventures, mirroring the myriad worlds opened by the primordial celestial venerable. The existence of an unfamiliar myriad world within true chaos undoubtedly represents a novel lead, perhaps even a pathway to achieving the fruit of the Tao. Had he not exercised such caution back then and directly returned to this realm, the first to strike would likely have been those two eminent figures residing in the present age, in pursuit of transcending the boundary of the Crossers. They could watch the Tao sovereign attempt to gradually explore a method of reduction and emptiness, genuinely surpassing the levels of the Crossers, allowing the Tao sovereign to eventually rise above and be the first to attain that realm, which would later be dubbed the fruit of the Tao. An inconceivable and unimaginable state. Although that future may not necessarily bode ill for me, I cannot wager my life to ascertain their true intentions. As Lin Yang contemplated this, he couldn't help but recall an event that had yet to transpire, but had occurred in the original timeline. A pseudo-crosser from the Nine Hells was completely possessed by the Bodhi Ancient Buddha, transforming from a self-aware individual into an incarnation of the Bodhi Ancient Buddha. Since its inception, it had always been such, an incarnation of the Bodhi Ancient Buddha, and after enduring the trials of time, it ultimately became a pseudo-crosser. This was precisely what Lin Yang feared, the fate more terrifying than death, where all one's efforts merely serve as a garment for another. As countless thoughts surged in his mind, Lin Yang's Dharma body gradually returned to a state of tranquility, mastering the immense vitality absorbed from time, originally filled with countless universes. His being now underwent a significant transformation, as a unique world began to take shape, resembling the source of myriad paths, or perhaps the mother of countless universes. Upon its emergence, countless universes appeared to acquire a core, undergoing deeper transformations until they bore no distinction from the outer cosmic realms. Chapter 898, title at the end of the chapter. Should anyone behold Lin Yang and the myriad phenomena within him, they would undoubtedly sense a profound sense of dissonance and contradiction. A finite form housing an infinite number of universes. These countless universes were not mere abstractions, but tangible realities. Even if one were to count for eons, reaching the end of time, one could never enumerate the totality of universes contained within Lin Yang. With the enhancement of the nine heavens, he had finally reached the pinnacle of creation. Lin Yang let out a gentle sigh, manifesting the profound interplay of clarity and muddiness, as layers of time and space converged into a grand realm. With the support of the nine heavens, he was able to experience higher levels of profundity in advance. As long as he accumulated sufficiently, advancing his realm would not pose a challenge. Initially, Lin Yang believed that after devouring time and merging the essence of endless profundities into his Dharma body, he would only experience an increase in combat power, with no significant changes to his realm. However, he was surprised to find that as time traversed through various other worlds, the unique worldviews of those realms had subtly transformed time, much like the primordial aperture he had acquired upon entering the solar god realm. Since the rules of countless other worlds could maintain their original effects in the realm of the one sovereign of the age, it followed that his realm had also experienced a subtle enhancement beyond Lin Yang's expectations. The nascent form of the real realm had taken shape, awaiting the refinement of time. Even in the absence of the nine heaven support, it could maintain a state of complete creation. Lin Yang Muset, the authority bestowed by the celestial emperor, akin to the fortification of the nine heavens, seemingly establishes a solid foundation for an individual. Consequently, once one's own accumulation meets the requisite standards, ascension becomes effortless, a facet seldom utilized by the celestial emperor in bygone eras. The celestial emperor, who forged the myriad powers of the nine heavens into his own, had already transcended to the other shore at that time, and the essence of the nine heavens is merely an extension of that realm. Even if it affords the celestial emperor an enhancement, it is but a mere fraction, perhaps not even a tenth. In contrast, Lin Yang experiences a multiplication effect from the nine heavens. Residing within the nine heavens is fundamentally a different tier compared to existing outside of them. At this juncture, he understands that such insights will greatly benefit him and the self he was in ancient times. While refining the authority of the nine heavens into that of the celestial emperor, was undoubtedly aware of this as well. For those not on the other shore, the moments prior belong to history. Yet, in the eyes of those great figures on the other shore, every fleeting instant is part of the present, a true reflection of the interconnectedness of all things. Lin Yang remains seated in the celestial prison, resolutely preparing to delve deeper into the Buddha's palm. Regardless of the circumstances, he cannot hastily depart from the apex of the nine heavens, lest he re-enter the gaze of those mighty beings on the other shore too soon. After all, it would be suspicious to discover so many ancient pathways in merely a few days at the zenith of the nine heavens. When they initially breached the celestial court, their true forms ascended to the highest tier, and they became privy to the past and future of the shortcut. They would certainly realize that no traces of the ancient pathways remained here. However, the celestial emperor's intentions are unmistakable. Having designated him for reincarnation and even entrusted the position of celestial emperor to him, it is evident that significant stakes are at play. They may mistakenly assume this to be the work of the celestial emperor. Although the celestial emperor forcibly eliminated the demon lord, who is not an ancient being, who can truly ascertain the extent of his capabilities, it is not unusual for him to acquire the rules of all realms from other avenues, as becoming an ancient being necessitates mastery over all aspects of the Tao, thus drawing nearer to the true essence of the Tao. By grasping the myriad paths of the past epochs, one can indirectly refine their own Tao fruit, making it appear feasible. As for the celestial emperor's thoughts, once a certain consensus is reached with the moral celestial sovereign through the transformations of the Vajra circle, it is highly probable that the celestial emperor will attribute the rules of the other world obtained through the consumption of time to the hand of the moral celestial sovereign. The moral celestial sovereign is a born denizen of the other shore. After enduring the sedimentation of time, he has ascended to become the oldest being, capable of tracing back to the origins of epochs before their birth, reaching the very source of time. With the endless cycles of destruction and creation across all epochs and realms, aside from matters pertaining to the Tao fruit, are there any secrets left for him? As the ultimate victor, it is unlikely that the quiet and non-action of the old lord will concern himself with such matters. Lin Yang took Sifet, as if he could discern the arrangements made by the denizens of the other shore, contemplating their possible intentions. As long as he maintains his original trajectory, the opportunity for Tao fruit surely belongs to the triune of the three pure ones. Why create further complications and invite uncertainty? Reflecting upon the potential for variables, Lin Yang surmised that he might also be viewed as a variable in the eyes of the moral celestial sovereign, albeit a relatively controllable one, presenting no significant threat. After having his memories perused once, he has transitioned from a variable to a constant. Moreover, the celestial emperor has plans for him. As long as the moral celestial sovereign cannot obliterate the celestial emperor in an instant, the celestial emperor may very well disseminate the secrets. After all, the celestial emperor is an informed party, and, compared to him, the one who knows the original temporal trajectory resembles a variable, posing a greater threat to the moral celestial sovereign. After careful contemplation, ensuring no oversights, Lin Yang resumed his meditation on the Buddha's palm. He must proceed with caution. In the worlds he has traversed before, although there were formidable beings capable of traversing time under specific worldviews, such feats merely allowed for time travel, without significant alterations. Thus, Lin Yang harbored no fears. Even if things went awry, a strategic retreat from that world would be sufficient. It was improbable that he would be instantaneously and utterly annihilated without even a moment to think. This world is the source of his immortality, where renowned powers of the myriad realms could potentially sever his immortality, and where denizens of the other shore exist simultaneously in the past and future. Merely contemplating this evokes a sense of oppression, and even the thought of their names could be sensed by them, aware of his thoughts both before and after. If arriving in the perfect world initially felt like a nightmare, then this moment represents a later nightmare, where only in such worlds can the formidable beings traversing the myriad realms truly comprehend the essence of being out of control and the will of the heavens. Chapter 899, Annihilation and Life. The origin of life and death. The demon emperor's form meanders through a sea teeming with vitality, absorbing the ethereal essence of life, gradually washing away the passage of time that burdened his demonic body, restoring it to its primordial state. The Yellow Springs perceive that they have entered the depths of the origin of life and death. The demon emperor's form trembles and also moves toward the direction of the Yellow Springs. As for the Yuan-Yang measure, it must not be easily forsaken. It is worth attempting, lest he harbor regrets in the future. The worst outcome would merely be the demise of this demon emperor's form, as long as he severs his true spirit before the true marshal encounters him. He will not be affected by the myriad connections linking his essence to the countless imprints of his other selves, traversing through oceans of death and life. The demon emperor's form delves deeper, feeling his consciousness grow increasingly hazy, as if the origin of life and death is a profound realm, the essence of the Tao. The closer he approaches, the more the postnatal becomes ephemeral. Consciousness, spirit, and soul all become increasingly insubstantial. After progressing for a while, a voice reverberates in the demon emperor's mind. What do you intend to do? The Yellow Springs tone suddenly pierced through the haze, indicating that he had detected the demon emperor's form trailing behind him. Just out of curiosity, why do you labor so diligently to enter the origin of life and death, yet fail to comprehend its mysteries, instead hastily advancing deeper? The demon emperor replied, within the origin of life and death, everything external becomes indistinct. All pathways for sound transmission vanish, leaving only traces of life and death manifesting in every inch. Even their dialogue is facilitated through the countless universes within their bodies acting as signal stations. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Springs felt a slight jolt in his heart, realizing something was amiss. He had been careless. Sensing the demon emperor's form drawing closer, the Yellow Springs remarked, in the past, the true marshal used me as a conduit to reverse the Yellow Springs, opening the passage to the origin of life and death. Out of curiosity, I naturally entered as well. The outer mysteries I fully grasped upon entry, and thus I will not waste time. After a moment's contemplation, the Yellow Springs provided a half-true, half-false explanation. The faceless evil deity before him should not be underestimated. He preferred to avoid conflict if possible. However, should a confrontation arise, he would not shy away. Unlike the nine hells, this is the origin of life and death, and it is precisely the path he has mastered. This place is his domain. Over the years, the Yellow Springs has roughly discerned the true nature of the demon emperor's form, suspected to have inherited the demon lord's legacy, practicing the path of corruption, extremely terrifying to beings not from the nine hells. Yet, among the evil beings of the nine hells, such corruptive power is not overly fearsome, although he has also cultivated the paths of slaughter, destruction, silence, and termination. None can compare to the path of corruption, which holds little advantage within the origin of life and death. The Yellow Springs' eyes flickered. At his level, he understands the laws well. He knows that no being could be so pure as to solely practice one path or comprehend only a fraction of a Tao. Such a scenario is implausible, as all paths ultimately converge, and the myriad sources of the myriad realms point toward the true essence of the Tao. In this process, it is inevitable that each path intersects with similar paths, resulting in every formidable being possessing a considerable understanding of paths beyond their primary focus. Everything originates from the Tao. Within the Tao, even if countless universes possess unique systems that proclaim their cultivated paths as their own, distinct from the natural transformations of the four symbols and five elements, they do not transcend this realm. Rather, the cultivated paths are not so apparent, belonging to a melange of multiple paths. Thus, it is understood. The embodiment of the demon emperor subtly nodded, each visage upon his form reflecting a dawning realization. In the next moment, the demon emperor shifted the focus of his discourse, stating, upon arriving at the origin of life and death, I have made significant progress in the divine art I have been contemplating. Here, apart from you and me, there exists no one else. I can only invite my friend from the Yellow Springs to witness the might of this divine art, thus fulfilling a certain aspiration. The expression of the Yellow Springs transformed, a surge of indignation welling within. Regardless of how one interprets it, The implication behind the Demon Emperor's words was a desire to test his skills against him. Furthermore, why should he assist the other in fulfilling their wish? According to their prior agreement, once they arrived at the origin of life and death, they were to have no further entanglements. Should he inadvertently suffer injury during this trial, the malevolent deity before him could harbor ulterior motives. As the innate evil deity of the Nine Nether, the Yellow Springs was acutely aware that every evil spirit within the Nine Nether, without exception, was devoid of virtuous inclination. Even the ferocity of tigers and wolves could not adequately describe the malevolence of these fiends. Just as the Yellow Springs simmered in anger, the Demon Emperor remarked, "Since my friend does not oppose, it seems you have acquiesced. Fear not. I shall temper the might of this technique to avoid causing harm to your form, lest it impede your understanding of the mysteries of life and death." Concurrently with the Demon Emperor's utterance, he made his move. Boom! The bell of Terminus materialized around the Demon Emperor's darkened form, emanating ripples of sound. This was the sound of destruction, the song of demise, the purest essence of annihilation and conclusion. Each wave of the bell represented the obliteration of an infinite universe contained within the bell of Terminus, infused with the vengeful spirits of countless perished beings, subtly coalescing into a miniature sea of suffering. Cursed be it! Is it truly the path of destruction? The heart of the Yellow Springs skipped a beat. He had not anticipated that the Demon Emperor, whom he had known for so many years, had concealed such mastery, reaching a level of proficiency in the path of destruction that could evoke the resonance of the very essence of death at the origin of life and death. Scarcely inferior to his own, to wield a treasure that had only recently ascended to the legendary tier to such an extent of power, if unleashed in the external realms. The tolling of the bell would herald the end of countless universes. Yet, such actions by a great master could be seen as self-binding, limiting the unleashed power with an unparalleled artifact. Although the terror of the bell's resonance far exceeded that of the legendary tier, it could not compare to a full-force strike of creation. Could it be that he is merely testing his skills? The Yellow Springs palms shifted in color, one black and one white. He joined his hands together, the brilliance of white and black light becoming blinding, life and death circulating, evolving into a grand realm that obstructed the waves of destruction. Simultaneously, the intent of destruction in the bell waves abruptly waned, reversing into an equal vitality, capable of transforming the infinite universe from lifelessness to flourishing, a sound of creation long sought by countless beings, seemingly possessing the extraordinary power to lead one to transcendence. Pop! As the Yellow Springs was astonished to find his defense weakening under the onslaught of the sound of creation, that sound, seemingly capable of enduring until the end of time, suddenly ceased. Interrupted, he cast a bewildered glance at the Demon Emperor, who then spoke. "This is the technique I referred to, though it seems it still requires further refinement. Observing your methods. Even if I were to persist, it would be challenging to breach your defenses." Regardless, his objective had been achieved. If the true marshal could not discern the slightly disguised Tao of annihilation and birth, and if he were not curious as to why an evil deity would wield such a technique, then he had little to say. Is that so? The Yellow Springs felt a flicker of doubt within, unable to wholly trust the Demon Emperor's words. Although the Demon Emperor's demeanor at this moment bore no semblance to that of a fiend, resembling instead a celestial being of the Tao, it could not alter his essence. The aura of depravity, slaughter, destruction, and conclusion coalesced into something nearly tangible. Who would believe such a demon could speak with moderation? Chapter 900. Unwittingly seeking one's own demise. Deep within the origin of life and death lies a convergence of countless abstract concepts, a gathering place for myriad instances of death and life. A locale closer to the Tao than the periphery of the origin of life and death. Yet, this place, which should solely encompass the concepts of life and death, now bore a solitary figure, clad in a black robe and adorned with a celestial crown, with eyes gently closed and devoid of any trace of spiritual fluctuation. It was evident that he had been assimilated by the origin of life and death, as all consciousness, thought, and self, shaped by various paths, had returned to the concept of life and death, becoming a part of it. Most astonishingly, however, his form remained intact. Despite being submerged in the myriad universes and the embryonic essence of the real world, his body should have become part of the concept of life and death, losing its original form. Yet, inexplicably, it had persisted. A profound sense of desolation permeated the air, suggesting that this being had existed in such a state for an indeterminate length of time, as though the future would mirror this, unchanged in the least. When the Demon Emperor tolled the bell, the waves of sound resonated far and wide, not merely spreading towards the yellow springs, but also reaching here, entering the ears of the being. Suddenly, the originally half-closed eyes snapped open, a glimmer of purple emerging, faintly revealing the silhouette of a purple ancient ruler. The Tao of annihilation and birth. The heart of the true martial emperor stirred. With the defensive primordial Yang ruler, all previous phenomena were not mere illusions. Yet, he would not be completely assimilated, as a portion of his consciousness remained shielded by the primordial Yang ruler. However, the previous state facilitated a deeper comprehension of the mysteries of life and death, allowing the assimilative power of the origin of life and death to instinctively balance and adjust his foundational essence, explaining his current condition. As a disciple of the Tao, the true martial emperor was privy to secrets unknown even to those who had crossed to the other shore, as well as certain truths understood only upon nearing that very threshold. Thus, he had come here, protected by the primordial Yang ruler, immersing himself in the concepts of existence, becoming part of life and death, having experienced the brilliance of the Taoist sages past, and knowing that even those who had crossed to the other shore possessed varying strengths. The true martial emperor naturally harbored grand aspirations, desiring not merely to be an ordinary being of the other shore. Otherwise, even after enduring countless tribulations, to ultimately break free from the sea of suffering and become a significant figure on the other shore. He could not guarantee that he would not eventually fall. In this final calamity, the competition among those who had crossed to the other shore was fiercer than ever. Failing to become an ancient being, in a sense, was even less desirable than being a great master. After all, the latter, the evil deities of the Nine Nether, while having learned the Tao of annihilation and birth, was not surprising, as its transmission was widespread and not classified as a secret. Yet, to choose to wield the Tao of annihilation and birth rather than the innate path of the evil deity suggested that he had overcome the nature imposed by the Nine Nether, having discovered his true self, rather than being a demon who excavated the power of the Nine Nether and ultimately merged into it. The true martial emperor's eyes flickered slightly, as the purple light of the primordial Yang ruler expanded, repelling the concepts of life and death. Is it the path of the Tao entered through the demon? Or is it the path of the Tao grasped through the demon's hand? After a tumult of emotions, the true martial emperor finally closed his eyes once more, a portion of his consciousness sheltered by the primordial Yang ruler. After the Earth Mother transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, life and death became one of the many conflicting paths that were relatively easier to harmonize. Thus, the true martial emperor would come to this place, rather than to other nearby paths. As long as he could condense the illusory Tao fruit through the path of conflict, forming his own Taiji, he would be but a step away from mastering all the mysteries of the myriad realms, far ahead of those who condense their illusory Tao fruit through conventional paths. Compared to his own journey to the other shore, the two great masters entering the origin of life and death were hardly worthy of much concern for the true martial emperor, with the primordial Yang ruler in hand. How can an ordinary great master pose a threat to him? Periphery of the origin of life and death. Sensing the tolling of the bell reverberating outward, the demon emperor opened his palm, dramatically widening his mouth as he swallowed the bell of Terminus, continuing to nurture this unparalleled legendary artifact. As he gazed upon the unmasked vigilance and skepticism of Huang Quan, he remarked, "It appears that my words do not inspire trust in you, my friend Huang Quan. In that case, let us maintain some distance, lest our mutual wariness squander precious time." After a brief pause, the voice of the demon emperor deepened, resonating like the whispers of countless souls. After all, the time until the great calamity approaches is not far off. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan's expression of doubt shifted slightly, revealing a grave demeanor. The reincarnation had gone awry, unexpectedly awakening at the end of an era, otherwise after enduring the fall of the Celestial Court and the battle at Spirit Mountain. Even if he could not possess the true martial body, his cultivation would have surely seen significant advancement. Alas, Huang Quan sighed inwardly, his determination to seize the true martial body solidifying further. Only by doing so could he hope to escape the sea of suffering before the era's demise. Otherwise, all he cherished would evaporate into nothingness. So be it, he continued. I hope you refrain from testing me further, for I too have a few techniques I would like you to witness. In the days when I traversed the Nine Nether, those techniques had their flaws, and it was only by following the true martial into the nexus of life and death that they were perfected. Why departed from this place? I was already plotting my reincarnation, and my divine abilities had yet to be revealed to the world. Huang Quan's gaze turned icy, his words laced with a veiled warning. As soon as he uttered those words, Huangquan soared into the depths of the nexus of life and death, heading towards the domain of the true martial emperor, unperturbed by the prospect of the demon emperor following closely behind. As he had stated, should the demon emperor pursue him again, it would be the moment of their fateful confrontation. The demon emperor made no move, sensing Huang Quan's departure, and let out a soft huff, thinking to himself. He walks the path of self-destruction, unaware. Though the concepts of the nexus of life and death were difficult for Zhong Bo to convey, he nonetheless sensed distant waves of thought. The sudden cessation of the transformative sounds was merely a distraction to divert Huang Quan's attention. Since the true martial had awakened, there was no need to pursue him further. A peerless divine weapon of the other shore awaited. After a moment of contemplation, the demon emperor chose to remain in place, delving into the abstract concepts of life and death. He aspired to establish a realm beyond death, aligning with the impending calamity, and thus, his mastery over the path of life and death must not be trivialized. Even with prior accumulations, he could not afford any slack. After all, the understanding of life and death gleaned from another world and the extent of the illusory paths of this realm remained an open question. Although both were otherworldly, the disparity in scale was immeasurable, a fact that could not be overstated. Chapter 901. The Bloodied Land of the Primordial Monarch. In the East Sea, as Lin Yang and the Demon Emperor found themselves on the brink of their respective paths, Meng Qi stood dazedly gazing at the skies beyond. Having been overseas for over 3 years, his eyes reflected a blend of urgency and worry, his expression complex. Where has senior brother Lin gone? Meng Qi murmured to himself. In the years since he lost his cultivation, he had not been particularly anxious, instead focusing on discerning the differences between his current self and his former celestial being, seeking to unveil the mystery of his existence and to validate the legends. He had expected this state to persist, yet today, everything changed. Moments ago, due to his actions during the Middle Ages, he learned from the Moonlight Bodhisattva that the Luo sect had stirred, seemingly having unearthed some clues regarding the former holy maiden Gu Shaoxing, dispatching individuals to the Fusa ancient tree domain to seize any remnants left by Gu Shaoxing, thus entirely severing her chances of resurrection. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi was struck with dread, and after expressing his gratitude, he tirelessly sought to contact Lin Yang for assistance. However, despair enveloped him as his calls through the universal communication talisman yielded no response, as if the other party had vanished, out of service range. Could it be that something had transpired in the celestial court? Otherwise, how could someone of such immense power remain unresponsive for half a stick of incense? This thought deepened Meng Qi's anxiety. He could scarcely fathom the nature of the upheaval that could render the real realm unaware of the disappearance of a top-tier divine being. He had intended to inquire whether the Moonlight Bodhisattva knew of this matter, but as the thought arose, he suppressed it. Though the Moonlight Bodhisattva was a legend-level bodhisattva, adept in the path of manifestation, her knowledge was not absolute, and she would not possess information regarding senior brother Lin's whereabouts. Once a divine body ascends to the legendary tier, its essence is elevated, overlapping with the 9 heavens, the 9 nether, and every corner of the multiverse. In the vision of legendary powers, all space converges into a single point, unless the essence equals the self. Otherwise, they can be omnipresent. The path of manifestation, however, gradually aligns oneself with one of the myriad paths of the heavens and worlds, achieving the realm where the path is where I exist. Upon reaching a certain height, even legendary beings of the 9 heavens and 9 nether could be rendered insignificant in the face of the omnipresent essence, allowing the practitioners of the path of manifestation to appear freely in various realms. Ultimately, as long as there is a place of the path in the multiverse, those who walk the path of manifestation can manifest there, not limited to a single or a few paths. Although manifestation is remarkable, Meng Qi understood that the Moonlight Bodhisattva could not yet manifest freely in the 9 heavens, nor could she perceive the changes occurring in the celestial court. As time passed, realizing that the forces of the Luo sect might have entered the Fusa ancient tree domain, Meng Qi's heart sank, coming to a profound understanding that aside from himself, no external person or object could be overly relied upon, for those beings and things, no matter how intimate, are ultimately external and not part of oneself, destined to depart temporarily or permanently due to various changes. In the preceding years, despite losing his cultivation, Meng Qi had the privileges of the universal communication talisman and the backing of Lin Yang, which allowed him to resolve any issue that arose. Thus he had never grasped this truth so deeply. It turned out that I had never truly let go. Although I had lost my cultivation, The convenience of the universal communication talisman and my reliance on senior brother Lin had allowed me to maintain a semblance of my former mindset, perceiving everything from a position of superiority. While my conscious mind did not acknowledge this, subconsciously, I was aware that I remained an extraordinary being. The strength I once possessed in cultivation had merely shifted to a reliance on external factors. Much like when I encountered that young man with a demeanor akin to a demon master. My first instinct was to seek help from senior brother Lin rather than relying on my own experience to address the matter independently. Countless thoughts swirled in Meng Qi's mind, causing his expression to shift repeatedly. Although securing senior brother Lin's assistance was also a reflection of his abilities, as the friendships he had cultivated with Lin Yang, the Moonlight Bodhisattva, and other powerful beings were accumulated through his efforts, representing a portion of his own foundation. Perhaps it was this very notion that had delayed his comprehension of the profundities of self-identity. Upon realizing this, Meng Qi felt as though his perspective had shifted, as if he had split into two selves, contemplating the situation through different cognitive patterns. After a moment, Meng Qi exhaled a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a newfound depth, seemingly concealing a glimmer of brilliance. The Luo sect, he whispered to himself before reciting the Buddhist name of the Moonlight Bodhisattva, vanishing into the moonlight and entering the pure land of the Bodhisattva. He needed to ascertain what the forces of the Luo sect were doing in the Fusa ancient tree domain. For any future vengeance, having a precise target was essential. The distant and lofty Wuxing Laomu felt too removed and impractical, and he could only bide his time until he ascended, seeking to confront the Luo sect's forces in the Fusa ancient tree domain first. Deep within the East Sea, the lamp god and the curtain god Sha Wujing stood suspended in the air, gazing distantly at the ethereal form of the Fusa ancient tree. The Fusa ancient tree possessed two branches, one above and one below, each adorned with countless leaves, grand enough to constitute a realm of its own. As if the real realm could hardly accommodate its existence. Only in this manner could the Fusa ancient tree manifest within the real realm. In the ancient epic, it is said that two of the primal sovereigns, the supreme deity Hao Yin and the Eastern Emperor Tai, engaged in a fierce struggle for the supreme throne governing all realms. Ultimately, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who possessed the legacy of the Taoist master and whose knowledge surpassed that of many otherworldly beings, was slain, his blood staining the earth a deep crimson. Even as the myriad worlds came to an end, the land soaked in the blood of the ancient sovereigns remained unbroken. Instead, at the dawn of the current era, an ancient tree began to flourish in this very place, its roots nourished by the blood of the two primal sovereigns, growing to a formidable stature that even the most powerful beings would regard with trepidation. As the two divine envoys arrived, they were but figures of legend and dared not tread lightly within the domain of the Fusang ancient tree. It was akin to a separate realm of myriad worlds. The eyes of Sha Wujing, pale and devoid of color, shimmered slightly as he glimpsed the essence of the ancient tree, unseen to those not of legendary stature. Where ordinary mortals beheld two branches, Sha Wujing, having attuned himself to the essence of the Fusang ancient tree, perceived the realms of the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. Each leaf represented an infinite universe, albeit devoid of accessible paths. He felt an indescribable sensation, prompting him to declare that the Fusang ancient tree was merely akin to the myriad worlds. Lao Jun, the central heavenly emperor of a certain ancient epic, a product of the Taoist master's quest for emptiness, privy to the master's secrets. At the cataclysm of the epic, he forsook everything, escaping into his true essence, and through the master's secret methods, reincarnated as the Eastern Emperor Tai, leaving behind a remnant that became a monstrous entity of the heavenly Tao. Eastern Emperor Tai, an ancient sovereign renowned for his mastery of the way of time. Chapter 902, The Celestial Realm Emerges. It is hardly surprising that such divine anomalies would manifest in a place steeped in the blood of ancient sovereigns. The lamp-bearer envoy spoke calmly. Unlike Sha Wujing, who attained legendary status after the journey to the west, he had already been a legendary powerhouse during the War of the Gods and had approached the domain of the Fusang ancient tree on previous occasions, thus lacking the astonishment exhibited by Sha Wujing. As Sha Wujing nodded in agreement, the lamp-bearer envoy appeared contemplative, muttering to himself, "Is the heavenly emperor's position truly so coveted that even the exalted figures of the other shore risk their lives for it?" He found it hard to fathom that the eminent figures, whose lives were devoid of regrets, would engage in such mortal conflict over a singular matter, were it not for this incident. Both the lamp-bearer envoy and the vast majority of great powers might have believed that there was no distinction of rank among beings of the other shore. After all, those of the other shore transcended the logic of time. In their eyes, there was no past, only the present. The past that existed beneath the other shore was merely their present. Even in their weaker days, when their foundations had not yet reached perfection, ascending to the other shore would alter this dynamic. Their foundations remained flawless and unparalleled, transcending the understanding and imagination of ordinary beings. While this description may be deemed somewhat inappropriate, as those whose foundations are not perfect cannot escape the sea of suffering, even without external calamities obstructing their paths, they would still perish, rendering ascension to the other shore impossible. However, if described differently, it would align more closely with reality, even before ascending to the other shore. Without having deeply comprehended techniques, divine powers, or the great Tao unrelated to themselves, as long as one successfully escaped the sea of suffering, everything would change. Even realms previously untouched could be effortlessly mastered to a degree unattainable by the majority of formidable beings. It is precisely for this reason that certain great powers in past epochs believed that there was no hierarchy among those of the other shore. Everything capable of being comprehended had already reached its zenith, attaining or surpassing the limits of the myriad worlds. How could one being of the other shore be superior to another? In a certain ancient epoch, although the Taoist master, who had not transcended, severely wounded the king of the nine hells, he too bore injuries. This aligns with the perception of many great powers that there is no distinction of rank among those of the other shore, as it can merely be interpreted as the Taoist master exchanging injuries. Until the final epoch of antiquity, when the supreme deity Hao Yin brutally slayed the Eastern Emperor Tai, he remained active within the myriad worlds for an extended period, only to fall when the epoch concluded. This shattered the notion, revealing to countless beings that the exalted figures of the other shore were certainly not on the same level, for it could not otherwise explain why the supreme deity Hao Yin, who had killed another being of the other shore, did not attain nirvana shortly thereafter. The position of the heavenly emperor flickered in Sha Wujing's mind as he recalled the figure who presided over the Lingxiao palace, gazing down upon the myriad worlds. He also thought of Lin Yang, mistakenly perceived by the world as the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor, who, within mere years of proving his legendary status, had harnessed the forces of creation to become one of the few powerful beings in the myriad worlds, likely closely tied to his re-establishment of the heavenly court. It is no wonder that after the fall of the heavenly court, the myriad worlds have been rife with conflict. Whether in the chaos of demons or the governance of the human emperor, all seem to point towards the supreme throne of the myriad worlds. When the heavenly court was at its height, there were far fewer disturbances. Any who dared to cause trouble would face the appropriate punishments from the court. Once the divine envoys awaken, we shall understand the true significance of the heavenly emperor's position as the supreme throne of the myriad worlds, Sha Wujing remarked. The old mother seeks to establish a realm of the afterlife, a true vessel for the return to her original home, a fact known to all divine envoys. With the impending calamity, the mysteries of the myriad worlds, countless futures, and the ultimate conclusion all point towards destruction and death. The realm of the afterlife is thus an inevitable trend, much like at the dawn of the epoch when the heavenly court maintained the order of the myriad worlds, with myriad laws operating seamlessly. Although the heavenly court of today inherits some of the ancient court's aura, the times have irrevocably changed, and it cannot align with the current trends. The position of the heavenly emperor is no longer the supreme throne of the myriad worlds. Rather, the dominion over the afterlife resembles the true supreme throne, capable of drawing upon the momentum of the times, much like the former heavenly emperor. Of course, this is merely Sha Wujing's conclusion based on his observations. At least in his eyes, it is not far from the truth. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why the old mother, as a being of the other shore, and why the Taoist and Buddhist sects are both scheming to establish a genuine realm of the afterlife, a plan that dates back to ancient times. Let us proceed. The lamp-bearer envoy suddenly interjected. After a period of exploration, he had identified a relatively safe path to reach the apex of the Fusong ancient tree. Neither of them questioned why Gu Shaosheng, who was not even a legal form before death, could delve into the domain of the Fusong ancient tree, a place where even legendary powers tread with caution. This was the beacon of the old mother's return and possessing her memories. He naturally possessed means beyond the comprehension of beings escaping the sea of suffering. The lamp-bearer envoy continued, "Let us split up. You ascend that branch and travel upwards, while I will explore downwards along another branch." Although the old mother had informed them that there were clues or contingencies left by Gu Shaosang within the domain of the Fusang ancient tree, she only mentioned this much. Perhaps due to the interference of the blood of the two ancient sovereigns, the yet-to-return old mother was unaware of the exact location where Gu Shaosang had left her contingency. In the eastern Lili world, Meng Qi stood beside the moonlight bodhisattva, gazing at the reflection of the Fusang ancient tree in the eight treasures pool of merit. His expression was somewhat peculiar. Even upon witnessing the two divine envoys of the Luo sect breach the seemingly non-existent barrier and enter the domain of the Fusang ancient tree, he displayed no signs of anxiety, as if it were unrelated to him, now merely observing the unfolding events from an outsider's perspective. At that moment, deep within Meng Qi's heart, an imperceptible transformation was taking place. So you possess the 8-9, and this method is best suited to penetrate the illusory nature of all things, allowing one to glimpse the Tathagata. After each transformation, the true self endures. You ought to have long realized that I am I. The moonlight bodhisattva spoke softly, as if wary of disturbing something. The Dharma body had grown increasingly focused on the primordial 9 seals over time, resulting in few changes. Otherwise, why wait until today? Meng Qi chuckled lightly, as if he had cast aside all burdens. Just as his words resonated, the eastern Liuli world suddenly trembled slightly, a sensation of pressure emanating as if some colossal entity were about to descend upon the realm. Observing this, the moonlight bodhisattva gently pointed a finger, sending Meng Qi back to the real world. In an instant, the realm of eastern Liuli was restored to tranquility. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, countless individuals stood in astonishment, gazing at the ethereal layers manifesting in the sky, witnessing the heavenly palaces and celestial soldiers within the mist. Someone exclaimed, "Is the immortal realm appearing? A legendary phenomenon?" Chapter 903. When the Tao is exhausted, one sees the primordial beginning and understands one's true self. Who could it be? Was it Su Wuming or Luda? Across the realms of reality, various incarnations looked skyward, speculating about the identity of this newly emerged legend. Among the incarnations of the present age, only these two were most likely to validate the legend. As for the Yuan Emperor, rumors had circulated 3 years prior about a severe injury, even suggesting a possible demise. Although it was later confirmed that the Yuan Emperor had not encountered any mishap, the prolonged silence suggested that merely regaining his former strength would be commendable, let alone advancing further to validate the legend after the likes of the supreme Yang deity and the ancient overlord. Beyond the domain of the Fusang ancient tree, 2 envoys of the Luo sect beheld the cascading mist in the skies of the real world. The lamp-bearer envoy, unable to contain his astonishment, murmured, "Is the immortal realm manifesting?" He had traversed vast epochs and witnessed numerous legends validating themselves, whether it be the immortal realm's emergence or the descent of the 9 hells, even the exceedingly rare phenomena of the first type of legends. Yet, at this moment, it was the lamp-bearer envoy who felt the most shocked and bewildered. Now, as the legendary powerhouses and formidable beings began their return, a new self-validated legend had finally emerged. This would undoubtedly exert a significant influence on the current situation. Although the supreme Yang deity had become a formidable being 3 years ago, this did not imply that the legends would be rendered inconsequential. At present, the major factions, including the Celestial Court, could only dispatch legendary-level warriors into the world, with the great powers yet to fully return. The legends remained among the few superlative figures across the myriad realms. As countless beings in the realm of reality and across innumerable universes found themselves in a state of confusion, the phantom of the 9 heavens gradually dissipated, revealing an ancient, illusory door adorned with countless peculiar patterns. With a creak, the door swung open, unveiling a chaotic vista beyond description. In that moment, everyone experienced a profound realization. The chaos behind the door represented a realm of eternal existence, untouched by the passage of time or the burdens of emptiness, both singular and whole. To enter this world beyond the door would grant immortality, impervious to the cataclysm of epochs. The gate of the great Tao, the lamp-bearer envoy murmured gravely. Even in ancient times, only the true monarch of the clear source and profound path had succeeded in validating the gate of the great Tao during the second legendary phenomenon. Although the true monarch's strength might not have equaled that of the acting envoy, who was then still an Earth immortal ancestor, it could not have been too far behind. Moreover, aside from being the direct disciple of the Jade Void Palace, he had also served in the Celestial Court. Aside from the true monarch of the clear source, throughout the ages, No other powerful figure had managed to manifest the gate of the great Tao when ascending to legend, not even the human emperor. The currently prominent supreme Yang deity was no exception. As strands of golden legal principles cascaded across the realms, countless beings experienced profound transformations, undergoing a rebirth of sorts. Just as the gate of the great Tao began to dissolve like the phantom of the nine heavens, a sudden voice echoed, deep, resonant, imbued with an indescribable quality. Barefoot across 1,000 mountains, I do not beg of immortals or Buddhas. When the Tao is exhausted, one sees the primordial beginning and understands one's true self. The resounding voice rang in the ears of all beings, leaving many in a state of bewilderment while awakening others. When the Tao is exhausted, one sees the primordial beginning. The primordial beginning? The Yuan Emperor, Su Ming. Someone exclaimed, filled with shock and disbelief. Who did not know that the Yuan Emperor, Su Ming, was the leader of the Jade Void Palace, a disciple of the first being to open the heavens and the earth? The voice resonating throughout the realm undoubtedly announced to the world which celestial being had validated their legend. Could it really be him? The lamp-bearer envoy spoke solemnly. A weight settled in his heart, although he possessed treasures bestowed by the Great Mother, allowing him to fearlessly confront most legendary powers. And despite his formidable strength nearing complete legend, he dared not claim certain victory against Su Ming. Not to mention that Su Ming was a direct disciple of the Jade Void Palace, mastering both the primordial 9 seals and the 8-9 profound arts. Merely the fearsome thunderblade he wielded was enough to instill dread in any legend. A peerless weapon of the other shore, even if only awakened to the legendary level, was undeniably a devastating artifact in the hands of a legendary powerhouse. As one ascended in realm, the disparity between a divine weapon of a certain level and a peerless weapon merely awakened to a certain realm would only grow more pronounced. Given the inherent nature of the other shore level itself, innately formidable beyond reason, Sha Wujing fell silent, turning the prayer beads in his hand. He recalled how, in a fleeting moment, he had awakened and journeyed to Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace to relay a message for the Great Mother, only to find himself at this juncture, having traversed countless tribulations, even to the extent of the journey to the west, culminating in this exalted state. At this moment, the lamp-bearer envoy spoke, directing his gaze toward Sha Wujing. You should depart first to seek out Gu Xiaosong's contingency plan. I shall remain here to obstruct Su Ming. Although the domain of the Fusang ancient tree was fraught with peril, given Zhuanyan's strength and temperament, the likelihood of error was minimal. If Wanyan were to fall, it would not alter the situation if he were to join the fray. Rather than allowing Su Ming to force a battle within the Fusang ancient tree domain, it was more prudent to contain him outside. Sha Wujing did not act immediately, instead responding slowly. If we join forces, subduing Su Ming should not pose a significant challenge. Even if Su Ming possesses the Overlord's blade, the blade bears the seal of the demonic Buddha, unless he can suppress that seal further. The Overlord's blade will not yield to his temperament. Is it truly the case that two legendary powerhouses cannot contend with a newly ascended legend? The matter of inheritance was such that the envoys, possessing the legacy of the Great Mother and cultivating both martial and divine paths, even if somewhat inferior to the core inheritance of the primordial supreme, could not possibly be at a disparity that would permit one to defeat two. This cannot be permitted. The lamp-bearer envoy stated. He remained composed, understanding that finding the items or clues left by Gu Xiaosang within the depths of the Fusang ancient tree domain was of greater importance than confronting the inevitable arrival of the Yuan Emperor, severing any possibility of Gu Xiaosang's resurrection. Upon hearing this, Sha Wujing ceased further discussion and promptly made his way toward the Fusang ancient tree, venturing into that realm shrouded in illusory mist, manifesting as an ancient tree amidst the myriad realms of the Eastern Sea, with two worlds coexisting. Suddenly, Sha Wujing's heart skipped a beat as he beheld the phenomena that emerged after the gate of the great Tao dissipated. This was a manifestation of the other shore. Something was coming. In a haze, Sha Wujing heard a long-suppressed roar, followed by the sight of purple lightning illuminating the sky. The aura of the lamp-bearer envoy surged dramatically, even amid the myriad suppressions of the Eastern Sea in the realm of reality, evoking a grandeur akin to a galaxy. At that moment, he slipped into the domain of the Fusang ancient tree, severing his view of the real world entirely. Even the omnipresent powers diminished accordingly. Without needing to contemplate, Sha Wujing understood that a legendary level battle must have erupted above the Eastern Sea. Time was of the essence. He needed to locate Gu Xiaosong's relics. As he silently resolved this, reshaping his worldview, he felt an overwhelming disconnection from his surroundings, his vision consumed by profound darkness, as if he were a mere mortal dwelling in the abyss. Chapter 904. The eerie summit of the ancient tree. In the eastern sea, purple lightning streaked across the sky. Divine thunder rumbled, and to the eyes of the populace, it appeared as though the apocalypse had descended. The winds howled, and the heavens turned frigid, waves surged forth. Yet they seemed restrained by an invisible force, preventing calamity from befalling the land. One could discern that the source of all anomalies lay within a thunderous blade that spanned countless heavens. The ocean of energy roiled violently, as if it were boiling, intertwining myriad energies that, while colliding, fused into a state reminiscent of chaos, becoming the mother of all essences and the root of primordial energy. The ocean of primal essence surged, drawn by the apocalyptic blade, gradually outlining a certain form. It was a hand, an immensely colossal hand, so vast that even when grasping the world-ending thunderous blade, it revealed no hint of strain. As the ocean of primal essence flowed against the palm, the indistinct outline grew increasingly clearer, revealing a figure that should have remained unseen by mortals. Cloaked in shadowy robes and adorned with a celestial crown, countless barely perceptible threads of causality entwined around him. Every being and everything across the myriad realms was inextricably linked to him. He was the first cause of all things. Though this was merely a manifestation conjured by the ocean of primal essence for the eyes of mortals, it evoked an indescribable sense of reverence. As if one were beholding the origin of all fruits, the primordial being who had once carved the heavens and the earth. Meng-Chi stood at an unfathomable height, as if he existed in every corner of the myriad realms and within countless beings, instilling an indescribable horror, as if any movement on his part would result in a cataclysmic blow to himself. Any attempt to evade would be futile. For every inch of space he could reach was his domain. Light the lamp, Meng-Chi commanded, his gaze cold as he fixed upon the lamp keeper, akin to observing Sha Wujing, who had just entered the domain of the ancient Fusang tree. So Meng, the expression of the lamp keeper grew grave. He had not anticipated that Meng-Chi, having just stepped in a legend, would so forcefully manifest here, vividly displaying certain characteristics of the legendary realm. At this moment, the duality of existence was still manifest. Suddenly, light flickered around the lamp keeper, sizzling as it incinerated something, dissipating threads of causality invisible to ordinary eyes. Before serving the primordial mother, he had been a renowned immortal of ancient times, though he had long forsaken his past to serve the primordial mother wholeheartedly. It did not imply that his former reputation was inflated. Aware that Meng-Chi was the new embodiment of the first cause, the lamp keeper had naturally prepared himself, lest he be exploited by Meng-Chi's miraculous nature. Crack! Thunder roared as all the lightning from the myriad realms converged towards the real world, merging into the world-ending thunderous blade. Light the lamp, Meng-Chi shouted once more. At that moment, the world could no longer hear his voice. Only the roaring of countless divine thunders echoed, like the wrath of the heavens, about to unleash a most terrifying retribution. The robes tore inch by inch, transforming into an extraordinarily imposing black battle armor that enveloped Meng-Chi entirely, while shadowy primordial clouds descended, shielding his divine body. Boom! The apocalyptic blade descended, its brilliance engulfing all, illuminating even the depths of the starry sky of the real world. This strike bore the essence of the heavenly opening seal, embodying the power to create worlds, as well as the mysterious ability to sever the path and reveal the true spirit, disregarding the external and directly cleaving through the essence. It was the mightiest blow Meng-Chi had ever forged, a fusion of the strongest material and energy blade, as well as the most potent ethereal strike of the heart. Under his dominion of the supreme seal, the apocalyptic blade became the catalyst for merging two opposing forces. Thunder was not solely destructive, but also a harbinger of rebirth, intertwining the material and the ethereal in a single stroke, purging all demons and calamities from the heavens. He understood that, having just entered the legendary realm, he could not possibly match the lamp keeper, who had traversed this boundary for countless years. Should he not take this gamble, he might find himself barred from the domain of the Fusang tree, helplessly watching as Sha Wujing destroyed or absconded with any potential means of resurrection left by Xiao Sang. This was absolutely unacceptable to Meng-Chi. Even at the cost of some sacrifice, he had to swiftly transcend this place. Boom! The earth-shattering roar reverberated, rendering countless minds blank, stripping away their understanding and recognition of all that had come before, leaving only their innate nature, which remained as pure and innocent as ever. gazing upon everything with untainted eyes. When the radiance dissipated, the East Sea had returned to tranquility, the thunder vanished, yet the blazing sun hung high in the sky. After a while, amidst the cloudless expanse, a flicker of light suddenly leapt, piercing through innumerable universes, resonating with different projections and imprints. Ultimately, countless forces converged, sketching the outline of the Lamp Keeper. Su Meng is indeed formidable. The expression of the Lamp Keeper darkened. His aura was not as overpowering as before. But with each passing breath, it was evidently rising, surpassing even the pinnacle of celestial beings by many folds. After proving his legend, each projection and imprint would elevate to 10-fold, 100-fold of a celestial being. Although the Lamp Keeper had willingly relinquished the majority of his projections and imprints to evade being annihilated by the true spirit, the remnants he preserved enabled his current recovery speed to be astonishing. Gazing at the seemingly non-existent Fusang tree, the Lamp Keeper suddenly inhaled deeply, completely draining the many projections before regaining his peak ahead of time. In the next moment, he vanished towards the Fusang tree. In the shadowy domain of the Fusang tree, Meng Qi had no notion of how long he had fled, evading the myriad anomalies of the realm, until he finally reached the apex of the Fusang tree. Upon a leaf, he beheld a profusion of white petals, an indescribable desolation welling within him. At its center stood a grave, with a stone tablet inscribed, "The tomb of my husband, Meng Qi." Clearly, this was the trace left by Xiao Sang that the two emissaries of the Luo sect had sought upon entering the domain of the Fusang tree. At what should have been a moment of surprise, Meng Qi diverted his gaze, looking instead toward the figure standing upon the petals in the distance, facing away from him, clad in an imperial robe of deep black and wearing a celestial crown. He stood there, as if at the very core of the myriad realms, transcending this place while standing beyond the heavens. Brother Lin? Sensing the familiar aura, Meng Qi was filled with astonishment. Inexplicably, he felt an unshakable sense of eeriness. To the outside world, it appeared as another branch extending downwards, yet at this moment, he could see a figure standing atop this branch as well. Clad in a black and yellow imperial robe, the crown obscured his visage, and his aura was ancient and profound, as if he had traversed all epochs. Upon seeing him, Meng Qi felt an involuntary shiver run through him. Even the speed of his thoughts seemed to slow. Chapter 905. The Imprint of the Vast Heaven. At the two summits of the Fusang tree, apart from the two figures in imperial robes, there was only the grave personally crafted by Xiao Sang. Beyond that, Meng Qi found no trace of Sha Wujing, who had entered ahead of him. Suppressing the rising sense of horror within, Meng Qi struggled to engage his sluggish thoughts. Contemplating, could it be that Brother Lin had remained unresponsive because he was here confronting that being in the black and yellow imperial robe? The atmosphere was stifling. The shadows that had seemingly lifted after proving his legend returned to cloud his spirit, leaving him with an unbearable weight. Just as time seemed to stagnate, Meng Qi witnessed the figure in the black and yellow imperial robe suddenly take a step forward. Swish! The heavy void before him twisted, as the emperor clad in the black and yellow robe traversed the incomprehensible space between two branches, reaching the leaf covered in petals. At that moment, it felt as if something within Meng Qi's mind had exploded. The countless projections and imprints across the universe seemed to possess their own will, no longer under his control. What is this? Meng Qi's heart trembled violently, overwhelmed with incredulity. He had never encountered such a situation before, nor even heard of anything resembling it. It was at this juncture that the emperor in the black and yellow robe suddenly extended his hand towards Meng Qi, disregarding the emperor in the black robe with whom he had been at odds for so long. Buzz! In his state of shock, Meng Qi suddenly displayed a look of bewilderment, his consciousness becoming hazy. A myriad of boundless cosmic phantoms materialized around him, each universe housing a figure equally engulfed in bewilderment. Among them were the primordial creator, the ancient celestial sovereign cloaked in chaos, and the Lord of Thunder who presided over the universe's punishments. One by one, these projections were drawn towards this place by an unseen force, as if they and Meng Qi had been severed from a certain concept, collapsing in the void, their bodies, brimming with infinite power, transforming into mere parchment that even a child could effortlessly tear apart. Each fragment of the past also collapsed, morphing into the same fragile paper, ultimately coalescing into a comic book. Buzz! The very fabric of this void trembled, containing the comic that illustrated Meng Qi and all his projections, collapsing into a lower dimension, striving to transmute into myriad words. At this moment, the emperor clad in a dark yellow robe seemed to part his lips, intent on devouring this tome, assimilating it into his being. Boom! The void erupted, a terrifying maelstrom rampaging mercilessly, obliterating everything in its wake. Petals soared into the heavens, tracing peculiar trajectories that revealed the marks of the great Tao. The emperor in the dark yellow robe spoke, his voice hoarse yet laden with gravity. He radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the myriad realms and the peculiar entities within the domain of the ancient Fusang tree, which were swiftly purged of anomalies before they could even utter a cry, transforming into an entirely new form of life. With a visage concealed beneath a crown, Lin Yang reached forth, conjuring an illusory river, which suddenly brightened with an indescribable, bizarre light, accentuating the surreal nature of the present moment. Crash! The illusory river abruptly severed, Lin Yang grasping a faint glimmer as he withdrew, while everything around him blurred for a brief instant, only to sharpen once again. The ground remained strewn with petals, the myriad realms still shrouded in gloom, yet the figure in the dark yellow robe, along with the book in his grasp, had vanished. Senior Brother Lin? Meng Qi murmured in confusion, as if oblivious to the preceding events. Step back for now. This is a historical imprint formed by the aura of the Emperor Haoyan, and it is unwise for you to remain too close, lest, Lin Yang instructed, casting Meng Qi away from the pinnacle of the ancient tree. He himself was fine, but to continuously protect Meng Qi would likely exceed his capabilities. Otherwise, why had he been able to confront the imprint of Haoyan for so long? The historical imprint of Haoyan? Meng Qi was suddenly struck with a chill, memories from mere moments ago resurfacing, leaving his heart icy, yet allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Even before he had attained his Dharma body, he had been aware of the true identity of the demonic Buddha as the reincarnation of the Emperor Haoyan's obsession. Although his actions had drastically changed after inflicting harm upon his own spirit, the fundamental innate true spirit could not be altered. It was no wonder that upon their first meeting, the imprint of Haoyan, which had been locked in a standoff with Lin Yang for such an extended period, had suddenly acted, clearly driven by instinct to consume him and complete itself. Even if the demonic Buddha had been subdued, it was quite possible that he had abandoned all remnants of his existence as the Emperor Haoyan, refraining from actively communicating with anything related to Haoyan's aura imprint. Yet this did not prevent the current imprint of Haoyan from harboring a desire for Meng Qi. Even the historical imprint formed from the aura of an obliterated epoch was so formidable that it left him utterly powerless to resist. If it were at its zenith, with a mere thought, he would be compelled to return, becoming a part of it. A profound weight settled deeper within Meng Qi's heart. According to Yang Jian's message, the demonic Buddha had reversed the practice of the Tathagata as palm, and, after escaping the sea of suffering, had attained an unfathomable strength, rivaling only the most ancient beings like the primordial heavenly sovereign by a narrow margin. The killing of the Eastern Emperor Tai had left behind this aura, ultimately coalescing into the historical imprint of the Emperor Haoyan, which was likely no more than that. This implied that even if he had proven his legend, as long as the demonic Buddha achieved freedom, he could erase Meng Qi with a mere thought. As Meng Qi pondered heavily, he felt a vast wave emanating from the pinnacle of the ancient Fusang tree. The void contracted, and time curled back, all existence, all things, flowing towards the primordial point of origin. Even from outside the battlefield, separated by countless universes, Meng Qi found himself irresistibly drawn towards the top of the Fusang tree, yearning to return to the original point of existence alongside this spatio-temporal realm and innumerable universes, merging into the void. His true self had perished during the obliteration of the last epoch of antiquity, leaving behind only the lingering aura from his battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai, which had transformed through the passage of time into an indelible mark. It could not even be delineated through conventional legends, creations, or the other shore. Yet, one who was not adept in the ways of the void would undoubtedly fall victim to its malevolence. Standing amidst countless timelines, Lin Yang's eyes, concealed beneath his crown, flickered slightly as he bellowed, "How dare you act with impunity?" The blade of time abruptly emerged, gripped tightly by Lin Yang. Crack! The blade of time cleaved through eternity, immediately revealing fractures in the terrifying focal point that absorbed countless time frames and universes. Even the ethereal and hazy barrier of the Fusang tree domain was cleaved asunder by this strike. Boom! A horrifying aura surged back, as if seeking an outlet, flooding into the realm of reality, rushing towards the myriad worlds outside. The myriad realms trembled in unison, countless powerful beings taken aback. Note, to conceal his origins, the demonic Buddha had no choice but to inflict harm upon his spirit, Otherwise, he would have been detected by the primordial heavenly sovereign and other beings from the other shore, inciting a fatal calamity. Chapter 906, The Return. In a certain universe. Unlike those exceedingly young universes, this particular one had grown exceedingly ancient, its life nearing its countdown. Over countless years, once relatively close star clusters continued their trajectory into the distance, ultimately stretching into an exaggerated spatial scale that was nearly impossible to describe with astronomical figures. Even though transcendent beings and advanced civilizations could traverse trillions of light years, they could not reach another star system, nor could they even perceive the light of distant stars, leading to a profound suspicion that perhaps, beyond their own galaxy, no other galaxies existed, and that eternal darkness was the prevailing theme of the vast cosmos. On this day, as countless transcendent beings and advanced civilizations accepted this reality, patiently awaiting the complete extinguishing of nearby stars, when even the last vestige of matter would transmute into energy, an unexpected change unfolded. It was a voice emanating from an unknown source, as if resonating in the hearts of every sentient being. Although no one had heard this language before, at that moment, every creature, regardless of its race, could comprehend the meaning of the voice. Is this the aura of the Emperor Haotian? Even if the myriad realms were utterly annihilated, even if he had fallen into the abyss of time, this aura conveyed a sense of shock that resonated with every being in the boundless cosmos. They could not fathom or believe it, an unknown existence possessing such power. Seemingly the supreme being of the infinite universe would express such a tone. Who is the Emperor Haotian? Countless beings were engulfed in confusion, while an insatiable curiosity ignited within many, prompting them to explore the depths of this mystery. Having believed they had reached the end, merely counting down the time remaining for their nearby stars, they were taken aback by the events of this day. Could it be that the one confronting the Emperor Haotian is the Emperor Xianyang? As countless beings contemplated, it seemed as though the voice, originating from the depths of their hearts, resonated once more, akin to the very laws of the universe, compelling obedience. In an unseen, pitch-black realm, a magnificent figure slowly opened its eyes, embodying countless boundless universes. Even if it were to encompass this dark universe at the brink of extinction, it would only be a minuscule fraction, imposing no strain upon this figure whatsoever. The flow of time in this universe was nearly 1 billion times that of the real realm. Although a considerable amount of time had passed here, it would merely be a few 100,000 years in the real realm. How long had it been since he had first proven his legend and left this imprint? In the blink of an eye, he had grown to a point that even I must regard with trepidation and reverence. It appears that the final tribulation is approaching its most intense moment. The grand figure, with thoughts swirling, witnesses the layers of universes within his being gradually reviving from decay and lifelessness, inching closer to the vitality of their nascent state. Having narrowly survived the cataclysm of the last epoch of the ancient era, one cannot help but wonder what fate awaits this time. The final calamity. In the realm of reality, a terrifying aura surged into the depths of the starry sky, leaving no destruction in its wake, yet imparting an inexplicable transformation, as if something ineffable had been extracted from the places traversed by this dread presence. While countless beings in the depths of the cosmos privately rejoiced, they remained unaware that their futures had been irrevocably extinguished. The myriad possibilities that should have existed for normal entities vanished from their lives. Any cultivator with even a modicum of understanding of the heavenly mysteries would undoubtedly deduce that the lives dwelling in the areas affected by this terrifying aura would face a future devoid of change, forever fixed in a singular state. The nine immortal mountain, suspended in the depths of the starry realm of reality, vanished abruptly just before the arrival of the ominous aura, reappearing within another universe. The two Taoists who had witnessed the legendary phenomena of Lin Yang in the Middle Ages turned in unison, exclaiming with joy, "Heavenly Venerable! Only one being possesses the ability to transport the nine immortal mountain, and that is the master of this realm, the Heavenly Venerable Guangqing, the mentor of both the Emperor of Humanity and the Holy Emperor Qi. Even if the latter is not a being of the other shore, he is still a great practitioner, a leader of the human race following the ascension of the Emperor of Humanity. The capabilities of the Heavenly Venerable Guangqing are evident in his ability to teach such individuals." Indeed, as the two Taoists turned, they beheld Guangchengzi emerging from the mountain's depths, bearing the sword of slaying immortals on his back and the seal of the celestial sphere at his waist. His aura was as harmonious as a singular entity, devoid of any hint of weakness. Yet, it was a step too late. He had allowed Guangchengzi to grow to this extent solidifying the inevitable trend. With a gentle sigh, Guang Chengzi seemed to harbor a tinge of regret. The moment he sensed the ripples of the sea of suffering, he suspected that Lin Yang was not far from reaching the realm of creation, even though preparations for a complete awakening had already commenced at that time. It now appeared to be too late. The only consolation he found was that several other forces likely shared a similar predicament, failing to seize a greater advantage. With the heavenly court re-emerging, the formidable presence of the Supreme Emperor Xianyang exuded an aura reminiscent of a transcendent figure dominating the world before his reincarnation. Guang Chengzi spoke. "Prepare yourselves. I am to journey to the Jade Void Palace to strike the ancient bell of Kunlun and summon our fellow disciples." The two Taoists understood that the Jade Void Palace referred to the authentic one, the true domain of the primordial heavenly venerable, rather than a newly constructed one in the realm of reality. Once Guang Chengzi departed from the Nine Immortal Mountain, the two Taoists began to unravel the mystical forces binding them, liberating their true spirits from the myriad inexplicable shackles. As Guang Chengzi fully returned, he found himself within a realm of pristine crystal spanning countless epochs. A youthful and handsome ancient Buddha wore a serene smile, his eyes radiating a sense of tranquility. The character Buddha, composed of countless characters, shimmered at his brow, casting a gentle light that transformed the layers of time and space into part of the crystalline realm. Ah, the Supreme Emperor Xianyang, so formidable. The King of Liberation Buddha mused. Only he understood that, irrespective of other matters, a contest of the great Tao existed between himself and the Supreme Emperor Xianyang, who was rumored to be the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. This was due to the fact that he too mastered the path of time. Although it is said that those who attain complete creation can effortlessly command the river of time within a universe, altering its past with ease. The power exhibited by Lin Yang at this moment far exceeded such hearsay. As the tumult of countless universes resonated, time began to reverse itself. Universes that had been obliterated regained their original states, while newly born universes were swallowed back into the void. In mere moments, the devastation wrought by the two supreme beings dissipated as if no confrontation had ever taken place. Meng Qi stood in awe as the once destroyed universes reappeared, indistinguishable from what he had previously witnessed. This power reshaped his understanding of great practitioners. While it is said that those who achieve perfect creation can master the time river of a universe, Lin Yang's display of strength surpassed even that. To reverse the flow of time for innumerable boundless universes, returning them to their state prior to the outbreak of conflict, is an act that transcends mere mastery of a singular universe's temporal flow. As Meng Qi grappled with the shock of this revelation, he suddenly found himself back at the summit of the ancient tree, surrounded by petals, standing beside the azure tomb. Observing Lin Yang, clad in a dark imperial robe, adorned with a complete crown and bearing no visible injuries, Meng Qi hesitated momentarily before finally inquiring, "Senior brother Lin, have you ascended to the other shore?" After much contemplation, it seemed that since great practitioners could not cause countless boundless universes to reverse time, the only plausible explanation was that he had indeed reached the other shore. A notion both astonishing and reasonable. However, Lin Yang's response left Meng Qi taken aback. "Though my battle prowess remains adequate, the intricacies of escaping the sea of suffering surpass your understanding. It is not so simple. What you describe as adequate power cannot even be deemed as such anymore. How can those great practitioners who have yet to escape the sea of suffering face others? Even the mark of the Heavenly Emperor has been erased without a trace by you." Meng Qi inwardly scoffed. His prior sense of ease following the proof of his legend evaporated in the wake of a series of blows. No matter that he could slay the lamp god, a legendary figure from ancient times, as long as he had not yet become a being of the other shore, his standing against the demonic Buddha would remain unchanged. Even if he truly ascended to the other shore, confronting the demonic Buddha, who was merely a hair's breadth below the primordial heavenly venerable in Yang Jian's estimation, would still leave him in a passive position. As the weight of pressure within him intensified, he heard Lin Yang speak once more. To escape the sea of suffering, aside from the inevitable external tribulations, there are several internal criteria that must be met. One must fully comprehend a particular aspect of the Tao, be it time, void, vitality, or annihilation, and based on this foundation, refine one's own essence, achieving perfection and becoming increasingly aligned with one facet of the Tao, which could be described as the ultimate manifestation of the Dharmakaya, where being and Tao coexist. A determination so resolute that it remains unaltered by the ravages of time. Even as the endless years elapse, Unless one desires to change, the essence of one's being remains untouched. Failing to achieve this signifies an inability to connect the myriad moments that belong to oneself, rendering one incapable of allowing their will to penetrate the very fabric of the epoch before its inception, reaching that realm of eternal void, the pinnacle of combat prowess, sufficient to cleave through the eternal void and forge myriad worlds. Lin Yang gradually revealed the secrets of the other shore, insights distilled from his understanding of the original space-time and his contemplations over the years. Although his words were not exhaustive, they highlighted several critical aspects of transcending the sea of suffering. Meng-Chi listened intently, lost in thought, before articulating with a newfound clarity. Brother Lin, since you base your understanding on time, does this imply that one must master all rules and mysteries related to time across the myriad realms to truly comprehend the essence of the Tao concerning time? Merely contemplating this notion left Meng-Chi astounded. Just how intricate is this aspect of the Tao? Before the legend, he may have been oblivious. But after ascending to legendary prowess, aided by countless perspectives, he began to grasp the diverse and often contradictory rules governing various universes. Perhaps in Universe A, the path of time manifests in one manner, while in Universe B it takes on an entirely different form. In Universe C, even the internal path of time diverges from both A and B, presenting conflicts. Without overcoming the myriad contradictions of time across universes and synthesizing their myriad paths, how could one fully comprehend the ultimate path of time that permeates every corner of the myriad realms? The universe beyond the true realm is infinite, traversing the multiverse as conceived by predecessors. Theoretically, with countless universes, the same Tao could manifest innumerable transformations. Thus, who could possibly fathom the path of time across these countless realms and distill the ultimate path of time for all? Reflecting on this, Meng-Chi murmured, even if one could grasp the path of time in a singular moment within a single universe, to entirely comprehend the ultimate path of time across the myriad realms would necessitate countless moments, countless years. The duration from the primordial era to the present, while exaggeratedly long, remains a quantifiable span. If you were not aware that several prominent figures of the other shore achieve their status through cultivation rather than being born as such like the primordial supreme, Meng-Chi would suspect this to be a futile endeavor, as logically, it seems untenable. How could one acquire infinite knowledge within a finite time frame? If it is indeed infinite, it must be without end, without limits. Otherwise, it is merely a false infinity. How could one achieve this within the constraints of limited time? Meng-Chi could not help but shake his head. At that moment, Lin Yang spoke again. It is not a contradiction of logic. Once you cultivate creation, you will understand the truth of the matter. Chapter 908, Only a Thread Away. With Lin Yang present, Meng-Chi set aside his concerns for Gu Shaoxing and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Brother Lin, how close are you at this moment? Although such matters pertain to personal secrets and are typically deemed inappropriate for inquiry. Having known Lin Yang for many years and exchanged core techniques, coupled with the absence of outsiders in the realm of the ancient Fusang tree, he felt emboldened to ask. At the very least, with Lin Yang as a benchmark, he could reference his own progress when he reached a similar level. If we speak solely of Tao attainment, without considering compatibility, I am but a thread away from where Lantern is, Lin Yang replied, nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Meng-Chi's heart surged with astonishment and joy. In the years following his departure from Ling Mountain, he had come to understand why Lantern had acted against him. Lantern had cultivated the path of causality, reaching a state of flawless perfection, undoubtedly among the most formidable beings beneath the other shore. However, to condense a corresponding illusory Tao fruit based on the path of causality was fundamentally impossible. Can there be two causes for all things? In the time when the primordial supreme still existed, not even Lantern, nor any adept of the Buddhist path proficient in causality, had succeeded in condensing an illusory Tao fruit based on that path. At most, they had grasped the secrets related to causality through other means after ascending to the other shore, thereby becoming ancient beings. Though the primordial supreme mysteriously vanished, as the embodiment of the cause of all fruits, severed his essence and integrated it into the Tao One seal, which was ultimately acquired by Meng-Chi, becoming the new cause of all fruits, thereby blocking Lantern's path to the other shore, rendering him unable to condense an illusory Tao fruit based on causality. If Brother Lin has stated this, does it not imply that he is merely a thread away from the other shore? Meng-Chi took a deep breath. From his understanding, since Brother Lin has mentioned that in terms of Tao attainment, he falls short of Lantern by just a thread. It subtly suggests that Lantern's strength must be inferior to that of Lin Yang, whose foundation has yet to reach perfection. According to what he had heard, once Lantern acquires the cause of all fruits, he would ascend to the other shore instantly. Thus, it follows that Lantern must have achieved the level Lin Yang previously described in other aspects, and since Lin Yang surpasses him in strength, at least the calamity of the eternal void should pose no issue. Regarding willpower, there should also be no significant concerns, merely lacking a perfected foundation. As Meng Qi's thoughts whirled, Lin Yang's profound gaze seemed to be fixed upon him. Did Meng Qi realize that if he were to abandon his foundation in time and seize the cause of all fruits, once he re-established his foundation, he could condense an illusory Tao fruit based on the path of causality and become a being of the other shore, embodying the cause of all fruits? However, such an outcome would entail he could potentially set a record, not merely ascending to the other shore within a century, but rather, upon ascending, being immediately slain. If one disregards the sacrifice of his own Tao fruit, transforming his life into the reincarnation seal of the primordial earth, he would become the being of the other shore with the shortest existence throughout all epochs. Should he proceed in this manner, he might not even have time to retreat into the eternal void before the birth of the myriad realms, for the moral sovereign could eliminate him midway. And even the heavenly emperor might have a significant chance of slaying him. Not to mention that Meng Qi, destined to become an ancient one, and Gu Shaoxing, who would successfully inherit the entirety of the formless old mother, would also be considered ancient beings, two from one school achieving the other shore, having evaded certain death. If not for the desire to secure Meng Qi and Gu Xiaosong's assistance during the new epics contest for Tao fruits, how could he have dared to strike Lantern at that moment, seizing a crucial opportunity to comply with the command of the great sage of the Doshu Palace? No, everything had merely been prearranged. Otherwise, had the great sage arrived a few moments earlier, he would have had no chance to save Meng Qi's life. Lin Yang estog's turnet. Although no one articulated it directly, it was evident that everything had long been orchestrated by those two. Should he deviate from the norm or speak or act inappropriately, the reality constructed at this moment would dissipate into nothingness. Pausing his thoughts, Lin Yang shifted the conversation. Did you come to the realm of the ancient Fusang tree to seek the remnants left by Gu Shaoxing? Upon hearing the name, Gu Shaoxing, Meng Qi's spirits surged, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he looked toward Lin Yang. If Gu Shaoxing had left behind remnants, mere steps away from the other shore, Lin Yang, who had been in the ancient Fusang tree realm for an unknown duration, would undoubtedly be well aware. Meeting Meng Qi's gaze, Lin Yang replied, I regret to inform you that this will be a disappointment. The formless old mother did send someone to seek Gu Xiaosong's remnants, and indeed, Gu Shaoxing had visited this place, yet she did not leave behind any means of resurrection. It was merely a ruse. These words fell like a cold splash of water, extinguishing all hope within Meng Qi, and a flicker of emotional turmoil surfaced deep within his eyes. He observed Lin Yang conjuring a phantom treasure mirror, which reflected the past occurrences of this place, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported back several decades. In a mere exterior of the ancient Fusang tree realm, Gu Shaoxing, employing inscrutable means, had ventured into this domain decades prior, disregarding the myriad peculiarities that even legendary figures would approach with solemnity. She traversed to this very leaf, imbued with a mix of melancholy and resoluteness, and personally erected a grave, strewing the ground with petals before ultimately turning away. Through the ethereal treasure mirror, Meng Qi could perceive that this was indeed the final chapter of Gu Xiaosong's life. As emotions swirled within Meng Qi's heart, Lin Yang continued, when you and Gu Shaoxing entered the ruins of the Nine Heavens, and each consumed a fruit of this life within the Hall of Three Lives, that was the foundation of her resurrection. It was this very act that propelled you into the realm of legends, reaching this place. Otherwise, had you taken the time to reflect and utilize the abilities granted by the legendary realm to examine your innermost thoughts, the truth would have revealed itself without difficulty. Though considerable time may have elapsed, it has not been long since Meng Qi proved his legend. The last manifestation of his legend still lingers faintly. Once he returned to the Jade Void Palace and approached the chaotic green lotus seed you left for yourself, she shall return. As Lin Yang spoke, he gazed toward a certain point beside Meng Qi, seemingly conversing with himself. After all, a body reconstituted with the chaotic green lotus seed will inherit innate virtues and possess divine anomalies, akin to the original Neza. The Heavenly Emperor's authority may allow the secret connection between two individuals who have consumed the fruit of this life to elude the attention of formidable beings from the other shore. Yet it cannot escape his scrutiny, for the fruit was nurtured within the nine heavens. However, prior to Meng Qi's proof of legend, Gu Xiaosong's true spirit had remained dormant, having not received the nourishment of the heavenly Tao during Meng Qi's breakthrough, which Lin Yang had previously overlooked. In that moment, Meng Qi suddenly turned to face the direction Lin Yang was observing, yet saw nothing. Nonetheless, a flicker of hope ignited within his heart. Go forth. Even if you cannot reconstitute your body as a legendary figure, you remain unable to behold her, Lin Yang advised. Chapter 909. The Celestial Intent of Your. As Meng Qi turned to depart from the ancient Fusang tree realm and returned to Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace, Lin Yang shifted his gaze to another leaf atop the ancient tree. With a flick of his wrist, a jade box was summoned into his grasp, tucked away within his robes. After completing this task, Lin Yang did not take his leave. He stood atop the ancient Fusang tree, gazing into the depths of the void, his eyes reflecting the passage of time and the unfolding of myriad futures. If all goes as anticipated, the Azure Emperor shall soon ascend to the other shore. Lin Yang said inwardly. Amidst countless futures, aside from the unchanging fate of ultimate destruction and void, each future presented significant variances. He beheld a future where he was vanquished by numerous formidable beings, as a host of great powers ascended to the nine heavens, executing him upon the celestial throne. Long before this, the nine heavens' mysterious maiden had also perished, succumbing within the myriad realms. In other futures, he triumphed over all adversaries, with none able to withstand him. As once renowned great beings ultimately became mere stepping stones, consumed by their own resentment. In even another future, the imprint of the vast sky had not been entirely erased by him. After feigning death to escape, it lay in ambush. Striking at the moment, he sought to break free from the sea of suffering. He etched these possibilities into his mind, no matter how absurd they seemed. Lin Yang did not dismiss them. At this juncture, he could no longer rely solely on his understanding of the original spacetime, for it was perilous to assume that no one would exploit this knowledge against him. Perhaps they were ignorant of the trajectory of the original spacetime and the true future. Yet based on Lin Yang's recent behavioral patterns, it was not difficult to surmise certain events. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Yang's gaze settled upon a particular future. Unlike others, in this future, the Azure Emperor, the Medicine Buddha, and the Celestial Lord of Salvation were extraordinarily active, even if the great powers of that era returned. None could overshadow the brilliance of the Azure Emperor, not even the future incarnation of himself. Unbeknownst to the circumstances that had transpired, the being who was but a hair's breadth away from perfection, centuries later, still had not achieved complete fruition. Despite bearing the amplification of the nine heavens' power, he remained ensnared within the realm of suffering, unable to transcend. The opportunity lies in the future, while the path to enlightenment is in the present, Lin Yang murmured. He recognized that this must be the future where the Azure Emperor resided, unlike others. The active Azure Emperor in that future was the one who had descended from the current juncture, not a native of that future. The Azure Emperor who descended into the future merged with his future self, drawing upon a shared root and source of power, resulting in a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts, thus enabling the Azure Emperor's terrifying prowess to surpass even the depths of suffering, allowing him to roam freely in that future. Lin Yang speculated that this was likely not the first incarnation of the Azure Emperor to merge. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. From the fragment he observed, the Azure Emperor effortlessly dispatched the fully returned Taoist Lord Luya with a single strike, utilizing a slaying technique second only to the blade of celestial slaughter. Yet even this could not secure Luya's true spirit, granting him a fleeting chance at escape. Once he assimilated all futures, the moment an opportunity arose to illuminate the river of time and fate, pointing to the current juncture, he would take that final step to break free from the sea of suffering, awakening each past version of himself, racing towards the eternal void before the heavens and earth had come into being. Unlike the beings of the current juncture, those powerful enough could discern the differences between the current juncture and the future. Although beings existing in various futures possessed some awareness of the current juncture, the influence of time rendered them incapable of discerning the true nature of the present moment. They could only mistakenly believe that their temporal location was the forefront of the river of time, though the Azure Emperor had descended from the current juncture into the future. Having taken that step, he naturally had to bear the corresponding consequences, losing the ability to recognize the true current juncture. Should the opportunity to illuminate his position in the current juncture fail to manifest, as time advanced, and the current juncture consumed the future where the Azure Emperor resided. The world would gain another martyr on the path to the other shore, since the Azure Emperor was absent in the present. The future where he existed could not be genuine. Once the current juncture assimilated all futures into one, this illusory future would dissipate instantaneously, and the Azure Emperor within would not escape unscathed. In contrast to the more common failures of formidable beings ascending to the other shore, at least the multitude of sentient beings would be aware that a top-tier existence from the myriad realms had faltered in breaking free from suffering. Should the Azure Emperor fail, the historical record would merely reflect that he had suddenly vanished one day, never to be seen again. The Jade Box in Lin Yang's possession was the opportunity that could illuminate the current juncture for the Azure Emperor. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind as Lin Yang quietly mused. No wonder back then he exhibited such celestial intent, guiding me, who was seeking the Azure Emperor deep within the East Sea, to receive Meng Qi's summons, ultimately severing the body of the demon's sovereign, thereby delaying the time for awakening the Azure Emperor. At this moment, he commanded considerable power. As long as the other shore remained unclaimed, none could rival him. Even though he had once bestowed a moment of awakening upon the Azure Emperor, creating a thread of karmic debt, ultimately, the Azure Emperor was but an outsider, incapable of assisting him in all matters. Should he ascend to the other shore soon, while Lin Yang might gain an ally, he would not necessarily enjoy the same degree of freedom. After all, the Azure Emperor would weigh his own gains and losses, at the very least. In matters concerning the establishment of a world for the deceased, he would undoubtedly signal the Nine Spirits' primordial saint to intervene. Should Lin Yang not have commenced the establishment of such a world by that time, even if the Azure Emperor were aware of his intentions, he would merely feign ignorance. Decades later, Lin Yang finally comprehended this matter. It seemed the Heavenly Emperor had foreseen this very scene long ago, orchestrating a series of coincidences that led Lin Yang to the universe containing fragments of the demon realm. Had it not been for his return to the realm of the Supreme One, Lin Yang's disposition would have undergone a profound transformation. He would not have overlooked even a single technique from the Buddha's palm hidden within the fragments of the demon realm. Thus, under fortuitous circumstances, he began to comprehend the essence of the Buddha's palm before stepping on his spirit mountain, potentially hastening the battle with the supreme true Buddha atop that sacred peak. Did he not harbor any doubts about this initially? Or did he attribute it to the fluctuations of human nature? Or perhaps to the influence of that particular individual? Gazing upon the Lingxiao Palace and the Duoshui Palace, Lin Yang finally severed the myriad illusions that clouded his mind, allowing his spirit to return to a state of purity. As he approached the other shore, even the slightest hesitation or wavering within his heart could prove fatal. Knowing this well, Lin Yang was determined not to leave any vulnerabilities within his soul. The Nine-Spirit Primordial Sage, a master of great powers, the steed of the Azure Emperor, had long guarded the gate of the Nine Netherworlds, adapting well to its environment. Chapter 910, The Azure Emperor's Talents, Mother of All Realms. Having gained clarity regarding past events, Lin Yang felt a blend of sentiment and sighs welling up within him. He lifted his foot, departing from the leaves strewn with white petals, traversing through the eternal expanse of time, as if the passage of the external world had come to a standstill. No matter how long ago the past had been, crossing through layers of universes, Lin Yang emerged from the realm of the ancient Fusang tree, arriving above the eastern sea. In a flash, his form vanished, returning to the nine heavens. While the Azure Emperor's premature arrival at the other shore was not particularly advantageous for him, it appeared to be a fait accompli. At the very least, Lin Yang would not impede the Azure Emperor's ascension. He would merely delay it for a time, allowing the Emperor to gather more advantages. By then, even should the Azure Emperor feign ignorance, there would be little room for maneuver. The Azure Emperor, after all, owed a debt of causality to Lin Yang. Lin Yang had merely been nurturing his plans in his heart, which had yet to be acted upon, but had been disrupted by the Azure Emperor. Fortunately, as it had not materialized, it would not affect the causality between the two. However, had Lin Yang already made the necessary arrangements, any interference from the Azure Emperor would undoubtedly weigh heavily upon him. Unless the Azure Emperor harbored no aspirations regarding the Tao fruit and had no intention of seeking emptiness, it was improbable for him to allow this causality, which would inevitably impact his future pursuits of emptiness, to become even more burdensome. Since the Azure Emperor's ascension to the other shore was largely a matter of certainty, and given that the realm of the ancient Fusang tree was both his birthplace and future sanctuary, Lin Yang had no desire to linger there. The mere thought of a being from the other shore coexisting within the same space as his own past was enough to evoke a sense of discomfort. Upon returning to the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Yang sat upon the throne, his thoughts stirring. The Azure Emperor's unique path to the other shore deeply intrigued him. After all, the disturbances encountered before retracing time could be minimized to a greater extent, rendering it far more favorable than his current plans for ascension. Regrettably, although he had previously jested with friends, dubbing the Azure Emperor as the weakest among the normal beings of this era, only by experiencing the situation firsthand could one truly grasp the terrifying potential of the Azure Emperor's talents. As the Azure Emperor ascended to the other shore, the illusory Tao fruit he condensed encompassed 4 aspects of the Tao, corresponding to the 4 ultimate paths of the myriad realms. The paths of wood and vitality. The Azure Emperor, born at the dawn of the era, and one of the 2 fruits of the ancient Fusang tree, was inherently a master of great powers. The primordial wood of the myriad realms. It was hardly surprising that he could condense an illusory Tao fruit based on the paths of wood and vitality. The remaining 2 ultimate paths were time and void. Thus, it becomes evident how profound the Azure Emperor's foundation was even before his ascension to the other shore, enabling him to defy the understandings of many great masters and delve into the illusory future in pursuit of his path to the other shore. In this world, there are always matters that cannot attain completeness. Lin Yang finally quelled his thoughts. Eastern Sea. Sha Wujing and the Lantern God emerged from the ethereal realm of the ancient Fusang tree, their expressions notably grave. He has actually come, Sha Wujing murmured solemnly. The realm of the ancient Fusang tree was fraught with peculiarities. Even if he had discovered a rapid route to the pinnacle, he still arrived too late. Far behind a mission-bound Meng Qi, just as he neared the summit of the ancient tree, Lin Yang had already engaged in combat with the imprint of Haoyan. The battle reverberated throughout the realm of the ancient Fusang tree, implicating Sha Wujing, who narrowly escaped being engulfed by an unstoppable vortex of energy, almost obliterated by the powers of the 2 emperors. Had it not been for Lin Yang's protective instinct, considering his probable alliance with the great sage equal to heaven, Sha Wujing would have perished long ago, unable to escape the fierce battle between the 2 emperors. If Gu Shaoxing truly left something behind, it seems it has reached Su Meng's hands. At this moment, I am in no condition to confront him, remarked the Lantern God. As a renowned immortal of ancient times, he had glimpsed the primordial supreme being from afar. He dared not act recklessly and could only reference the Kunlun Mountain as a stand-in for the Jade Void Palace established by Meng Qi. Engage in battle at Kunlun Mountain? Sha Wujing fell silent at these words. The Lantern God, noticing this, also felt it inappropriate. That being, who gazed down upon the myriad realms and established new celestial decrees, would surely not allow such an event to unfold. To contravene the new celestial decrees before the return of the acting divine emissary would undoubtedly provide grounds for the other party to strike, especially given Lin Yang's previously displayed terrifying prowess. If he truly desired, it would not be difficult to uproot the current home of the true void. Await the will of the matriarch. The 2 divine emissaries exchanged a glance, then returned to the outskirts of the true void. Demon Emperor Palace. The expressions of the assembled great sages were equally somber. They had initially believed they were on the verge of regaining their peak strength and could commence their conquest of the core of the true realm. However, upon sensing the fluctuations emanating from the realm of the ancient Fusang tree, several great sages began to hesitate. 3 years. The Peng Demon King sighed. Only 3 years had passed since his own liberation, yet the once terrifying Xianyang had achieved an entirely new breakthrough in strength. Xianyang now embodied order. As long as he existed, chaos among the myriad realms could not be permitted. When he re-established the heavenly court, any deviation from his proclamations could result in severe repercussions. Since it pertains to our own paths and is inextricably linked to his interests, he would never allow us to succeed in turning the land into a realm of demons. Spoke the Bull Demon King. At this moment, he had re-entered the cycle of creation and would soon reach his peak once more in 3 to 5 years. And it is not merely us, the true void, the earthly Buddhist kingdom, who does not yearn to dominate the core of the true realm to enact their own path. We need not worry. When the time is ripe, someone will inevitably stir the pot, and we shall observe Xuanyang's response. We could take advantage of the chaos to seize a portion of the core of the true realm, which is also a feasible strategy. One of the great sages spoke up. The cultivation at the level of creation is deeply intertwined with the true realm. To achieve a solid foundation and reach the level of condensing the illusory Tao fruit, it is but a dream to seek understanding through countless universes. Only within the mother of all realms, at the heart of the myriad heavens, can one hope to fully establish a solid foundation. The core principles remain unchanged. No matter how much a particular path may vary, grasping the fundamental mysteries is already halfway to success. The true realm of the mother of all realms is where the foundational mysteries of all paths across countless universes reside. Hence, throughout history, many conflicts have occurred within the true realm rather than in the myriad universes, unless one is unwilling to continue advancing. Any great master aspiring for progress would never abandon the true realm, regardless of the countless and boundless universes beyond it. Only in the central axis of the myriad heavens, deemed the only true realm by certain individuals, can one find aid in ascending to the other shore. At that moment, an individual entered the Demon Emperor Palace, saying, in addition to this method, there may exist other alternatives. Initially, the Xian stated that Lin Yang treats all sentient beings equally, and this includes the demon race. To elaborate, the illusory Tao fruit of the normal other shore encompasses various aspects of the Tao, ranging from one or two facets to nearly all. The illusory Tao fruit of the ancient beings comprises all aspects of the Tao and can be regarded as the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. There appears to be no distinction between the oldest and the ancient beings concerning the Tao fruit. The former can trace back to the very roots of time, while the latter is slightly inferior, capable of tracing back only to the inception of the initial epoch, still a considerable distance from the roots of time. Chapter 911, The Tale of the Demon Emperor. As mighty beings, either fully returned or on the verge of returning, covet the realm of reality. The Yellow Springs also arrived at the location of the true martial emperor within the origin of life and death. Oh, true martial, it is regrettable that, despite your status as a Taoist sage as disciple, you have lost your composure while listening to myriad teachings, ultimately becoming nearly assimilated by the near Tao power of the origin of life and death. And now you can only cling to existence in this state of neither life nor death. A faint smile graced the Yellow Springs, soon to seize the body of the true martial emperor, transforming each of his projections and imprints into his own essence. Even the time-honored and primordial deity could hardly contain his excitement. Should this endeavor succeed, he would become one of the few perfected beings beneath the other shore, firmly grounded in the conflicting path of life and death. If he were to ascend to the other shore in the future, achieving a balance between life and death, he would not be far from grasping the mysteries of all realms, akin to the ancient beings. Even conservatively estimating, after fully assimilating all that belongs to true martial and merging with his true self, he could possess the characteristics of immortals and demons. With his influence over the Yellow Springs River, reclaiming a demonic identity and becoming a pseudo-other shore within the Nine Nether would pose no challenge. Yet, he refrained from engaging in any petty schemes. Before commencing his possession, the Yellow Springs gazed toward the approaching figure, seemingly in search of the Demon Emperor's form. A surge of thoughts coursed through him, contemplating. Becoming a pseudo-other shore should not necessitate handling all matters personally. If he were astute, he might consider becoming my servant in gratitude for aiding in the restoration of my power. Having a pseudo-other shore as a support would be far superior to being utterly alone. After several thorough examinations of his surroundings and confirming his safety, the Yellow Springs settled within the concept of life and death, weaving intricate hand seals. Ancient and obscure mantras flowed from his lips, and in that moment, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Black and white radiance enveloped the Yellow Springs, and amidst the ebb and flow of life and death, it seemed to stir the deeper regions of the origin of life and death, invigorating the concepts of life and death in this place, as if life itself were about to emerge. Suddenly, from the depths of the black and white light, a fervent call emanated from the Yellow Springs, his true spirit escaping, seemingly descending from infinite heights to this locale, enduring the baptism of life and death. In an instant, the true spirit of the Yellow Springs traversed the immeasurable distance to stand before the body of the true martial emperor, poised to enter within. The true martial emperor, whose eyes had been tightly shut, now opened them, revealing a depth suffused with purple light, as if weighing the heavens. A path to self-destruction. He let out a soft snort, extending a phantom hand to grasp, directly transforming various concepts of life and death into a sword. This sword bore intricate engravings, embodying the profound truths of life and death across all realms, perpetually cycling through existence and extinction, extinction and existence. The Yellow Springs gasped in shock, having not even a moment to retreat before the true martial emperor unleashed a strike. Whoosh! The origin of life and death seemed to resonate with the true martial emperor's action, introducing a fleeting concept of sound, adding a hint of new color to the otherwise immutable realm of the near Tao. Although this new concept vanished in less than a breath, it was evident how formidable the true martial emperor was. The annihilation of the Tao and the birth of the Tao. This place was saturated with concepts of life and death, compounded by the yellow springs actively releasing his true spirit, thereby embarking on a path of self-destruction, which prompted the true martial emperor to employ this maneuver. In a flash of brilliance, the true spirit of the yellow springs vanished without a trace, slain by the true martial emperor's sword in that very moment. Concurrently, the true form of the yellow springs, once enveloped in black and white radiance, underwent an indescribable transformation upon the disappearance of the true spirit, as if it had morphed into a remnant, losing that which could only be perceived by entities above the Dharma body. Observing the distant remnant of the yellow springs, the true martial emperor pondered momentarily before collecting it. Although he possessed a plethora of treasures, envied by other mighty beings, he would not overlook the remnant of the yellow springs. Crafting a peerless divine weapon relies not solely on materials, but more so on the prevailing circumstances. Conversely, without sufficient materials, no matter how favorable the conditions, one could not forge a divine weapon of unparalleled excellence. The remnant left by the yellow springs, newly initiated into creation, undoubtedly constituted a rare treasure across the realms. Come forth. After putting away the remnant of the yellow springs, the true martial emperor, with his eyes concealing purple light, gazed into the distance. The place he fixed his gaze upon held nothing but various concepts. The yellow springs had meticulously scrutinized it several times without discovering any irregularities. However, the certainty reflected in the true martial emperor's demeanor indicated that there was indeed something there. Indeed, as the intent was projected, the area suffused with concepts of life and death suddenly rippled, and soon after, the concepts were drawn back like a curtain, revealing the form of the demon emperor. You have cultivated the demon emperor canon? Upon sighting the demon emperor's form, the true martial emperor expressed surprise. The name of the demon emperor, known for his conquests in the Nine Nether, resonated deeply with him, and he had engaged in numerous battles with the demon lord of ancient times, who had yet to ascend to the other shore. Thus he was well acquainted with the techniques of the demon lord. Indeed, the demon emperor inclined his head slightly, exhaling a breath of relief. Since the true martial did not strike upon their first encounter nor act during the slaying of the yellow springs, the danger had lessened considerably. In pursuit of ascending to the other shore, despite the inherent risks associated with the demon emperor's presence, he felt compelled to come. Otherwise, the loss would not merely be a matter of a single avatar that could be resummoned with time. Since you have practiced the demon emperor canon, why did you choose to employ the method of annihilating the Tao instead of the demon lord's techniques of slaughter? The true martial inquired nonchalantly. Holding the Yuan Yang ruler, he possessed the confidence to slay any mighty being. Even a certain 3 corpses of the other shore would only incite his caution. Had it not been for the yellow springs serving as a catalyst, allowing him to enter the origin of life and death to create a slight karmic entanglement with the yellow springs, he would not have feigned death, enticing the yellow springs to act first against him. During the scheming of several powerful beings, a friend of mine eliminated the malevolent thoughts you used for your death substitution. Because of this, I was able to witness the Tao severing you left behind. After several twists and turns, I collected the 5 strikes of the heaven-cutting 7 swords. The demon emperor did not provide a direct answer, but rather concocted a half-truth about the past, confident that the true martial emperor could not see through it. Through the matter of malevolent thoughts, I learned that you had leaped into the origin of life and death. Coincidentally, I faced a formidable enemy, too powerful, and in an unavoidable circumstance, I found my way to the yellow springs, ultimately arriving here. Upon hearing the words of the demon emperor, the true martial emperor's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, "You came to the origin of life and death seeking my assistance? Why should I help you?" While the lingering malevolent thoughts outside remained a nuisance, since he had left a reward for the one who resolved those thoughts, he had naturally settled the karmic connection. The figure before him, an embodiment of wickedness, should have understood this principle. Thus, what confidence did he possess to utter such words? Chapter 9:12. Reaping the benefits of others. Since you have leaped into the origin of life and death, you must wish to establish your foundation of the Tao upon the path of life and death. My formidable enemy also aspires to do the same. Although I share this intention, I am merely a novice at creation, and thus will not serve as a competitor that could obstruct your perfecting the foundation of life and death, responded the demon emperor. His words stirred a sense of gravity within the true martial emperor, leading to a flicker of speculation. Although the myriad realms are vast and boundless, the great powers are like a single carrot in a pit, and they do not suddenly emerge. How many possess the qualifications to be competitors in the path of life and death against him? Can those of the ordinary creation level stand alongside him? The words of Jinwu bore a weighty tone, his speech slightly delayed. He referred to himself as the great emperor of Fengdu, the sovereign of the underworld. The body of the demon emperor spoke, and indeed, it was he. Jinwu mused quietly. In truth, those who attain complete creation are exceedingly rare. To describe them as fewer than the fingers on two hands may seem exaggerated, yet is unlikely to exceed that number by much. Among such scarcity, those who would choose to establish their foundation in the conflicting path of life and death are even fewer. Ah, now I understand, Jinwu remarked. Do you seek to enlist the assistance of this old Taoist to eliminate the great emperor of Fengdu? This would indeed reduce one of my competitors, which explains your confidence in diving into the origin of life and death to persuade me. At this moment, Jinwu's self-reference had shifted, signifying a change in his attitude. He was not surprised that the body of the demon emperor was aware of matters that are relatively obscure to ordinary great powers. After all, the legacy of the demon lord documented such facts, making it perfectly normal. As he reached this point, Jinwu suddenly smiled and said, to endure under his hand. It seems the demon lord has left behind quite a lot. He said this because he understood that in the eyes of great powers, even those of the other shore, the true identity of the mysterious great emperor of Fengdu was known. One of the three corpses of the Bodhi ancient Buddha, an incarnation of the other shore. Had he not fortuitously heard the mention of this matter by an emperor who seemed to have gained some benefits at the highest level of the nine heavens during ancient times, he too would have remained in ignorance. The body of the demon emperor remained silent, allowing Jinwu to speculate freely. Too much conversation might inadvertently reveal secrets. He shifted the topic, saying, the 7 swords of the heaven cutting comprises 7 swords. Yet only 5 remain in circulation among the world. Do you know if the remaining 2 are in the possession of the heavenly sovereign? If Ananda were to reverse cultivate the Tathagata and ascend to the other shore as a demon Buddha, what would happen if he were to gather the 7 swords of the heaven cutting and imitate this act? Could reversing the cultivation of the heaven cutting enable him to escape the sea of suffering and ascend to the other shore? As for the demon Buddha's ascent to the other shore, it is uncertain which great figure from the other shore would support him. However, given his various actions, it seems unlikely that the Buddhist realm would support the demon Buddha's ascension, and the 3 pure ones likewise harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. The demon sage, who masquerades as the demon emperor, would be even less likely to lend support. Only the enigmatic Wuxing Laomu, who has maintained an ambiguous stance, might somewhat support the demon Buddha's ascent, especially since, following the Battle of Lingshan, all other beings from the other shore, except for those few, have perished completely. In a scenario where only one being from the other shore is likely to support the ascent, it would be tantamount to actively courting death. Yet, the demon Buddha's eventual ascent signifies that the reverse cultivation of the Tathagata's divine palm possesses extraordinary qualities, perhaps representing a new path to the other shore, more unique than that of the Azure Emperor and difficult to influence from the outside. Time is of no essence in the Tao, and the Tao leaves a thread. Jinwu pondered deeply for a moment, casting a penetrating gaze at the body of the demon emperor, as if attempting to see through his innermost thoughts. Finally, after a brief pause, Jinwu spoke. Those 2 swords have long since vanished from the myriad realms, having disappeared before the last epoch of the ancients. Although I was the last attendant of the esteemed one, I am well aware of the folly of trying to grasp too much. Initially, I chose only the annihilation of the Tao and the birth of the Tao. The later lessons of cutting the Tao to meet me and transmitting the Tao to the universe were learned afterwards. To speak of the heaven cutting, my understanding does not surpass yours. Though Jinwu's words fell within the realm of the demon emperor's expectations, hearing them nonetheless brought a tinge of disappointment. With the Tathagata's divine palm and the reverse palm both in hand, failing to gather the heaven cutting of equal caliber was indeed regrettable. The reverse cultivation of the 7 swords of the heaven cutting would likely remain a mere thought for now. Unless one becomes an ancient being, only then could they hope to complete the heaven cutting in the epochs past, the body of the demon emperor mused. Since Jinwu indicated that the 2 swords had vanished before the last epoch of the ancients, ordinary beings from the other shore could not trace back to that era. Having found the old Taoist, what are your plans now? You cannot simply drag the old Taoist away from the origin of life and death to seek out Fengdu. Enhancing oneself is far more crucial than dealing with external foes. At this moment, the origin of life and death still holds significant benefits for the old Taoist. Your previous rationale is insufficient to persuade him to leave this place. At this point, Zhenwu spoke, his eyes revealing an increasingly faint hue of purple, as if he had already shed the state of being assimilated by the near Tao force. There is no need for us to venture out. Before entering, I had made arrangements. Fengdu will inevitably enter the origin of life and death. Even if my arrangements have yet to take effect, knowing of the existence of the origin, coupled with the urgency of the moment, he will naturally come. All we need do is wait patiently. The body of the demon emperor articulated the plan. Since the great emperor of Fengdu, as one of the masters of the 6 paths of reincarnation, is nurturing the little foodie just as in the original timeline, allowing her to obtain the 2 musical scores of Fu Huang. He naturally intends to leverage the unique phenomenon that occurs when the little foodie attains her Dharma body to leap into the origin of life and death. What else does he need to do? Simply wait in silence. Once the great emperor of Fengdu is eliminated by Zhenwu, he can step out to take control of the underworld established by the great emperor of Fengdu. When the time comes to eliminate the great emperor of Fengdu, he does not plan to intervene personally, as the external body also turns a blind eye to the existence of the great emperor of Fengdu. After all, the latter has not disturbed the order of the world. Therefore, even if the Bodhi ancient Buddha harbors suspicions about his occupation of the underworld, he would not place the primary target upon him. Ultimately, the notion that he and the great emperor of Fengdu are formidable foes is merely a ruse to deceive Zhenwu, who has long dwelled in the origin of life and death, sharing the same level of creation and with the primordial heart seal upon him. How could he possibly be detected in a lie by Zhenwu, provided his logic holds? This lines up closely with the old Taoist thoughts. Zhenwu nodded lightly. To avoid alerting the great emperor of Fengdu, it is inconvenient for me to intervene. Otherwise, I might draw suspicion and provoke unforeseen changes. Should the heavenly sovereign find it truly challenging to confront him, you could lure the great emperor of Fengdu to my location. Sharing the same level of creation, I could easily interfere with him, thus creating an opportunity for the heavenly sovereign to eliminate him. Agreed, the body of the demon emperor replied. Zhenwu did not object. In the end, the two reached an agreement, and the body of the demon emperor departed to contemplate the mysteries of life and death. Chapter 9:13. The Inheritance of the Human Emperor. In the Great Zhou, Gao Lan stood before the imperial palace, gazing up at the sky. The brilliant stars, even in the daylight, were distinctly visible. The smallest among them appeared as large as a grinding disk from the ground, harboring within them an expansive universe, a scale that ordinary individuals could hardly hope to traverse in their lifetimes. As a celestial being and a ruler, Gao Lan could discern that the largest cluster of stars grew ever brighter, approaching the luminosity of the true sun in the real realm. They are returning. A surge of thoughts coursed through Gao Lan's mind. With every star that shone brighter, the weight upon him grew heavier. This indicated that those superpowers from the mythological era were regaining their peaks. And it wouldn't be long before the real realm would witness the emergence of a cadre of fully restored great beings, powerful, transcendent entities. In fact, some of these great entities were already walking among the world in their complete forms, beginning to scheme. Countless thoughts swirled within him, and Gao Lan's expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, he sighed. In the end, I still fell short. Although, through subtle means, he had incorporated the great gene into the Great Zhou, and Zhao Huiyan had voluntarily relinquished the throne, allowing the Great Zhou to successfully unify the central plains and the core of the myriad realms. He still could not take the next step to become a legend, despite having cultivated the Human Emperor's golden book and wielding the Human Emperor's sword. Gao Lan was undoubtedly among the most elite of celestial beings. However, when it came to self-validating his legend, he lacked the confidence that even some slightly weaker celestial beings possessed. After all, the might of one's power bore no critical relation to the ability to comprehend oneself as oneself. It is evident that, with the current cultivation level, one will inevitably face elimination. The eyes of the celestial sovereign, Gao Lan, glimmered faintly, as if shifting his gaze from the myriad stars to the celestial realm, beholding the grandeur of the heavenly court that envelopes all worlds. Reflecting on the intentions expressed by the other party during their visit to the Great Zhou, Gao Lan, burdened by immense pressure, found himself wavering. As he turned to walk deeper into the imperial palace, he murmured to himself, "It must be this way." His words revealed a sense of reluctance, a sigh, and an unspeakable entanglement, as if this monarch were preoccupied with a matter of great significance. In the Lingxiao Hall, Lin Yang sensed the call of the remnants he had previously left behind. Awakened from his meditative state, his eyes, which contained the essence of countless universes, pierced through the layers of void, allowing him to glimpse the capital of the great Zhou, Chonglu, and the figure of Gao Lan clad in yellow robes. Has a decision been made? Lin Yang pondered silently. He did not depart from the Lingxiao Hall, but instead extended his consciousness, utilizing that thread of connection to manifest within the imperial palace of the great Zhou. What you spoke of before, I have consented, he declared upon his arrival. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's appearance, Gao Lan, who stood before a mural, turned around. The myriad emotions on his face shifted continuously, despite his profound composure. The deepest tremors of his heart could not be concealed. Gao Lan spoke, I shall entrust you with the complete Emperor's golden book, and in exchange, you will aid me in resurrecting Yanran. By the end of his statement, despite having endured numerous tribulations, Gao Lan's tone softened, tinged with a hint of tenderness. Agreed, Lin Yang replied with a gentle nod. As mortals are not devoid of feelings, even the ancient demon sage, born from the primordial era, was captivated by the celestial sovereign during the ancient epics. How much more so for Gao Lan, whose love was none other than Yanran. Their fates had been severed due to worldly schemes, leaving Gao Lan with an irreparable regret that drove him to bloodshed, methodically exacting vengeance upon all involved. Upon Lin Yang's affirmative response, Gao Lan's trepidation dissipated, and the cold facade he presented to the outside world vanished. Xuan Inu, Lin Yang suddenly spoke, directing his gaze toward the void beside him. Buzz! A radiant light erupted, illuminating the imperial palace of the great Zhou, transforming it into a realm akin to a paradise. Layers of ethereal mist emerged, taking form as a feather garment that traced an exquisite silhouette. Your Majesty, this is Yanran. The form of the nine heavens, Xian Nu solidified, with light radiating from her side, twisting and coalescing into the figure of a woman. The inheritor of the Su Nu path, Yin Ran manifested as one of the myriad incarnations, destined to traverse the mortal realm and experience the world. Should she perish, she would return to the true essence of the Su Nu path's inheritor, becoming part of their legacy. This appeared to be a secure path of cultivation, allowing the 3,000 incarnations to gain experience in isolation during the sex seclusion. However, the risks were not negligible. When practitioners of the incarnation method sought to solidify their forms, the memories of the incarnations would clash, vying for dominance, attempting to convert the remaining memories into their past lives. Though practitioners held the advantage in this process, it was not absolute. One could easily succumb, allowing this lifetime's memories to revert to those of a previous existence, resulting in a bittersweet sense of nostalgia, lacking the immediacy of personal experience. Given Gao Lan's understanding of Yanran, he knew that when she contended for dominance over the memories, her chances of success were virtually non-existent. Thus, he held little hope, aware that Yanran was merely an incarnation of the Su Nu path's inheritor. The Su Nu path, being the lineage of the nine heavens, Xian Nu, possessed the means to resurrect a dissipated incarnation and bring it back to the world. This is the Emperor's golden book. Gao Lan forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil, his right hand brushing over the Emperor's sword, retrieving several gleaming pages that appear to be forged from the essence of sovereign power. Lin Yang Bichgonet, grasping the Emperor's golden book and discerning its authenticity. It was neither a counterfeit nor a replica, but the genuine manuscript left by the Emperor himself, directly pointing to the other shore from its most fundamental level. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded slightly, a sense of joy swelling within him. Although many legacies have been left by those who had reached the other shore, few were truly suitable for him. Let us depart. After gesturing to the Xian Nu, Lin Yang promptly vanished, returning to the nine heavens. Gao Lang, at this moment, the voice of Yanran, who vaguely comprehended the unfolding events, rang out. A lingering sadness adorned her face, as if she had not yet extricated herself from the haunting scenes of her demise. The nine heavens Xian Nu cast a glance at the two before vanishing from sight, the dense mist dissipating alongside her. In the Lingxiao Hall, Lin Yang perused the Emperor's golden book, pondering the insights contained within. At his current level, acquiring a complete legacy from the other shore could not be deemed without merit. Though its impact was not as profound as he had imagined, it was better than having nothing at all. Upon mastering the Emperor's golden book, he could begin to tackle the remnants of the Emperor, as cultivating the legacy left by the Emperor during his lifetime would undoubtedly ease the difficulty of transforming the Emperor's remnants into an incarnation. Lin Yang Muset, of course, this was contingent upon his achieving a perfect state of creation, Only through the enhancement of the nine heavens would he become a pseudo-being of the other shore. Otherwise, coveting the remnants of the emperor would merely lead to his own demise. Chapter 9:14. The Passage of Time. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed since Meng Qi's self-proclamation of legend. During these 2 years, while the real world remained largely undisturbed, undercurrents surged as some returning powerhouses, unwilling to remain idle, set their sights on the core of the myriad realms. At Kunlun Mountain, Meng Qi sat within the Taoist sanctuary, his thoughts in motion. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Gu Shaosheng indeed followed Lin Yang's counsel, utilizing the Chaos Green Lotus Seed to reconstruct her Dharma body, achieving a level nearly akin to legend due to her innate virtues. Shortly after Gu Xiaosong's resurrection, he sensed an anomaly at the Yusu Palace, not the Kunlun Mountain he resided in, but the true Yusu Palace, the domain of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Curiosity piqued. He ventured towards Yusu Palace, where he encountered several fellow disciples, engaging in discussions on how the Yusu lineage should respond to the impending calamity. Unlike during the Fengshun and Shiyu eras, after the conclusion of the Battle of Lingshan, the primordial heavenly sovereign had vanished without a trace, leaving the Yusu lineage without its greatest support, necessitating a cautious approach in the face of other formidable powers. Senior Brother Lin. Recalling what he had heard at the Yusu Palace, Meng Qi furrowed his brow slightly. The heavenly emperor has fallen, and the era has come to an end. Although he was unclear about the sequence of these events, he knew they were inextricably linked, almost bound together. One's glory was intertwined with the other's demise. While it might seem peculiar to describe an existence intertwined with the myriad realms in such terms, it was not entirely inaccurate. In the early days of the ancient era, this might have sufficed, but now, knowing that the end of the era was imminent, why cling so fiercely to the title of Heavenly Emperor? That, a melodious voice suddenly echoed in Meng Qi's ear. Even the legendary mighty beings would feel a shiver at such a moment. And Meng Qi could not help but tremble slightly, his heart racing as he reprimanded. Enough. Do you wish for him to discover that you are still alive? The speaker was none other than the resurrected Gu Shaosheng. Prior to her resurrection, after consuming the fruit of her current life, Gu Shaosheng had, in a sense, been residing within Meng Qi's body. Thus she spoke as she did. Now that she had been resurrected and regained her corporeal form, she continued to conceal herself in Meng Qi's presence to avoid exposure. Observing Meng Qi's flustered demeanor, Gu Shaosheng chuckled softly before adopting a solemn expression, stating, Lin Yang possesses extraordinary abilities. Even my understanding of him has at times been clouded. Beyond what is known to the world, this celestial sovereign harbors even more astonishing secrets. He is fully aware that the heavenly emperor is destined to fall at the end of the era. Yet he resolutely chooses to re-establish the heavenly court and ascend once more to the supreme throne of the myriad realms. She possessed the memories of the primordial mother, a being from the other shore, enabling her to perform various incredible feats, manipulating many as though they were but pawns in her game. However, despite this, whenever she recalls the illustrious deeds of the renowned Emperor Xianyang, a slight frown inevitably crosses her brow. Ultimately, it can be concluded that the primordial mother is an ordinary being of the other shore, while the celestial emperor surpasses her in strength. Therefore, even in his reincarnation, he can confound the fate of a being from the other shore. How could Gu Shaosheng know that the mother she has long cherished and cannot forget is but a fragment of the primordial mother's essence, and that even her independent consciousness is a manifestation created by the primordial mother, who took on the guise of the primordial supreme being? Given this, the memories of the primordial mother, which she relies on as her trump card, must differ in subtle yet significant ways at crucial points. After a brief pause, Gu Shaosheng continued, furthermore, his rapid ascension to a great power is closely related to the supreme treasure. Perhaps the benefits of the supreme throne outweigh its fall, which is why he has achieved this. Perhaps that is indeed the case, Meng Qi sighed. After adjusting his garments, he departed from Kunlun Mountain and arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. Upon his arrival, the celestial soldiers stationed at the southern heavenly gate immediately perked up, and one of the heavenly generals cupped his hands respectfully, saying, We welcome the Yuan Emperor, immortal sovereign. Who does not know the relationship between the Yuan Emperor and His Majesty? Additionally, since the Yuan Emperor self-proclaimed his legend 2 years ago, it is only appropriate to address him as immortal sovereign. What brings you to seek His Majesty? At that moment, a star god spoke up, his tone complex. Whether by chance or duty, he seemed familiar with Meng Qi. Meng Qi turned his gaze toward the voice and regarded the silver-armored star god for a moment before recognition dawned, and he exclaimed, Qin Yu, it's you? This star god, once a disciple of the Xintian sect, was revered as the Five Directions Emperor's Blade. He and Meng Qi had previously clashed, and upon being conferred a divine title, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden had granted Qin Yu a position among the stars based on his nature, loyalty, and merits, propelling him from the realm of mere appearance to near legendary status. Encountering Qin Yu, who could be considered a familiar face, softened Meng Qi's expression. He smiled and said, "Let us discuss the Tao." Discuss the Tao? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Indeed, Su Ming has already self-proclaimed as legend. Although there is undoubtedly a vast gulf between him and His Majesty, he is not someone who can be looked down upon by those who rely solely on their divine titles to gaze upon the universe. Even though I have not slackened in martial arts since becoming a star god in these past years, even while residing in the sacred realm of the Nine Heavens, my martial prowess remains at the level of an earth immortal. Moreover, as Su Ming is the direct disciple of the primordial supreme being, his claim to discuss the Tao with His Majesty is not mere folly. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, after a brief pause, Qin Yu spoke. "Very well. Follow me." His Majesty instructed that if you arrived, you should wait a moment. As he spoke, Qin Yu turned, leading Meng Qi behind him. Before them was a chariot adorned with billions of stars and radiant clouds, drawn by 3 pure white, celestial steeds with wings. After boarding the chariot, Meng Qi expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Has Lin Shixiang gone out? Not in the heavenly court?" His mind raced with speculation about where Lin Yang might have gone. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu revealed a knowing expression and replied, "His Majesty anticipated you would ask such a question, so he informed me of his whereabouts." After a brief pause, Qin Yu uttered 3 words. "The Demon Emperor's Hall?" Meng Qi was taken aback, wishing to gaze into the depths of the Eastern Sea where the Demon Emperor's Hall lay. However, now trapped within the Nine Heavens, devoid of omnipresence, he could only rely on imagination to ponder what Lin Yang might be doing at the gathering of the Demon Emperor in the myriad heavens. Note: Gu Shaosang is a product of the primordial mother-s reduction to emptiness, not connected to Meng Qi and the Demon Buddha, but rather to the relationship between Meng Qi and the primordial supreme being, both being successors of the latter. Although the primordial mother was born at the dawn of the era, it was not until the early Middle Ages, upon receiving the legacies of the primordial supreme being and the spirit treasure supreme being, that she ascended to the other shore. It is due to the inheritance from these 2 celestial beings, as well as their treasures, that the primordial mother could masquerade as the primordial supreme being without being detected by other beings from the other shore. Chapter 9:15, The Demon Emperor. Deep within the Eastern Sea, in the Demon Emperor's Hall, as Lin Yang stepped through the grand entrance, a sense of caution arose among the gathered great sages. Though this was the Demon Emperor's Hall, they could not be certain that the illustrious Emperor Xianyang would refrain from acting recklessly, and thus they remained vigilant, lest they be caught off guard. This was no trivial matter, based on the battle fluctuations they had sensed 2 years prior. Even though they had gradually restored their powers to the level of creation, they were still not sure how long they could withstand Lin Yang's might. Indeed, he had already begun to exude an aura reminiscent of the Celestial Emperor in his prime. Even forsaking all in his reincarnation, the Celestial Emperor remained the Celestial Emperor. A tremor coursed through one great sage's heart. Back when the Celestial Emperor wielded his overwhelming power, he had still been a formidable celestial being, later experiencing extraordinary fortune that allowed him to return to the past at the legendary level, witnessing the Celestial Emperor contending against the Shang dynasty's Tang. While the great sages contemplated their own thoughts, Qin Qiu, bearing the demon's sage spear, stepped forward and softly inquired, "Might I ask what brings the Emperor here?" The great sages, each unwilling to be outdone by the others upon restoring their powers, found themselves in a predicament where, as the heir to the demon sage, she had to step forward to prevent Lin Yang from mocking them. Lin Yang surveyed the assembly of great sages, noting the absence of the Monkey King, while the strongest among them had now nearly returned to their former levels of creation. In their heyday, they had all been of a similar caliber. Lin Yang mused to himself, achieving perfect creation is no easy feat, even though each great sage boasts a formidable reputation across the myriad realms. Having forged their paths through countless battles, it remains incredibly challenging to attain perfect creation. To Lin Yang's knowledge, aside from the Monkey King, only the fallen Peacock King at Spirit Mountain might have reached this level. As thoughts swirled in his mind, just as Lin Yang was about to speak, he noticed an unmistakable look of uncontainable joy on Qin Qiu's face, who then declared, "His Majesty has instructed me to bring you to meet him." Though Qin Qiu's tone was light, to all ears it was akin to thunder, causing a profound stir among the assembly of great sages. Within the Demon Emperor's hall, the only being whom Qin Xiu would refer to as His Majesty could only be the Demon Emperor himself, had the last remaining being of their kind returned. Amidst the surprise of the great sages, Lin Yang's heart also quickened, and he took a discreet breath. Although he had long intended to meet the Demon Emperor, this was not the opportune moment. Suppressing the multitude of thoughts churning within him, Lin Yang adopted a grave demeanor, nodding slightly at Qin Xiu, and said, "Please, lead the way." If the being within the Demon Emperor's hall were indeed the Demon Emperor, he would not alter his demeanor. However, at this moment, the entity within was not the Demon Emperor, but rather the Demon Sage who should have passed on. Acknowledging this, he could not afford to show disrespect in front of her successor. "Please follow me." Qin Xiu bowed slightly and turned to lead the way deeper into the Demon Emperor's hall, with Lin Yang trailing closely behind. The other great sages exchanged glances, each lost in thought. With the return of the Demon Emperor, their original plans might need to be reconsidered. Following Qin Xiu through a series of portals for about the length of half a stick of incense, they finally arrived at the inner sanctum of the Demon Emperor's hall. The air was thick with mists, fragrant and enchanting, and within the hall, an ancient cauldron was burning something, causing Lin Yang to involuntarily lose focus, eager to investigate further. Despite the fact that the demon sage masquerading as the Demon Emperor was merely a breath away, the contents of the ancient cauldron seemed to possess an enchanting power capable of captivating even a being of his caliber. Was it something related to the other shore? Lin Yang's mind flickered with questions. Something capable of enthralling him must be of a level beyond mere creation. Only matters connected to the other shore could distract him in such a manner. "Your Majesty, the Emperor Xianyang has arrived." At this moment, Qin Xiu bowed slightly. Lin Yang promptly responded, "Xianyang pays his respects to your Majesty." Before him lay a cascade of delicate white gauze curtains, obscuring his view and rendering the figures beyond but a faint blur, although the true visage of the presence remained hidden. An almost palpable aura of compassion and empathy emanated from behind the veil, stirring countless reveries within the heart. The cataclysmic battle that had transpired in the heavenly realm saw powerful figures clashing at the zenith of the nine heavens, a conflict that extended far beyond mere celestial skirmishes, nearly leading to the annihilation of myriad realms. Had it not been for a certain transcendent being who altered the fabric of time, the denizens of the cosmos would have long since faced extinction, leaving no trace of the present reality. Lin Yang surmised that the one who intervened was most likely the true Demon Emperor, for only he would possess the concern for the welfare of countless sentient beings. After all, the Demon Sage had not perished at that time, but had instead chosen to masquerade as the Demon Emperor, tasked with safeguarding both the demon and human tribes during their tribulations. Thus, it became evident that the compassion radiating from behind the layers of gauze was indeed genuine. "Have you come seeking liberation from the sea of suffering?" A serene and gentle voice traversed the curtains, resonating in the ears of both individuals. A look of astonishment flickered across the enchanting visage of Qin Xiu, who, had they not been in the presence of the Demon Emperor, might have doubted the authenticity of such an utterance. Although she had often gleaned the immense might of the supreme Yang deity from discussions among the various great sages, she had not anticipated that the visitor to the Demon Emperor's palace would be motivated by aspirations to transcend to the other shore. It was inconceivable that a being from beyond would err in judgment. Thus Qin Xiu accepted the truth of the Demon Emperor's words, believing Lin Yang's purpose to be as stated, and a sense of reverence swelled within her. He is aware that His Majesty has returned, even in reincarnation. Does he still possess such means to ascertain the movements of a being from beyond? Yes. Lin Yang nodded gently, aware that even if he were not, he could not voice such thoughts. He was certain that the Demon Emperor could discern his intentions for visiting the palace through his future actions. Yet, with the topic directly addressing the plight of liberation from suffering, it was clear that the Emperor did not endorse the lingering thoughts that circled within Lin Yang's mind. The reason, the gauzy curtains fluttered, sharpening the silhouette behind them. "In my view, whether human or demon, all should be treated with equal regard, not judged by the circumstances of their birth or species. Each is a member of the sentient collective, capable of communication and understanding. Even the malevolent spirits of the netherworld possess the potential to transcend their murderous natures in pursuit of self." Lin Yang articulated, despite the countless years of conflict between human tribes, among demons, and between humans and demons, accumulating an immeasurable grudge at that level. A single thought could be false or true, rendering past grievances inconsequential. This sentiment aligned well with the demon emperor's disposition. Since the demon sage acted in the guise of the emperor, even with alternative motives, direct dismissal was not an option, allowing Lin Yang the opportunity to subtly express the crux of his thoughts. Chapitre 916, Ambiguë attitude. Having attained sentience, one is inherently a sentient being, capable of communication if appropriate regulations are established. Lin Yang gradually articulated his innermost thoughts, leaving Qingqiu astounded. The white gauze continued to sway, yet the gentle voice remained silent, rendering the emperor's thoughts inscrutable. After a brief moment, Lin Yang paused, then spoke again. Once liberated from suffering, the foundation for achieving all becomes available. If not for the impending calamity, given sufficient time, recreating the previous circumstances would not pose a challenge, as I believe your majesty is aware. Your majesty has other matters and cannot engage further. Yet my sole desire is to guide all sentient beings across the myriad realms through the impending tribulations. Framing his genuine intentions in a manner most aligned with the emperor's perspective, Lin Yang spoke as if oblivious to the fact that the being behind the curtain was indeed the demon sage, as the source of chaos in the demon realm. Aside from the demon race, all other factions across the realms were mere insects, and considering them as equals was a jest. Lin Yang anticipated that his words would likely elicit no ripple within the depths of the demon sage's heart. However, having assumed the role of the demon emperor, many matters were no longer within the sage's purview. The prize for survival was not one the sage could defy, unless they resigned themselves to stagnation, forever unable to progress. This time, Lin Yang spoke extensively, his discourse lasting several hours, until the sun of the true realm began to descend, casting the world in hues of crimson. When your majesty was persuaded by the celestial treasure lord to support Chengtang, the desires sought then, upon ascending to the other shore, I too can provide. Qingqiu listened with perplexity, unaware that the emperor's desires encompassed the protection of both the demon and human races during the tribulation. Lin Yang's declaration, while seemingly superfluous, conveyed a singular message. I have finished speaking. As time languidly passed, observing that the blurred figure behind the curtain neither opposed nor expressed agreement, and did not prompt Qingqiu to escort him away, Lin Yang began to glean the intentions of the demon sage. Insufficient. Merely what had been previously stated was inadequate to sway the sage into taking considerable risks and opposing other beings from beyond, thereby jeopardizing the current situation. Taking a subtle breath, Lin Yang spoke once more. The demon Buddha has only just liberated himself from a sea of suffering, yet has ascended to a level just below the primordial supreme deity among the powerful beings from beyond. Regardless of Her Majesty's thoughts regarding my earlier assertions, it is unlikely you wish to witness the emergence of the demon Buddha as an additional formidable adversary. Lin Yang recognized that this assertion was flawed. Perhaps the one who most desired the demon Buddha's liberation, aside from the demon Buddha himself, was the demon sage, even more so than Luya. Only once the demon Buddha attained freedom could the sage have the opportunity to personally eliminate him, thereby concluding the saga of unrequited love. The treachery of the demon Buddha, marked by 3 betrayals, had obliterated the 3 supreme factions of the celestial realm, demon realm, and Pusa world. And even the demise of the demon sage was intricately linked to the actions of the demon Buddha, resulting in the current decline of the demon race. Upon reaching the other shore, I shall ensure the demon Buddha remains under watch, preventing any chance of escape during the conflicts among the celestial deities and Buddhas, averting opportunities for others to release this world-destroying fiend. In the ancient era, with the highest dynasty still distant from the impending calamity, the demon Buddha had already grown to such a formidable stature, making it easy to envision how powerful he would become as the end approached. The celestial treasure lord symbolized the transition from existence to non-existence, embodying the concept of conclusion. Following his complete disappearance among the beings from beyond, the closest to this symbol of termination was none other than the demon Buddha, who ascended to the other shore based on the principles of finality. While every ancient entity undoubtedly mastered the mysteries of the myriad realms to cultivate their nascent fruits of enlightenment, the concept of conclusion was no exception. However, at the time of their ascension, the nature of the path they embraced as the foundation for their illusory enlightenment would represent what they would ultimately become, particularly evident as the end neared. During the calamity, the embodiment of conclusion would be most active and powerful, as everything would inevitably culminate in finality, representing the true essence of destiny. The demon Buddha was intertwined with this symbolism of conclusion, and the enhancements he would receive during that time would rival those of the heavenly emperor in the nine heavens or the demon lord in the netherworld. Though it was likely only a slight augmentation, given the demon Buddha's circumstances during the calamity, his temporary emergence as one of the oldest beings would not be surprising. To cultivate based on the principle of conclusion, having a nature of betrayal, could one truly expect the demon Buddha to act benevolently at the peak of his existence? Thus, every being from beyond held reservations regarding the demon Buddha. As Lin Yang addressed this matter, the demon sage could not be led to suspect that this issue had already been exposed. Indeed, as soon as Lin Yang concluded, the long-silent demon emperor finally spoke. The matter of the demon Buddha concerns not just me. Several other companions from beyond also pay heed to it. The primordial once left behind a divine artifact to reinforce the Buddha's seal. If you can indeed fulfill your words, perhaps you may gain their support. However, after a brief pause, the demon emperor spoke. Perhaps there are allies who, at the moment you ascend to the other shore, have already lost their initial advantage in the midst of conflict. They may be contemplating unleashing the demon Buddha, hoping to seize the opportunity amidst chaos. At that time, unforeseen changes may well occur. Losing the initial advantage signifies the absence of a chance to vie for the Tao fruit. In the uncertainty of whether another epoch awaits, one must resolutely commit to breaking the barriers, hoping that the freed demon Buddha can disrupt the prevailing order. Lin Yang nodded slightly, aware of the gravity of this predicament. The voice from behind the veil was now somewhat ethereal, declaring, even a newly ascended being on the other shore can influence the grand scheme. Just because some allies may not wish to see the demon Buddha freed does not imply they desire to witness your liberation from the sea of suffering. Even if they promise you aid, it may merely be a perfunctory gesture, striking when you are at your weakest. A stirring occurred within Lin Yang's heart. Surely, the demon sage was not alluding to himself. You're still a thread away from perfection. Rather than seeking our support, it would be prudent to first solidify your foundation. Otherwise, should you survive the external tribulation, you may still perish from internal strife. At these words, Lin Yang found himself momentarily taken aback. While he felt little weight in his own words, when voiced by the demon emperor, they seemed to carry an indescribable power, stirring feelings of confusion within him. A thread away from perfection? He distinctly recalled being at the pinnacle of the nine heavens. A tumult of thoughts surged within Lin Yang, and he ceased to delve into the origins of his confusion, contemplating instead. I failed to achieve complete transformation, hence my journey to the realm of the Fusang ancient tree, seeking opportunities for a foundational completion at the site of the Eastern Sovereign Tai's fall. Yes, that was it, Lin Yang murmured to himself, as if convincing his own mind. Note, the demon Buddha has exploited the demon sage's feelings toward him to compel the sage into actions contrary to his true intentions. Currently, the demon Buddha remains unbound, for the demon sage cannot contend with him. The heavenly emperor has a track record of vanquishing the Eastern Sovereign Tai. Despite the demon sage's profound hatred for the demon Buddha, he would not commit an act of folly, believing that only a being close to the ancients could hope to defeat the demon Buddha. Chapter 917. The personification of the nine heavens. Upon leaving the demon emperor's palace, Lin Yang mused. He must have merely returned a fragment of his consciousness, not a complete restoration. As he exited the grand hall, it felt as though he had shed some unseen restraint, and thoughts previously dormant began to stir. Was it at this moment that he had returned a portion of his consciousness in the original timeline? Or was there some other reason for his return now? Lin Yang pondered, while simultaneously, thoughts that had not occurred to him before the demon sage now surfaced. Indeed, at the bottom of the celestial prison, he had achieved complete transformation. His Tao body already possessed the nascent form of a true realm. However, after contemplation, Lin Yang resolved to conceal this, lowering his own realm with his true self, lest he become ensnared by a powerful figure from the other shore before achieving perfection in the illusory Tao, rendering him unable to act. Just as it is said that ascending to transformation requires meeting standards in 3 aspects. Lin Yang had also conversed with Meng Qi about the points necessary for transformation to the other shore. Achieving perfection in transformation is merely one facet. A sufficiently high realm does not guarantee a complete understanding of a particular illusory Tao, which forms the foundation of the illusory Tao fruit. The true martial emperor, having reached transformation perfection for many years, wielded a portion of the water authority over the myriad realms, nurturing life and extinguishing evil with water, embodying the cycle of birth and death. It can be said that before he transmuted his primary path into the path of life and death, he had already attained profound mastery over the latter. Despite this, the true martial emperor ultimately fell, as the collapse of the illusory Tao fruit led to the loss of fundamental support, resulting in his failure to escape the sea of suffering and his disappearance within the myriad realms. With him as a cautionary tale, Lin Yang naturally would not recklessly take that final step to escape the sea of suffering. Otherwise, facing no external tribulations but being defeated by internal strife would be the height of folly. Without considering the thoughts of the great sages remaining in the demon emperor's palace after his departure, Lin Yang had already vanished from sight. In the nine heavens, the star palace, Qin Yu's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly remarked, "Your Majesty has returned." Upon hearing this, Meng Qi opened his eyes, and within their depths, fleeting images of figures from various universes flashed by, remnants of his experiences. "Follow me." Qin Yu led Meng Qi back onto the celestial carriage, following the heavenly river toward the Lingxiao Palace. The status of the heavenly river is akin to the yellow springs of the Nine Nether, although its name is unassuming. It holds extraordinary significance. Even those who are not legendary beings can glimpse countless universes through the heavenly river. From a certain perspective, it appears as though the heavenly river encompasses infinite universes, each layer of the universe resembling stones at the riverbed, while the waters of the heavenly river coalesce from boundless mists, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Such a magnificent and expansive heavenly river meant that even the swift celestial carriage took a considerable time to reach the layer of heaven where the Lingxiao Palace is situated. Upon arriving in this realm, Meng Qi sensed a familiar aura. Although it was not intentionally projected outward, it could not escape his perception. Though the powers of the other shore are maximally suppressed in the nine heavens, this aura felt boundless, resembling the infinite universe in his awareness. Meng Qi quietly mused. The Xiannu undoubtedly, the Xiannu of the nine heavens had restored her power to the level of transformation. If she were still merely of legendary caliber, even with profound accumulation, she could only impart the sense of multiple star systems within the nine heavens, far from the feeling present now. Soon after, a question arose in Meng Qi's mind. Has senior brother Lin already returned from the Demon Emperor's palace? Having certified his legendary status and elevated his powers, including the Yuanshi 9 seals and the 8-9 mysterious arts, Meng Qi felt confident in his perceptual abilities. Otherwise, how could he detect the latent aura of the Xiannu? Yet, after repeated attempts at perception, despite the presence of numerous celestial beings and heavenly generals in this layer, there was no second aura of transformation, indicating that Lin Yang had not returned to the heavenly court. Though puzzled, he maintained an air of composure and began conversing with Qin Yu about past events. Moments later, Qin Yu spoke. "We have arrived. This is where your Majesty resides, the Lingxiao Palace." As his words echoed, the celestial carriage, shrouded in ethereal mist, finally came to a halt. After disembarking, Meng Qi gazed towards the distant, hazy palace suspended amidst layers of vapor, momentarily distracted. He recalled the mythic tales he had encountered on Earth. The great sage equal to heaven shattered the nine heavens, striking at the Lingxiao. At that time, he felt nothing amiss, yet in light of his current understanding, the implications of those events were profoundly unsettling. How audacious to strike at the other shore with perfection in transformation. Or was it that within the other shore, the heavenly emperor, renowned for slaying the demon lord, wielded immense power? Even then, the great sage equal to heaven might not have achieved perfection in transformation, merely embodying a typical transformation. The chasm between the other shore and transformation is vastly greater than that between transformation and mere insects, Meng Qi murmured to himself. As a legendary being who had encountered many senior brothers and sisters in the Yushu Palace, Meng Qi had gained a clear understanding of the great powers, which made him keenly aware of the absurdity of the great sage equal to heaven's feat of shattering the nine heavens. Even disregarding the heavenly emperor, the heavenly court's great powers would number no less than 10, and each department's overseer was of transformation. Would they not be able to subdue a great sage who had not yet reached his peak? The heavenly emperor reigned supreme for an era. Who would dare to defy him? As doubts began to proliferate within him, Meng Qi followed Qin Yu into the Lingxiao Palace. "Come down." A familiar voice reached Meng Qi's ears, causing him to pause in astonishment. Senior brother Lin was indeed in the Lingxiao Palace? Despite the uniqueness of the Yuanshi 9 seals and the 8-9 mysterious arts, he could not sense the proximity of senior brother Lin, who was now practically within reach. It was only after Qin Yu exited the Lingxiao Palace that Meng Qi gathered his full strength to gaze upon the figure seated upon the throne. In the vastness of antiquity, which has endured through countless ages since the inception of the myriad realms, There exists a presence that remains unyielding even as the final calamity approaches. It hangs suspended in the infinite heights, seemingly destined to persist until the very end of time. This embodies the essence of the nine heavens. Gu Xiaosang's voice resonated in Meng Qi's ears. Recognizing that her state could not escape Lin Yang's discernment, she relinquished any desire to conceal the truth, actively seeking to enlighten Meng Qi. In this moment, she drew closer to the personification of the nine heavens. Gu Xiaosang stated that possessing the memories of the primordial mother of no birth enabled her to grasp the significance of this state, understanding that a further step would grant her the title of the other shore. Even if this other shore were to be prefixed with pseudo, it would still surpass what any divine practitioner could aspire to. Have you gleaned more from the primordial nine seals? Lin Yang's voice echoed once more. Indeed, Meng Qi replied with a slight nod, gently tapping his brow to coalesce a series of ethereal apparitions of varying forms. Chapter 918, a segment of unknown dark history. Each of these apparitions represented one of the true meanings of the primordial nine seals, encompassing the aspects Meng Qi had currently comprehended. Having exchanged techniques initially, he benefited greatly and was thus compelled to share his deeper understanding of the primordial nine seals with Lin Yang, which was why he had mentioned his intent to engage in discourse with Lin Yang when Xing Yu inquired. Techniques are manifestations of the Tao, and exchanging techniques is inherently a form of philosophical dialogue. Observing the transmission of the nine seals, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, and with an intangible force, he ensnared the illusory, true meaning transmissions, drawing them before him. Ideas erupted forth, merging with the inheritance of the primordial nine seals, each beginning to unravel the mysteries of each seal in pursuit of mastery. Although he possessed numerous techniques at this juncture, comprehending the legendary level primordial nine seals was not insurmountable, for they were products of the true spirit path. Given the attainment of creation, grasping anything beneath that level could be measured in months, perhaps even less. Casting a contemplative glance at Meng Qi, Lin Yang mused, recently, the bell of Kunlun tolled. I presume you encountered disciples from the Yushu lineage. He continued, they practice the primordial nine seals, albeit at a low tier, yet they can sense the Kunlun bell, which only the Yushu lineage can perceive. A simple calculation leads me to suspect the involvement of a certain Yushu golden immortal. Several of Lin Yang's senior brothers bore injuries from repeated conflicts, ultimately succumbing to the relentless passage of time, fading into obscurity. The once renowned Yushu 12 golden immortals from the time of the Fengshen War now had but a few remaining. Meng Qi replied, when the Fengshen War erupted, my senior brothers and sisters were predominantly at the legendary level. Otherwise, they would not have been collectively referred to as the 12 golden immortals. Lin Yang advised, as many formidable practitioners return today, exercise caution. While Gu Xiaosang's affairs can be concealed for a time, they cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Once the primordial mother of no birth truly re-enters the flow of time, she will inevitably sense that lingering sense of incompleteness. Currently, the primordial mother of no birth remained ensconced in true chaos, a realm devoid of any illusory paths. The entirety of what exists across the myriad realms cannot accurately articulate the conditions therein, leading to the primordial mother's inability to ascertain Gu Xiaosang's state of existence. This perspective is shared by several other beings from the other shore, some of whom even regard her as the work of the long-absent primordial celestial venerable. How could a being transcending the currents of time exhibit such uncertainty regarding her own situation? Though the mother is of the other shore, I carry her memories. Everything she knows, I too know, even that which she is unaware of, Meng Qi remarked, subtly gesturing with his right hand, causing Gu Xiaosang to materialize. They stood in the Lingxiao Palace, a site of paramount importance, second only to the apex of the nine heavens. Her appearance here would elude detection, allowing Gu Xiaosang to manifest her form without hesitation. During the era of the Golden Emperor, the primordial mother of no birth was adept at navigating relationships, always adhering to the decrees of the three pure ones, even inciting the displeasure of the heavenly emperor. Despite this, the emperor refrained from openly confronting her, showcasing the primordial mother's prowess, which even extended to a degree of interaction with the beings of the Buddhist realm. Therefore, the teachings of the Luo sect encompass not only martial and divine paths, but also the path of Buddhist incense, indicating that during that time, the mother maintained excellent interpersonal relations, with no one daring to speak ill of her. As Meng Qi was taken aback, Gu Xiaosang continued, had the mother not ascended to the other shore, she might have remained thus indefinitely, even if conflicts arose with certain divine practitioners. No one would dare to act against her, especially in light of the other beings from the other shore. The fact that no celestial being intervened when the mother initially broke free from the sea of suffering left all divine practitioners astonished and somewhat bewildered, as it directly circumvented the greatest challenge typically faced upon ascending to the other shore. Gu Xiaosong's words trailed off, but Meng Qi could surmise the unspoken implications. The intricate dynamics cultivated by the primordial mother over countless years had shifted due to her ascent to the other shore. Thus, Gu Xiaosong's unexpected awareness had birthed within her the desire to resist the primordial mother. The emergence of an additional entity from the other shore inherently diminished the chances of achieving enlightenment. Who would willingly accept such a fate? Lin Yang remarked with a hint of nostalgia, though Gu Xiaosong seemed merely to recount her own experiences. She subtly aimed to awaken him to a sense of vigilance regarding the beings of the other shore. Lin Yang's intention to visit the Demon Emperor's palace, as conveyed by Qing Yu, had not escaped Gu Xiaosong's attention, and she could surmise his general thoughts. The one who cannot bear to see her intact is the only one who knows what I now know, she reflected, gradually disentangling from the mother's influence. Ultimately, the mother was not an ancient being of the other shore, having not existed through many past epochs, and her insights were correspondingly limited, rendering her oblivious to certain truths. As Gu Xiaosong spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if in amusement, yet her gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any emotional turbulence. The will of heaven is inscrutable. Who can truly assert its nature? Lin Yang nodded in response. He regarded Gu Xiaosong, envisioning the moment she would ultimately grasp the truth. His greatest reliance lay in the knowledge that his final adversary was himself. Every struggle, every act of defiance or compliance was preordained. Was it a surprise? An unexpected twist? A source of despair? His lips quivered slightly as Lin Yang ultimately sighed, halting the words he wished to articulate. Neither Meng Qi nor Gu Xiaosong found this peculiar. They simply attributed it to Lin Yang's contemplations, a reflection on the chasm between divine intent and mortal understanding. Caution in word and deed is imperative. Akin to a mortal traversing the edge of a precipice. Truly, this world is a haunting one, Lin Yang mused inwardly. His sole solace lay in the fact that the primary world was not the pinnacle of existence. Otherwise, the essence of his being would have long since transformed under such prolonged conditions. This place felt overwhelmingly stifling. He had traversed numerous time-traveling worlds, both alongside and independently of others. Yet in most of these realms, time travelers could not alter the past. The repercussions were far too dire to bear. Unlike this world, where every moment of vulnerability could become the genesis of downfall, no matter how formidable one's future self might be, they would remain powerless to intervene. Of course, whimsical realms like Happy Sheep and Doryman were excluded from this consideration. The mere thought of histories like Lin Yang's cast a shadow over the psyche. Under the constraints of worldview, even the mightiest divine practitioner could be reduced to a mere jest. Several hours later, Meng Qi departed the heavenly court aboard the celestial horse carriage, returning to Kunlun Mountain. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had elapsed. On this day, the tiny star of the real world suddenly resonated with celestial melodies, pure and pristine, a sound that, while auditory, caressed the heart like flowing water. Gathering clouds coalesced above the tiny star, intertwining with streaks of lightning. At this moment, Meng Qi, situated within the Yushu Palace, shifted his gaze towards the converging storm clouds. It is time for the manifestation of the Dharma body, Meng Qi discerned quietly. Aside from Ruan Yushu, who had ascended to become the Moon Palace's celestial maiden, the only others present were a few members of the Ruan family, with Ruan Yushu being the sole half-step Dharma body. It was evident who the one undergoing tribulation was. Chapter 919, The Underworld. Heavenly Court, Lingxiao Palace. Lin Yang observed the myriad occurrences on the Moon of the Dark, harboring no intention to intervene. Before the manifestation of his true form, Ruan Yushu had perfected the heaven-rending, earth-changing melody and the Dragon Tortoise's longevity scroll, achieving a union of life and death, thus resonating slightly with the origin of life and death. This resonance rendered the traces of this path less ephemeral and elusive. Consequently, the Emperor of Fengdu quietly descended, leaving an imprint upon Ruan Yushu. It was through divine intervention that Ruan Yushu obtained the 2 musical scores from the Emperor, an opportunity to leap into the origin of life and death, refining his understanding of the duality of existence. However, at the initial attainment of his true form, Ruan Yushu could only faintly sense the origin of life and death, insufficient to forge a transient yet stable connection. The divine consciousness of the Emperor of Fengdu descended, merely awaiting Ruan Yushu's further ascension in cultivation to draw forth the origin of life and death. After a moment, the calamity clouds gradually receded. Once the divine consciousness of the Emperor departed, returning to the seemingly dreamlike realm of the underworld, Lin Yang mused, the diagram of true spirits of ghosts and deities. This extraordinary treasure functions similarly to the divine sealing list, capable of enshrining spirits, albeit limited to those with dominion over death. In terms of hierarchy, it is scarcely inferior to the divine sealing list, and serves as the foundation of the underworld established by the Emperor of Fengdu. In the original timeline, after he plunged into the origin of life and death, the diagram was seized. He sensed the fall of one of the three corpses and thus prompted other pieces to act. However, at that time, the Azure Emperor had already ascended to the other shore, and this action was merely a means of evading the spotlight, a situation that may not hold true now. Lin Yang's thoughts began to stir. Although the Bodhi ancient Buddha is an elder, until he fully returns to the river of time, he, and even the oldest among them, must tread carefully when confronting a contemporary being of the other shore. Ultimately, even if one's realm surpasses that of the Azure Emperor, when enveloped in true chaos, one cannot overly influence the myriad realms, nor can one overshadow a present being of the other shore. While he must dispel any doubts the Emperor may harbor against him, he could not stand idly by as the diagram of true spirits was seized by the Emperor's pieces. Otherwise, establishing a world beyond death would entail considerable tribulations. Gazing at the underworld, Lin Yang's focus gradually converged upon the skies above. In this eerie realm, there hung a pitch-black painting invisible to ordinary eyes, a symbol of death. Exuding Ashidinyoha. It seemed that even the unique true spirit would be tainted and consumed by this deathly intent, ultimately becoming a mere husk. A fragment of divine consciousness separated, morphing into a great hand reaching toward the underworld, as if intending to erase it entirely. You have gone too far. A voice imbued with both depth and distance resonated, as the underworld stirred with swirling winds. Some souls and ghostly messengers immediately wailed, as if suffering excruciating pain, unable to escape even in their ethereal forms. The recently departed divine consciousness of the Emperor of Fengdu re-emerged, clashing violently with Lin Yang's divine consciousness manifested as a great hand. Waves of resonance spread out, as the dreamlike underworld seemed on the verge of shattering under the might of the two great practitioners. A tremendous sound erupting as portions of the underworld vanished in an instant, as though they had never existed. Too far? Lin Yang scoffed. You dare to accuse me of being excessive while engaging in underhanded dealings with the celestial deities? The sky above the underworld suddenly erupted, revealing a shimmering and indistinct river, transforming into an illusory path that unveiled the mysteries and truths of time, elevated from the remnants of a path. The indistinct river pressed down inexorably, subjecting the underworld to the relentless erosion of countless epochs, aging all things to mere dust. This could not merely be described by technique. It was an embodiment of the Tao, not even in the aftermath of the destruction of the Peach Blossom Garden, nor in the ancient times could any great practitioner ignore it. For the Emperor of Fengdu, this was an exceedingly lethal maneuver. Any moment of carelessness, while not leading to his annihilation, would certainly result in grievous injuries, causing him to miss the prime opportunity during the final tribulation. Xinyang, do not overreach. The voice, still imbued with depth and distance, now bore a hint of ire. He had noticed Lin Yang's attention while in the Moon of the Dark, but had dismissed it, believing Lin Yang would not interfere. After all, from Lin Yang's realm, it was evident that the imprint he left bore no malice, merely a sensory relic. Little did he expect Lin Yang to seize the opportunity to strike at the underworld. As the voice echoed, a massive hand draped in black armor reached forth from the depths of the underworld, aiming to strike at the indistinct river. This hand possessed a unique essence of the Tao, seemingly the ultimate refuge for all spirits, the embodiment of death, its terror and mystery rivaling that of the indistinct river. Within its palm lay a glimmer of life, so vibrant it seemed capable of creating the heavens anew. Boom! A sound imperceptible to ordinary beings resonated throughout the myriad realms, reverberating across existence. The intertwining forces of time and death clashed violently, as the inherent rules of nature seemed to awaken with sentience, provoking countless anomalies. Countless beings perished in an instant, only to be reborn in the briefest of moments, as if time flowed backward. Numerous beings experienced the passage of eons in the blink of an eye, turning to ash, Yet simultaneously, through the vibrant life force, everything was remade. And even true spirits seemed to awaken further. Not only living beings, but even inanimate objects and the universe itself were affected at this moment, as life and death inverted. And time became erratic. Lin Yang and the Emperor of Fengdu, having approached the mastery of their respective paths, were not far from condensing the corresponding illusory fruits of the Tao. Otherwise, they could not have manifested the respective illusory paths. Thus, their clash in the underworld reverberated across the myriad realms, instilling shock and dread among all beings and civilizations that could touch upon the paths of time and death. Crack! At last, Lin Yang gained the upper hand, causing the entirety of the underworld to fissure. Although theoretically, the Emperor of Fengdu was not inferior to Lin Yang. He was not fully awakened at this moment, only revealing a fraction of his power, rendering him unable to contend with Lin Yang. In fact, had it not been for the diminished strength of the divine consciousness that had departed from the nine heavens, it would not have been surprising for the underworld to completely explode under his strike. Though it was the realm of the dead, authority was scattered, akin to the imperial authority pressing down upon the nine heavens of a bygone era. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to gain the upper hand. After pondering, Lin Yang coldly remarked, "This shall be the last time." Having absorbed the essence of the diagram of true spirits, it was time to withdraw. Otherwise, provoking one of the three corpses of the Bodhi ancient Buddha might unleash unforeseen complications. Sensing Lin Yang's retreating consciousness, the Emperor of Fengdu murmured something inexplicable before withdrawing deep into the underworld. Chapter 920, The Azure Emperor Awakens. Several months later, on this day, Lin Yang continued his pursuit of transcendence, mastering the secret arts recorded in the Golden Book of the Human Emperor. As for the reversal palm of the Tathagata and the divine palm of the Tathagata, they were to be cultivated by his incarnations of the Demon Emperor and the Buddhist body, not encroaching upon his time. Upon completing his cultivation, it will be time to sever the third incarnation. Golden sovereign power emanated from Lin Yang's dual foundations, illuminating the countless dark cosmos within him, as if transforming everything into a world of supreme sovereignty. Once his thoughts settled, Lin Yang gazed into the realm of reality, witnessing the re-emergence of ancient lands. The returning individuals had not enjoyed a tranquil period, as they had begun to plot in secrecy. With this thought, a strand of intent was transmitted to the Lingxiao Palace. Reaching the Xian Nu Palace where the nine heavens Xian Nu resided, delivering new orders. Having completed this, Lin Yang intended to resume his cultivation. However, he closed his eyes for but a moment before abruptly opening them wide. Deep within the profound depths of his eyes, the sovereign power remained unwavering. Yet it rippled with invisible fluctuations, vividly expressing emotions of astonishment, silence, and bewilderment that were blatantly undeniable. This ethereal aura permeated all things within the Lingxiao Palace, imparting a sense of surrealism, as if everything was on the brink of being assimilated into Lin Yang's realm of laws, merging seamlessly into his corporeal essence. The Green Emperor? Lin Yang was taken aback. In that instant, not only he, but also all the mighty beings across the myriad realms sensed a stirring, their gazes drawn towards the realm of the ancient Fusang tree. Time and the river of fate flowed through the true chaos, its origin and destination shrouded in mystery, seemingly destined to remain so eternally. At the forefront of this river lay an infinite array of possibilities, sharing similarities yet diverging in myriad ways, shaped by the decisions and choices made by countless sentient beings at this particular juncture, allowing one future tributary to become the main artery, engulfing all others. Naturally, in the eyes of some, it was this current juncture that devoured all potential futures, leaving but one, compelling beings from all realms to make corresponding choices as if they had never possessed the freedom to choose, but rather were guided to make selections they believed to be born from their own hearts. At this moment, beyond the myriad worlds, figures detached from the Tao, their forms indescribable, looked toward a future tributary that was relatively close to the present juncture. Unlike other future tributaries, this particular one that attracted the attention of these transcendent beings radiated an extraordinary brilliance, exuding an intangible power that actively consumed similar tributaries, forging an unstoppable momentum that beckoned the current juncture, rendering all occurrences within that future tributary into tangible reality. The source of this anomaly lay with a young Taoist, clad in a Taoist robe and standing upon a verdant vessel. He was strikingly handsome, possessing an allure beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Bathed in the fiery radiance of the ancient Fusang tree, he was enveloped in a golden glow, and faintly, one could discern countless young Taoists, identical to him, merging into his being, enhancing his formidable aura, gradually transcending the sea of suffering. The young Taoist wandered aimlessly, his countenance reflecting a detachment from all worldly matters, until he beheld an inscription upon a stone wall within the realm of the ancient Fusang tree. The golden, glazed characters conveyed a profundity that surpassed entire galaxies. Yushu Su Meng awaits the esteemed Green Emperor here, leaving a message at the current juncture. The young Taoist murmured, reciting the inscription. Juxu Su Meng, current juncture? After a moment of astonishment, the expression on his face began to shift as memories, long buried beneath secretive spells, resurfaced. It dawned upon him that this was not the current juncture. The Green Emperor realized, his eyes suddenly ablaze with brilliant light, illuminating the myriad worlds, allowing all sights and phenomena to be reflected within his gaze. The Tushita Palace, the Demon Emperor Hall, the Western Pure Land, the Bodhi Pure Land, the homeland of the void. Even the sanctuaries of the transcendent beings could not elude his sight as he perceived the return of these beings, all vying for dominance in the final calamity. They were but imprints, echoes shaped by the river of time's myriad possibilities, indicating that at this current juncture, the transcendent beings had yet to return. The Green Emperor contemplated inwardly. Having recalled everything, he understood that while these imprints of the transcendent beings were indeed formidable, they could not easily vanquish the perfected embodiment of creation without a decisive gesture. Even the perfected embodiment, if wielding a fully awakened, transcendent-grade divine weapon, could withstand a considerable duration even beneath the hands of the transcendent imprints. His gaze shifted, and the Green Emperor ultimately focused on the heavenly court. Although the reincarnated Heavenly Emperor could no longer act with the same impunity as before following the return of the transcendent beings, he stood undiminished in grandeur, reminiscent of ancient times, exuding a formidable presence that instilled trepidation in any who dared to mention the name of the Xianyang Emperor. In the eyes of the Green Emperor, the figure within the heavenly court, alongside those from the 9 underworlds, posed a challenge that, in certain respects, surpassed even the transcendent imprints. These entities were genuine pseudo-transcendents, incomparable to the imprints of transcendent beings. Though still flawed and perhaps inferior to those who thrived in the current juncture, they remained terrifyingly potent. Xianyang cast a deep glance towards the heavenly court. Noticing the jade box in Lin Yang's hand and sensing the contents within, the Green Emperor's aura began to shift, distinguishing him from all beings in this temporal realm. With a roar, the river of time and fate surged forth, illuminating the radiant future tributary. Current juncture, Golden Ao Island. The great sage of Meishan, Yuan Hong, was equally astonished, incredulously exclaiming, "The Green Emperor resides in the future? Is he breaking free from the sea of suffering?" Following that battle, the Green Emperor, the Taoist incarnation of the Taiji savior, had vanished, and due to his premature awakening, he was compelled to seal himself once more, lacking the strength to interfere with the external world. It was only a month prior, thanks to the sanctuary that transcended the concepts of life and death, that he had managed to regain his peak state, yet the shifting tides of the external world had extinguished his inner desires. Though he still coveted the position of Heavenly Emperor, he had to confront the harsh reality. He had missed the optimal moment. The reincarnated Heavenly Emperor had grown exponentially within a mere decade, reaching heights that left all transcendent beings in awe. While he had felt fluctuations in his heart, they paled in comparison to the intensity of his current emotions. The Green Emperor was indeed breaking free from the sea of suffering. Chapter 921, Tai Hao. Above the realm of the ancient Fusang tree, the river of time and fate roared like a tempestuous sea. Even the transcendent beings felt their hearts quiver. This was not merely the sum of a single universe or the countless billions of universes, but a magnificent and unfathomable entity flowing through true chaos, an awe-inspiring force that, should a wave crash down, would undoubtedly inflict grievous harm upon even the mightiest of beings. If not for the vast power of this river being diffused across each temporal node, the myriad worlds would erupt at this very moment. The Heavenly Emperor, the Fire Emperor, the Golden Emperor, following them, had the Green Emperor begun to escape the sea of suffering as well. Guang Chengzi's eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with nostalgia. He primarily cultivated one of the 9 seals of primordial beginning. Though he had formed an illusory Tao, there remained imperfections at its foundation. Any attempt to crystallize the corresponding illusory Tao fruit would falter due to these flaws, ultimately fading into the myriad worlds. Uncertain of the Black Emperor's fate, whether he lived or perished, or if he was also secluded somewhere. Striving to break free from the sea of suffering, Guang Qingzi's fleeting thoughts refocused upon the expanse above the realm of the ancient Fusang tree. Should any transcendent being manage to break free from the sea of suffering, it would present an unparalleled opportunity for the remaining transcendent beings. Some matters could not be expressed in words, only conveyed through the resonance of the Tao. Yet at that moment, they would be seen with utmost clarity. Though the beings trapped in the sea of suffering, could only witness events occurring at their respective temporal nodes, it would still serve as a monumental opportunity, significantly aiding their ascent to the other shore. As all transcendent beings were engulfed in astonishment within the 9 heavens in the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Yang's gaze pierced through the vast expanse of time, glimpsing that future. Previously, it had been somewhat challenging to discern the future where the Green Emperor resided, but now, the resplendent golden future was simply too dazzling, even for those with a limited grasp of the path of time to behold. Meng Qi's message. Upon seeing the line of golden characters inscribed upon the stone wall, Lin Yang's heart stirred. It was no wonder the Green Emperor was breaking free from the sea of suffering at this moment. He had comprehended that temporal point, merely one of countless future streams, and the confusion brought about by his arrival in the future began to dissipate. I have yet to establish the afterworld. Yet the Azure Emperor is poised to ascend to the other shore. Lin Yang sighed softly in his heart. Although the plan was commendable, how could one expect every matter in this vast world to unfold according to his wishes? Even those who dwell on the other shore may find their designs thwarted by other forces, let alone himself. At this moment, the Azure Emperor had begun to traverse the annals of the past. Though he could not discern the exact position of the current node, it did not impede his endeavor. The worst-case scenario would be a failure to break free, ultimately being consumed by the boundless sea of suffering, becoming a martyr in the process. To phrase it differently, the Azure Emperor was destined to fall at this juncture, for the significance of the current node was paramount during his ascension. Although he merged with a multitude of future incarnations, being detached from the current node predetermined the number of future Azure Emperors he could assimilate, thus precluding a qualitative transformation and rendering it impossible to harmonize all unmerged future selves through resonance. He was awaiting my decision, whether or not to extract the fruit from the jade box to illuminate the position of the current node for him. Lin Yang estog swirled. It was indeed astonishing, yet it was the truth. Since seizing that jade box, in a certain sense, he had become one of the Azure Emperor's external calamities, the most significant among them. Even if other formidable beings opposed the Azure Emperor's ascension, they would have to wait until he retraced back to the current node to have an opportunity to act. Should Lin Yang fail to illuminate the current node for the Azure Emperor, he would have no chance to confront the interference of other powerful entities and might very well find himself ensnared in a distorted, false history during his retrospection. A fate no better than being unable to comprehend that this moment was not the current node, ultimately being swallowed by it. Observing the Azure Emperor as he began to merge with the newly evolved tributary of the future stream he inhabited, preparing to delve into the past and trace back to before the birth of all realms, Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly before he let out a resigned sigh. Having reached a decision, he stepped out of the Lingxiao Palace, traversing the currents of time toward the ancient tree of Fusang. Meng Qi must not perish, for his future reliance hinged upon Meng Qi, and due to the bond they had forged over the years. The Azure Emperor's potential ascension also held special significance for Lin Yang. Even if the Azure Emperor, as a pillar, might not be entirely reliable, he was certainly preferable to having none at all. Even a weaker presence on the other shore was still better placed than none. At this moment, the Azure Emperor, having integrated the vast majority of his future selves, was one of the most formidable beings Lin Yang had encountered in countless years. So much so that the qualifier could be omitted entirely. The corpse Immortal Emperor, though suppressed by the Immortal Emperor's formation, could not possibly rival the current Azure Emperor in strength. Perhaps the corpse had gained considerable power after merging with the Primordial Spirit's mark, achieving the ability to break free from the Immortal Emperor's formation, but that remained uncertain. He was ultimately still under the suppression of the Immortal Emperor's formation and had been refined by them, perhaps due to the habits formed from traversing different worlds. Lin Yang found it easier to overlook the discrepancies in lower realms, but at this moment, he could not help but compare the current Azure Emperor with the formidable beings he had previously encountered. As for the Celestial Emperor, while he had seen him, a precise yet somewhat undignified term to describe that experience would be an ant gazing at the heavens. The Dharmakaya could not accurately gauge the intensity of legends and creations, let alone those beneath it, and the chasm between creation and the other shore was far greater than that of an ant and creation. While lost in thought, Lin Yang arrived at the domain outside the ancient tree of Fusang. Though he specialized in the path of time, he now regarded the river of time and destiny with great trepidation, drawing no closer to the ancient tree. What is Xianyang plotting? Doubts filled everyone's hearts at that moment. Does he intend to thwart the Azure Emperor's path to enlightenment? Indeed, given the current circumstances, Xianyang held the upper hand. How could he allow the Azure Emperor to succeed in his ascension and become the contemporary other shore? Standing upon an altar, Lord Luya squinted his narrow eyes. Should a disciple of the Yusu sect, who had experienced the battle of the gods, behold this altar, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. The 7 arrows of nails. The purpose behind laying down this spell at this moment was self-evident. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld Lin Yang extracting the fruit of the ancient tree of Fusang from the jade box, sensing the aura akin to that of the Azure Emperor. Who would not comprehend Lin Yang's intentions at this juncture? Boom! In the golden future, the figure of the Azure Emperor suddenly swelled, as if filling the myriad realms within that future. Simultaneously, a vast and ethereal voice resonated, breaking through the confines of time and space, reverberating in the hearts of all. I am the Azure Emperor. I am Tai Hao. Chapter 922, External Calamity. I am the Azure Emperor. I am Tai Hao. The resounding voice echoed through every corner of the myriad realms, and countless beings, even those devoid of intellect, seemed to grasp the profound meaning behind these 2 statements, their wild and instinctual eyes reflecting a change unlike any before, as Lin Yang presented the fruit of the ancient tree of Fusang, allowing its essence to permeate the river of time and destiny above the realm of the ancient tree. The Azure Emperor, immersed in the golden future, instantly sensed Lin Yang and the fruit's presence, and subsequently discerned the location of the current node. In that fleeting moment, the Azure Emperor's myriad future selves accelerated their emergence from their original future, merging into the Azure Emperor's form, while the river above the realm of the ancient tree underwent a transformation. Each future tributary manifested, all occupied by the figure of the Azure Emperor. And at the current node and prior, there appeared the Buddha, the Medicine King Buddha, clad in azure, the Taoist priest i.e., the savior of the afflicted, the pure Yang Sun, the Eastern Sun God, and many others. As the Azure Emperor drew ever closer, these numerous figures seemed to awaken, each realizing their own existence, becoming crucial signposts for the Azure Emperor's retrospection. Different incarnations of the Azure Emperor from various points in time raised their voices in unison, their cries piercing through the river of time, causing the river above the ancient tree of Fusang to surge, while the true realm of the current node. Indeed, the myriad realms lost their vibrant colors, reduced to a stark contrast of black and white, nearly devoid of life. Those future selves, yet to be merged with the Azure Emperor, appear to be drawn by an unseen force, leaping forth from the river at a speed exceeding 10-fold, 100-fold that of before, returning to the Azure Emperor's form. With each future self integrated, the Azure Emperor's aura grew increasingly terrifying, unsettling the Grand Masters. And though the final qualitative transformation had not yet been achieved, in terms of quantitative accumulation, the current Azure Emperor had already surpassed countless Grand Masters. An understatement, indeed, to describe it with the sands of the Ganges. Escaping the sea of suffering was no simple feat on the altar of the secret realm. Luya executed the 7-star steps, aligning with profound mysteries, gradually undergoing a transformation, as if becoming a certain illusory path, even surpassing the attainments of Lin Yang and the Emperor of Fengdu on their respective illusory paths, seemingly having reached the terminus of the Tao as recognized by worldly understanding. A layer of crimson gold emerged upon Luya's face, revealing signs of pain. Even as a perfected being of creation, he could not evade the torment associated with invoking the 7 arrows of nails. That was a wound of the Tao, a manifestation of the Tao itself. Symbols began to ignite, and the straw figure at the center of the altar became enveloped in a blood-colored radiance, as tendrils of black mist emerged from unknown origins. Coiling around the straw figure, affixing a yellowish talisman inscribed with the words Azure Emperor upon its chest. Lin Yang gazed at the roaring river, gradually receding. Although the current node had not yet been reached and the integration of all future selves remained incomplete, the Azure Emperor's aura had approached a state of invincibility. Not to mention ordinary Grand Masters. Even he felt as though the Azure Emperor had become the singular entity within the myriad realms, as if all things within the cosmos could not compare to even a single hair of the Azure Emperor. Is this the first few breaths of ascending to the other shore? Lin Yang pondered quietly. As time passed, just as the Azure Emperor was about to step into the current node, the aura that once sent shivers down the spines of great beings vanished. No one believed that the Azure Emperor had fallen into the future. There was but one possibility. The Azure Emperor had become so powerful that not even the beings of the Sea of Suffering could sense him. Boom! At this moment, the myriad realms erupted with a tremendous roar, as if mourning and trembling under immense pressure. The Azure Emperor had stepped into the current node and had truly returned. It was at this moment that Luya on the altar performed his final bow, and flames surged forth from the altar, resembling the fire of the great Tao, consuming various concepts and transforming the tangible and intangible into nothingness. A muffled groan echoed, leaving many in astonishment. The Azure Emperor, having just crossed into the current node, swayed slightly, blood rising to his face as if struck by an invisible arrow, a sensation he could not ignore, even with his strength. While he was not on the brink of falling, nor gravely injured, every shred of power was crucial for the Azure Emperor, who was currently striving to escape the Sea of Suffering, as it determined his ability to successfully trace back to the void before the birth of the myriad realms and create them anew. The Nailhead 7 Arrows Scripture? Luya made his move. The many great beings present suddenly realized that they had all experienced the battle of the gods and were deeply wary of this cursed treasure. The Azure Emperor's current predicament was clearly a result of someone wishing to curse him. What other artifact could achieve such a feat besides the Nailhead 7 Arrow Scripture? Luya had managed to break free? Guang Qingzi from the Nine Immortals Mountain was astounded by this revelation, for he knew that Luya had been personally suppressed by his master and should have had no possibility of escape throughout his life. Who had released Luya and signaled him to act? Doubts swirled in Guang Qingzi's heart, as the great powers and beings observed with varying thoughts after the muffled groan. The Azure Emperor voluntarily spat out a mouthful of essence blood, casting a seal and drawing upon his own foundation. A dark red vortex emerged, descending from an unknown origin, splitting into two, resembling the eyes of some existence, filled with boundless madness and chaos. The heavenly Tao, a hoarse voice seemed to resonate, proclaiming its own existence. On the altar in the secret realm, Luya suddenly cried out in pain, a sound of profound despair. Even with numerous defensive measures laid out on the altar to protect himself, he appeared as fragile as paper in the face of the dark red vortex's gaze, offering no substantial defense. The monstrous heavenly Tao, despite not being at its peak, easily withstood the Nailhead 7 Arrow Scripture, allowing the Azure Emperor's condition to begin to recover. One calamity passed, and another arose. Namo Amitabha. All those in the myriad realms associated with Buddhism felt a sudden surge of emotion, and they began to chant softly. The calls of the Buddhas converged, stirring the river of time once more, as a golden Buddha phantom appeared in the past, reciting verses to the Medicine Master Buddha, causing his azure golden form to gradually accumulate a hint of dust. Seeing this, Lin Yang pushed aside his crown, and a stream of pure energy surged forth, transforming into a Buddha. All Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and wisdom kings manifested as his incarnations. In the myriad realms, across the 3 realms and 10 directions, the one and only Supreme Buddha emerged. The Supreme True Buddha moved against the current of time, returning to the banquet on Golden Turtle Island, concealed within Lin Yang's sleeve, unnoticed by anyone. Following this, the Supreme Compassionate Celestial and Yuan Hong erupted into battle, and he too returned to the Middle Ages, appearing before the Golden Buddha Phantom. His palms split open, revealing 40 flawless Buddha teeth, followed by the sound of chewing, devouring that golden phantom. Chapter 923, Bridging the Past. The one Qi transforming into 3 purities? Guang Qingzi rose abruptly, astonished to witness the great power of his moral master manifesting through Lin Yang. The significance of one Qi transforming into 3 purities was comparable to the first 3 seals of the Jade Void lineage. Mastering it undoubtedly indicated that he was valued by the moral celestial, although the Heavenly Emperor initially received support from his master and the moral master. Subsequent clues suggested that after escaping the Sea of Suffering, the Heavenly Emperor no longer shared a unified purpose with his master and the moral master, seeking to distance himself from them and instead draw closer to Ling Mountain, which led to the events of Journey to the West. Guang Qingzi's thoughts churned. Why, after reincarnation, was he able to attain the one Qi transforming into 3 purities from his moral master? Could it be that the events of the past were prearranged among the 3 of them? With a sense of astonishment swirling within him, Guang Qingzi felt a tinge of confusion, questioning whether he should alter his attitude towards the heavenly court, since the moral master had expressed his stance. Could it be that his long-missing master felt the same? No wonder his junior brother, Su, had such a good relationship with him. It seemed to stem from the master. In the Buddha's pure land, spanning countless epochs, the supreme true Buddha had indeed been refined into a manifestation, unafraid of infringing upon any taboos. The youthful form of the worldly free King Buddha trembled under immense pressure, instinctively sensing a formidable adversary. With the existence of the supreme true Buddha, any attempt to strike at Lin Yang would be laughable. It seemed that all schemes would merely serve as opportunities for the supreme true Buddha to enhance itself. Even after the supreme true Buddha devoured itself, Lin Yang's path of time would reach perfection in an instant, firmly establishing the foundation for ascending to the other shore. As the sounds of Amitabha echoed, the golden Buddha phantom confronted the supreme true Buddha, unable to withstand a single strike, being consumed instead. The worldly free King Buddha's expression grew increasingly grave, the rotation of the golden Buddha seal on his brow seemingly slowing, losing the essence of eternal time. The meat bun hitting the dog. Observing the changes occurring in the Middle Ages, the worldly, free King Buddha murmured. Unlike other great beings, being adept in the path of time, could perceive the myriad transformations of the past, causing his heart to grow colder. Even the imprint of Amitabha, when facing the supreme, true Buddha, could not resist, let alone himself. All the plans he had devised over the years now appeared as mere self-destructive endeavors. Had it not been for assisting the Azure Emperor, Xianyang would still be in hiding, perhaps waiting until the day he could act to awaken. The chill in his heart felt tangible, cold sweat appearing on his immaculate golden form. Just a step away, he would have lost his life, perhaps even his very existence. Becoming a part of the supreme, true Buddha, with Lin Yang's intervention, the medicine master Buddha of the Middle Ages gradually recovered. And even though the supreme, true Buddha instilled deep-rooted fear within him, it would not affect the Azure Emperor, who was ascending to the other shore. The river of time trembled as the medicine master Buddha seemed to become unique, distinct from all beings in this time and space. The azure golden form radiated golden light, resonating with the Azure Emperor at the current node. During this time, the Eastern Sun Divine Monarch, Pure Yangtze, and others also manifested their imprints, shining forth. Bit by bit, the golden light existed in different segments of the river of time, slowly connecting into a line, no longer existing as countless fragments of time, but undergoing an essential transformation with the beings of the sea of suffering. Even if the beings of the sea of suffering were powerful, they could not influence their former selves with the thoughts of the present moment, thus altering past events. Yet, this state of the Azure Emperor could. Moreover, as time flowed, the Azure Emperor ceased to influence his past self with the thoughts of the present moment. Instead, he traversed his self-awareness across the ancient epochs, existing simultaneously at every time node, nearly defying the logic of time. The medicine master Buddha's eyes suddenly deepened, comprehending why the supreme true Buddha had appeared so abruptly and why Amitabha had inexplicably acted against him. In that moment, he felt the gaze of the Bodhi ancient Buddha, who, due to the emergence of the supreme true Buddha, had departed, avoiding unnecessary efforts. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance," the medicine master Buddha said. "May your journey be smooth, fellow Taoist." Having digested the golden Buddha phantom, the supreme true Buddha uttered a word of acknowledgement. At this moment, the two genuine Buddhas referred to each other as fellow Taoists, without a hint of incongruity. It seemed only natural. As the Azure Emperor was on the verge of retracing his steps back to the Middle Ages, merging his consciousness with the present-day Medicine King Buddha into a singular entity, the supreme true Buddha arose. With a sudden leap, he transcended the river of time, departing from the Middle Ages. It had previously seemed unrealistic to accomplish this with such ease. However, one cannot deny the immense power of the Buddha's ethereal shadow, which propelled the supreme true Buddha's physical form from a state close to normal creation to a near-perfect manifestation of creation, thus saving an immeasurable amount of time. Coupled with the profound nature of his temporal path, which formed a phantasmal great way, he effortlessly jumped out of the river of time and navigated its currents. The supreme true Buddha did not return to the current node. Instead, seizing the moment when the attention of those on the other shore was captivated by the Azure Emperor, he ventured to the very beginning of the Middle Ages, even if they were aware that their purpose was to leave a marker for those ascending to the other shore. It was far more critical to prevent the Azure Emperor from escaping the sea of suffering than merely leaving a marker in the past. At the present node, As the powerful beings and great practitioners were drawn by the Azure Emperor's proof of the Tao, Lin Yang's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately shouted, "Demon Lord, do you dare?" His voice captured everyone's attention, aside from the Azure Emperor, who remained steadfast in traversing the past. The formidable beings residing in various secret realms across the myriad worlds turned their gazes towards him. The true spirit resided in infinite heights, omnipresent, rendering space no longer an obstacle for them. Thus, those drawn by Lin Yang's voice swiftly discerned the reason for his outburst. The Demon Lord had seized this moment to conduct a blood sacrifice, causing devastation among the earthly beings of the true realm, leaving corpses strewn across the land. Prior to this, no one could have foreseen such an event, regardless of their attempts to divine the heavenly machinations. A chilling wind swept through, as the blood sacrifice connected to the nine hells, shrouding the true realm in a veil of darkness. After long deliberation, the opportune moment had finally arrived. The Demon Lord laughed heartily, observing Lin Yang's actions without interference, retreating into the depths of the nine hells. Although he could not fully blood sacrifice the core of the true realm, he nonetheless brought immense joy to the nine hells, bestowing favor that erased the ravages of time, allowing himself to return to a state of completeness years ahead of schedule. In the past, when he had barely managed to survive between the human emperor and the demon sage, he certainly did not fear Lin Yang enough to refrain from action. Thunderous booms echoed as the myriad worlds wept, witnessing the return of the unparalleled Demon Lord. At that moment, the Azure Emperor's form seemed to vanish, leaving only an ethereal fruit suspended in midair, as if this fruit embodied the essence of the Azure Emperor himself, his consciousness merging with the past, advancing towards the eternal void that existed before the birth of the myriad worlds. Chapter 924, The Present Other Shore. The rivers of time and fate surged with tumult. Lin Yang could vaguely perceive an indescribable fine thread linking the various incarnations of the Azure Emperor or fragmented moments in time, coalescing into one. As it traversed further back into the past, it felt as though it was but a fleeting moment, yet it also seemed to stretch into eternity. The myriad worlds dimmed. The cataclysmic phenomena triggered by the Demon Lord's return subsided, and the dichotomy of black and white arising from the Azure Emperor's escape from the sea of suffering vanished. An indescribable sensation arose, one that transcended language and thought. It was as if the true Tao had descended, rather than merely a fragment of the Tao as perceived by the mundane. In that instant, Lin Yang lost his understanding of the paths of time, emptiness, cause and effect, and fate, as if he had arrived at the primordial state within the eternal void that existed before the myriad worlds were created. This feeling was shared by all great practitioners. Only those who stood atop the sea of suffering could deeply appreciate the uniqueness of this moment. Even the legendary powers felt a measure of disparity. Phenomena of the other shore. In the depths of the eastern sea, a great practitioner was filled with complex emotions. The Azure Emperor had truly reached this juncture, confronting the ultimate tribulation of the other shore. At this moment, the ability to ascend to the other shore was largely independent of external factors. Unless the other shore returned, no one could interfere with the Azure Emperor, who had retraced his steps to the time before the birth of the myriad worlds. The sole reason for the Azure Emperor's potential failure was a lack of power. Unable to break through the true, eternal void to forge a new myriad of worlds. As Lin Yang's thoughts began to form, he beheld boundless azure light rising from every corner of the myriad worlds, piercing through the cosmos of time and space. Not only at the current node, but even the supreme, true Buddha of the early Middle Ages perceived this azure light. The azure light illuminated the myriad worlds, encompassing all regions, save for the highest tier of the nine heavens and the depths of the nine hells, which remained unchanged. Every other place was enveloped in azure light, as if it had become one of the foundations of the myriad worlds, a symbol of the Tao. Gradually, the azure light transformed into a colossal ancient tree. The verdant tree bore dark, greenish fruits, containing the essence of various times and universes. The ethereal Tao fruit from the current node gently leaped and merged into the azure tree. In that instant, a multitude of phenomena emerged, each representing the manifestation of the Tao from the myriad worlds, invoking the imprints of great figures from the other shore. The moral Tao rode a bull. The spiritual treasure wielded a sword. The cycles of time shifted, the myriad Buddhas converged, and dreams turned to illusions. The third class of phenomena from the other shore, the manifestation of the great Tao. It allowed him to escape the sea of suffering. On the altar of the secret realm, Luya suppressed his pain, slapping his waist where a red gourd appeared. The immortal slaying flying knife spun mid-air, vanishing with Luya, while the dark red vortex attempted to obstruct them. However, its state was amiss, akin to a slumbering weapon of unparalleled might from the other shore, which, lacking the Azure Emperor's guidance, failed to retain the immortal slaying flying knife. Boom! After Luya departed, the altar collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the seven-arrow scripture vanished alongside it. Great practitioners gazed upon the Azure Emperor, who walked through epochs before the birth of the myriad worlds, and a shared thought arose within all, the ascendant of the present other shore. The Azure Emperor successfully proved the Tao, becoming the second being, following the primordial mother, to escape the sea of suffering. The illusory river of time above the realm of the Fusong ancient tree dissipated, giving way to a river of illusion surrounding the Azure Emperor, akin yet imbued with a distinct sensation for the great practitioners. This was the river of time and fate belonging to the Azure Emperor himself, encompassing the myriad worlds within him, and a crucial support for the beings of the other shore in retracing time and claiming the future. Likewise, this was a phenomenon that all beings of the other shore could attain. The fourth class of phenomena from the other shore, the embrace of time. The myriad saints of the Middle Ages were aware of this when Lin Yang proved his legend. They mistakenly identified the last class of phenomena as belonging to the other shore. Suddenly, the sound of waves erupted, and the Azure Emperor's eyes darkened, revealing a haze that concealed another realm of the myriad worlds, filled with countless civilizations and beings. The illusory river surrounding him expanded immensely, filling the past and claiming the future, gradually merging with the river of time and fate that had flowed through epochs, completely enveloping every fragment from before the birth of the myriad worlds to today and into the future. However, as the Azure Emperor's river sought to advance further, his form trembled slightly, causing the river to halt. He could have retraced even further back. Even if he could not truly step into the last epoch of the primordial age, he could at least witness the scene of the myriad world's demise. Yet, the grand vow made by the Medicine King Buddha remained unfulfilled. While it had granted the Medicine King Buddha numerous advantages at that time, it now became a shackle for the Azure Emperor. The grand vow once made must ultimately be repaid. Observing this scene, Lin Yang pondered inwardly. Although aligning with certain great vows of the myriad worlds could yield significant returns, propelling one's cultivation to unprecedented heights in a brief period, failing to fulfill such vows would yield grave consequences. Were it not for the Azure Emperor's overwhelming strength, far surpassing that of the Medicine King Buddha, the disturbances he faced would have rendered the Azure Emperor's escape from the sea of suffering and uncertainty. As the myriad of formidable beings and mighty practitioners each contemplated their own thoughts, Lin Yang discerned that the form of the Azure Emperor had become indistinct in the eyes of the great powers, appearing almost ethereal as he seemed to offer a subtle nod in his direction before shifting his gaze. He looked towards the altar of the secret domain previously occupied by Luya, as well as the land that had been blood-sacrificed by the Demon Lord. Lin Yang let out a slight murmur of doubt as his memories began to blur, suddenly revealing another fragment of recollection. While all were captivated by the Azure Emperor's struggle to break free from the sea of suffering, the Demon Lord was scheming to blood-sacrifice the land to gain the favor of the 9 underworlds. However, just as he was about to act, the Azure Emperor, who was wholly engrossed in his own liberation, unexpectedly turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at the Demon Lord. In an instant, the Demon Lord's form shattered, akin to fragile bubbles. His visage betrayed an uncontrollable astonishment, for he never anticipated that the Azure Emperor would prioritize the welfare of the living over his own existence, seeking to annihilate him to thwart his blood-sacrificial intentions. Stripped of the Demon Sovereign's claws, how could he possibly escape from the grasp of one who had transcended mortal bounds? The consciousness of the Demon Lord grew hazy and ultimately dissipated. The founder of the primordial demonic path, the unparalleled Demon Lord, had fallen. Even having once wielded the claws of the Demon Sovereign and barely surviving during the era of conflict between the human sovereign and the Demon Saint, he could not alter the fate of his demise on this day. Just as Luya was about to offer his final bow, an inexplicable dread surged within him, and he beheld the Azure Emperor, who should have been engaged in his struggle against the sea of suffering. Chapter 925, The Moment Approaches. At the instant Luya laid eyes upon the Azure Emperor, the river of time abruptly darkened, becoming murky and suffused with a sense of finality. It seemed as if one could glimpse an ancient sword, a symbol of the Tao itself. Luya, whose form was on the verge of shattering like the Demon Lord's, suddenly regained stability and, under the weight of history, bowed once more. "Ah," the Azure Emperor uttered softly, seemingly taken aback. "The celestial treasure sovereign?" he murmured, choosing not to focus on Luya any further. After all, he was merely a being ensnared in the sea of suffering. Although he had once been far stronger than when he first came into being and had been renowned alongside the five emperors for an extended period, he ultimately failed to escape the sea of suffering, merely a mirage. Since the Azure Emperor had faltered due to the protection of the celestial treasure sovereign, he would not strike again. Understanding that Luya was backed by the celestial treasure sovereign was undoubtedly of greater significance than eliminating him. It clearly indicated that one of the oldest sovereigns sought to impede him, unwilling to witness another transcendent being arise across the myriad realms. A deep, resonant roar echoed at that moment as the Nine Spirits' primordial sage emerged with heavy steps, gently bearing the indistinct form of the Azure Emperor upon his back. The Nine Spirits' primordial sage, a steed of the Tai Salvation Sovereign, was naturally also the mount of the Azure Emperor. Once a guardian of the gates of the Nine Underworlds, he was indeed a genuine embodiment of perfected creation, surpassing even the remaining celestial saints of the demon clan. He had been delayed by others and could not arrive promptly, only making his appearance once the Azure Emperor had attained enlightenment. The Nine Spirits' primordial sage carried the Azure Emperor to the desolate and lifeless realm of the Fusang ancient tree, where, in an instant, the silence receded and vitality surged forth. The once transformed sanctum of the immortals, now restored to its former glory, revealed that the celestial and divine abodes that had once surrounded the Fusang ancient tree were no longer present. Within the eastern glazed world, spanning countless epochs, a flawless Buddha light arose at this moment, illuminating the three realms in 10 directions. The medicine master Buddha, who was supposed to have attained nirvana in the Middle Ages, had successfully lived to the present day thanks to the Azure Emperor's assistance, exhibiting no signs of frailty. As the Azure Emperor returned to the realm of the Fusang ancient tree, the great beings and mighty practitioners withdrew their gazes. Though a chill lingered in the hearts of the latter, no one truly believed that the previous dream was merely a dream. It was a buried piece of genuine history. The land lay strewn with corpses, blood sacrificed. The demon lord had garnered the favor of the 9 underworlds, fully returning and reconstructing an unparalleled demonic body. While all realms wept in sorrow, yet such a figure, one of the pinnacle beings of the sea of suffering, faced the newly ascended transcendent with not a ripple of resistance, vanishing into thin air. Kunlun Mountain, Jade Void Palace. Is this the transcendent realm? Mengqi inhaled deeply, his astonishment palpable. The name of the unparalleled demon lord resonated in his ears, for according to the records in the demon sovereign canon, he had split his true form into fragments, refining each part into different incarnations of demonic bodies, ultimately merging to attain the supreme demonic form. He was regarded as the most fearsome evil beneath the transcendent realm, with extraordinary talent and prowess. Otherwise, how could he have created the demonic path and established the most primordial of demonic doctrines as a being of the human race? Had it not been for the power of the Absolute Blade, he would have been unable to retain his understanding of that historical moment, merely assuming, like many others, that the demon lord had been slain by the Azure Emperor before making a move. This is the transcendent realm, Gu Shaosang remarked, her smile remaining, yet her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The Azure Emperor had broken free from the sea of suffering. How far could the return of the supreme matriarch be? With the Azure Emperor achieving enlightenment, the dynamics of the myriad realms would undoubtedly stabilize, as none would wish to provoke him. However, as Mengqi pondered this, a flicker of unease arose when the next turmoil emerged. It would signify the return of all transcendent beings. After a moment, he cast aside his distracting thoughts, extending his consciousness across numerous universes to begin forming his own projection imprint. Regardless, seizing the opportunity to elevate oneself was never a misstep. In the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Yang grasped a strand of pure black radiance. This was what had fallen from the heavens before his return to the 9 heavens. Indeed, it had simply fallen from above. Even though he was on the cusp of achieving perfect creation, he could not discern the origin of this pure black radiance. Yet, he surmised it was a gift from the Azure Emperor. Only a transcendent being could accomplish such a feat, rendering him oblivious to its trace. No matter how adept a practitioner of concealment, shadows, or the void might be, they could not escape his perception, feeling the essence contained within the pure black radiance. Akin to the breath of the demon sovereign, Lin Yang's heart stirred, musing, the demon lord. This pure black radiance embodied the essence of the demon lord, a supreme treasure of the demonic path. For one who also practiced the demon sovereign canon, this was an unparalleled boon, difficult to come by in the world. Although the demon lord had slightly modified the demon sovereign canon to attain the supreme demonic form, it did not alter the essence of the demonic body. Indeed, any evil being or practitioner of demonic arts could obtain it, as long as they understood their own identity and self-validated their legendary realm. They could lay the foundation for the operation of creation with this strand of black radiance. Indeed, after ascending to the transcendent realm, everything in the myriad realms held little secret from the Azure Emperor. In reflecting upon the past, he must have witnessed the moment Lin Yang severed the demon sovereign's form, recognizing that he possessed a demonic body that had never traversed the world. Clutching this tangible strand of pure black radiance, Lin Yang found that the previous dream had become somewhat clearer. Doubts arose within him. After the restored demon lord retreated into the 9 underworlds, he undoubtedly became a pseudo-transcendent. Even if he lacked the ability to shield his past self beyond the 9 underworlds, he was still a pseudo-transcendent. How could the slaying of his past self lead to the downfall of the demon lord? He should have merely weakened for a time. Lin Yang sensed that the essence contained within the black radiance was roughly on par with the normal state of creation and bore no resemblance to the demon lord before the blood sacrifice, making it impossible for him to be a remnant of a perfected creation. The Azure Emperor's direct intervention could not have diminished the essence's potency by eradicating impurities. And at this level, the notion of impurities was moot. The only question was whether it could be refined. Though deeply puzzled, Lin Yang could not uncover the truth behind it. Even when gazing into the past, what one encounters is solely the demise of the demon lord at the hands of the Azure Emperor, rather than the demon lord who has retreated into the 9 nether. What trials did he face within the depths of a 9 nether that could lead to the complete disappearance of a pseudo-Elysian, a being of unimaginable power, due to the fall of his former self? Once the essence of the demon emperor is refined, even if it may not rival the Buddhist form, it will not fall far behind. And when I sever the human emperor's form and merge with the remnants of the human emperor, both the demonic and the Buddhist embodiments, steeped in the sediment of time, will undoubtedly undergo new enhancements, thereby rendering the 3 incarnations, each drawn from different epochs, comparably potent. Lin Yang esto geswirled. Was it mere coincidence? How could there be coincidences? In other realms, Lin Yang could not assert with certainty, but in the world of the one sovereign, every coincidence is a manifestation of certain individuals' will, a choice of fate, a decree of destiny. It will be soon. His thoughts gradually unfurled, and Lin Yang mused inwardly. He was not far from that level. Once the opportunity arose, it would be the day he transcended the sea of suffering. Chapter 926. The Underworld Changes Hands. In the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed since the Azure Emperor broke free from the sea of suffering. After immersing himself in cultivation, Lin Yang opened his eyes one day and gazed at the moon star, where an invisible and enigmatic wave was spreading, intertwining the essence of life and death, as if they were 2 sides of the same coin. The origin of life and death stirred something within Lin Yang, illuminating the source of the anomaly. On this day, after Ruan Yushu consolidated her Dharma body, she had reached a point of slight resonance with the origin of life and death. Sensing the simultaneous arrival of Emperor Fengdu and Meng Qi at the moon star, followed closely by their plunge into the origin of life and death, Lin Yang rose and walked toward the outside of Lingxiao Hall, not to join the commotion and enter the origin of life and death, but to venture beyond the 9 heavens. As he whispered to himself, Lin Yang traversed countless space-time dimensions, appearing at the periphery of the underworld, reminiscent of a dream. The traces of his earlier confrontation with Emperor Fengdu were still visible. Even after more than a year, those marks had not completely faded. The ghostly aura of the underworld remained dense, with a vast expanse of land rendered utterly desolate, as if transformed into nothingness. Some ghostly messengers, when tasked with escorting souls, would rather take a much longer route than approach that area, treating it with utmost caution. Indeed, the disguise has been effective. Observing the absence of the ghostly divine spirit diagram above the underworld, Lin Yang felt no surprise. After all, Emperor Fengdu was one of the 3 bodies of the Bodhi ancient Buddha. Even if he had not perceived Lin Yang's intentions initially, he would not be careless enough to display the ghostly divine spirit diagram brazenly above the underworld at the moment of entering the origin of life and death. Had he not brought the diagram into the origin, it would have affected the myriad ghostly beings bound by its decree, resulting in disruptions to the underworld's operations. Fengdu would likely have taken the diagram into the origin as well. Let me see where it is. The fabric of reality before him shimmered. as brilliant strands of fate emanated from unknown origins, weaving through this world and forming a unique tapestry of cause and effect. Numerous strands of fate extended from Lin Yang's Dharma body, connecting to the myriad realms, representing those he had interacted with over the years. Countless unimportant strands of causality were disregarded by Lin Yang, harnessing the temporal power within himself. He glimpsed the earlier scene of his encounter with Emperor Fengdu and captured the faint trace of causality linked to the ghostly divine spirit diagram. Grasping this slender thread of connection, he seized upon the essence of the ghostly divine spirit diagram he had absorbed, meticulously unraveling the countless strands of causality to trace the current whereabouts of the diagram. In an instant, Lin Yang's right hand reached into the void, merging with the cosmic spacetime, encompassing billions of universes. Creak, creak, creak. At that moment, the underworld suddenly erupted with a jarring sound, alarmingly piercing, causing even the souls to falter under the impact of this resonance. As if the sound were not born of the material realm, but rather emanated from the deepest recesses of the psyche. One by one, the ghostly messengers collapsed, wailing, their bodies exuding dark mist, their souls dissipating, transformed into a chilling power that replenished this vast expanse. Who dares? A ghostly and ominous voice resounded as a ghostly deity emerged, cloaked in black armor, majestic as a star, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yet this black-armored deity, who could be revered as a supreme being across numerous universes, now displayed an expression of profound dread. He beheld Lin Yang, who had not concealed his form. Xuanyang, the supreme deity. The trembling words escaped the lips of the black-armored deity, his indifference evaporating. It was not only the black-armored deity who sensed Lin Yang's arrival. Others remained hidden in the shadows, each contemplating their own thoughts. Friend Fengdu, in pursuit of the supreme path, has plunged into the origin of life and death and will not return to the mortal realm in the short term, inevitably causing the underworld to lose its original order. The affairs of the underworld involve many entanglements, and various factions are watching closely to prevent a multitude of forces from clashing over control of the underworld. I have come today to take charge. Lin Yang spoke calmly, seemingly unburdened by guilt, his emotions betraying not a hint of turmoil, as if he were not driven by personal ambition in his arrival. The many ghostly deities arriving were shifting in expression, some already realizing that their connection to the ghostly divine spirit diagram was waning, and thus their powers were diminishing, destined to revert to their original forms. They all understood that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Yang, for only someone of his caliber could sever their ties to the ghostly divine spirit diagram. A self-righteous pretender. Beyond countless universes, a powerful being scoffed. Having failed to infiltrate the celestial court, he too was observing the realm of the deceased. And the underworld established by Emperor Fengdu was certainly one of his focal points. However, he had not anticipated that just as Fengdu departed, while many mighty beings and transcendent entities were observing from their respective vantage points, Lin Yang would choose to act, immediately seizing the core artifact of the underworld, the ghostly divine spirit diagram. That battle, it seemed, was indeed a calculated move by Yang. The notion of confronting the righteous deities of the celestial court was merely a facade. Even if Fengdu altered his methods, he would likely have been unable to avert conflict. Some realized the truth, cursing the shamelessness. Though many powerful beings felt a stir of unrest at this moment, none dared to act. The underworld, at this juncture, was akin to the celestial court before the heavenly emperor swept through the 9 heavens, lacking complete dominion over the realm of the deceased. Even if Lin Yang controlled the underworld, it merely granted him partial authority over the afterlife, not impeding their aspirations to establish their own unique realms of the deceased. Weighing the pros and cons, the assembly of transcendent beings wisely chose to remain silent, given that the heavens were not yet clearly defined, and relying solely on their own strength, which was not at its pinnacle. How could they dare to confront Lin Yang? Boom! After a while, the underworld suddenly trembled, undergoing unprecedented transformation. All present understood that at this moment, the underworld had completely changed hands, no longer belonging to the enigmatic and untraceable Emperor Fengdu. Deity, the celestial sovereign has sent me to assist you. A resounding, heavy roar echoed as the 9-spirit primordial sage stepped forth from the void. One of his heads turned toward Lin Yang, stating, "The celestial sovereign is aware that you cannot afford to be distracted, so he has sent me to oversee the underworld, allowing you to focus on your cultivation." The words of the 9-spirit primordial sage stirred something within Lin Yang, hinting at deeper implications. Initially, He had intended for the demon emperor's form to depart the origin of life and death early to manage affairs of the underworld, especially since, after such extended contemplation within the origin, further breakthroughs in the short term would be challenging. This was not on par with mastering a realm of the deceased, while the situation with Emperor Fengdu was precisely the opposite. Chapter 9:27, The Elysian Realms. Currently, the intention of the Azure Emperor is to allow the body of the Demon Emperor to remain within the nexus of life and death to gain profound insights. While the Netherworld is entrusted to the 9 spirits, primordial sage, under the pretext of guardianship, enabling a period of stewardship to understand the myriad benefits one can attain in the afterlife as the end calamity approaches. Observing the timeline of the 9 spirits, primordial sage's emergence, Lin Yang discerns that the Azure Emperor's actions are largely benevolent. Otherwise, with but a flicker of thought, the Emperor could have instigated numerous complications in his bid to seize control of the already well-established Netherworld. Indeed, as the sole being of the other shore in this era, the Azure Emperor could have effortlessly created the afterlife realm in ancient times before the return of other beings from the other shore. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang spoke. "In that case, I shall trouble you, my friend." He withdrew his outstretched hand, clasping the pitch-black scroll, and entrusted it to the 9 spirits primordial sage. Subsequently, Lin Yang turned, striding back to the 9 heavens. Upon his departure, the 9 spirits primordial sage, who had been biting the true spirit image of the ghost god, chose not to disperse the imprint Lin Yang had just left behind. Instead, with a breath, he caused the true spirit image to once again hover in the high heavens, completely enveloping the netherworld. Transforming, he emanated an eerie yet majestic aura as he ventured deep into the netherworld, to the secluded retreat of the Emperor Fengdu. It appears that the Azure Emperor harbors a profound contemplation regarding Xianyang, a being of immense power, sensing an inexplicable complexity in this matter that belies its surface simplicity. "Ah, do you dare to fathom the will of heaven?" Someone scoffed, seemingly harboring grievances against the contemplative great power. Moments passed, and the formidable beings, the great powers, retracted their spiritual awareness, returning to their respective pursuits. In true chaos, observing the relentless progression of the current juncture, ultimately leading to the realization of a singular future. The Bodhi ancient Buddha remained undisturbed in heart. Prior to these occurrences, numerous future tributaries had pointed towards this outcome, which he had anticipated. Indeed, even when Lin Yang severed the body of the Demon Emperor, he had glimpsed this future, albeit with a very low probability. Only a scant few tributaries among countless futures pointed towards this result. Coupled with his limited ability to influence the myriad realms at that time, he had refrained from establishing any counterbalancing measures. As the one Chi transforms into the 3 pure ones, the Bodhi ancient Buddha suddenly felt a flicker of mirth within. In every conceivable future, Lin Yang was perpetually in search of the method to sever the 3 corpses, aspiring to synthesize 2 great powers from the other shore to forge a new technique. Yet, without exception, none could grasp the great powers he had created without his consent. Even should he traverse the myriad realms and find no worthy adversary, the possibility of discovering his method to sever the 3 corpses remains null. As the one Chi transforms into the 3 pure ones, the Bodhi ancient Buddha's gaze gradually shifted towards the future. If all proceeds smoothly, he could use the method to sever the 3 corpses as bait to draw Lin Yang forth. Even if a certain being from the other shore were to disrupt the scheme, it would matter little. It would merely be a trivial maneuver, yielding a pleasant surprise if successful, and no loss if it were not. Compared to the past, the Bodhi ancient Buddha was no longer an amorphous entity. He had begun to take on a vague form, indicating that he was drawing nearer to the currents of time and destiny, with the day of his return to the myriad realms not far off. Furthermore, not just he, but the other beings from the other shore could also perceive outlines, shaped collectively by the myriad great paths and all concepts of the universe. The day of the return of the beings from the other shore is drawing near. Were it not for the mutual checks and balances among these beings, someone would have already returned at this very moment. As the current juncture continued to advance and devour numerous futures, the Bodhi ancient Buddha suddenly felt ripples in his heart. "Jinwu," he murmured quietly, dismissing all distractions and returning to a state of pure tranquility. One of the 3 corpses, the Emperor Fengdu, had actually perished at the nexus of life and death, due to the intertwining of time and space within the proximity. It was only at the moment of the Emperor Fengdu's demise that he sensed the deficiency of his own 3 corpses. Though he could not discern what transpired within the nexus of life and death, The only being capable of slaying the Emperor Fengdu, apart from the already fallen Jinwu, could be none other than Jinwu himself, who had long since plunged into the Nexus. Lin Yang's incarnation of the three pure ones, Huang Quan, Su Ming, combined. They would find it nearly impossible to contend against the nearly perfected path of the Emperor Fengdu, save for death. At most, they could only have been involved in a distraction, creating an opportunity for Zhenwu to execute the kill. The Bodhi ancient Buddha's gaze swept across the myriad realms, pausing upon the great powers in search of a suitable target. With a deficiency in the three corpses, he could not neglect the matter, as the completeness of the three corpses is intrinsically linked to his unique path of reduction and emptiness, as well as his chances of contending for the final fruit of the calamity. To quickly restore the positions of the three corpses is far easier than to create a new one. Obtaining an existing great power is considerably less demanding. Furthermore, it is challenging for an average great power to catch the Bodhi ancient Buddha's eye, primarily due to the dwindling time. There is no opportunity for a new three corpse to mature slowly. Ultimately, he set his sights on the pseudo-beings of the Nine Nether. Occupying a space outside the Nine Nether is the pinnacle of creation. Being within the Nine Nether is a pseudo-other shore, making it the most perfect choice for seizing. Which of my companions could not bear to see my completeness, leading Zhenwu to sever one of my three corpses? The demise of the Emperor Fengdu must be the will of a certain being from the other shore. Perhaps it was not a deliberate scheme, but there was certainly an inclination to facilitate it. Otherwise, with the Emperor Fengdu's awareness and experience, he is undoubtedly a unique entity among the perfected creations. How could he lack the ability to escape the nexus of life and death? Even if Zhenwu is the disciple of the Tao Lord and knows the secrets, could he truly subdue a being endowed with the consciousness and experience of a perfected creation during their contest? The depths of the Bodhi ancient Buddha's eyes shimmered faintly, as the boundless myriad realms seemed to ripple. His gaze ultimately shifted towards the nine heavens. How tragically poignant. With a sigh, the Bodhi ancient Buddha seemed to harbor a sense of compassion. Several beings from the other shore felt this resonance and turned their gazes towards the nine heavens alongside the Bodhi ancient Buddha. With the collapse of the epoch, the Emperor of Heaven has fallen. Regardless of whether there will be a next epoch, his life ceases here, and he is not at a loss for his former reputation, having identified a soul steadfastly treading the path to ruin. A being from the other shore's side, similarly, though their form was indistinct and difficult to discern. They possessed a pair of eyes filled with boundless tenderness and beauty, imbued with spirit. Even the most cold-hearted would find themselves softened by the warmth and beauty emanating from those eyes, as if they surpassed all the wonders of the myriad realms. In years past, the Golden Emperor, the mother of no birth. Although the relationship between the sovereign of the myriad realms and the epochs was conveyed through the words of Sha Wujing, it seems Lin Yang harbors no intention of repentance, outright rejecting even the olive branch extended to him, instead choosing a path of enmity. Unless Lin Yang can achieve completeness in reduction and emptiness when the final calamity descends, even should he ascend to the other shore and become an ancient being, his fate would ultimately be but death, living each day in fear of losing all that is dear. Note, the method of severing the three corpses wielded by the Bodhi ancient Buddha is exceedingly thorough. He commands all the secrets of the myriad realms, including the hidden secrets of the proximity. However, one of the three corpses, the Emperor Fengdu, is still distant from coalescing the illusory Tao fruit based on life and death. Chapter 928. The great power is on the verge of completion. At the dawn of the Middle Ages, the supreme, true Buddha gazed upon the slowly dissipating vacuum homeland of the myriad realms before turning towards the spirit mountain. This temporal juncture marks the moment when the mother of no birth escapes the sea of suffering and ascends to the other shore. Due to her unparalleled path, the other shore's extraordinary phenomenon manifests as the vacuum homeland. Witnessing the ascent of the mother of all things to the other shore, he could not help but marvel at her dexterity. No other beings from that realm intervened, all merely observing the event. This was in stark contrast to the moment when the Azure Emperor broke free from the sea of suffering. Although the other beings from the other shore did not return, some had still sent emissaries to intervene in that affair. In the early years of the Middle Ages, upon reaching the other shore, he had already condensed the embryonic form of Tao fruit before truly entering the primordial chaos, becoming an ancient being. The thoughts of the supreme, true Buddha flickered, reflecting, what a remarkable entity. The difficulty for an ordinary being from the other shore to become an ancient entity is self-evident, even when the heavenly emperor exerted his dominance. Prior to his fall from the celestial court, He remained but a near-ancient being, still distanced from grasping the mysteries of all realms. Similarly, the demon sage, born in the primordial era, despite witnessing the cycles of birth and destruction across epochs, could not take that pivotal step. Although the demon sage possessed a hint of ancient essence due to his lineage in Lin Yang's eyes, the current guise of the demon sage, as the demon emperor, was on par with the Azure Emperor. Otherwise, how could the human emperor, after ascending to the other shore, have matched the demon sage so evenly, even leveraging the sharpness of the human emperor's sword to gain an upper hand against the demon sage, who lacked a weapon of other shore caliber, thus transforming the chaos of demons into a reign of the human emperor? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the supreme, true Buddha entered the sacred mountain. He did not address the remnants of the myriad Buddhas wandering the sacred mountain, but directly approached the cave that suppressed the true supreme, true Buddha. After a while, upon reaching the entrance of the sealed cave and sensing its somewhat damaged seal, the supreme true Buddha sat outside the cave and began to chant a scripture. The grand and solemn sound of Zen echoed forth, gradually breathing life into the previously desolate sacred mountain, dispersing the oppressive black clouds and alleviating the sense of the nine hells. Although my emergence in the early Middle Ages had already fulfilled the standard of leaving historical markers in the past, since the opportunity presented itself, it was only natural to seize it, aiming to further perfect this embodiment of the Buddhist path. The supreme, true Buddha mused inwardly as numerous 10,000-character Buddha seals illuminated around him, beginning to swirl and encircle his golden form. With a swish, the Buddha seals pierced through the air, following the cracks in the seal of the cave, and imprinted themselves deep within the gold and true spirit of the genuine, supreme, true Buddha. Suddenly, a cascade of illusory water sounds erupted, and an intangible force descended, annihilating everything in its path, repelling all, pressing down upon the golden form of the Buddhist embodiment and the true spirit, as if to replicate all that the Buddhist embodiment had done to the supreme true Buddha. This was the power of historical correction. The Buddhist embodiment resisted this force with all its might, stabilizing its form to avoid being annihilated by the power of historical correction or being cast back to the current node. Although the latter appeared safer for the Buddhist embodiment, there was no distinction. As long as it was expelled from this timeline by the power of historical correction, its comprehension of time would become muddled, unable to grasp the passage of time, thus subject to the erosion of eternal time, confronting the relentless years that even the most powerful beings could only evade by sealing themselves. In this realm, a mere alteration in the past of the true realm would invoke a powerful correction. If the distance from the current node were only a few years, it could endure a weakening of 10 days or half a month at most, but the early Middle Ages were too far removed from the current node. The golden form of the Buddhist embodiment transformed into crystal, and numerous illusory Buddhas appeared, surrounding him to form a miniature array of 10,000 Buddhas, exuding overwhelming might. Faintly, the wandering remnants of the myriad Buddhas on the sacred mountain seemed to respond to a summons, seeking to merge with the illusory figures that comprised the array of 10,000 Buddhas, aiming to truly recreate it. No, the Buddhist embodiment, witnessing this scene, immediately restrained its aura to prevent the remnants of the myriad Buddhas from vanishing into the early Middle Ages. Even if it could withstand the current force of historical correction, it could not guarantee what might transpire under the self-correcting nature of history. As the aura of the Buddhist embodiment dissipated, the remnants of the myriad Buddhas fell into confusion once more, drifting aimlessly as they had for countless years, accompanied by a primal sense of fear that vanished. Several breaths passed slowly. When the power of historical correction receded, the illusory Buddhas instantly disintegrated, and the array of 10,000 Buddhas surrounding the Buddhist embodiment dissipated in an instant. Sensing a connection to the cave, the Buddhist embodiment rose and walked toward the exterior of the sacred mountain. Next, it was time to venture into the more distant past, leaving behind entirely new historical markers while mastering the divine palm of the Tathagata and deducing the method of unifying the divine palm. Just as the planned Buddhist embodiment stepped out of the sacred mountain, it beheld a figure quietly standing in the heavens, resembling another true son of the real realm, yet with eyes that contained a murderous intent capable of freezing the very soul. A fortunate survivor? The figure spoke. It stood amidst golden flames, communicating across countless universes, serving as the source of energy for innumerable stars, as well as the true essence of countless eternal spirits. It seemed that with its wrath, countless universes would dim entirely, losing all sources of light, plunging into eternal darkness. The rise and fall of endless beings rested within its thoughts. Geophone, the Buddhist embodiment, furrowed its brow. It was unexpected to encounter Geophone, who would eventually perish at its hands, wielding the divine palm of the Tathagata, a tool of some being from the other shore. Although the future version of Geophone had met its demise, it did not affect the fact that, in the early Middle Ages, he still stood whole and unscathed, far superior to its state at the time of future downfall. At the current node, Lingxiao Palace. Which being is this? Lin Yang pondered in Silenge. The original timeline's Geophone had ascended shortly after the battle on the sacred mountain. However, in this timeline, even in death, he had sought him out again. He could not kill Geophone, or else the Buddhist embodiment would follow suit, perishing under the weight of historical correction. Lin Yang's brow gradually knitted together, finding the situation somewhat tricky. It was no wonder that some powerful beings specializing in the path of time rarely ventured into the past of the true realm. The feeling of being bound was enough to induce frustration. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang shifted his focus away from the Buddhist embodiment of the early Middle Ages, channeling the power of the righteous path, transforming it into countless golden dragons. With a roar, what could be described as a dragon's chant resonated, akin to the howling of beasts, echoing far and wide. Lin Yang activated the Human Emperor's Golden Book one last time. Having possessed the Human Emperor's Golden Book for a while, and with the blessing of the Heavenly Emperor's position, he had now reached a critical juncture. It was time to manifest his avatar and preliminarily cultivate the transcendent technique of unifying into three pure ones. Open. In an instant, Lin Yang let out a soft sigh, and the golden dragons enveloped him entirely. Chapter 929. Borrowing the Human Emperor's sword for a task. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Gao Lan, holding Yanan's hand, furrowed his brows as he gazed at the figure that had suddenly appeared. It manifested in humanoid form, exuding an ethereal aura, adorned in a dazzling pale gold light. Its body housing the rise and fall of countless universes, collectively supporting a unique world. That was the paradise of humanity, the sacred land of the human race. Regardless of which race or being among the countless universes, upon reaching a certain level of strength, they would ascend to that world and return to their origins, becoming part of humanity, as if they had been human from the outset, merely traversing different rules and existing in various forms, losing recognition of their true essence. The great being, Gao Lan, murmured within. He could sense that the newcomer bore the legacy of the Human Emperor, and the power of the righteous path within him resonated with the visitor. A great being possessing the Human Emperor's legacy had come for the Human Emperor's sword. As Gao Lan's eyes flickered, the pale golden figure spoke. It is I. His voice momentarily stunned both Gao Lan and Yanan, and Gao Lan suppressed his astonishment, inwardly exclaiming, "Is it Lin Yang?" The technique of unifying into the three pure ones, based on the Human Emperor's Golden Book, was a creation of transformative caliber. Upon realizing that the visitor was Lin Yang, Gao Lan deduced the origin of the pale golden figure based on his own knowledge. As he pondered, doubts arose in his heart. Why was Lin Yang, who should have remained in the Lingxiao Palace, here in the Great Zhou? Fortuitously, Gao Lan directly inquired, "Might I ask why your majesty has graced the Great Zhou with your presence?" Although he had yet to prove his legendary status, it did not hinder his awareness of Lin Yang's recent endeavors. After all, among his subordinates were two legendary figures of the emperor's lineage, and Gao Lan was fully cognizant of the recent events. "I request the use of the emperor's sword," Lin Yang stated, articulating his purpose directly. Since the incarnation of the emperor had already materialized, it was time to set his sights on the emperor's remains. Although his current cultivation level was not optimal for such an endeavor, he could not afford to wait any longer. Approximately a decade after the original timeline's Azure Emperor achieved enlightenment, numerous significant figures from the other shore would gradually return. In such circumstances, he could not afford the luxury of time to solidify his grasp further. Upon hearing Lin Yang's request, Gao Lan felt a heavy weight settle within him, a chill creeping into his demeanor. How could a relic of the other shore be so easily lent to an outsider, even if the emperor's sword was not fully awakened? Its nature as a treasure of the other shore remained unchanged. In fact, even some of the current powerful figures lacked any such relic in their possession. Coupled with the fact that he and Lin Yang were not well acquainted, and considering the encounter with Yan Ran was merely a transaction of interests, Gao Lan was understandably reluctant to part with the emperor's sword. Divine weapons possess their own consciousness. Who could predict if the spirit of the emperor's sword might undergo a transformation due to this action? After a moment of contemplation, just as the worry surfaced on Yan Ran's serene visage, Gao Lan spoke. Might I inquire how long your majesty intends to wield the Emperor's sword? The situation was dire. Facing a being of immense power, no matter how many cards he played, he could never hope to match them, let alone the individual before him. An incarnation of Lin Yang, likely surpassing typical beings of great power. At least the temporal blade was superior to the divine weapons of those great beings. Reluctantly, Gao Lan had to confront the reality of the situation. A short period of 1 year, or at most 3 to 5 years, he continued. In return, I shall ensure the revival of the Emperor's sword to a level of creation. By then, you will possess at least some strength to withstand the covetous eyes of the mighty. Lin Yang stared blindly, his words signifying his awareness of the two legendary figures hidden away by Gao Lan. Otherwise, without such legends to anchor him, the ungoverned Emperor's sword would struggle to contend with a fully realized being of great power at the level of creation. Upon hearing Lin Yang's terms, Gao Lan suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and nodded lightly. Yan Ran, witnessing this, also exhaled in relief, though not fearing death. She was not eager to part ways with Gao Lan again. Seeing no overt reaction from the Emperor's sword, Gao Lan raised it with both hands and said, "Then I shall trouble your majesty to exercise great diligence." Lin Yang nodded, gracefully stowing the Emperor's sword within his sleeve. Before departing, he pondered for a moment and remarked, "Take heed on the path ahead. Signs indicate that the day of their return is not far off. Unlike the heavenly court, which gradually diverged from the impending calamity, the earthly realm remained a point of concern even for the other shore, not lesser in significance than their focus on the afterlife. Though they themselves had no need for it, it served as a battleground for the great beings under their command. In Lin Yang's observation, Gao Lan would require at least 7 to 8 years to validate his legend, considerably lagging behind the present world. Insufficient strength to claim dominion over the land was a perilous predicament, had it not been for the profound wariness he instilled in numerous powerful beings. The great Zhou would have been extinguished long ago. Aware of these circumstances, Lin Yang resolved to establish the heavenly court anew after proving his legend, rather than taking such steps during the celestial phase. As Lin Yang turned to depart, Gao Lan's expression grew increasingly somber. Given his perspective, he had undoubtedly contemplated this matter. Yet, no matter how he deliberated, it was an impasse unless he relinquished the land and retreated overseas. After a long silence, Gao Lan sighed deeply, his once stalwart figure appearing slightly bowed. Though he had gained the recognition of the Emperor's sword, the chasm separating him from that Emperor was immeasurable. This was the figure who had risen amidst the chaos of the beastly uprising, in an era when humanity and livestock were indistinguishable, growing from weakness to strength. Forging the sword on the dragon platform, striking down celestial beings, vanquishing myriad demons, and subduing malevolent forces. The Emperor's sword encapsulated countless years of human blood, tears, and lamentations, transforming into a weapon of the other shore before the Emperor could break free from the sea of suffering. Though supported by the Demon Emperor, this did not diminish his greatness, surpassing his own understanding by immeasurable degrees. The esteemed figures of the past could not keep pace with the times, and neither could he. Reflecting on the renowned names of the celestial rankings, Gao Lan's emotions were profoundly complex. In the 9 heavens, the incarnation of the Emperor traversed through the vastness, arriving smoothly at the Lingshao Palace. Upon entry, Lin Yang activated the protective array of the palace, ensuring no unforeseen occurrences could transpire. After retrieving the Emperor's sword, he solemnly declared, "The beings of the other shore are on the cusp of returning. The present is unlike the past. In the contest for the final fruit of the Tao, no one can afford to divert their attention from humanity, not even the progenitor of mankind. When that moment arrives, the human race across the myriad realms shall perish, falling victim to the clash of the other shore. As a course of action, I must attempt to merge with the Emperor's remains through this incarnation, risking imminent death, in hopes of discovering a path to survival that may shield humanity from the aftershocks of the other shore. Should I not secure the Emperor's sword's consent? Initiating the fusion with the remains would undoubtedly provoke a catastrophic backlash from his sword. Moreover, the Emperor's remains resided within the myriad realms contained within the Emperor's sword, and even if the sword's awakening were minimal, Lin Yang lacked the power to forcibly breach into another realm to seize the remains. Noting the Emperor's sword remained unresponsive, Lin Yang continued, "I am aware of the Emperor's final wishes before his ascension, to merge his remains with the myriad realms, exerting his last efforts to safeguard humanity. However, when the beings of the other shore unleash their true power, the myriad realms shall vanish in an instant." Before he could finish, a golden glow began to emanate from the Emperor's sword. Chapter 930, The Emperor. Clang. The entire sword, shimmering in a pale golden hue, resonated with a gentle sound. The engravings upon its blade becoming increasingly radiant. One side depicted the sun, moon, and stars, the myriad states of the realms, while the other side portrayed celestial beings, demons, and spirits bowing in submission, with the hilt representing the ember of humanity, illustrating the journey from nothingness to the accumulation of their heritage. The appearance of the emperor's sword bore a resemblance to another divine sword Lin Yang was familiar with, the Xianyuan sword. However, in this world, the two could not be conflated. In a certain primordial era, humanity indeed birthed an emperor known as Xianyuan. Even Sudaji had once guarded the ancient tomb of Emperor Xianyuan. Yet they were ultimately not the same individual. Perhaps when the emperor forged the emperor's sword, he had inherited the legacy of Emperor Xianyuan, hence the similarities in their appearances. Clang! The gentle chime of the emperor's sword persisted, radiating the brilliance of humanity, the pale golden blade gradually becoming translucent. In that ethereal moment, Lin Yang glimpsed the internal realms of the emperor's sword, revealing a realm of myriad worlds. It was likely due to the sword's current state of partial awakening that most of the internal realms appeared hazy and disconnected from the external worlds inhabited by the other shore's beings. Unless one belonged to the other shore, any powerful being venturing into that nebulous domain would encounter inexplicable misfortune, potentially leading to their immediate disintegration. A series of thoughts raced through Lin Yang's mind. His experience allowed him to discern that the indistinct area possessed a distinct order of the Tao, one that diverged entirely from the current epic's order, with the differences being profound rather than subtle. The insights garnered from the external world could not be applied within that hazy realm of myriad worlds. As the emperor's sword gradually awakened, the obscurity would recede, ultimately rendering it invisible. In the end, the internal myriad worlds of the emperor's sword, with their countless orders and mysteries, would closely resemble the realms inhabited by the numerous beings of the other shore outside. As these thoughts surged within him, Lin Yang noticed a change in the radiance emitted by the emperor's sword. A myriad of luminous rays intertwine and entwine, as if they are in a state of growth, or perhaps diffusing like a surging tide, filling the Lingxiao Palace and aspiring to spread throughout the entire nine heavens, even reaching the edges of the myriad realms. Creak, creak, creak. In this moment, Lin Yang found his mind emptied. He seemed to hear the nine heavens emit a sound of unbearable strain, as if it were on the verge of being crushed by some force, lamenting in agony. He understood that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. For bearing the authority of the nine heavens and ascending to the position of heavenly emperor enabled him to perceive this profound resonance. All anomalies stemmed from the eruption of the human path's radiance. There, a towering figure draped casually in a dark robe sat majestically, although devoid of imperial attire. Within his being lay an aura of royal dignity that inspired reverence, enveloped by an endless brilliance of humanity, his gaze imbued with a hazy, otherworldly hue, seemingly possessing sentience. It was his presence that caused the nine heavens to wail, burdened to the brink of shattering. Since the advent of celestial beings, practitioners wishing to descend into a certain world could no longer act recklessly. Otherwise, the vast expanse of their profound realms would utterly crush smaller worlds, akin to forcibly compressing a star within a standard planet, with the latter's fate being inevitable. By the time of legends, modes of existence underwent fundamental transformations, becoming omnipresent yet elusive, thus rendering such phenomena less conspicuous. Legendary powers would not shatter the infinite cosmos within the myriad realms due to the boundless universe derived from their profound realms, preventing any place besides the authentic realm from remaining. However, when a legendary being fell, and their true essence was utterly obliterated, the remnants of their legendary legacy, if left unmanaged, would transform into another boundless universe devoid of boundaries within the myriad realms. Simultaneously, due to the decline in life levels post-fall, these remnants would not surpass the normal celestial beings by much. The legendary legacy would crush realms smaller than itself, akin to a living celestial being. The legacy from the other shore followed the same principle, were it not for the essence of the nine heavens also belonging to the other shore level. The moment the Emperor's legacy appeared, the nine heavens would have vanished entirely. After the cataclysmic battle, the uppermost and most critical portion of the nine heavens lay in ruins, no longer resembling its former self from the ancient era. Otherwise, this scene would not have unfolded today. The Emperor, Lin Yang murmured, a sense of reverence swelling within him. Though not of this world's human lineage, he was nonetheless a member of humanity, Perhaps the blood flowing through his veins differed. Yet the spirit inherited through the ages remained unchanged. At this moment, witnessing a being from the other shore who appeared to sacrifice himself for humanity, for dreams that were but ephemeral illusions, undoubtedly stirred something within Lin Yang. He performed a half-bow from the depths of his heart, rather than merely yielding to circumstance as he had countless times before, or for ulterior motives. Over the years, Lin Yang had encountered numerous sages who sacrificed themselves for humanity. Not to mention the ancestral deity from the eternal life realm. He had witnessed many events unfold. Yet the emperor was a being from the other shore, and his sacrifice for humanity impacted Lin Yang profoundly, stirring his heart. In this final era of tribulation, although the number of fallen beings from the other shore exceeded that of the past, each fall was scrutinized. The Earth Mother, the Demon Lord, the Heavenly Emperor, the Saint of Demons. Anyone who reached a certain level could discern the reasons behind the falls of several beings from the other shore, with the Demon Lord's demise echoing throughout the myriad realms. Only the Emperor was different. The annals of history recorded his death as a tragic fate. For a being from the other shore to meet such an end, even Lin Yang could not help but feel a chill rise within him. He beheld within the Emperor's legacy a realm of myriad worlds, countless universes adrift upon the sea of suffering encompassing all living beings' joys and sorrows. At its core lay the authentic realm, distinct from the current era's genuine realm. The true realm within the Emperor's legacy merged with the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. Its structure reminiscent of a certain epoch from the primordial age, akin to the structure of the myriad realms. Even before his fall, the Emperor was not merely an ancient being, but a figure of near-ancient status. Lin Yang sigid inwardly. Only within the body of an ancient being could the 9 heavens and the 9 hells be formed. Yet, at his current level, Lin Yang could not ascertain whether the Emperor's true realm fully integrated with the complete 9 heavens and 9 hells, or merely encompassed their embryonic forms. After a deep inhalation, Lin Yang solemnly performed a bow. At that moment, the Emperor's avatar stepped forward, meeting Lin Yang's gaze, peering into the eternal stillness within his profound eyes. As he gradually transformed into a radiant light, becoming an integral part of the boundless brilliance of humanity, Lin Yang activated the secret technique bestowed by the Demon Lord, leveraging his understanding of the Emperor's golden scripture to establish a foundation for merging with the Emperor's legacy, seeking to harness the immense power contained within. As the secret technique commenced, Lin Yang let out a pained groan, blood spewing forth, as countless universes faded away. Chapter 931. The tide sweeping across the myriad realms. Greed leads to overreach. Lin Yang's words carried a hint of urgency. This was highly abnormal for him, indicating that his current state entailed more than just the expulsion of a single mouthful of blood. With his realm at merely the nascent stage of the Emperor's avatar, attempting to merge with a being from the other shore's legacy posed an unimaginable challenge, one that could only be likened to an ant attempting to swallow the heavens. However, since Lin Yang chose to pursue this path, he must have had some degree of confidence. At the very least, the Emperor's avatar practiced the Emperor's golden scripture, and the legacy itself bore no resistance. In fact, in accordance with the Emperor's thoughts prior to his fall, his legacy was destined to merge with heaven and earth, thus imposing no constraints. The Emperor even proactively diminished certain characteristics of the other shore, fearing that after his legacy merged with the world, the remnants of its otherworldly traits would instigate a cataclysmic transformation. As long as he deceived the Emperor's legacy, disguising himself as the heaven and earth that the legacy was meant to integrate with, it would not be difficult for the Emperor's avatar to merge with it. Although the powerful often retained traces of their sentience after their fall, this did not apply to beings from the other shore. A being from the other shore's demise signified the complete obliteration of the past, present, and future. In other words, only by vanquishing a being from the other shore at every temporal juncture could one ensure their absolute fall. Thus, at the level of the other shore, legacies were often devoid of the sentience exhibited by beings of the sea of suffering. Lin Yang's sole concern was how to confront the Emperor's legacy, which could transcend the vast sea of suffering and rise above the myriad realms, a power of the utmost caliber. To be more precise, the endeavor to merge with the Emperor's legacy was akin to attempting to fuse with an entire realm of myriad worlds. Although the Emperor had long since perished and that realm lay in utter ruin, with past events reduced to mere shadows and countless futures now mere bubbles, ever teetering on the brink of existence and extinction, this did not alter the fact that a tangible realm of the myriad worlds resided within the Emperor's legacy. Crack! As the secret technique activated, Lin Yang felt an invisible pressure enveloping him. His bones seemed to shatter, his spine likewise, nearing destruction, his flesh and blood completely drained, rendering him old and withered, resembling a desiccated corpse. Boom! At that moment, the nine heavens reverberated. A wave of ethereal essence and the true power of celestial stars, transcending the infinite distances, enveloping the Lingxiao Palace, replenishing Lin Yang's depleting energy. A multitude of projections flickered in and out of existence, their strength fully siphoned, succumbing to decay, only to give birth to new projections with the emergence of new universes. The rapidity of their destruction far surpassed that of their rebirth, and it was only a matter of time before all projections were lost. Amidst the astonishment of the celestial deities of the heavenly court, the Xian maiden stepped forward, though a trace of inescapable worry lingered in her eyes. Her demeanor remained composed as she spoke. Your Majesty is engaged in the cultivation of divine powers. You may all continue with your respective duties. Her status and strength were second only to Lin Yang, and being a confidant of his, her words carried significant weight. Although the celestial beings of the heavenly court were still perplexed, they did not let this impede their work, ensuring that the operations of the heavenly court continued without a hitch. In a certain Buddhist kingdom's pure land, in the realm of existence, the sovereign Buddha of freedom gazed upward, contemplating the boundless heights of the nine heavens that enveloped all worlds, a hint of perplexity manifesting upon his visage. What, he pondered, was Xianyang engaged in? The nine heavens appeared to be drawing from the vast ocean of energy encompassing the myriad realms, unleashing a terrifying tide that threatened to engulf all creation. Were it not for the source of this force being the nine heavens themselves, the tide would have already spread far and wide, likely consuming a multitude of universes, far exceeding the sands of the Ganges. In this moment, with the other shore yet untraversed, who but Xianyang could accomplish such feats? After the operation of creation, endowed with the ability to conjure something from nothing, any abundance of energy or vital essence could be fashioned into existence. It was merely a matter of time. Moreover, every layer of universe contained within a great being of supernatural powers harbored boundless energy. As the sovereign Buddha of freedom contemplated this, a growing sense of doubt burgeoned within him. To assert that Lin Yang had embarked upon a singular path to the other shore, thus catalyzing this sweeping energy tide, was something he cannot accept. Though the tide was indeed vast, nearly infinite, it paled in comparison to the energy contained within a single great being. The countless futures amalgamated when the Green Emperor extricated himself from the sea of suffering illustrated the immense difficulty of ascending to the other shore. Setting aside other considerations, the energy required was not easily amassed. Even if this energy tide persisted until the end of the epoch, it would still fail to match the level of energy Lin Yang could attain in mere moments as he began to break free from the sea of suffering. Under such circumstances, how could one hope to sever the bonds of this vast ocean of suffering? Though his curiosity was piqued, the sovereign Buddha of freedom refrained from venturing to the nine heavens to ascertain Lin Yang's endeavors. He was, after all, no match for them. To approach their domain would be tantamount to courting death. No matter how compelling the curiosity, once he ascended to the other shore, all would be revealed. Why tread a path leading to demise? The sovereign Buddha of freedom held no belief that Lin Yang would relinquish the opportunity to enhance that supreme true Buddha incarnation, allowing him to escape. His restraint in devouring each powerful being associated with Buddhism might simply stem from a fear of the other shore. In the ancient realm of the Fusang tree, the Green Emperor's gaze drifted, seemingly unfocused, unaffected even by the tide that enveloped all worlds. Within the depths of his eyes, one could observe a hazy essence, oscillating between the myriad realms. Beyond the nine heavens and the nine netherworlds, the outer realms bore no distinction. Should one gaze deeper, they would discover layers upon layers of phantasms manifesting within the Green Emperor's eyes. These were visions from the dawn of the epoch to the present moment, and countless futures, encompassing all that the Green Emperor faced. Among these visions, one depicted Lin Yang, now a pseudo-other shore entity, engaged in conversation with him, while another illustrated him intervening to rescue Lin Yang from the remnants of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Both instances transpired simultaneously, a mere 8 years and 6 months ago. Yet the variations in circumstances birthed differing scenarios. The Green Emperor, concurrently confronting the protracted timeline of both past and future, diligently masked his true self, refraining from revealing the stance of one who gazes down upon the beings of suffering before he had fully freed himself from the sea of affliction. After a considerable pause, The Green Emperor's gaze shifted toward the 9 heavens of the present and the myriad futures therein. Too hasty, he murmured softly, though gentle. His words resonated with the essence of the Tao, invigorating all that pertained to vitality, wood, time, and void. His ascension to the other shore had instilled a heightened sense of urgency among the great beings, a phenomenon he perceived and anticipated. Knowing that some would dare to attempt an early liberation from the sea of suffering, Lin Yang's actions were under his scrutiny. And what surprised the Green Emperor was Lin Yang's audacious choice to merge with the remnants of the human sovereign, remnants that had previously eluded his detection, seemingly concealed by the human sovereign himself. While merging with the human sovereign's remnants might allow Lin Yang's incarnation to slightly transcend the sea of suffering, the cost would be a compromise to the almost perfected path of time, subjected to the oppressive force of the human sovereign's remnants, thus distancing him further from true completion. Over time, should Lin Yang's incarnation surpass his original self, it would inevitably pose a hidden peril. Upon elevating his realm to the pinnacle of creation, becoming a pseudo-other shore entity through the 9 heavens enhancement could potentially avert this issue. Alas, the Green Emperor's thoughts halted, transitioning into a sigh. Chapter 932. The Cause of the Human Sovereign's Fall. In the Lingxiao Palace, a dense aura enveloped Lin Yang, consumed by every pore, transmuting into divine energy that served as the driving force behind his secret method. Despite the astronomical quantities of energy absorbed each moment, capable of overwhelming countless worlds, Lin Yang felt no burden. His previously deflated body of law remained untouched, as if this divine energy bore no significance to his current state. Although he had lost the peculiarities of the other shore, the remnants of the human sovereign were far from a trivial matter. They were terrifyingly potent. Sensing that the illusory path was under the duress of the human sovereign's remnants, Lin Yang's expression darkened. Were it not for his unique circumstances, even if he ultimately succeeded in merging with the human sovereign's remnants, he risked losing much more, potentially extinguishing any hope of ascending to the other shore. Finding himself ensnared in an awkward limbo, overshadowed by the might of the human sovereign's incarnation. At that moment, even the true spirit residing at unfathomable heights felt an inexplicable pang, as though it were on the verge of fracturing, losing its inherent unity and completeness. Lin Yang remained composed, recognizing that this turmoil stemmed from the merging with the human sovereign's remnants. To covet the remnants of a being from the other shore was fraught with peril. Should he falter, the remnants he deemed as his own would undergo a transformation, not merely consuming his human sovereign incarnation, but also drawing sustenance from his innate spiritual essence, potentially giving rise to another entity. This would not be the fallen human sovereign, but rather a being formed from the human sovereign's remnants, a self that mirrored Lin Yang. In such a scenario, his relationship with the human sovereign's remnants would draw no distinction from that of the demon Buddha and Meng Qi. Lin Yang's heart remained tranquil as he recited the true methods of the demonic path, channeling the secret arts of the demon lord to their zenith. The method he employed had initially been incomplete, having lost a portion when he returned to the Xintian sect, severed by the blade of time. It was only later, upon arriving in the southern wilderness and reminiscing with Qi Jingyan, that he managed to restore this secret method. Unlike him, Qi Jingyan had received the complete inheritance of the demon lord, even possessing the demon emperor's claw, yet he resisted the allure of degradation. Unwilling to become a pawn of the demon emperor's claw, thus perpetually opposing its influence. The cost of completing the secret method was that Lin Yang had once entrusted the withered and flourishing Bodhi to Qi Jingyan for a period of comprehension, allowing Qi Jingyan to employ the overarching principles of the Tathagata's divine palm to combat the invasive encroachment of the demon emperor's claw, thereby minimizing the likelihood of truly stepping into the demonic path. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted within the Lingxiao Palace, causing the dragon-like columns to collapse, splintering into fragments. The human sovereign's remnants reacted, no longer remaining in their previous state of silence. The obscure regions within them began to clarify, piece by piece. At the moment of this explosive surge, Lin Yang felt as if his mind had been struck, his consciousness nearly shattered, and his perception of the external world fragmented instantaneously. Blood droplets flowed from his 9 apertures, each one as profound and vast as the cosmos itself. The once fiery crimson blood transformed into a deep black the moment it left his body, with each droplet echoing the wails of countless beings, their intangible emotions coalescing into a dark mass. A flicker of spiritual light lingered, and Lin Yang exerted every effort to maintain the operation of the secret method, daring not to waver, for fear of inviting a backlash. It was only after a long while, more than half a stick of incense later, that he managed to reconstruct his self-awareness, restoring his connection to the external world. However, upon witnessing the scene within the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Yang's thoughts nearly came to a standstill. What lay before his eyes was no longer the familiar Lingxiao Palace. The human sovereign's remnants radiated like a sun illuminating the night, dispelling darkness and transforming the Lingxiao Palace into a celestial haven for humanity. This tableau illustrated the history of humanity, showcasing their rise from the depths of oppression by various races, their defiance, struggle, and bloodshed, ultimately culminating in their emergence as one of the most formidable races across the myriad realms. The remnants of the Emperor of Humanity illuminated the Lingxiao Hall, and although they retained their original form, they now resembled an ancient vessel that would never sink. This ancient ship sailed through the sea of suffering, carrying countless realms, myriad spirits, and everything else, with the aim of traversing the boundless ocean of anguish to reach the other shore, enabling all beings to transcend and no longer be ensnared in the vastness of suffering. Was this the reason for the untimely demise of the emperor? Lin Yang pondered in silence. Although he was unclear about the circumstances surrounding the emperor's death, witnessing this scene made it easy to imagine the secrets behind the emperor's fall. Which notable figure would be willing to allow countless beings from the myriad realms to ascend to the other shore together? Even if this era were not the end calamity, no one would permit such a thing. For every additional being on the other shore would mean one more competitor, diminishing the likelihood of achieving the Tao fruit for oneself. Indeed, even if the Emperor's grand wish were realized, those beings reaching the other shore would inevitably differ vastly from those who relied on their own strength to escape the sea of suffering. The disparity could be nearly infinite, akin to the difference between an ant and a great sage. However, it could no longer be as it once was, merely a fleeting dream. Even the weakest of beings could introduce variables, much like the existence of paths to the near shore. The ancients held mastery over all the mysteries of the myriad realms, including the secrets of the paths to the near shore. Yet, due to the unique nature of these paths, where time and space were intertwined, even the most ancient of beings had to personally descend into them to fully grasp everything within. The ancients could trace back to the roots of time, perhaps inferring the behavioral patterns of the myriad beings who entered the paths over countless years, but they could not predict the unforeseen variables that emerged without warning. As myriad thoughts swirled, Lin Yang discerned the myriad spirits within the ancient ship of the Emperor. He realized there are no demon beings. Although the Emperor treated the human race favorably, he remained impartial to all other races across the myriad realms, with no bias whatsoever, except for the demon race. Despite the opportunity to ascend to the other shore, the Emperor could not forget the harm inflicted upon the human race during the demonic chaos in their youth. Even if he carried the myriad spirits across the sea of suffering, he would not take the demon race along. Perhaps this was the reason for his disappointment in the Emperor. After all, to him, the demon race and the human race were akin to the palm and the back of the hand. He could never wholly abandon one for the other. Thus, even during the height of the demonic chaos, the demon race did not entirely eradicate the human race. The human race had also birthed great sages. How could the demon lords truly regard humans as mere livestock without the capacity for resistance? Reflecting on the demon lord's indifference to the emperor's fall, Lin Yang came to a realization. As the remnants of the emperor gradually revived, he sensed a significant acceleration in the fusion with his avatar, as if the remnants were actively integrating into the earthly guise of his avatar during the revival. A creaking sound echoed in Lin Yang's ears. With the melding of his avatar and the remnants of the emperor, his grasp of the path of time and various great Tao was profoundly influenced. The myriad realms within the remnants of the emperor were progressively shaping his comprehension of the Tao in all its facets. Chapter 933, Pseudo-Other Shore. The moment Meng Qi escaped the point of life and death, he sensed the change in the world. He gazed in astonishment at the 9 heavens enveloping the myriad realms. Even though he had gained significantly within the point of life and death, and was merely a step away from the realm of creation, he was still struck by the sheer magnitude of energy being absorbed by the 9 heavens. Even if he gathered all his projections, it would likely pale in comparison to the energy the 9 heavens absorbed in just 2 or 3 breaths. What is Brother Lin up to? Doubt swirled in Meng Qi's mind. Does the memory of the primordial mother contain this scene? He inquired of Gu Xiaosang, who stood beside him. No, Gu Xiaosang's voice replied. At this moment, a considerable amount of time has passed since the mother entered chaos. She is not an ancient being, under the influence of various prominent figures. Her understanding of the current situation is no longer clear, and she did not even foresee the ascension of the Azure Emperor to the other shore. I chose to feign death at that time because the Mother's memories had become unreliable. If I had harbored any delusions, I might have lost all hope of resistance. This time, it was not only Meng Qi who gained immensely. Gu Shaoxing, newly revived, had also made significant strides. Both had cultivated the infinite seal, one embodying the concept of life, and the other the concept of death, presenting a yin-yang state through the essence of infinity, devouring parts of the concepts of the point of life and death, leading to rapid advancement. Not long after her resurrection, Gu Shaoxing had already verified her legendary status within the point of life and death, becoming the second being to self-verify after the Overlord, unbeknownst to anyone. So, it is, Meng Qi mused, although beings of the other shore might seem despairing and nearly omniscient, that is under the condition that no other beings of the other shore exist. With the emergence of a second being on the other shore, omniscience is merely a fallacy. After all, the other shore is not an ineffable or unimaginable Tao fruit. Except when concerning the past and future, beings on the other shore must still adhere to logic. After these thoughts settled, Meng Qi leaped into the 9 heavens, returning once more to the southern heavenly gate. Yuan Huang Xianzun. Upon seeing Meng Qi's arrival, the celestial soldiers and generals, though cautious, called out in unison. After Meng Qi nodded, a Star Lord stationed at the southern heavenly gate expressed a hint of apology, saying, Xianzun, this moment is unlike any other. Please pass through the demon-discerning mirror to prevent any malefactors from disguising themselves as Xianzun and entering the heavenly court, thus tarnishing your reputation. I beg your pardon. As she spoke, she gestured towards the demon-discerning mirror hanging at the southern heavenly gate. Though it bore the name of a demon-discerning object, it sounded as if it were solely aimed at the demon race. However, the essence of the mirror was to see through any transformations. No matter how well one disguised themselves, they could not withstand the scrutiny of the mirror. No problem. Meng Qi nodded and approached the area illuminated by the mirror's light. He discerned that the demon-discerning mirror was ancient, certainly not a recent creation. It must be the genuine mirror from ancient times. Even a great sage would likely struggle to deceive this mirror. As the mirror's light enveloped his Dharma body, Meng Qi felt an inexplicable force descend upon him, as if scrutinizing him, dissecting every aspect of his Dharma body, leaving no privacy intact. In an instant, the brilliance of the demon-discerning mirror receded, no longer as radiant as before, yet still casting strands of light that enveloped the southern heavenly gate. The station Star Lord, noticing that Meng Qi remained unchanged and did not reveal his true form, breathed a sigh of relief and clasped her hands in apology, saying, Thank you for your cooperation. Xianzun, may I ask if your visit to the heavenly court is to see His Majesty? Meng Qi slightly shook his head and replied, No. I am here to find Lady Xuannu. The 9 heavens, devouring the energies of the myriad realms and stirring waves of power, implied that Brother Lin was undoubtedly occupied with significant matters. As such, it would be improper to intrude upon him. Comparatively, Lady Xuannu, who was responsible for various affairs in the heavenly court, was less likely to be involved in this matter. After all, based on past experience, Brother Lin would not allow her to partake in his endeavors. Lady Xuannu, the station Star Lord was taken aback, displaying a hint of astonishment. Though Lady Xuannu held a high status in the heavenly court, second only to His Majesty, it was unusual for the only being to self-verify as a legend, the Yuan Huang Xianzun, to address her with such a title. Considering that the Yuan Huang Xianzun was a direct disciple of Yu Su and a fellow disciple of the 9 Supreme Ones of the Tao sect, unaware of the full extent of the connection between the 9 heavens Xuannu and Meng Qi, the station Star Lord, filled with curiosity, spoke. Since Xianzun wishes to see Lady Xuannu, please wait a moment while I inform her. The 9 heavens Xuannu, overseeing all affairs of the heavenly court, resembled the true sovereign of the heavenly court even more than Lin Yang, and one could not simply meet her at will. If Meng Qi had intended to meet Lin Yang, he would have likely already been on his way to the Lingxiao Hall by now. Understood. Meng Qi nodded. His search for the 9 heavens Xuannu was not only due to the current changes in the 9 heavens, but also because he sought to uncover some ancient secrets. After the fall of the 9 heavens Xuannu in the heavenly court, she descended to assist the Emperor of Humanity, providing indispensable aid for his ascension to the other shore. Thus, her knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary great sages. À un moment laté, Meng Qi sensait la familière aura approching. Could it be the essence of Su Daji? After a prolonged absence, Su Daji had unexpectedly appeared in the heavenly court. The Xiannu has instructed me to escort you to meet her. After a brief pause, a palanquin arrived, blooming blue lotuses along its path. Once the palanquin came to a halt, the delicate voice of Su Daji wafted from within. Lingxiao Palace. As Meng Qi made his way to the Xiannu Palace, the taut string of Lin Yang's heart finally began to loosen. The crucial phase had been accomplished. Now, it was merely a matter of patient refinement, allowing his avatar to seamlessly merge with the remnants of the Emperor of Humanity, empowering his third incarnation to surpass both the Demon Emperor and the true Buddha, making it stronger than his current self. Lin Yang Muset. He referred to the present state because, with the fusion of the Emperor of Humanity's avatar and his remnants, though it altered his understanding of the Tao in various aspects, it also catalyzed an enhancement of his own cultivation. Even though he had previously fallen from the pinnacle of creation in the highest realm of the nine heavens, the reciprocal benefits from the remnants of the Emperor of Humanity were set to elevate him back to that summit, so much so that this time, feigning incompleteness would be impossible. Lingxiao Palace was not the highest tier of the nine heavens. Although other beings from the other shore might be unaware, the Heavenly Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and the Celestial Virtue Sage were all acutely aware of his current actions. Any further disguise could arouse their suspicion. A fleeting thought flickered through Lin Yang's mind, quickly dismissed. Taking the remnants of the Emperor of Humanity to the highest tier of the nine heavens for fusion would likely incite even greater doubt, potentially prompting some being from the other shore to entertain the notion of ascending to the highest tier. Such an outcome was unacceptable. He currently lacked the means to obscure the traces of his past in the highest tier of the nine heavens. Should any being from the other shore gain entry, all his efforts at disguise would be rendered futile. Fortunately, the beings from the other shore had yet to return. Even if they did, as long as he refrained from any unusual actions, they would not conceive the idea of entering the highest tier. The ruins of the other shore war had been visited long ago, apart from the Mother of No Life. The others from the other shore were among the very instigators of the destruction of the highest tier. This was also why Lin Yang was reluctant for the Azure Emperor to ascend to the other shore prematurely. This newly elevated being had never set foot in the highest tier of the nine heavens, which could stir curiosity about the origins of the ancient conflict in the heavenly court, thus placing considerable pressure on Lin Yang. After all, in the original timeline, several years later, the Azure Emperor indeed ventured into the highest tier, engaging in unknown endeavors. After several breaths, Lin Yang's ethereal form trembled violently, once more birthing the embryonic form of the true Rel within him. Simultaneously, a rich tapestry of temporal hues enveloped him, setting him apart from the denizens of the sea of suffering. His consciousness expanded, emanating from this current juncture towards the dawn of the epoch, proliferating towards countless futures, awakening the past while claiming the future. The pseudo-being from the other shore. Lin Yang closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the eternal continuum, witnessing all events from the birth of the nine heavens to the myriad possibilities of the future, an endless array of transformations. Chapter 9:34. The Sage of the Heavenly Tao, the Sage of the Nine Heavens, the contemplation of diminishing desires. Lin Yang's consciousness wandered through the river of time and fate, surveying the manifold scenes of the past, present, and future. In an instant, the embryonic form of the true realm within him appeared to have traversed eons, and in a mere moment, what had once been a mere outline of the true realm had become remarkably refined, even revealing traces of the nine heavens. Examining his own ethereal form, Lin Yang pondered, is it because of the reliance on the nine heavens that my internal realm lacks the embryonic form of the nine nether? While the nine heavens encompass a broader expanse and embody more pathways than the nine nether, they do not include the myriad great avenues contained within the latter. The nine heavens reflect the affirmative expression of the Tao across countless realms and partially embody certain great avenues, whereas the nine nether represents the negative aspects of various great avenues, such as the shadows of time, the darkness of life, and the themes of slaughter, destruction, and corruption. Thus, even though he had become a pseudo-being of the other shore through the Heavenly Emperor's authority, bolstered by the nine heavens, the internal realms of the myriad worlds still bore flaws, at least in comparison to the structure of the myriad worlds in this epoch. In this light, the pseudo-beings of the nine nether lack the embryonic form of the nine heavens within their internal realms, presenting a stark contrast to my situation. As Lin Yang's thoughts swirled, he gradually reigned in his consciousness, converging from a state that spanned eons back to the current moment. The distinction between pseudo-beings from the other shore and genuine beings lies not only in their limitations to certain realms, but also in the necessity for a brief period of gestation before launching their attacks. This was why, after the Demon Emperor and Huang Quan reached the origin point of life and death, the subsequent breaths taken by the nine nether pseudo-being. The Lord of Nine Chaos arrived belatedly. This external manifestation signifies that attacks require a moment's preparation. Fundamentally, while pseudo-beings can traverse the past and future with their consciousness, they cannot exist simultaneously at every fleeting temporal juncture like true beings from the other shore. Although in terms of overall power, pseudo-beings of the Nine Nether appear comparable to ordinary beings influenced by the Nine Nether, the nuances of their capabilities differ significantly. As Lin Yang's thoughts continued to evolve, he stepped out of Lingxiao Palace, making his way toward the highest tier of the Nine Heavens. Since plans had changed, and the inevitable attainment of completeness had arrived, becoming a pseudo-being from the other shore, he must make full use of his current standing to undertake certain tasks. What had previously seemed uncertain now appeared entirely feasible. Immortal Emperor, Lin Yang murmured to himself, his thoughts gradually drifting. Finally, there was no need for concern. He had not been surpassed by Sure Hao. Otherwise, his return to the world of the Supreme One should have been more thoroughly prepared, ideally after ascending to the Immortal Emperor rank, rather than in this manner, where, although he had not revealed himself, he had remained under the watchful eyes of others throughout, his true nature slightly suppressed. Your Majesty, upon hearing footsteps within the hall and seeing a familiar figure emerge, the celestial soldiers and generals immediately bowed, their hearts finally relieved. During the time when the Nine Heavens absorbed the energies of the myriad worlds, an unprecedented storm of divine energy had erupted across the realms. Although this tempest posed no threat to the celestial beings, its implications were indeed daunting, as they feared Lin Yang might encounter unforeseen circumstances. Should anything happen to Lin Yang, the heavenly court, bolstered by the support of the Nine Heavens Xin knew, would not collapse, but would be on the brink. Hence, they only relaxed upon seeing Lin Yang emerge unscathed, alleviating their concerns for the future. It was only after Lin Yang departed that one of the divine lords murmured uncertainly, "Did you see the aura Your Majesty just exuded? Could it be that he has broken free from the sea of suffering?" While he was merely a celestial immortal and unable to accurately gauge Lin Yang's condition, he had witnessed Lin Yang many times. Thus he was quite familiar with his previous aura, which now appeared drastically transformed. Previously, Your Majesty had been among the most preeminent figures among the great powers. If he truly had achieved a breakthrough, it could only mean he had ascended to the other shore. A star official gasped, his expression filled with shock. Beings from the other shore. In the universe from which he hailed, such entities were revered as sages of the heavenly Tao, the fruits of primordial unity. They were incomprehensibly great beings, transcending the annals of ancient history. Has Your Majesty truly ascended to the other shore? Upon hearing the star official's words, everyone outside Lingxiao Palace inhaled sharply, their excitement palpable. Whether a force possesses a being from the other shore is pivotal to its standing when beings from the other shore return. They could either descend into obscurity or rise to prominence, with no real middle ground existing. It is no exaggeration to state that without a being of the other shore, even a force composed of numerous great powers would be powerless against a mere finger of a being from the other shore, vanishing in an instant. In this era, where the universal identifier prevails, the terror and invincibility of the other shore have long ceased to be secrets. The bygone epochs of extinction were not devoid of mighty beings who, emboldened by their collective strength, dared to challenge the other shore, proclaiming, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Yet, there was no further consequence. This was an age marked by the decline of supreme beings, where the legendary powers beneath the other shore ultimately dwindled to a number even less than that of the other shore's denizens. As Lin Yang ascended toward the highest echelons, he seemed to hear the unvoiced thoughts of the crowd, perceiving their innermost reflections through their whispered futures. He paused imperceptibly, musing to himself with intrigue. It has been an epoch since I last heard the title of Heavenly Sage. A sage is not merely the product of diligent cultivation. It is a rank with limited numbers, wherein one's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly path, thereby acquiring the abilities of immortality and inexhaustible magical power, capable of commanding the energies of the vast cosmos. Even if one's physical form is obliterated, they can reconstitute a new body. When disregarding energy levels, there are notable similarities to the heavens of the divine tomb world. However, as time has flowed, the title of invincibility has been buried deep within the annals of history, no longer invoked and even regarded as a source of shame. To refer to me as a heavenly sage would indeed be a misnomer. A title of Nine Heaven Sage would be far more accurate. His pseudo-other shore realm derives from the essence of the other shore level, enhanced by the Nine Heavens. Departing from the nine heavens would strip away that enhancement. While it would not vanish entirely, maintaining the standards of pseudo-other shore would be impossible. At best, it would only allow Lin Yang to begin to extricate himself from the sea of suffering. This sparked an inspiration within him. Once he becomes an ancient one, could he transmute all mysteries of the myriad realms and all paths into corresponding special ranks, achieving an effect akin to the principle of reduction to emptiness? Lin Yang pondered. The Tao sovereign pioneered the path of reduction to emptiness, yet each other shore being, while traversing this path, has unique variations in their details. And the products of reduction to emptiness are not limited to a single form. One could even consider the products of others' reduction to emptiness as their own. Thus, could he not create more product from his future reduction to emptiness? Chapter 935. Lin Yang, the Heavenly Emperor. As these thoughts culminated, a peculiar expression surfaced on Lin Yang's face, and he muttered in an odd tone. The 3,000 guests in the Zhixiao Palace have evoked memories of the primordial wilderness, inevitably leading Lin Yang to think of Hongjun. Am I Hongjun? Lin Yang shook his head. Although viewed through the lens of a world where one is supreme, Hongjun's teachings were aimed at gathering a few powerful beings to become his products of reduction to emptiness. Once these powerful beings attained the rank of sage, Hongjun would achieve his divine completion, merging with the heavenly path and vanishing from sight. Throughout the long expanse of time, it was only during the latter stages of the investiture of the gods, when a master of heaven sought to re-establish the elemental forces, that Hongjun reappeared, bestowing upon him a means to resurrect the immortal sage, the poisoned red pill. Of course, Lin Yang understood that the tale of Hongjun belonged to a different worldview and bore no connection to the realm of supreme beings. Hongjun's teachings might have been solely for the purpose of imparting secret doctrines, ensuring that the beings of the primordial wilderness would not rely solely on their innate strength, remaining oblivious to the subtleties of cultivation. Although a figure named Hongjun exists in this world, he is merely a projection of the Tao sovereign, with deeds that are both similar and dissimilar. Should he fail to seize the opportunity for the fruit of the Tao this time, he must await the next chance. Yet, with this experience, they would undoubtedly be more vigilant against him, preventing his fusion with the power of cycles. Lin Yang was set inwardly. The opportunity for the fruit of the Tao, also known as the power of cycles, encompasses the complete force of creation and destruction, the transition from nothingness to being, from prosperity to decline, and back to nothingness. The Ancient One's embryonic form of the fruit of the Tao, containing all mysteries of the myriad realms and all paths, can only reach true maturity through the fusion of the power of cycles, transforming the embryo into the genuine fruit of the Tao. This transition renders mere thoughts flawed and illogical, as humans outside of the Tao can only describe an incomplete part of the whole. The precondition for merging with the epic's cyclic power lies in achieving true perfection in reduction to emptiness, allowing oneself to sever all ties with the myriad realms and maintain existence solely through existing strength. Only in this state can one attain the fruit of the Tao. Though he had not yet reached the other shore, Lin Yang had already set his sights on the power of cycles, intending to seize the opportunity for the fruit of the Tao at the epic's end to surprise everyone. His situation was unique. As long as he remained resolute and learned to let go, achieving a state devoid of any ties to the myriad realms and any form of causality was not impossible. As for reduction to emptiness, it was but one pathway to reach this state, not the sole method. Before becoming a pseudo-other shore being, such thoughts might have seemed fanciful. However, at this moment, although his realm derived from the enhancement of the nine heavens, it was indeed a tangible other shore. Even if merely pseudo, it still represented the other shore, transcending the suffering of sentient beings, placing his perspective on a different plane, beyond the flow of time. Thus, Lin Yang realized that his initial thoughts were indeed feasible. Yet, numerous external factors rendered it uncertain whether the complete power of cycles, which he hoped to manifest at the epic's end, would be successfully fused within him. The primordial mother of non-being faltered by a mere moment, failing to achieve her desires, while Amitabha fell short, ultimately allowing the triune of the three pure ones to succeed and attain the fruit of the Tao. The five who achieved perfection and reduction to emptiness, even the weakest among them, the primordial mother of non-being, were all ancient ones. His only advantage lay in their ignorance of his true trump card, rendering them unlikely to guard against him. Lin Yang, lost in thought, remained unaware that not long ago, the primordial mother of non-being had lamented that unless she could achieve perfection and reduction to emptiness before the epic's end, her fate would invariably be death. Even the Heavenly Emperor might reach perfection in reduction to emptiness. At that time, the number of contenders for the fruit of the Tao could rise to 6. However, the triune of the three pure ones, enlightened to their own interconnectedness, held a substantial advantage. And it was uncertain whether the Heavenly Emperor would vie for the fruit of the Tao in this epoch, perhaps aiding the three pure ones instead. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Yang's musings briefly paused. Within the Nine Nether, any fully realized malevolent entity could gain the Nine Nether's enhancement, becoming a pseudo-other shore being, yet the Nine Heavens were not so easily attained. Were it not for the Heavenly Emperor's authority, forged from the myriad powers of the Nine Heavens, Lin Yang would be unable to receive that enhancement, regardless of his affinity with the Nine Heavens. In a certain sense, the Heavenly Emperor's authority was part and parcel of the Nine Heavens, which in essence is of the other shore level, unique in both past and future. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor's authority that Lin Yang assimilated was also something singular in the continuum of time. In his weaker days, Lin Yang lacked the cultivation to fully unleash the potential of the Heavenly Emperor's authority. However, upon attaining complete realization, the Heavenly Emperor's authority manifested its true marvels, allowing him to become a pseudo-other shore within the Nine Heavens. If that is the case, who was the Heavenly Emperor that once dominated an era? Who was the Heavenly Emperor that once overshadowed all? Logically, Lin Yang understood that he was not that being, yet, upon becoming a pseudo-other shore, he traversed the river of time and did not leave behind distinct imprints at various temporal nodes as the pseudo-other shore of the Nine Nether did. Instead, he directly perceived the vastness of ancient times from the Heavenly Emperor's perspective. Initially, within the Nine Heavens, he informed Xuannu that at some future time, his reincarnation would manifest. It was he who was betrayed by the Thunder God. It was he who vanquished the Demon Lord. It was he who secretly laid plans at the bottom of the celestial prison, seeking to cultivate the body of the Ghost Emperor. It was he who was jointly targeted by the other shore beings led by the Primordial One. Apart from the myriad deeds of the Heavenly Emperor outside the Nine Heavens, everything he had accomplished within the Nine Heavens transformed into Lin Yang's own actions the moment he became a pseudo-other shore. The root of it all lay in the authority of the Heavenly Emperor that had been refined by the Heavenly Emperor himself. This can already be regarded as Lin Yang's own forged authority of the Heavenly Emperor. It is not difficult to envision that once he truly ascends to the other shore, the traces of the Heavenly Emperor beyond the Nine Heavens will undoubtedly be supplanted by him. Whether the Heavenly Emperor can thus attain a state of complete emptiness remains uncertain. Yet it is a certainty that he will escape the fate of inevitable demise. Was this a scheme set forth by the Heavenly Emperor in the original space-time, or was it inspired by the Demon Emperor? As Lin Yang's thoughts surged within, he once again stepped into the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens. This time, his experience here was markedly different. During his initial entry to the apex, he was merely a law body, easily assimilated and dissolved by the local powers upon venturing too deep. Now, however, he stood as one of the decayed sovereigns of the highest tier of the Nine Heavens, the true master of this place for countless years, who had once secretly guarded the fruits of the world tree, aiming to unobtrusively attain the Tao fruit, only to have his intentions leaked by the Thunder God, becoming the very source of the Heavenly Court's downfall. With a mere snap of his fingers, Lin Yang altered history, obscuring a span of time and ensuring that the traces of his true self vanished completely from this realm. Chapter 936, The Supreme Land of Creation. Suddenly, the rivers of time and fate erupted with tumultuous waves, surging forth as countless future possibilities dissipated into mere illusions. This was a fluctuation imperceptible to the beings trapped in the sea of suffering. In that fleeting moment, many past events underwent transformation, history replayed, morphing into an entirely different visage. The essence of Lin Yang's true self, lingering on the brink of death, seemed to sense something, his eyelids fluttering, as if attempting to open his eyes. Yet this motion was exceedingly laborious, as though he were burdened by the weight of countless worlds, struggling to act. As the incident from years prior, when his true self smuggled itself into the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, was altered, the now metamorphosing essence experienced an abrupt sense of unreality, as if he were merely a figment of dream within the imperial cocoon, now awakening from that dream, inevitably destined to vanish. A low, pained murmur emanated, resonating throughout the heavenly prison, where the body within the imperial cocoon struggled instinctively to prevent its own existence from fading. Thunderous roars erupted, a surge of vital energy and divine power swelling forth. An unimaginable force surged, akin to a waking dragon, rampaging through the myriad realms. freely unleashing its unparalleled might. The Imperial Tao, Lin Yang whispered. In this moment, through another body, he glimpsed a different landscape. It was the dawn, resembling a portal leading to a grander expanse of the cosmos. Boom! The Imperial cocoon radiated, emitting a beam of light tinged with crimson that pierced through layer upon layer of the heavenly prison, emerging from the depths to the outside, causing the transformative powers of the highest tier of the 9 heavens to seemingly retreat in deference. Ripples spread forth, the light of the beam resonating with the grand Tao of this realm, revealing an array of Tao symbols, previously unutterable, now partially manifesting. Each symbol was profoundly intricate, so complex it defied description, elucidating various aspects of different Taos, significantly easing the comprehension for practitioners. While it lacked some of the ineffable charm present in its formless state, it remained an unparalleled treasure rare to find in the world. Time, fate, lifespan, vitality, the fire element, the return to the void, judgment, slaughter, annihilation, disintegration. Lin Yang's eyes deepened as he absorbed everything from the highest tier of the 9 heavens, perceiving the significance represented by countless Tao symbols. All the Tao symbols flowed within his heart, fostering an increasingly profound understanding and enhancing the previously imperfect foundation. After a while, as he assimilated all the mysteries into himself, Lin Yang mused. The depth of each Tao symbol corresponded to the level of proximity to the tangible Tao, with still some distance remaining from the ethereal Tao, perhaps due to the weakness of that body, which could not elicit a deeper resonance with the Tao. Although the multitude of Tao symbols he currently embraced might not significantly aid in perfecting the foundation of the time Tao, when he ultimately ascends to the other shore and strides towards the ancients, he would undoubtedly recognize the contributions of these symbols. As thoughts whirled, the rivers of time and fate regained their tranquility, history replaying itself. In the deepest part of the heavenly prison, the Imperial cocoon was nowhere to be seen. Only the hidden remnants of the Ghost Emperor remained, suggesting that everything pertaining to his true self from recent years had never transpired at all. The actions Lin Yang once took at the apex had transformed into mere illusions, no longer tangible. In the reenacted history, his true self had not arrived, nor had he ever consumed time, thus failing to attain complete transformation, compelled to disguise himself, ultimately retreating to the realm of the ancient Fusang tree. Crack! Lin Yang heard the sound of shattering. A segment of his past vanished, and a fleeting blankness enveloped his existence, rendering the connection from past to present imperfect, his form on the verge of disintegration. For a great practitioner, this was utterly fatal. Even a perfected being of the sea of suffering was not exempt. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yang had already become a pseudo-ascendant, capable of manifesting a perspective that overlooked the sea of suffering, partially transcending the river of time. Thus he would not perish due to the historical void, merely experiencing an imperceptible influence, akin to a mortal shedding a hair. Ah, this is rather excellent. It allows me to elude their scrutiny, observing the newly evolved history. The Lin Yang who returned to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens was merely contemplating the Tao rhythms of this realm, searching for any potential relics left behind. Without any further actions, Lin Yang nodded gently. In the absence of interference from other ascendants, the circumstances here were naturally dictated by him. Even if the future Qing Emperor or some other ascendant were to arrive at the highest tier of the 9 heavens, they would at most only perceive that the past had undergone some alterations. They could never pierce through the river of history to uncover the truths he had meticulously concealed. Though all ascendants exist on a spectrum of strength and weakness, they ultimately reside on the same tier, unlike the distinction between ascendants and non-ascendants, where the latter's efforts, no matter how great, remain mere jest. Thump, thump, thump. A powerful heartbeat suddenly resounded, filled with vibrant life and vigor, strong enough to rejuvenate the myriad universes on the verge of twilight. Lin Yang pressed a hand to his chest, muffling the heartbeat emanating from his law body. Outsiders could not see that within him, the true positions of the myriad realms had been occupied by the dark cocoon. This was the Imperial cocoon, which had vanished in the replay of history, now contained within him, nurturing day by day with his ascendant-grade vitality. The portion of power that should have been provided by the Ghost Emperor's body was now replaced by Lin Yang's strength, thus maintaining the integrity of the Imperial cocoon against complete collapse. At this moment, where else in the myriad realms could be safer than within him? Other ascendants might enter the highest tier of the 9 heavens, yet they could never penetrate the myriad realms within him. Moreover, the vitality of an ascendant surpasses all treasures of the myriad realms. For the body undergoing transformation, This place was indeed a supreme land of creation. The celestial emperor. Lin Yang felt a surge of anticipation rise within him, even as he could glimpse numerous possibilities of the future. Everything pertaining to the other body remained concealed, and even with future changes, it was impossible for an inexplicable segment of the future to manifest without prior signs. Thus, the state following the completion of the other body as cultivation remained unknown in Lin Yang's eyes. The only certainty he possessed was that the dawn of the perfected imperial Tao was firmly within his grasp. The celestial emperor was no longer an illusion. And in such an extraordinarily favorable environment, the celestial emperor born of innate nurturing must differ from one forged through conventional trials. When I ascend to the other shore, the myriad realms within me will truly be perfected, and the body within the imperial cocoon shall emerge. At that time, Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that his grasp on this opportunity to seize the Tao fruit had increased. If previously it was a mere 1% probability, now it had risen to 1 in 50. Chapter 937. Before the fall of the heavenly court. As Lin Yang descended to the deepest level of the celestial prison, his thoughts were tumultuous, and he gazed upon the spectral form of the ghost emperor, submerged in the boundless darkness, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. The past remained vividly etched in his memory. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into an eternal void. The once resplendent glory had succumbed to the desolation and ruin of the present, and the pathways that were once vibrant stood on the brink of annihilation, their complete obliteration evoking profound lamentation. Regrettably, the battle of your had inflicted severe wounds upon the 9 heavens. Had it not been for that, the augmentation of the heavenly emperor's authority would have rendered him even stronger, Lin Yang mused. The 9 heavens and the 9 nether realms both belonged to the pinnacle realm, one embodying purity and the other corruption. There was no inherent disparity between them. However, the latter could sustain multiple perfected beings of chaos within a facade of the apex realm, while the former could only accommodate a single individual in such a manner. At first glance, it appeared that the 9 heavens were inferior to the 9 nether realms, yet the reality was otherwise. Lin Yang could sense that he surpassed any pseudo-apex being within the 9 nether realms, even in this moment of near obliteration. If the combat prowess of the pseudo-apex entities in the 9 nether realms equated to that of an ordinary apex being within their domain, slightly below that of an unaffected ordinary apex, then his own strength was marginally superior to that of a typical apex being. This was not a baseless confidence. Rather, it stemmed from his unwavering conviction born from personal experience. When he vanquished the demon lord, he had acutely felt the vast chasm between their strengths. In the annals of the myriad realms, it was said that the heavenly emperor had slain the demon lord with the heavenly Tao seal, a statement not devoid of truth. For the essence of the heavenly emperor's authority was indeed the heavenly Tao seal. Before the heavenly emperor had forged the myriad powers of the 9 heavens into his own, he had transmuted the authority of the 9 heavens into an ancient seal. Mastery of this ancient seal allowed for resonance with the 9 heavens, bestowing formidable enhancements and rendering one invincible within its domain. During his zenith, the heavenly emperor stood merely a step away from the ancient beings, lacking only the other apex treasures apart from the heavenly Tao seal, whereas the demon lord, despite having only just ascended to the apex realm, wielded the claws of the demon sovereign. Theoretically, the 9 heavens should exert some influence over the demon lord, given his origins in the realm of evil. Yet in truth, the 9 heavens were not the 9 nether realms. They did not reject the beings of the external world, but instead embraced all manifestations across the myriad realms, rendering their impact on the demon lord almost negligible. While the demon lord's demise was partly attributed to his relentless resistance, the greater cause lay in the heavenly emperor, who, having harnessed the heavenly Tao seal and received the backing of the 9 heavens, wielded power not inferior to that of the ancient beings. To slay an apex being, even one newly ascended, was no simple feat in the wake of devastation. Lin Yang contemplated that even if his strength post-ascension did not reach the level of the ancient beings, it would undoubtedly progress further, rivaling that of the near-ancient beings. As he pondered, he retrieved the form of the ghost emperor from the darkness, effortlessly dispelling the remnants of the demon Buddha's techniques that lingered upon it. A fallen phoenix is less than a mere chicken. Even if the demon Buddha had mastered the Buddha's divine palm, a technique second only to the primordial supreme, it would be of little consequence when he was suppressed, as no amount of skill could sway another of great stature. The essence of the demon monarch fused with the ghost emperor's form would approximate the stature of the demon sovereign. As Lin Yang deliberated, his consciousness traversed the annals of time, reaching back countless years. A hypothesis called for his experimentation. Should it prove successful, it would significantly benefit him. Thunderous roars reverberated as the Tao trembled, and palatial structures at the apex of the nine heavens began to shatter, enveloped in layers of celestial flames, plummeting to the earth. Are they about to strike against his majesty? The solar god's face paled, his mind growing hazy as he realized that escape could only be sought through alternative means. Drawing upon years of experience, he made a swift decision and fled towards the Hall of Rebirth. Only by harnessing the mysteries of the Hall of Rebirth and concealing himself in the past, within some future hall, could he hope to evade this calamity and avoid being ensnared in the cataclysm at the core. As for aiding the Heavenly Emperor, how could a being from the realm of suffering interfere in the battles of the apex? Even the ability to witness the conflict at the apex stemmed from the fact that the uppermost tier of the nine heavens was a pathway of sorts. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor, the other apex beings had no time to leave their imprint on every moment of the past. Otherwise, this battle would not erupt in the present, but would unfold across every instant of the past and future, with no possibility of awareness. No, they had already begun their slaughter in the future, even if those few had not left their marks in the past, the moment they ascended to the apex. They had engaged in countless potentialities, claiming dominion over an exceedingly distant future. At the instant the solar god traversed the celestial prison, he was jolted awake, cold sweat cascading down his form. It was easy to imagine the terror within his heart, knowing that such a legendary power could induce such a reaction. Pausing momentarily, as the solar god prepared to vacate the area, he suddenly sensed an anomaly within the celestial prison. The tightly shut gates of the prison swung open from within. Had a defeated entity seized the opportunity to escape? In that fleeting moment, the solar god beheld a figure emerging, strikingly familiar, one he encountered frequently within the Lingxiao Palace. Clad in a dark imperial robe, adorned with a crown that veiled his visage, he stood tall and majestic, as though he upheld the very heavens. "Your Majesty?" he exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising in disbelief, seemingly witnessing the impossible. Upon closer inspection, that aura was unmistakably the essence of his majesty. And it was not an avatar or semblance. It was indeed the true form of the emperor. Yet, if his majesty stood here, who then occupied the central battlefield at the apex? Could the eminent figures of the apex realm not discern that they were not targeting the emperor? As the solar god grappled with his incredulity, Lin Yang shot him a glance and calmly remarked, "You may go to the Hall of Rebirth and wait in tranquility for an eternity, awaiting the summons." After all, he was a legendary figure, a worthy facade to present. It would be remiss to disregard him entirely. Moreover, despite the solar goddess' personal ambitions over the years, they had not interfered with his duties. And with him in place now, the solar god would not be subjected to the same fate as before, falling victim to the relentless passage of time. Thus, he could serve as a semblance of dignity. After all, the current state of affairs within the heavenly court was rather disheartening. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The solar god expressed his heartfelt gratitude immediately. After he departed, Lin Yang's voice resonated in the ears of the heavenly court's powerful beings. Those with ulterior motives would be left to their own devices. Once the assembly of powerhouses congregated at the Hall of Rebirth, Lin Yang pressed a hand down, casting the hall beyond the confines of time, shielding its inhabitants from the protracted temporal erosion that lay between this moment and the present. Having completed this, Lin Yang extended his divine power, enveloping the apex of the nine heavens entirely to shield it from the residual turmoil of the apex battle, protecting this pathway from irreparable devastation. Ultimately, it was merely an imprint of the apex, and one that resided within the pathway. While it might be formidable to the beings of suffering, it was nearly negligible to those of the apex realm. Lin Yang gazed into the distance at the unfolding battle, witnessing a scene from history. Contrary to the solar god's understanding, at this juncture, he was not in his true form, for at this temporal node, his true self, the heavenly emperor, was being ruthlessly battered by a host of apex figures. The figure emerging from the celestial prison was merely an incarnation formed from a fragment of consciousness. As for why he had entered the celestial prison, it was merely to witness firsthand what the once nine heavens thunder god, the demon Buddha, had done at the bottom of the prison during the eruption of the apex battle that led to his recognition by the seal of reincarnation. Chapter 938. The longer time passes, the more challenging the Tao fruit becomes. Reincarnación Seal. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed moments ago at the bottom of the celestial prison, Lin Yang fell into deep contemplation. At the moment when the Earth Mother ascended to the apex realm, she transformed her ethereal Tao fruit into the reincarnation seal, making her the shortest-lived being of the apex. She had perished even as she successfully broke free from the realm of suffering. After her demise, the reincarnation seal had autonomously sought its way into the hands of the Heavenly Emperor, where it was now wielded by him. As Lin Yang transcended into the realm of the pseudo-beyond, he found himself revisiting the moment of the Nine Heavens' inception, having personally experienced it. He had once visited the Heavenly Emperor before breaking free from the sea of suffering, engaging in profound discussions with him, and thus was privy to their exchanges regarding the sovereign heaven and earth. Therefore, he felt no astonishment at the Heavenly Emperor's mastery over the cycle seal. It was only upon returning to the moment before his fall from the heavenly court and witnessing the myriad experiences of the thunder god of the nine heavens that Lin Yang's astonishment deepened. The cycle seal, seemingly under the Heavenly Emperor's dominion, exhibited no resistance when confronted by the demon Buddha, surrendering entirely to him and forsaking the Emperor's intricate designs. This was contrary to Lin Yang's earlier conjectures that the demon Buddha had employed clandestine methods to subjugate the cycle seal. The depths of the demon Buddha's secrets remained an enigma. Watching the figure of the nine heavens thunder god vanish from the upper echelons and venture towards the realms of truth, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Even in the current epoch, which resembled the Middle Ages, the demon Buddha had already ascended to the beyond. Even should he eliminate the thunder god, it would have no bearing on the demon Buddha. Even if the demon Buddha were to be subdued, the essence of the beyond would remain unchanged. At the time he vanquished the Eastern Emperor Tai, it was not during the zenith of the Heavenly Emperor's power. It was only after he received the Taoist legacy from Tai and began to contend with the three pure ones that the Heavenly Emperor truly reached his pinnacle of strength and glory. Could it be that the subjugation of the cycle seal and the covert manipulation of the heavenly Tao's monstrosities stemmed from the Taoist legacy? In Lin Yang's speculation, prior to the cataclysm of the last epoch of the primordial era, the Heavenly Emperor was likely the most ancient being, on par with the three pure ones, Amitabha, and others, superior to those born in the earliest epoch, at this point embodying the demon sovereign as a product of reduction, seeking the void. Following the destruction of the primordial epoch, after a single obsession reincarnated, Ananda was able to swiftly reach a level just beneath the primordial heavenly sovereign upon his ascension to the beyond. This could be attributed to the potential influence of the Tathagata's reverse palm, but more likely, it was due to the profound foundation he accumulated while being the Heavenly Emperor. Contemplating the reincarnated essence of the most ancient being, who had served as his subordinate for countless ages, Lin Yang's expression grew somewhat peculiar, accompanied by a sense of urgency. Although the demon Buddha was not a complete incarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, in order to avoid detection by the myriad beings of the beyond, he had already mutilated his own psyche, altering his behavioral patterns from those of the Heavenly Emperor. Nonetheless, within the heart of the demon Buddha, there resided a persistent hatred for the Heavenly Emperor. In his original timeline, he had proclaimed that after sitting upon the supreme throne for so many years, the Heavenly Emperor deserved his demise. Only he had the rightful claim to the ultimate throne of the myriad realms. At this moment, as Lin Yang began to assume all that belonged to the Heavenly Emperor, he could not afford to overlook the latent threat posed by the demon Buddha. Even his transformation of the supreme true Buddha into an avatar was a strategic measure to counter the demon Buddha. Should the demon Buddha indeed intervene, half of his plans would be rendered futile, and the prospect of attaining the Tao fruit in this epoch would be utterly dashed. As the nine heavens thunder god entered the realms of truth and suddenly vanished, seemingly utilizing the supernatural escape of the cycle, Lin Yang's gaze deepened in contemplation. Theoretically, understanding that the final tribulation was not a genuine conclusion and that another epoch awaited, he should not covet the opportunity for the Tao fruit. After all, in the new epoch, there would be countless opportunities. Yet, in reality, as time continued to flow, new beings of the beyond would inevitably emerge, and the competition for the Tao fruit would only intensify, making the attainment of the Tao fruit increasingly arduous. Furthermore, those who achieve perfection in reduction, seeking the void, would not lack strength. In the original timeline, Meng Qi was a product of the three pure ones reduction, seeking the void, having inherited part of the Green Emperor's karma. When the three pure ones achieved perfection in their own reduction, seeking the void, Meng Qi had already become an ancient being. Similarly, Gu Shaoxing, as a product of the reduction, seeking the void from the Wuxing Laomu, enjoyed the same fate. A dual beyond, all comprised of ancient beings. Thus, it is evident that with each additional being achieving perfection in reduction, seeking the void, their products would also be ancient beings. In other words, Only when the products of reduction, seeking the void, become ancient beings can they select their representatives for reduction, seeking the void, thereby attaining perfection. Moreover, considering those who are not products of a certain beyond's reduction, seeking the void, but instead ascended on their own, the difficulty of attaining the Tao fruit in the future is self-evident. To put it humorously, the likelihood of several hundred beings of the beyond competing for the opportunity of the Tao fruit may arise. Even if there were an agreement to attain the Tao fruit one by one, who could guarantee that before their turn, a genuine conclusion would not occur? How could those who ascend to the beyond relinquish their fate to a next epoch that may or may not exist? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yang experienced a moment of clarity, pondering. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor also sought to contend for the Tao fruit of the final tribulation. He too could not be certain that even if he had shown benevolence to Meng Qi, he would secure the opportunity for the Tao fruit in a future epoch before the true conclusion arrived. Lin Yang was set for terre, relying on the anomalies of the nine heavens and the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps he could indeed achieve reduction, seeking the void during a time when he was not an ancient being, exerting dominance over an era and gaining the support of the primordial Heavenly Sovereign and the virtuous Heavenly Sovereign. How could the Heavenly Emperor truly be so mediocre? Knowing that in Lin Yang's memories, the other beings of the beyond each had their unique paths to reduction, seeking the void. Could he not integrate his own peculiarities to summarize a path uniquely his? He could not simply place his hopes on the Heavenly Emperor not being extraordinary, failing to achieve an unprecedented reduction, seeking the void while not being an ancient being, thereby overlooking the potential threat posed by the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, from the historical knowledge he possessed, there had been numerous fluctuations, not to mention those he was unaware of. When the Heavenly Emperor was at his peak, he was verging on being an ancient being. Could he truly have missed the opportunity to advance further and, like the Wuxing Laomu, silently become an ancient being? Lin Yang meticulously retraced his thoughts, confirming that he indeed did not know of a swift method to become an ancient being. However, perhaps the Heavenly Emperor gleaned inspiration from his memories, leading to his sudden clarity on previously perplexing matters, thus discovering alternative methods. Did the virtuous Heavenly Sovereign not anticipate the Heavenly Emperor, considering he was aware of Lin Yang's memories? Or could the Heavenly Emperor have concealed his actions from the virtuous Heavenly Sovereign, seeking other avenues for breakthrough? As Lin Yang pondered these uncertainties, a tempest of colorful thunder and resplendent purple flames erupted, cascading from the pinnacle of the nine heavens to the realms of truth, causing the Lingxiao Palace, suspended above the nine heavens, to tremble violently. This battle was approaching its climax. The heavenly court was on the verge of collapse. Boom! The sound of authority fracturing echoed in the ears of all celestial beings in the heavenly court, leaving them bewildered and anxious as the source of their power suddenly dissipated, rendering them no different from ordinary beings, reliant solely on absorbing external energy. The connection to the God-sealing list was severed. Freedom at last. A woman with bright eyes and white teeth sensed the shift and revealed a radiant smile. Seizing the opportunity, she allowed her true spirit to escape from the God-sealing list, breaking free from eternal shackles. Unlike the celestial beings whose powers heavily relied on the God-sealing list, she was a disciple of the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign and a great practitioner in her own right. Although her physical form was shattered due to provocation against the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, her essence remained unchanged, still embodying creation. After countless years of being listed, her displayed power had been constrained by the God-sealing list. No amount of arduous training could yield a semblance of enhancement, making her no different from the mortals who fortuitously attained high divine ranks. Yet today, the distinction between her and those mortals who had been conferred divine status was now evident. Master, as she gazed at the Ling Bao, Heavenly Sovereign riding the Azure Ox, the bright-eyed woman felt a surge of complex emotions as she made her escape toward the Sanxia Island in the Eastern Sea. As she departed from the heavenly court, anguished cries echoed throughout the nine heavens. The harrowing wails transformed into light and fire, plummeting toward the realms of truth, their divine forms ablaze, illuminating the sky with brilliant hues. This is a celestial being harboring ulterior motives, who perished in a state of unease, having received no notification from Lin Yang, and joined many other celestial beings in the spectacle of falling stars. Lin Yang's eyes were as calm as an ancient well as he gazed upon the place where the celestial beings had plummeted. In the future, that location would be named the Desert of the Buried Gods. He had traversed through there on his journey to the Fish Sea, in search of the fundamental tenets of the Tathagata's palm. as one celestial being after another transformed into light and fire, descending into the realm of reality. Lin Yang's gaze gradually shifted towards the ethereal figure that shielded the realm of reality from the ravages of the war across the other shore. The figure bore a human head and serpent body, embodying the sovereign of demons, the progenitor of humanity, known as Nuwa. It was through the arrangements left by her that the myriad realms were spared calamity, avoiding destruction from the myriad colorful thunders and violet flames unleashed during the clashes of the beings from the other shore. Only those connected to the heavenly court were affected by this battle, yet even then, Nuwa mitigated its essence, ensuring that the colorful thunders and violet flames did not obliterate the irrelevant. Lin Yang held a prolonged gaze with the ethereal figure of Nuwa, who stood with arms outstretched as if to embrace the heavens, her eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. In that moment, Lin Yang lost the desire to investigate further, realizing that her true form still lingered in the highest tier of the 9 heavens. Although he could step beyond the 9 heavens, without the divine support, he would have to confront the repulsion of the river of time alone, no longer in the harmonious state of past and future coalesced. This was but a secondary concern. More pressing was the ominous portent that would arise from leaving the 9 heavens after becoming a pseudo-being from the other shore. With the knowledge of so many secrets, he could easily be perceived as an obstruction by certain entities from the other shore. Perhaps they were previously unaware of the distinctions between the pseudo-other shore of the 9 heavens established by the Heavenly Emperor's authority and that of the 9 nether realms. Yet, as Lin Yang ascended, they would inevitably glean some insights. There was no imprint of history that belonged solely to Lin Yang. How could he conceal it? Even as a pseudo-other shore, he could trace back to the inception of the 9 heavens and the birth of the 9 nether realms, making it not difficult to deduce his current predicament. At that moment, a distant sigh echoed. No need for external aid. The primordial supreme being spoke. Having witnessed the concealed fruit of the tree of creation after vanquishing the heavenly emperor, only to be met with disappointment. The heavenly emperor may have believed that the fruit born of the tree of creation, which underpins the myriad realms, held the potential for transcendence. Yet to the eyes of the primordial supreme being, the most ancient of entities, it appeared otherwise. If one were to insist, the fruit of the tree of creation was merely a fragmentary force of the epical cycle. Even if it were to help in maturing one as path fruit, it would likely end up being a mere aberration, perhaps stronger than the most ancient ones, yet still vastly inferior to the completeness of a path fruit ripened by the full force of the epical cycle. At the current juncture, even the slightest disparity was significant. For instance, the difference between the ancient ones and the most ancient was merely a subtle one. However, if this epoch were not the final calamity, the destruction of the previous epoch would have no bearing on the present. Theoretically, any of the most ancient beings possessed the capability to annihilate all non-ancient beings. As long as they were not obstructed by other most ancient beings, they could obliterate the roots of time, leading to the inevitable demise of all entities unable to trace back to the roots of time. Much like the intentions of the Spirit Treasure Supreme Being at the end of the Function era, who sought to reform the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, thus allowing everything to evolve anew. Such a minuscule difference could yield such consequences, let alone a significant one. As the primordial being of the other shore, the first to forge heaven and earth, how could the primordial supreme being place any importance on the fruit of the tree of creation? Lin Yang observed the reenactment of history as one after another. Beings from the other shore departed without a trace of attachment, leaving only the Buddha behind. Just as he intended to pluck the fruit of the tree of creation, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the Lingxiao Palace, slowly descending towards Mount Yuhuang, the site of its former glory. The heavenly emperor? The Buddha mused softly. How could the heavenly emperor, vanquished by their combined might, possibly be present here? Even if a breath was spared for the sake of preserving the epic, the heavenly emperor could not return to the highest tier of the heavenly court at this moment of its fall. Lin Yang felt no surprise at the Buddha's actions. Although this was not the current node, the Buddha found himself in an awkward predicament, for each epoch allowed but a single intervention in the myriad realms. Yet, with the weight of past actions still residing within, he could devise responses based on varying circumstances, albeit in a manner more rigid than the sentient beings of the sea of suffering. The heavenly emperor? The Buddha repeated softly, observing Lin Yang's silence. The tone and demeanor remained unchanged from before. The beings from the other shore, having partially transcended the river of time, rendered the imprints of the other shore, which served to maintain the historical process, somewhat inept, merely inscribing fragments of the actions of the other shore beings, thus forming an imprint. Lin Yang suspected that if he remained unresponsive, the Buddha's imprint would endlessly repeat that phrase until the moment he was to depart from the highest tier of the 9 heavens. The impact of the heavenly emperor's presence in the highest tier was so profound for the Buddha. Otherwise, had it pertained to matters beyond the other shore, the Buddha's imprint would have devised alternative responses long ago. As he observed the Buddha's imprint threatening to become a mere echo, Lin Yang reflected on the Buddha's silent watch over the affairs of the myriad realms, cherishing the singular opportunity to intervene per epoch, and thus refrain from any impropriety. Just as the Buddha's imprint was about to speak again, Lin Yang's voice emerged. The heavenly emperor is me, and you are also me. The moment his words resonated, the supreme, true Buddha, having just arrived at this temporal juncture, stepped into the highest tier of the 9 heavens. Lin Yang had previously focused on matters beyond the 9 heavens solely to guide the Buddha's form through the river of time, ensuring its arrival at this moment neither too early nor too late, thereby avoiding unnecessary variables. Though departing from the 9 heavens would mean no longer being a pseudo-other shore being, one's gaze still bore a certain potency, illuminating the path for the supreme, true Buddha. The heavenly emperor is you? I'm also you? As the Buddha regarded Lin Yang and the supreme, true Buddha, a subtle ripple of emotion began to surface on his pale, golden visage. Chapter 940. The profound intent of the Green Emperor. After murmuring a phrase, the Buddha seemed to attain newfound understanding, revealing a faint smile. Much like in years gone by, when the Buddha held a flower and Kasyapa smiled. None could fathom the reason behind Kasyapa's smile, or what enlightenment he gleaned from the Buddha's gesture. In this moment, the Buddha's smile too was beyond comprehension. Crack! The pristine golden form of the Buddha manifested fractures, which gradually spread, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Crack! Shards began to fall away, akin to a molting cicada, as a new existence emerged from the Buddha's form, arriving into the world. It was the supreme, true Buddha. He was reborn through the body of the Buddha, and as the imprint of the Buddha dissipated into the ether, the supreme, true Buddha, having just reached the highest tier of the 9 heavens, suddenly vanished, seamlessly stepping forth from within the Buddha's being. If I attain Bodhi in the 3 realms and 10 directions in the myriad realms, I alone shall be the supreme, true Buddha. The supreme, true Buddha clasped his palms together, seemingly making a grand vow. Lin Yang observed the Buddha's form, noticing a transformation distinct from before. After merging with the Buddha's imprint, the Buddha's form appeared to have undergone a qualitative enhancement. Though it had not ascended to the level of the other shore, it could no longer be regarded as an ordinary being of the sea of suffering. If one were to liken it to a person, it was as though he was an incarnation of the Green Emperor, integrating futures into his being, the Buddha's form. Like the Green Emperor, embarked on a path to the other shore that diverged from the norm. As long as he could venture back to the time before the birth of the myriad realms and consume the imprint left by the Buddha in the chaos, the Buddha's form could ascend to the other shore. Though lacking the independence typical of a true being from the other shore due to its nature as an incarnation, it nonetheless represented a weaker form of the other shore. Lin Yang said silently. However, he was acutely aware that if he were unable to transcend to the other shore, and the supreme true Buddha were to devour the imprint left by the Buddha before the birth of the myriad worlds, there would be a significant probability that upon reaching the other shore, a new self would arise from within his golden body, achieving independence. Although the pseudo-other shore did not possess the same time constraints as the weak other shore when exerting full force, its inability to leave its domain rendered it slightly inferior to the weak other shore, which could traverse freely without restriction. If the Buddhist form that ascended to the other shore remained within the 9 heavens, there would be no changes. However, should it depart from the 9 heavens, the emergence of a new self within the golden body would be almost certain. How could a non-other shore possibly continue to suppress an incarnation of the other shore? The essence of the 9 heavens and the 9 hells is of the other shore level, and to some extent, they can be regarded as the corporeal body of the other shore beings. Naturally, the Buddhist form could not extricate itself from the sea of suffering within the body of an other shore being, as failure would be inevitable. When the demon lord escaped the sea of suffering, he too chose to leave the 9 hells, transcending to the other shore in the void and establishing a demonic realm that spanned the myriad worlds. Until I genuinely escaped the sea of suffering, the Buddhist form cannot reach that stage. Otherwise, all my efforts over the years would merely serve to adorn another. Lin Yang's thoughts turned. Similarly, due to this reason, the demon emperor could not continue to grow stronger before his ascension to the other shore. He either had to refrain from achieving complete transformation or depart from the Nine Hells. Weighing his options, Lin Yang opted to allow the Demon Emperor to leave the Nine Hells, to establish a true afterlife world and unify the relevant powers. It was essential to operate within the Nine Hells. The inability of the Demon Emperor to enter the Nine Hells signified that Lin Yang could not create a genuine afterlife world in the near term, and would have to maintain the underworld as it was. If his ascension to the other shore were delayed, the advantages he held in the afterlife world would be matched by other prominent figures of the other shore, ultimately leading to him being surpassed and rendered incapable of governing a truly complete afterlife world, making it difficult to align with the momentum of the impending calamity. No wonder the Azure Emperor had tasked the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint with temporarily guarding the underworld. On one hand, it allowed the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint to grasp the subtleties of governing the afterlife world, and on the other hand, it awaited my initiative to resolve a segment of karma. Upon reaching this understanding, Lin Yang looked towards the ancient Fusang tree, which remained unchanged amidst the myriad of colorful lightning and purple flames, and saw the Azure Emperor, whose essence and consciousness had already transcended to the other shore. He too was observing the nine heavens, seemingly watching the Lingxiao Palace slowly descend towards Yuhuang Mountain, as well as the highest levels of the nine heavens. At this current juncture, Lin Yang's entry into the uppermost level of the nine heavens was naturally within the Azure Emperor's awareness, for he had been attentively monitoring this place throughout the ages, lest any unforeseen changes occur without his knowledge. Grasping the Azure Emperor's intentions, Lin Yang began to ponder in his heart. If he could enlist the Azure Emperor's help, it would indeed enable the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint to develop the underworld into a true afterlife world during the period before Lin Yang ascended to the other shore. Having guarded the Nine Hells for a prolonged duration, the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint had adapted considerably to its environment. Even if he entered the Nine Hells, he would not be excessively suppressed. The only concern was that the pseudo-other shores of the Nine Hells would likely not permit the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint to leverage the advantageous terrain of the Nine Hells to perfect the afterlife world. Although the Azure Emperor was powerful, being the sole being of the other shore traversing the realm, his interference within the internal affairs of the Nine Hells would be subject to some influence from the Nine Hells, preventing him from suppressing the pseudo-other shores. If there were an unparalleled being of the other shore, the Azure Emperor might have an advantage, but he did not possess such a being. Even if he could suppress one pseudo-other shore, the remaining ones would not remain idle. Though they harbored enmity, they also understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, and would undoubtedly unite to expel the Azure Emperor from the Nine Hells. Everyone understood that with the power of the other shore, if the Azure Emperor could suppress one pseudo-other shore, it would not be far-fetched for him to refine that pseudo-other shore into his own incarnation. By occupying the imprint of that being at the moment of its birth in the Nine Hells and maintaining history, success would naturally follow. At that point, an other shore being would possess a pseudo-other shore incarnation within the Nine Hells, truly establishing roots therein, making it a source of great unease. In conjunction with the original body, any pseudo-other shore would have to retreat from the limelight. Given this, how could he be assured that the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint could establish a true afterlife world within the Nine Hells, unifying the powers related to the afterlife world across the myriad realms? A flicker of doubt arose within Lin Yang. Although the Nine Heavens were vast enough to be considered another multiverse, he was aware of everything that had transpired there throughout history. He could not, however, change the fact that he remained utterly in the dark concerning matters beyond the Nine Heavens. Even if he were to lend the light blade to the Azure Emperor, the probability of him being able to command the heavenly path monsters to accomplish this task would be nearly non-existent, as he could not contend against all the pseudo-other shores of the Nine Hells single-handedly. Though perplexed, Lin Yang nonetheless resolved to seize the opportunity to implore the Azure Emperor to take action, allowing the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint to enter the Nine Hells and perfect the underworld, transforming it into a true afterlife world. When that time came, he would naturally understand the source of the Azure Emperor's confidence, enabling him to resolve a segment of karma between himself and Lin Yang. Chapter 941. The Peach Banquet and the End of the Canonization. With the decision made, the battle of the other shore at the uppermost level of the Nine Heavens had concluded. After stepping out from the highest tier, Lin Yang departed from the moment of the Heavenly Court's descent. Instead of returning to the current node, he journeyed to a more distant past. Although he wished to request the Azure Emperor's assistance in having the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint help him perfect the underworld, he found it inappropriate to send someone to the Fusang Tree Domain to summon the Azure Emperor to the Heavenly Court to discuss this matter. The pseudo-other shores of the Nine Hells might not draw any connections, but those other shore beings existing beyond the river of time might not be so oblivious. They could potentially discern this matter based on previous clues and future changes, leading to the premature leaking of information that would allow the pseudo-other shores of the Nine Hells to prepare accordingly. At the very least, one of the 3 corpses of the Bodhi ancient Buddha was one of the pseudo-other shores of the Nine Hells, and his 3 corpses would undoubtedly make preparations in advance, thwarting Lin Yang's plans. In an instant, Lin Yang traversed the ages, arriving in the era just before the Heavenly Emperor was to dominate the world. It was a time marked by the contest against King Tang of the Shang dynasty, coinciding with the final years of canonization. At the Outpool, the peach banquet had been prepared long in advance, awaiting the completion of the decree and the return of the celestial deities. Indeed, some celestial beings had already arrived early from various places in the 9 heavens. Looking at the 5 figures seated at the top, the water ancestor felt a surge of emotions. As a fellow innate deity, when would he reach that level, becoming one of the most esteemed existences among the great powers? Reflecting on previous hesitations, cold sweat broke out in his heart. Fortunately, he had not been swayed by King Tang, and his final choice was to support the Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, he would surely have been among the celestial beings slain on the earth at this moment. For centuries, the Heavenly Emperor and King Tang had been evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand, although the Heavenly Emperor had garnered the support of the Primordial Lord and the Virtuous Lord. King Tang had also received backing from the Spiritual Treasure Lord and the Demon Sovereign. Who could have predicted how this contest for the supreme throne of the myriad realms would ultimately unfold? Both sides had their reasons for supporting either the Heavenly Emperor or King Tang. As he observed the 5 emperors discussing various matters, the water ancestors' envy deepened, eventually transforming into jealousy. Were it not for the Black Emperor sharing his authority, preventing him from achieving completeness, he ought to have been a great power from the moment of his birth. Rather than languishing for countless years without being able to cultivate transformation and becoming one of the pinnacle existences of the myriad realms, the water ancestor mused. He was an innate deity governing all matters related to water across the myriad realms, born of legend, and could have been considered on par with the innate waters of the Queen Mother of the West and the innate woods of the Azure Emperor. Regrettably, the Dark Emperor, this ancient being who has survived from the previous epoch, occupies a portion of the dominion over all realms related to water due to his very existence. Thus, his innate water essence has been at a disadvantage since its inception, leading to an ever-widening gap, and now he can only gaze up at the others. After this day, the Heavenly Emperor will ascend to the supreme throne. It is no wonder that the Golden Emperor holds the peach banquet at the Yao Qi, with the Fire Emperor, the Dark Emperor, and the Azure Emperor also rarely stepping into the 9 heavens, gathering in this place. The thought of one of the 5 emperors, the Heavenly Emperor, soon becoming the most esteemed being in all realms, fills the water ancestor's mind with increasingly complex emotions. As for the transcendent beings, they can already be said to be outside the realms, and naturally, the water ancestor does not include them in his considerations. While pondering, the water ancestor's gaze swept across the numerous celestial beings present, taking note of potential future allies. However, the peaches set before the celestial beings were disregarded. The peach garden is the manifestation of the path to longevity within the myriad realms, and the peaches it bears are extraordinary for mortals. Consuming them not only leads to immortality and the formation of an immortal body, but also grants nearly an epoc's worth of lifespan. Yet, those celestial beings present at the peach banquet are at least golden immortals, the singular legends of their respective realms. When they achieve their unique existence, the concept of lifespan becomes irrelevant, as they will not age with the passage of time. Treasures that the heavenly immortals yearn for are, thus, insignificant. The Golden Mother mused that once all the gods ascend, the Yao Qi will become more vibrant. The true martial emperor glanced at the Golden Emperor seated at the head of the table. Though he is an incarnation of innate gold, he is not a being of violence, possessing a rather gentle disposition, a rarity among the great powers, almost on par with the Earth Mother, unlike Fengxi, who readily displays a fiery wrath. Additionally, as gold begets water, he had often engaged in discussions with the Golden Emperor during his cultivation, naturally feeling closer to him than the others. Observing the Fire Emperor Fengxi and recalling recent events, the true martial emperor silently thought, it seems the fall of the heavenly sovereign still weighs heavily on Fengxi, even after the ancient era has crumbled. Just as he contemplated this, the Golden Emperor responded. Indeed, the Golden Emperor nodded, yet his gaze wandered, as if concealing some inner turmoil. The The true martial emperor sensed doubt rising within him but hesitated to pry into such private matters. Meanwhile, the heavenly emperor, or Lin Yang, was secretly conversing with the Azure Emperor, discussing matters pertaining to the 9 underworlds. The transcendent figures of the past and future converge as one. Since it is inconvenient to summon the Azure Emperor to the heavenly court at this juncture, and he cannot leave the 9 heavens, he must return to the moment when the heavenly emperor and the Azure Emperor last met. This approach ensures secrecy while also safeguarding Lin Yang's safety. At this moment in the Yao Qi, besides him and the Azure Emperor, there were also the imprints of 2 transcendent beings, making open communication impossible. They could only communicate discreetly under the pretense that the others were unaware that the heavenly emperor and the Azure Emperor were transcendent beings. When the Golden Emperor departed from the River of Time, the Azure Emperor had not yet crossed over, so his historical imprint would not be aware of this fact, still perceiving the Azure and Dark Emperors as great powers without excessive scrutiny. As for Feng Shi, although this demon saint had not truly fallen but replaced the demon emperor, Lin Yang could only feign ignorance, discussing the matters of the 9 underworlds under Feng Shi's watchful gaze. Yuan Shi, how dare you? Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated, causing the hearts of all powerful beings to tremble, as if the heavens themselves were shaking, creating an aura of disarray. At that moment, the conversation among the 5 emperors ceased, and a hint of gravity surfaced on some faces. Only a transcendent being could wield a voice devoid of any aura, shaking the heavens and all realms. It was the Lingbao Tianzuan. All eyes met, deducing the identity of the furious voice. The loss of disciples and the transformation of the multitude of celestial beings into nothingness, coupled with such targeted wrath, could only belong to the Lingbao Tianzuan. Thus, I shall establish the elements of water, wind, and fire anew, allowing everything to begin afresh. In an instant, boundless killing intent engulfed the heavens, red, blue, black, and white, as 4 ancient swords enveloped the realms, encompassing both past and future. The first killing formation of the ancient era, the extermination sword array. Chapter 942, The War of the End of the Gods. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the myriad realms threatened to shatter into dust and ashes. The celestial beings in the Yao Qi, along with all the formidable beings in the world, were struck with horror, losing their previous composure and calmness. Faced with the boundless killing intent, everyone felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, as if immersed in a cold capable of freezing all realms. In that moment, the transcendent golden bridge spanned time and space, suppressing the various shifts of murderous intent, opening a path within the extermination sword array, through which an ancient celestial being clad in an yin-yang robe approached. Virtuous one, I have come to assist you. A resounding Buddhist incantation echoed, stirring the hearts of all those related to Buddhism throughout the myriad realms, who collectively uttered the name of Amitabha. Golden light began to coalesce from various points in the River of Time, manifesting as the most ancient bodhisattva, whose eyes were half open and half closed, as if still ensconced in a dream of the 3,000 worlds. Just as Amitabha appeared, another bodhisattva descended, radiating a complete and pure light, severing all vexations. Beholding him was akin to glimpsing the true nature of one's own heart. The complete bodhisattva revealed a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, grasping the 7 treasures divine tree, its myriad colors swirling, gazing with eyes filled with compassion upon the Lingbao Tianzuan, who remained steadfast with only the Qingping sword amidst the 4 swords piercing the heavens and earth. Lingbao, at this juncture, why persist in resistance? You alone cannot turn the tide. Submission is the way. The Bodhi ancient Buddha implored. Among the transcendent beings present, apart from him, all were the most ancient, if possible. He wished to avoid conflict with the Lingbao Tianzuan. After all, they had reached this point, and the events he wished to witness had already transpired. Ridiculous! You conspire against me, believing I shall swallow this indignation? A grand and authoritative voice resonated, now devoid of initial fury. Yet the killing intent grew ever more resolute and profound, chilling enough to freeze all things. Alas, the Bodhi ancient Buddha gently shook his head. The 7 treasures divine, tree poised for action. Buzz! A jade rui abruptly manifested in midair, swirling with purple, white, and gold hues, imbued with deep blessings, complete merit, and lasting sanctity. The 3 treasures, jade, rui. 3 of the innate 5 virtues had already reached the level of illusory Tao fruit. The recitation resonated, intertwining blessings, merits, and sanctity coalescing into a singular Buddha. The Holy Buddha. The Buddha form of the Yuan Shi Tianzuan had once perfected the 8-9 with this form, and had previously immersed himself in the pure land of the Bodhi ancient Buddha. Observing the Qingwei heavenly jade void palace without any response, it seemed no one would emerge. All powerful beings were astonished at this moment. While Lin Yang mused, Yuan Shi Tianzuan truly possesses remarkable confidence. This primordial being, the first to split heaven and earth, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, intended to utilize a Buddha form to unravel the extermination sword array. Although 2 of the most ancient beings had already arrived, such a move still seemed to disregard the Lingbao Tianzuan, bordering on insult. After all, the Lingbao Tianzin was also among the most ancient and had established the extermination sword array. Although this moment did not mark the end of calamity, the extermination sword array was fearsome enough. Otherwise, how could it have attracted 3 ancient transcendent beings so swiftly upon its establishment? No wonder. Even after comprehending the unity of the 3 pure ones, Yuan Shi and Lingbao had once engaged in a fierce confrontation before their ultimate disappearance, even submerging the Qingwei heaven into the depths of the myriad realms, leaving only ruins. Lin Yang contemplated silently. Having become a pseudo-beyond, he did not linger long at the current juncture, for time would not cease its relentless flow simply because someone had traversed it. Though he had reverted back to the moment of the creation of the 9 heavens, he had not truly integrated into each temporal node to experience it firsthand. He merely passed through hastily, moving towards the very beginning. Were it not for the need to confer with the Azure Emperor regarding matters of the underworld, he surmised that it would take him a considerable length of time to fully comprehend the events that transpired during the War of the Gods. Though the Holy Buddha is an incarnation of the Primordial Supreme, he too cannot alter the fact that the Holy Buddha lacks independence. Thus he is inevitably a weakened beyond. Even if, during the period of his intervention, he might not fall short compared to the ancients. A weakened beyond remains just that. The time in which he can unleash his full might is ultimately finite. As Lin Yang pondered, he became aware of several gazes upon him. The ancient Buddhas and celestial sovereigns were ever watchful, alongside the Golden Emperor and the Demon Sage, ensuring that no one sought to alter history or interfere in this final battle of the War of the Gods. Though merely an imprint, it was evident that before their disappearance or departure from the river of time, the 3 among the ancient 5 emperors had undoubtedly become significant figures of the beyond. Thus the imprint they left would regard the 3 sovereigns manifesting their divine powers at this moment as part of the beyond. With a resonant hum, the ancient sword sang lightly, as the celestial sovereign wielded the Qingping sword, striking swiftly towards the Holy Buddha. At that moment, Lin Yang's gaze momentarily faltered, his consciousness shifting from the era of the War of the Gods to a time far more distant, while a thread of thought remained anchored within his being, akin to a true inhabitant of the beyond, existing simultaneously across every temporal node. However, unlike the genuine beyond, Lin Yang, even when fracturing into myriad thoughts, could only exist within the majority of his own temporal nodes. He could not experience time as a true beyond does, where the distinctions between past and future vanish upon returning to a moment in time. The sprawling battle of the beyond unfolding in the external world was beyond the complete observation of a pseudo-beyond. As Lin Yang's thoughts swirled, he witnessed, in the eternal void before the birth of the 9 heavens, the Qingping sword suddenly emerge, striking towards the primordial supreme who was in the midst of creating an epic. When a celestial emperor subdued the 6 heavens ancestor dragon, the Qingping sword appeared once more, aimed at the purely subtle heaven, targeting the most ancient of the celestial sovereigns. At the onset of the War of the Gods, when Sheng Tang sought the support of the celestial sovereign within the Bio Palace, he saw the celestial sovereign unsheathe his sword without warning, slashing towards an unknown destination. While Lin Yang understood that the celestial sovereign strike was drawn from every moment of the past, aimed at the primordial supreme, the Holy Buddha, and countless potential futures, his capacity allowed him only to witness a limited clash between the ancient Buddhas and celestial sovereigns, with the remainder left to his imagination. At the dawn of the epic, the Azure Emperor, upon meeting the Celestial Emperor for the first time, suddenly spoke. This is the beyond. It seemed he had discerned Lin Yang's innermost thoughts. The two stood within the still-forming 9 heavens, quietly observing this rare encounter among multiple beyond figures, a spectacle seldom witnessed throughout history. Ultimately, a pseudo-beyond is merely that, a pseudo-beyond. Lin Yang sigid in reflection. He turned to the Azure Emperor and said, I shall trouble you with matters of the underworld. All that needed to be conveyed during the War of the Gods had already been said. The purpose of this meeting with the Azure Emperor had been fulfilled. Not at all, replied the Azure Emperor, as Lin Yang prepared to return to the present moment. He spoke again. Before the ruin of the primordial age in the worldview of the one who reigns, the primordial supreme, as the root cause of all fruits, holds the highest position. Hearing the Azure Emperor speak once more, Lin Yang paused, not immediately returning to the present node. Eager to hear what the Azure Emperor wished to impart. During the last epoch of the primordial age, the Celestial Emperor slayed the Eastern sovereignty. Yet the Celestial Emperor was not unscathed either, suffering significant wounds. The blood of the two ancient sovereigns spilled upon the earth of the true realm, staining vast territories. And ultimately, the land they bled upon endured through the destruction of epochs and birthed the ancient Fusang tree at the onset of this current epoch. Listening to the Azure Emperor recount these bygone events, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. The origins of the Fusang tree were beyond question, nourished by the blood of the two ancient sovereigns. Otherwise, if all realms were to collapse and return to the void, how could the land that nurtured the Fusang tree continue to exist without vanishing alongside the last epoch of the primordial age? The world believed that the Eastern sovereignty had perished, buried within the primordial, yet the being that claimed to be the way of heaven, whom you have encountered, is most likely the lifeless shell of the Eastern sovereignty, with his true spirit having fled to an unknown location, leaving behind only his beyond form. When the Azure Emperor reached this point in his narrative, Lin Yang could surmise what he would say next. As expected, the Azure Emperor continued. Unlike the remnants left by the human sovereign, if you wish to integrate the remnants of flesh and blood left by the Eastern sovereignty to solidify the foundation of time, you must exercise caution. While in the nine heavens, the blood and flesh of the Eastern sovereignty may not pose a significant threat to you. Once you depart the nine heavens and prepare to escape the sea of suffering, the Eastern sovereignty, feigning death and retreating from the world, will inevitably stir, perhaps seeking to seize your body through their connection. Even though allowing the nine spirits, Yuan Sage, to enter the nine nether would perfect the underworld, the Eastern sovereignty still owes Lin Yang a considerable debt of karma. Therefore, knowing that Lin Yang would venture into danger, it was necessary to issue this warning. The being of the way of heaven is of beyond caliber. It is evident that the Eastern sovereignty, even in his feigned death, remains a figure of the beyond. Though his state may differ, for one who is not of the beyond, there is little distinction. By that time, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. And even if one wishes to intervene, there will likely be no opportunity to act, leaving only the chance to caution Lin Yang to remain vigilant in this moment. Lin Yang silently acknowledged the wisdom of the warning, nodding gently as he spoke. Thank you, Azure Emperor. Although he understood the matter of the Eastern sovereignty better than the Azure Emperor, he could not let it show, just as he must continue to feign ignorance regarding the fact that the demon sovereign had been supplanted by the demon sage. Simultaneously, Lin Yang was not surprised. The Azure Emperor's awareness of his intentions to devour the fragment of the Eastern sovereign's flesh sealed beneath Jinao Island could only mean that within the portion of the future the Azure Emperor possessed, he had already taken such action. As for the outcome, it seemed unfavorable. Otherwise, why would the Azure Emperor have felt compelled to issue such a caution? Those of the beyond do not act without reason. Where there is a word, there must be a cause, though, unlike the beings of the sea of suffering, the causes of the beyond often lie in futures yet to unfold. After concluding his speech and noting the Azure Emperor's silence, Lin Yang's consciousness departed from the body of the Celestial Emperor at the dawn of the epoch, transcending the ages to return to the present moment. As he traversed the Battle of Ling Mountain, he once again heard the majestic and authoritative voice of the Celestial Sovereign. In this final tribulation, I reign supreme. The Celestial Sovereign's declaration came as the moment arrived, when, as a symbol of the transition from existence to non-existence, he began to receive the might of the final tribulation, surpassing even his power during the War of the Gods. As time advanced, he would grow ever more formidable. When the final tribulation truly descends and the myriad realms collapse, it would be at that moment he attained his greatest augmentation. While the instant of the new epoch's inception would mark the peak of the primordial supreme's strength, Lin Yang's gaze subtly shifted as he looked towards the Celestial Sovereign upon the Bull of Coiling. Yet his view was obstructed by the radiant treasure light floating behind the Celestial Sovereign's head, encompassing all mysteries of the myriad realms, all possibilities and changes of past and future, revealing only a layer of protective auspicious light. At the outbreak of the Ling Mountain battle, there was no imprint of the Celestial Emperor within the nine heavens. He remained upon Jade Emperor Mountain, Lin Yang, in reverting through this blank period of time when the celestial emperor was absent from the nine heavens, utilized his own imprint. From the birth of the nine heavens to the present, as long as the celestial emperor was not present, he could generate his own historical imprint, akin to the pseudo-beyond of the nine nether. In history, he had never focused on the Battle of Ling Mountain, and thus could not utilize the imprint left by the celestial emperor to witness the entirety of this conflict as the celestial emperor had. Therefore, if he did not wish to provoke a reaction from the imprint of the celestial sovereign, he could only view this battle from the perspective of the beings of the sea of suffering to a certain extent. Lin Yang estogs subli shifted. His gaze shifted, now directed towards the ethereal Ling Mountain. The various sects of the Buddhist order had united to form the grand array of 10,000 Buddhas, standing as a bulwark against the celestial great sages. Ananda and Kasyapa stood at the core of the grand array, their expressions betraying a weighty solemnity. Above them, he could not perceive the shores of the other side as he had during the time of the deification. All he could discern were indistinct silhouettes. The demon sage, once relegated to merely observing from the Yao pool, was now an active participant in the fray. Even as the demon sage appeared to engage in battle with the ancient Bodhi Buddha, striving to match a being of the other side with his recently ascended prowess, he nonetheless divided his focus, his silver teeth clenched as he fixed his gaze upon the revered Ananda within the grand array. Lin Yang, witnessing this, recalled recent events and mused. During the deification, the demon sage's demeanor had been somewhat altered, perhaps due to the presence of Ananda, the thunder god of the nine heavens. In the Yao pool, at that time, the thunder god was a favored figure of the heavenly emperor, naturally entitled to visit the Yao pool. Upon reflection, the gathering of 5 beings from the other side at the peach banquet was indeed remarkable. Regrettably, one of these beings was a demonic Buddha, not the true Wu. While Lin Yang pondered, he did not pause. Although he yearned to observe the battle at Ling Mountain and witness Ananda's transformation after relinquishing his innate kindness, he needed merely to approach the current juncture, with formidable adversaries looming overhead and peril at every step. If one could not reflect upon their own Buddha nature and comprehend the profound emptiness and wondrous existence, how could they contend with such foes? This was an obsession, a fixation that prevented him from perceiving the Tathagata. Unable to let go, he remained ensnared. At that moment, Lin Yang heard Ananda's voice, imbued with anguish and struggle. He too could not relinquish his feelings for the demon sage. Alas, time had demonstrated that the obsession to confront the 3 purities overshadowed all else, and the self-mutilated heart within him was no longer the complete Haoyan. In the blink of an eye, the grand array of 10,000 Buddhas was suddenly reversed, transforming Ling Mountain into the nine nether. The multitude of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats who had come to assist, along with those from the serene land of Pusa, fell simultaneously, losing their vitality except for scant few. As for the events that ensued, Lin Yang ceased to focus, returning to the present juncture. At the Xiannu Palace, after a journey in a chariot, Meng Qi encountered Xiannu. Just as he was about to extend his greetings, Xiannu interjected, "No rush. First accompany me to the Palace of the Afterlife." The Palace of the Afterlife? Meng Qi exclaimed in surprise. When he and Gu Shaoxang had ventured to the dilapidated nine heavens, they had sought the Palace of the Afterlife, but could find no trace of it, seemingly obliterated in the war against the other side. It was unexpected to hear this name from the mouth of the nine heavens Xiannu today. At that time, when the beings from the other side had assailed the highest tier of the nine heavens, the emperor had decreed that certain celestial beings should proceed to the Palace of the Afterlife to evade this calamity, preserving those of worth. Ultimately, amidst the fierce battle, the emperor had expended some of his power to cast the Palace of the Afterlife beyond the flow of time. Xiannu spoke lightly. Today marks their return. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that. By leveraging the 7 Killings monument to return to the ancient era in search of the sea-settling pearl, he would uncover such matters behind the scene of the heavenly court's fall. How confident was the heavenly emperor that amidst the siege by ancient beings, he still had the strength to cast the Palace of the Afterlife beyond time, thus sheltering the deities of the heavenly court? Even if accomplishing this feat was trivial for the beings of the other side, it should not have been so effortless. Was it a fear of death that was insufficiently swift? Ah, that was senior brother Lin in his past life. At this thought, Meng Qi chuckled softly, deciding to refrain from further musings. Chapter 944, 8 Divine Guardians. Restored to their positions. Following Xiannu, Meng Qi departed the Xiannu Palace and made his way to the Palace of 3 Lives. gazing upon the familiar surroundings of the Palace of Three Lives. He reflected that it was the fruit of this very palace that had allowed Shaosang to deceive the mother of non-existence, feigning death to traverse the world. A wave of emotions washed over him. At that time, he could never have imagined that he would one day walk openly within the heavenly court, side by side with the nine heavens, Xian Nu, who held dominion over the heavenly court. He was now merely a step away from becoming a grand practitioner capable of manipulating the forces of creation. As Meng Qi contemplated, Xian Nu spoke. Among those celestial beings from back then, many had favorable relations with the Thunder God. You may glean insights regarding him from them. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi recalled the lingering doubts in his heart and queried, after so many years since the establishment and subsequent fall of the heavenly court, did no one among the multitude of gods sense the Thunder God's disloyalty? Moreover, Ananda was ever under the emperor's watchful gaze. Xian Nu's expression flickered slightly, and she replied with complexity, No, the Thunder God is of an upright disposition, valiant and selfless. Although he was once stronger than the emperor, he harbored no treachery, consistently aiding the emperor with caution, helping him vanquish numerous formidable foes. One could say that the establishment of the heavenly court owes a significant debt of gratitude to the Thunder God. Reflecting on events from countless years ago, Xian Nu could not suppress a sigh. After eons, while some were sheltered by the emperor, many had perished in the inexorable passage of time. At that time, who could have foreseen that mighty beings and grand practitioners would one day fear the relentless march of time, subjected to imposed lifespans? Even upon reincarnation, willingly plunging into the sea of suffering, one could evade the scrutiny of the great figures of the other side. Even after acquiring a stain of betrayal against the heavenly court, he could still rise to prominence in the Pusa Pure Land, regarded by many Buddhas as a potential future steward of that realm. Upon reaching this realization, Meng Qi could not help but draw a sharp breath. The heavenly emperor and the Buddha could not both be blind to the Thunder God's duplicity, nor could the multitude of deities in the heavenly court. The Buddhas of the Pusa Pure Land, and all the powerful beings across the myriad realms. For countless years, no one had perceived the anomaly before the demonic Buddha's overt betrayal. How could this not chill the heart? If he had not already ascended to the other side and ceased his masquerade, it was likely that anyone would harbor doubts and wariness, unable to trust others. Suddenly, Xian Nu seemed to recall something, her expression turning curious as she remarked, If there was someone who did, it might have been Marshal Tianpeng, who could have sensed something amiss, leading to his demise at the hands of the Thunder God through the agency of Gao Tsulan. Although Xian Nu was not aware of the details at the time, she had overheard the human emperor mention this incident while assisting him. The Marshal Tianpeng did not perish by other means, but was slain by the Thunder God himself. This occurred before the human emperor and the ancient figures had fully severed ties, as he, in pursuit of the grand aspiration of liberating humanity from a sea of suffering, refused to compromise, ultimately meeting such a fate. Second brother? Meng Qi paused slightly, recalling his own past. Before the revival of the heavenly court, during a visit to its ruins, he had glimpsed a colossal swine carcass fallen deep in a river of stars, its eyes forever closed in death. To him, then, the carcass had seemed enormous and heavy, rivaling the stars themselves. Upon hearing the title second brother, Xian Nu's eyes glimmered with a fleeting smile, mingled with a hint of nostalgia. Although the Marshal Tianpeng had some connection with the celestial venerable of morality, he was not particularly formidable. When he first entered the heavenly court, he was merely of the earth immortal tier. While he was lecherous, he did not dare to act upon the celestial maidens of the heavenly court. Over the long passage of time, it was only after one drunken night that he inadvertently revealed his true feelings, leading to his banishment by the emperor to the mortal realm, where he mistakenly fell into the path of beasts, becoming a pig in the process. And for a time, he became a source of amusement within the heavenly court. Such is fate, such is destiny, Xian Nu murmured softly, looking at Meng Qi as she continued. Regrettably, the human emperor did not elaborate much. He was beset by numerous matters at that time, and I could not inquire further. Otherwise, I might have learned the underlying truths. Meng Qi nodded slightly, but he had begun to form certain speculations. Compared to Xian Nu, he was aware of the true identity of the demonic Buddha and the complexities between the demon sage and the demonic Buddha, or rather, between the demon sage and Haoyan. If Old Pig had indeed discerned the Thunder God's peculiarities, it would surely have stemmed from some instinctual desire, revealing the connection between the Thunder God and the demon sage. Although the exact moment of the demon sage's ascendance to the other shore remains shrouded in mystery, even during the most harrowing times, he is the Fire Emperor, one of the ancient 5 emperors, and the first phoenix born at the dawn of creation, adorned with the 5 virtues, having traversed all epochs from antiquity to the present. With such a prestigious lineage, how could he possibly take an interest in the thunder god, born of this current era? Perhaps Old Pig harbored such a suspicion, failing to conceal it entirely during his interactions with the thunder god. Ultimately, the thunder god detected the anomaly and, in the midst of the chaos in the heavenly court, struck down Old Pig deep within the Milky Way. It is possible that Old Pig lacked the capability to uncover the hidden truths. However, after inadvertently sharing his thoughts with others, he may have inadvertently revealed the thunder god's identity as the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. Meng-Chi is almost certain that this is the reason behind Old Pig's demise. He cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Even vice has its merits. Had Zhu Beiji truly been indiscreet and widely proclaimed this matter, what further drama could have unfolded? Ananda would have been subdued by the 3 pure ones while still embodying the thunder god. Furthermore, the heavenly emperor might have taken the initiative to unveil the thunder god's deepest secrets, questioning why a primordial sovereign chose to obscure his identity and masquerade as a straightforward character. During Meng-Chi's conversation with Xuannu, she was not idle. She produced a token and began to activate it with a series of incantations. Buzz, strands of ethereal light and streams of brilliance danced across the sky, causing the mists enveloping the earth to recede slightly as time rippled like water. Meng-Chi beheld the place where the Hall of Rebirth ought to exist, where a majestic palace began to emerge, seemingly traversing eons from the distant past, returning from the desolation beyond time, merging into the river of time. Boom! A ripple, imperceptible to ordinary beings, spread across the bitter sea, capturing the attention of numerous mighty beings. Just as the turmoil in the heavenly court had settled, another disturbance arose, provoking curiosity among the powerful. What is this aura? Soon, a celestial adept skilled in divination sensed something amiss, gazing in astonishment at the starry sky of the real world. One star after another ignited, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of brilliant stars appeared, some nearly as radiant as the sun in the real world. And even the weaker ones rivaled the brightness of the moon. Concurrently, dozens of legendary figures returned, possibly along with powerful beings of great might. The celestial adept was astounded and hurriedly logged onto the 10,000 Realms forum to post. The 8 departments of righteous deities have returned. Simultaneously, a solemn feminine voice echoed across the 9 heavens, resonating outward. Chapter 945, with wolves before and tigers behind, Lin Yang's pressure. In the 9th heaven, clang! The ancient doors of the Hall of Rebirth swung open, and a towering figure emerged, radiating with the brilliance of the true sun, dazzling and resplendent. Meng-Chi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing this radiant deity, as if he had encountered him before. However, upon delving into his memories, he found no trace of this divine being. It seemed that as he entered the Hall of Rebirth, the myriad imprints scattered across countless universes vanished, leaving no remnant of his deeds. I must have encountered him before. Otherwise, how could a legendary figure evoke such an illusion? Meng-Chi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Before long, another figure emerged, not significantly weaker than the first. We have returned, murmured the celestial beings, their hearts stirred. Beyond time, nothing exists. Only desolation remains. Those unworthy of entering the Hall of Rebirth, at the very least, are of legendary status. Otherwise, some may choose to end their existence within its confines. The first deity to step forth surveyed the surroundings and spotted Xuannu, promptly clasping his hands in respect, saying, "Goddess Xuannu." After countless eons, he once again beheld this trusted confidant of the sovereign. Unlike himself, who had successfully evaded great calamities within the Hall of Rebirth, the significance of this figure in the sovereign's heart was evident and beyond comparison, even if he were not Xuannu's subordinate. Respect was necessary to avoid leaving an odd impression that might affect future interactions. Indeed, Xuannu scrutinized him for a moment before exclaiming, "It appears that you have not been negligent in your cultivation over the years. You are not far from achieving consummation." Having overseen the affairs of the heavenly court and untangled the myriad disturbances across the realms, Xuannu's realm had elevated. Although she returned significantly earlier, she now approached the pinnacle of creation. It was precisely this that enabled her to faintly perceive the situation of the sun god. The first to emerge from the Hall of Rebirth was the sun god Shi, who had once intervened during Meng-Chi's exploration of the heavenly court's ruins before Lin Yang altered history. Had the sun god then been of legendary perfection and not been separated from Meng-Chi across time, his transcendent power would not have been diminished to mere ordinary levels. and the events of today would have manifested in an entirely different manner. With the mastery of the Overlord's blade, Meng-Chi retained some vague sensations. Yet these were limited to feelings, and he could no longer recall the specifics of that dreamlike experience. Observing the Hall of Rebirth now empty, Xuanwu spoke, "Come, let us meet the Sovereign." After saying this, she turned and summoned a radiant cloud, gently ascending towards the Lingxiao Palace, seemingly allowing the returning celestial beings time to adjust their mindset. The celestial beings, upon witnessing this, also conjured clouds of light to follow Xuanwu. Their former mounts were not so fortunate. During the fall of the heavenly court, they met different fates, with most perishing. While a few fortunate ones escaped to the real world, becoming kings and ancestors, ultimately buried by the sands of time. "Is that the Thunder God?" One celestial being whispered in astonishment upon seeing Meng-Chi. He sensed the innate spiritual essence within Meng-Chi, strikingly similar to that of the Thunder God, likely indicating a reincarnation. The war in the heavenly court erupted quite suddenly, at the moment the celestial beings fled into the Hall of Rebirth. The Thunder God's true identity had yet to be revealed, still perceived as the foremost warrior of the heavenly court, a straightforward individual. Thus, this celestial being naturally omitted honorifics in their address. After all, he understood that, given the Thunder God's temperament, such trivialities would not concern him. Noticing that this celestial being seemed somewhat familiar with the Thunder God and could recognize him, Meng-Chi moved his cloud closer. "I am Su Ming of the Jade Void Palace," he introduced himself. The moment he spoke, the expressions of the celestial beings present stiffened, their gazes growing solemn. Although not everyone witnessed the entirety of the heavenly court's battle, over the lengthy passage of time within the Hall of Rebirth, the events had been recounted, and all understood which individuals had clashed with the heavenly court. Hearing the name Jade Void Palace now elicited an unmistakable unease. Had it not been for Xuanwu's unchanged demeanor, indicating a concealed truth, Meng-Chi might have been besieged by the legendary beings at this moment. "It is not surprising you would mistake me for the Thunder God, for I am indeed his other self. What you may not know is that he is the mastermind behind the heavenly court's war, and it is precisely because of him that the battle transpired. Not only did he betray the heavenly court, but after entering the Pusa Pure Land, he also betrayed it, ascending to the other shore and transforming into a demonic Buddha. Even the demon lord's assault on the heavens was orchestrated by the Thunder God from the shadows." In just a few words, Meng-Chi elucidated the Thunder God's past events, allowing no time for the celestial beings to process their astonishment. "The other shore? The Thunder God has ascended to the other shore?" They pondered. After a brief moment of calm, Meng-Chi began to inquire about the details of the demonic Buddha during his time as the Thunder God, seeking to gain greater insight into his formidable adversary. Though these revelations were fabricated, perhaps, through careful unraveling, he could distill useful information that would yield surprises. Unlike others, as the cause of all fruits, Meng-Chi felt a semblance of confidence in his ability to uncover valuable insights upon discovering the demonic Buddha's true identity. Although Xuanwu did not hasten to the Lingxiao Palace. Moments later, they still arrived at its entrance. After descending from the clouds from afar, a celestial official spoke. "Your Highness, the Emperor." Just as he was about to say that the Emperor had departed and had yet to return, the voice of Lin Yang resonated from within the palace behind him, commanding, "Come in and see me." The guards, believing his words without doubt, promptly made way. Once the assembly of celestial beings had entered the Grand Hall, only then did someone outside the Lingxiao Palace begin to use silent lip movements to inquire, "Are those the 8 departments of the true gods? All Taoist golden immortals? The one true God?" In the universe from whence he hailed, the Tao and the divine flourished, prompting such descriptions of what should exist only in the realm of imagination and legend. Indeed, someone replied through their lips, echoing the sentiment. As Meng-Chi stepped into the Lingxiao Palace, he instantly sensed an extraordinary aura unlike any he had encountered before. The figure at the center of the Lingxiao Palace emanated an ancient and terrifying presence, as though the myriad worlds had coalesced into human form and manifested in the realm of mortals. The current celestial realms seemed unable to withstand his aura, allowing this dreadful essence to break free from the shackles of time, transcending both past and future and spreading forth. There lingered a faint sense of terror that connected to the final epoch of the ancient era, nearly saturating every moment of his current epoc's myriad realms. Such immense power could hardly be encapsulated by mere mortal descriptions. The other shore? The other shore? Meng-Chi stood in a daze. Only thus could he explain the current situation. Was the previous energy wave that swept through the celestial realms caused by his senior brother Lin Yang's ascension to the other shore? Confusion flickered in Meng Qi's heart as he recalled the scene of the ancient Fusang tree. Lin Yang, with eyes devoid of any emotion, gazed down upon the gathered multitude, seemingly endowed with the heart's insight of an unparalleled Buddha, allowing him to perceive the thoughts of those present. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, Lin Yang's emotions stirred slightly. Just as he had recently shaken off the overwhelming pressure from Hao, he contemplated that centuries hence, Meng Qi would ascend to the other shore and, in a remarkably brief period, become an ancient one. This was indeed a monumental crisis. Chapter 946, The War of the Nine Hells. After the returning celestial powers were reassigned their divine positions, Lin Yang waved his hand, dismissing them, leaving only himself, Meng Qi, and Xian Nu within the Lingxiao Palace. With everyone having exited, Meng Qi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Brother Lin, have you truly escaped the sea of suffering?" After a moment, he adapted to the distinctly different aura emanating from Lin Yang, no longer awestruck or speechless, as some might be when first confronting a being of the other shore. Xian Nu, upon hearing this, also secretly perked up, equally concerned. The prospect of reincarnating and once more ascending to the other shore was unprecedented. While Xian Nu regarded this as a matter of course, the thought of former aspirations now realized still left her momentarily stunned. The demonic entities could receive the enhancement of the Nine Hells, elevating their realms slightly. Though perfected and complete demonic beings could not rival the true figures of the other shore, within the Nine Hells, they could be considered pseudo-other shore entities. Lin Yang spoke, "I am similarly situated within the Nine Heavens." His response left Meng Qi and Xian Nu momentarily at a loss. After a pause, they regained their composure. Pseudo-other shore? The Heavenly Emperor, in his own domain, could obtain such formidable support from the Nine Heavens? Meng Qi was struck with realization. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor could slay the Demon Lord, becoming one of the few in all epochs to have such a record against an other shore being. "You are but a step away from perfection," Lin Yang continued. "Your rapid progress is astonishing. While it is undeniably linked to your own efforts, it is not without the influence of various prominent figures." Looking at Meng Qi, Lin Yang added, "Once you attain perfection, even if the demon Buddha breaks free, your presence will diminish him to the level of an ordinary other shore being stripped of the might of the ancients. A transcendent figure escaping the sea of suffering would be severely weakened and constrained by a mere dreamer like you. It is evident that the demon Buddha harbors murderous intent towards you. Ordinarily, those who have not transcended the sea of suffering are merely illusions. Their existence and form the result of the struggles between other shore powers, unable to affect the other shore itself. However, Meng Qi was the demon Buddha's other self. Due to the machinations of the primordial heavenly sovereign, even with an independent persona, the demon Buddha could not overlook him, only gritting his teeth in frustration. While Meng Qi's heart weighed heavily, Lin Yang cautioned, "To this day, I have yet to determine what the demon Buddha did in that mysterious shortcut during the ancient journey. However, the return of the other shore figures is not far off, even if the seal suppressing the demon Buddha remains. We must be wary of any other shore entity secretly reaching an agreement with him for his liberation. Should that time come." Lin Yang Waternet, applying appropriate pressure on Meng Qi to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Although in the original timeline, the demon Buddha's plans were repeatedly thwarted, with none culminating in success, ultimately leaving him to rage in futility. This did not provide Lin Yang with a reason to underestimate him. On the contrary, Lin Yang grew increasingly vigilant towards the demon Buddha. If even one of his numerous plans succeeded, allowing him a victory, then all would face annihilation without exception. Even if the other shore figures united, the outcome would likely be dire, reducing all aspirations to naught. Thus, even though the demon Buddha had yet to escape and showed no signs of doing so, Lin Yang still devoted considerable energy towards monitoring him, fearing that a single oversight might allow a perfect harbinger of destruction to return to the world, incinerating the delicate balance he had painstakingly established. After Lin Yang finished speaking, both Xian Nu and Meng Qi fell into a contemplative silence. The latter was concerned about the demon Buddha, and the former shared this sentiment. It was not difficult to imagine that the demon Buddha would eventually become an obstacle to the heavenly court. Otherwise, why would he have taken such drastic actions in the past? As the two pondered, Lin Yang extended his hand and withdrew the blade of time. "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" Meng Qi's gaze faltered as he observed Lin Yang, seated upon the throne, casually tossing the blade of time into an unknown direction. Even with his keen insight, he could not perceive the blade's trajectory. As confusion arose, both Meng Qi and Xian Nu's expressions shifted, and they turned their heads toward the Lingxiao Palace's entrance, gazing beyond the heavenly court. in the realm of the ancient Fusang tree. The Azure Emperor sat before a thatched cottage, his clear eyes reflecting countless overlapping visions. In the realm of the underworld, he extended his right hand, crystalline and beautiful as jade, resembling the most exquisite work of art, imbued with a unique spirit that no outsider could ever hope to grasp. Clang! The blade of time abruptly descended, gently clasped by the Azure Emperor. The blade of time, he murmured, sensing its remarkable essence. If the few unparalleled weapons birthed in this epic held a status among the supreme weapons of the Othershore equivalent to that of a typical Othershore being, then the blade of time, forged from the essence of the Heavenly Emperor, the core of the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Tao Seal, held a status akin to that of the ancients, surpassing typical Othershore divine arms by a considerable margin. Not significantly inferior to the four swords of the extermination of immortals and other supreme weapons of the Othershore. In the next instant, he stood before the gate of the Nine Hells, gazing into the boundless darkness, seemingly perceiving the scenes of every layer of the Nine Hells. Save for the abode of the pseudo-Othershore, the Nine Hells held no secrets for him. Buzz, the tremendous power that transcended the myriad worlds and rose above the sea of suffering now descended, warping the river of time and fate as though it were about to evolve anew under the pressure of this might, crafting a history entirely different from the present. The Azure Emperor made his move. The myriad divine beings throughout the celestial realms sensed this and felt an inexplicable chill rise from the depths of their souls. He had taken action against the Nine Hells. Truly, as the sole Othershore figure of this era, he would seize the opportunity to expand his advantage. A multitude of divine beings felt a dawning clarity in their hearts, silently observing this rare confrontation between the Othershore and the beings of the Sea of Suffering. A spectacle seldom witnessed throughout history. When the blade of time was glimpsed, someone turned back and gazed toward the celestial realm, speculating inwardly, growing increasingly wary of the being residing there. Moments later, the Azure Emperor found himself unable to step into the Nine Netherworlds as an overwhelming and unfathomable will descended upon the borders of the Nine Netherworlds, forming a harmonious alliance. Indeed, leveraging the power of the Nine Netherworlds, they thwarted the Azure Emperor outside its domain. It was whispered that this outcome was hardly surprising. As swirling crimson vortices engulfed the high heavens of the real world, the enigmatic entity known as the Heavenly Tao also made its appearance. Yet the situation remained largely unchanged, still locked in a stalemate. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Yang fixated on the dark red vortices, a contemplative expression washing over his features. Having become a pseudo-beyond, he discerned certain elements in the Heavenly Tao's monstrous form that had previously eluded his perception. The embryonic form of the Tao fruit, rooted in the essence of time, was taking shape in Chapter 947, unveiling the advantages and disadvantages of the transformation of the free and unfettered Emperor's law. Grounded in time, it formed an illusory Tao fruit that embraced the myriad secrets of the heavens and realms, thus achieving the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. The distinctiveness of each ancient sage's Tao fruit embryonic forms stem from their differing foundations: time, lifespan, eternity, change, and vitality. Sensing the permeating dark red aura that infused the nine heavens, Lin Yang meticulously unraveled the threads of insight, deducing the path by which the Eastern Emperor Tai ascended to the beyond, which established the foundation of his illusory Tao fruit. Concurrently, Lin Yang grew increasingly attentive to a fragment of flesh belonging to the Eastern Emperor Tai. Not only could it refine his foundation to meet the criteria for condensing an illusory Tao fruit, but it could also grant him entry into the fragmented realms within the flesh of the Eastern Emperor Tai, allowing him to deeply comprehend how the Eastern Emperor Tai encompassed every aspect of the Tao through the path of time, transforming the illusory Tao fruit into an embryonic form. A ripple of desire stirred deep within Lin Yang's eyes. At the height of the Heavenly Emperor's power, despite possessing strength on par with the ancient sages, an insurmountable chasm remained between them. The Heavenly Emperor could not traverse back into the epochs of ancient times, were it not for the impending calamity. The destruction of the previous epoch would not influence the subsequent one. Any ancient sage could erase the Heavenly Emperor's existence by altering the past. Even in light of the approaching calamity, if a war among the ancient sages erupted with differing factions, the Heavenly Emperor could only intervene in the current epoch, unable to fully engage in a conflict that would affect every temporal node of all epochs. The adage, the older, the stronger, may hold some truth, yet it does not entirely apply to the Heavenly Emperor. While he possessed the combat prowess of an ancient sage, His realm remained tethered to the enhancements granted by the nine heavens, preventing him from ascending to their level. After the advent of a new epoch, Meng Qi was not the most ancient sage, implying that as long as he achieved the status of an ancient sage, it would suffice for the time being. Lin Yang said, in comparison, the alliance between the Azure Emperor and the monstrosity of the heavenly Tao against a multitude of pseudo-beyond entities in the nine netherworlds seemed less compelling. The sole reason for Lin Yang's intrigue in this matter was his curiosity about the Azure Emperor's hidden trump card that enabled the successful entrance of the nine spirits Yuan Saint into the nine netherworlds, allowing the underworld to gradually evolve into a true afterlife. Ancient sages grasp all facets of the Tao. If the world encompasses 3,000 paths, then the ancient sages command those 3,000 paths. If there are countless distinct paths, the ancient sages master all of them, allowing the illusory Tao fruit to transform into an embryonic form that contains the secrets of all realms. Given his current accumulation, even if he sought a shortcut, he remained powerless. Hence, the opportunity to become an ancient sage could only be sought from the Eastern Emperor Tai. Contemplating the dark red vortices that pervaded the real world and the flesh of the Eastern Emperor Tai, suppressed beneath the Jinao Island by the Qingping sword, Lin Yang's thoughts crystallized into a plan. The origin of life and death. The body of the demon emperor, steeped in the profound mysteries of life and death, stood up, immersed in the concepts of existence and oblivion, seemingly becoming a part of them. Jinao Island, with his emotions in a flux. The body of the demon emperor transcended towards the origin of life and death. Inside the origin of life and death, aside from the concealed Fu Huang, who remained under the control of Amitabha, Zhenwu had long departed. Feigning ignorance of Fu Huang's presence, the body of the demon emperor wasted no time after Zhenwu's departure, immersing itself in comprehension until now. This body of the demon emperor was forged from the law of the beyond, with roots and comprehension among the finest across the myriad realms, coupled with the unique advantages gained from the path. The insights reaped by the body of the demon emperor had become remarkably substantial. The Tao of life and death had now transformed into an illusory Tao, integrating experiences gleaned from various worlds regarding life and death, though not as extensive as Zhenwu's stay within the origin of life and death. When it came to mastery of the Tao of life and death, the body of the demon emperor was not significantly inferior to Zhenwu, rivaling the emperor of Fengdu, who had governed the underworld for many years. Only by becoming a pseudo-beyond could one devour the imprint of the beyond. Although the power contained within the imprint of the beyond was nearly negligible for a typical beyond entity, it was not entirely inconsequential in his situation. The body of the demon emperor reflected inwardly, and ultimately, he vanished into the light, departing from the origin of life and death. As he departed, a melodious and clear tune resonated from the depths of the origin of life and death. As an ancient sovereign cloaked in imperial robes stepped forth from the innermost sanctum of the origin, a place that could be considered the essence of the Tao, he traversed the realms of Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, commanding all divine mechanics of the myriad realms, standing as an insurmountable limit upon the path of transformation. Fu Huang, with eyes veiled by beads, he stared intently at the spot where the body of the demon emperor had vanished for a long while, the previously ethereal melody, now more harmonious, seemingly stirred by Fu Huang's emotions. Suddenly, a note soared sharply, silently branding the past body of the demon emperor without eliciting any awareness from it. Xuanyang, Fu Huang murmured softly, a Buddhist seal at his brow emanating a soft, glazed light. Jinao Island. After many years, the body of the demon emperor returned here once more. He refrained from acting recklessly, opting not to directly assault Jinao Island to seize the fragment of flesh of the Eastern Emperor suppressed by the Qingping sword. Instead, he concealed himself outside Jinao Island, biding his time. As the Azure Emperor had mentioned, although it was merely a remnant of the Eastern Emperor Tai's flesh, it was still beyond the reach of the beings of the Bitter Sea. Moreover, let alone a fragment of flesh, even a drop of blood from the beyond, if not specially processed, could not be endured by the beings of the Bitter Sea. Even the mere imprint left in the heavens and earth could lead to the downfall of a perfected true self. Throughout history, how many have willingly sacrificed themselves for their kin, even suppressing the extraordinary powers of the beyond? Once the Azure Emperor successfully infiltrated the 9 netherworlds, he could utilize the Blade of Time to encompass the flesh of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the body of the demon Emperor Mused. Unbeknownst to the awestruck great sage of Maishan, who was taken by the terrifying spectacle of this war of the beyond, a watchful gaze lingered upon him. Lingxiao Palace. The drawbacks of the transformation of the free and unfettered law lay in its inability to guarantee that the battle form drawn from the River of Time would heed its commands. If the enemy's battle form was conjured, there was a significant risk that it would ally with the adversary against its own creator, potentially summoning one or more foes from thin air. The imprint of a fallen beyond entity, while possessing an exceedingly faint level of power akin to that of the beyond, was even more rigid than the beings of the bitter sea. Furthermore, upon reaching the beyond, under specific circumstances, it could devour and assimilate other beyond entities. Naturally, the imprint of the beyond was included in this. Lin Yang's thoughts were in turmoil. He had certainly contemplated what to do upon ascending to the beyond. According to the system's assessment, the cost of the transformation of the free and unfettered law was equivalent to that of the one Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Thus, when Lin Yang initially deliberated, he naturally considered this celestial emperor law and devised a series of plans accordingly. His second scheme to contend for the Tao fruit centers around his mastery of the transcendent emperor's law. Should the plan unfold favorably, the demon lord, the human emperor, and the celestial emperor may well become mere byproducts of his endeavors to attain the Tao fruit, allowing him to achieve consummation in his aspirations. However, in the event of failure, he possesses an alternative method to vie for the Tao fruit. After enduring such prolonged suppression, how could he possibly bear to witness the emergence of the Tao fruit without making an attempt to seize it? Chapter 948. The True Monarch of the Sublime Source. As the Azure Emperor and the Celestial Monstrosity found themselves locked in a stalemate against the pseudo-transcendents who relied on the advantages of the Nine Nether, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Xianming, the Black Celestial Emperor, bellowed in incredulity. The Xianming Ghost Emperor, who should have been aligned with him, suddenly attacked while he was contending with the Azure Emperor, delivering a devastating blow. The Xianming Ghost Emperor was the first of his kind to emerge at the dawn of this era and had once dominated the Demon Lord for a time during antiquity. Thus, it was utterly inconceivable that he could be in league with the celestial beings beyond the Nine Nether. Yet, today, such an occurrence had indeed transpired, leaving one incredulous. You have secretly allied with the Azure Emperor, betraying the Nine Nether. The Black Celestial Emperors will shifted to a brooding state. He retreated far from the others, no longer daring to stand alongside the other pseudo-transcendents, fearful of suffering a similar fate should he err, potentially losing his life. The Nine Chaos, Celestial Sovereign, and the Blood Demon of a Nine Nether also distanced themselves as the Black Celestial Emperor withdrew. At that moment, all 4 pseudo-transcendents of a Nine Nether had arrived, and it was precisely their combined strength that prevented the Azure Emperor and the Celestial Monstrosity from crossing into the Nine Nether, thus barring the only true transcendent of this age from setting foot into the abyss. However, with the betrayal of the Xianming Ghost Emperor, whose allegiance now leaned towards the Azure Emperor, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. It became evident to all that the Nine Chaos Celestial Sovereign, the Blood Demon of the Nine Nether, and the Black Celestial Emperor could no longer withstand the Azure Emperor, the Celestial Monstrosity, and the Xianming Ghost Emperor. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. Betrayal? What a farcical notion. At this moment, the Xianming Ghost Emperors will resonated ominously, casting an even darker shadow over the Nine Nether. He continued, merely not aligning with your camp does not equate to betraying the Nine Nether. How ludicrous. Do you truly believe that I have been oblivious to your clandestine machinations all these years? If there is betrayal to be spoken of, it is you who first compromised the interests of the Nine Nether. The voice of the Xianming Ghost Emperor oscillated between chilling and indifferent, his emotional fluctuations unmistakable, as if he had longed to express this sentiment, only awaiting a fitting moment. Simultaneously, the Nine Chaos Celestial Sovereign and the Blood Demon of a Nine Nether turned their gazes towards the Black Celestial Emperor, suspicion swelling within their hearts. The Xianming Ghost Emperor's claims could not have arisen from thin air, indicating that the Black Celestial sect had undergone secretive transformations that were far more intricate than they had previously comprehended. The will of the Black Celestial Emperor momentarily faltered, perceptible to all present. His inner turmoil surged, warping the flow of time around him, at times chaotic, at times frozen, and at others reversing. In this tumult, countless malevolent entities of the Nine Nether vanished into the distorted fabric of time, leaving the formidable beings of the myriad realms aghast. Among the dissipating malevolent spirits were those perilously close to the realm of creation, yet they vanished effortlessly in the presence of an emotionally volatile pseudo-transcendent, inciting a profound sense of dread. In the end, the Black Celestial Emperor refrained from uttering further words, instead solemnly declaring, take heed of yourself. With the resonance of his will reverberating through the air, he stirred the very fabric of time and space, and then, in silence, withdrew, embodying the negativity of time itself. If he truly wished to escape, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to impede his departure. Although the Xianming Ghost Emperor had momentarily achieved success in his surprise attack, he dared not presume the Black Celestial Emperor's defeat. Thus, he refrained from obstructing him. Otherwise, should the Black Celestial Emperor resort to mutual destruction, the Xianming Ghost Emperor would not fare any better, ultimately falling prey to the blood demon of the Nine Nether, who would seize the opportunity to consume and merge with him, thereby taking a crucial step towards liberation from the sea of suffering. Upon witnessing the Black Celestial Emperor's departure, the Nine Chaos Celestial Sovereign glanced at the inscrutable blood demon of the Nine Nether, his voice hoarse as he spoke. I hope you will not come to regret your past actions. He referred not only to the Xianming Ghost Emperor, but also to the departing Black Celestial Emperor, his words layered with meaning. Sensing his own rationality faltering, the innate chaos and madness within him began to assert dominance. The Nine Chaos Celestial Sovereign dared not linger, fearing that in a fit of madness, he might strike at the blood demon, the only one whose stance remained ambiguous. In the vast ocean of blood, the blood demon, formed from an endless sea of sanguine essence, pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to retreat. It was unexpected that the Xianming Ghost Emperor had secretly forged an alliance with the Azure Emperor, mused Yang. The true blood demon of the Nine Nether was worlds apart from the realm of creation. Long ago, he had been slain. He was adept in the arcane arts, particularly skilled in transformation, and had long assumed the guise of the blood demon of the Nine Nether, possessing no sense of belonging to it. He merely leveraged the powers of his arcane abilities to manifest as a pseudo-transcendent, seeking to unravel the mysteries of transcendence. As the most distinguished disciple of the third generation of the Jade Void Palace, after an extensive passage of time, he had become comparable to Guang Chengzi. Otherwise, lacking the realm of creation, even with the enhancements of the Nine Nether, he could not have attained the status of a pseudo-transcendent. Having lingered in the Nine Nether for an extended period, it was time to seek an opportunity to depart discreetly and ascertain the current state of Meng Qi. After ascending from the uppermost levels of the Nine Nether, Yang Jian contemplated, while the Nine Nether offered enhancements to malevolent beings. Prolonged exposure would increasingly skew their nature towards the abyss, instilling a bloodthirsty madness. Even though Yang Jian had attained the realm of creation and bore the most profound teachings of the Jade Void Palace, he could not remain in the Nine Nether indefinitely. He would periodically venture into the outside world to cleanse the shadows of his psyche, lest his temperament drastically alter and he cease to be himself. As for the he referred to, it was Meng Qi. When the demon Buddha transported Meng Qi's soul from Earth within the myriad realms to the true realm, Yang Jian had covertly intervened, procuring the blood of Meng Qi's earthly form to reconstruct a new body for him, which he concealed within the authentic Jade Void Palace, serving as a pivotal element for Meng Qi's escape from the demon Buddha, allowing him to successfully consolidate his Dharma body. Yang Jian was among the few in the Jade Void Palace privy to the primordial heavenly sovereign's plan. In a certain regard, he enjoyed greater favor from the primordial heavenly sovereign than the second-generation disciples, such as Guang Chengzi. I hope Meng Qi can fully inherit the master's legacy, he mused, recalling the words of the primordial heavenly sovereign before his disappearance, a flicker of hesitation igniting within him. The primordial heavenly sovereign had declared that his opportunity to transcend would arise in the next era. Of course, this was contingent upon the existence of a next era, and should Meng Qi truly inherit the mantle of the primordial heavenly sovereign and become the new generation's embodiment of the primordial heavenly sovereign, it would not guarantee the emergence of a new era. Yet it would be preferable to the potential of a new era dawning without the primordial sovereign to guide its inception. In other words, aiding Meng Qi was tantamount to aiding himself. Regrettably, temperament dictated fate. Although he had amassed sufficient experience, without absolute certainty, he would not choose to break free from the sea of suffering. Ultimately, Yang Jian's heart grew increasingly complex. While caution had served him well, guiding him to this juncture, it also bore its own set of pros and cons, impeding his progress in taking that crucial step. Without breaking free from the sea of suffering, while other factors contributed, at its core it was his excessive caution that held him back. Chapter 949, The Arrival of the Demon. As the battle in the Nine Nether drew to a close, the Nine Spirits' primordial saints strode boldly into the Nine Nether, while the Azure Emperor turned and returned to the domain of the Fusong Ancient Tree. the dark crimson vortex that had pervaded the skies of the true realm vanishing without a trace, retreating to some hidden locale. Take heed of yourself. The voice of the Azure Emperor resonated in the ears of the Demon Emperor as the blade of time materialized abruptly at his side, gripped firmly in the hands of the Demon Emperor. After nodding gently towards the domain of the Fusong ancient tree, the Demon Emperor cast his gaze upon the blade of time. The final vestiges of revival were imminent. It seemed that the return of the transcendence was not far off. The Demon Emperor mused. At this moment, the Sword of Time could almost overshadow any peerless divine weapon of creation grade, even the primordial golden dipper or the nail-headed seven-arrow book. Despite its revival approaching such a formidable level, the Sword of Time still fell short by a half measure. In the hands of the Green Emperor, a being of the current era's other shore, its power could be unleashed to a grandeur reminiscent of its prime. This assurance was what emboldened the Demon Emperor's incarnation to come to Golden Ao Island. Otherwise, relying solely on his own words would suffice to suppress Yuan Hong. But seizing the flesh of the Eastern Emperor Tai, which was subdued by the Qingping sword, would be nearly impossible. Setting aside the extraordinary nature of Eastern Emperor Tai's flesh, the Qingping sword that suppressed it was not something the creatures of the Bitter Sea could easily shake. As the Demon Emperor's thoughts settled, his form materialized. The supreme, demonic body, transcending heaven and earth, caused those still in shock from the battle in the Nine Nether to redirect their gaze once more. The Demon Lord has appeared? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Upon seeing the Demon Emperor's form, this formidable being immediately thought of the unparalleled Demon Lord. This incarnation of the Demon Emperor had absorbed the essence of the Demon Lord, rendering his body and aura vastly different, now more akin to that of the Demon Lord, which explained the mistaken identity. Wait, this is not the Demon Lord but the Sword of Time? Observing the ancient, unadorned blade in the hands of the supreme, demonic body, and recalling its terrifying might when wielded by the Green Emperor, many powerful beings grew solemn. The Xianyang Emperor had achieved the unity of the three purities, and the Sword of Time was his possession. Hence, it seemed that the formidable demon before them was merely a manifestation of his three purities. As realization dawned upon all, the Demon Emperor's incarnation took a step forward, transitioning from the true realm to the fragments of the primordial wilderness, and beheld Golden Ao Island, shrouded in layers of mist. Xianyang, what brings you to Golden Ao Island? From the deepest part of the mist-covered Golden Ao Island, an aura rose, suffusing the fragments of the primordial wilderness, as if countless universes had descended upon this place, imparting a sense of constriction to the vast expanse of the primordial fragments. The great sage of Meishan had awakened. Yuan Hong cast a grave glance towards the edge of the primordial fragments, his heart heavy at the sight of the terrifying, boundless, supreme, demonic body. Accompanied by the Sword of Time, and revealing an incarnation previously unknown to the world, how could he possibly harbor good intentions? Although he sensed no killing intent, the Demon Emperor's demeanor was unmistakably clear. He was here to cause trouble. What is it? The Demon Emperor's incarnation approached Golden Ao Island with deliberate, unhurried steps. He spoke. This does not concern you. Depart swiftly, lest you jeopardize your life. While speaking, the Demon Emperor's incarnation did not even spare a glance at the great sage of Meishan, who was considered above average among the great powers, instead fixated on scrutinizing Golden Ao Island. Depart swiftly? Yuan Hong was taken aback, then felt a surge of indignation. Regardless of the past, Golden Ao Island was his sanctum now. He was its master, at least in the eyes of many powerful beings across the myriad realms. The Demon Emperor's words displayed utter disregard for him, and such contempt was far more infuriating than outright hostility, an affront that could not be tolerated. Preposterous! Were you to descend in your true form, I might have hesitated. Yet now, merely an incarnation dares to be so arrogant. Today, I shall leave you here. Let the powerful across the myriad realms once again remember the name of the great sage of Meishan. Yuan Hong roared, revealing his white ape form, manifesting the law of heaven and earth. His voice erupted like an endless universe roaring in unison, resonating throughout the Bitter Sea, causing the expressions of all legendary powers to shift. The great sage is too powerful. It was evident that he was beyond what mere legendary figures could contend with. Even with the aid of creation-grade formations or treasures, it would be nearly impossible to withstand a single strike from such a being. With a resounding crash, the mixed iron rod flew into Yuan Hong's grasp, tightly held. Clad in chainmail, he radiated pure light, exuding an air of majesty and divinity. It was as if standing there was not a demon, but a revered deity worshipped by countless beings, commanding heaven and earth, with all life bowing in submission. Come fort. The limitless universe erupted from his white ape form, stacking upon the mixed iron rod, and in an instant, the rod descended with tremendous force. Boom! The true realm was thrown into chaos. The fragments of the primordial wilderness lost their myriad hues, and the multiverse trembled. A celestial being who dared to pry into Yuan Hong's might let out a wail as his Dharma body shattered, transforming into a cascade of luminous rain across the starry cosmos. Some legendary powers furrowed their brows, no longer daring to gaze directly at the rod's brilliance, fearing its fierce energy could pierce through countless dimensions. Though everyone understood that Yuan Hong's power was far inferior to that of the few he had previously clashed with, the impact of his strike brought forth a different kind of awe. This was the might possessed by a top-tier powerhouse amidst the endless bitter sea and the myriad realms. If he so wished, a single blow could obliterate billions of universes, extinguishing countless lives and celestial bodies. And a full-force strike could fulfill the legendary promise of restarting the boundless universe, rendering all else insignificant, akin to mere ants. Rumbling, the mixed iron rod cleaved through the fabric of the primordial heavens, causing the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire to surge forth, intertwining and evolving into a hazy state reminiscent of a time before the cosmos had formed and epochs were yet to be defined. Clang! The blade's light flashed, slicing through yin and yang, establishing the four symbols, allowing the nearly annihilated primordial world to re-evolve into the primordial state of heaven and earth. The unfathomably terrifying mixed iron rod met with empty space, as if all its latent power had been drawn forth, reopening this expanse of the primordial. Sizzle. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as the helmeted head of the white ape flew high, Yuan Hong's head severed by a single strike. How could this be? Yuan Hong's eyes brimmed with disbelief as layers upon layers of universes within his gaze disintegrated, forced to an end by the blade's power. While such an injury was not grave for someone as adept in transformation as Yuan Hong, what chilled him most was the inability to comprehend how the Demon Emperor's incarnation could bypass his protective divine powers and directly sever his head. If he could not unravel this mystery, the only fate awaiting him was the demise of all his projections, condemning himself to the same end, fading from existence. Though unwilling, Yuan Hong made his decision without further hesitation, seizing the opportunity to reduce his original form to ashes, rebirthing himself in another universe. An ant attempting to stop a chariot. The Demon Emperor's incarnation scoffed, never once allowing his gaze to linger on Yuan Hong, remaining fixated on Golden Ao Island. Chapter 950. More important than life itself. To Lin Yang, Yuan Hong, who traversed the myriad realms without encountering an equal, was but a minor character, not worthy of his distraction. The pressing matter was to retrieve the flesh of Eastern Emperor Tai and bring it back to the heavenly court before his return to the other shore. Otherwise, by the time they emerged from the currents of time and fate, circumstances might well change. Given all this, Yuan Hong managed to escape with merely the loss of life, preventing the battlefield from shifting from the fragments of the primordial wilderness to the layers of the multiverse. In the world of sealing gods at the crow's nest, the crimson gourd shook, transforming into the diminutive figure of Taoist Luya. Xuanyang, he truly knows the Qingping sword is hidden beneath Golden Ao Island. Clad in a deep red robe, Luya gazed at the fragments of the primordial wilderness, murmuring to himself. After narrowly escaping under the protection of that being from the grasp of the Green Emperor, he had concealed himself here, leveraging the chaotic seal of the primordial heavenly sovereign to obscure his presence, lest the Green Emperor, in a moment of whimsy, strike him down. The only solace he found was that after the Green Emperor ascended to the other shore, he was no longer a creature struggling in the bitter sea. His mindset had correspondingly shifted, drawing closer to the will of heaven. It seemed that the prior offense was of no concern to him, as he had not sought Luyu out in all these years. Did he seek the Qingping sword? Or was he trying to decipher the purpose of the Demon Emperor's incarnation? Luya furrowed his brow. Although the Green Emperor no longer held animosity towards him, Luya was unwilling to take great risks by wandering near the Green Emperor's sanctum, fearing he might hasten his own demise. Thus, even if he was reluctant to allow the Demon Emperor's body to tread upon the shores of Golden Ao Island, thereby disrupting one of his own plans, he had no choice but to observe helplessly. Ultimately, the path of Tao is paramount. Without life, the path is severed. All scheming merely serves to smooth one's journey, leading to the day one might escape the sea of suffering and become a lofty being on the other shore. To risk one's fall for the sake of preserving a single plan is to forsake the essential for the trivial. This sentiment was not unique to Luya. Yuan Hong felt similarly, which is why, despite his deep sense of humiliation, he did not cling to a desperate struggle to the bitter end. Compared to the agony of being unable to escape the sea of suffering, one's existence, along with all the ties to the past and future of oneself and the world, seemed trivial, merely a life dictated by a thought of the transcendent. What is a little humiliation in exchange for the preservation of life? Waiting for the day to reach the other shore when everything can effortlessly change, and no one will remember this episode? Death is not to be feared. Rather, it is the precariousness of one's existence, the ever-looming possibility of complete obliteration that is truly daunting, even if one wields dominion over the heavens and the myriad realms. Exalted and supreme, possessing all the beauty of the world, everything could vanish in an instant, replaced by another. The only way to escape this potential is to attain enlightenment and ascend to the other shore. Now is not the time. Reflecting on the changes across the realms in recent years, and considering his own foundations, Liu pondered. As the son of the heavenly emperor, one of the most esteemed beings of the ancient epic, Liu harbored grand ambitions, preparing to condense a phantasmal Tao fruit through two opposing paths. Once the phantasmal Tao fruit is realized, he could manifest the Tai Chi, subsequently mastering all the mysteries of the myriad realms with relative ease, becoming an ancient one. In other words, if he could condense the phantasmal Tao fruit from two opposing paths, he could become an ancient one in the shortest time possible. Even if his views diverge from those of other transcendent beings, he would still have a significant probability of bending the workings of the myriad realms to his will. Ultimately, Liu cast his gaze toward the ancient tree realm of Fusang. The current splendor of the Azure Emperor is matched only by the transparency of the future. In the fierce competition among ancient ones during the final calamity, an ordinary transcendent lacks the former glories of past epics, though it may be fate. It will inevitably be interfered with by other fates, distorting the reality one wishes to see. Lingxiao Palace. Meng Qi was consulting Lin Yang about the secret of transforming into the three pure ones. Regarding Yuan Hong's defeat, he felt no surprise. His only astonishment lay in the fact that Yuan Hong had not even managed to block a single strike before losing a mark of identity. He was equally struck by Yuan Hong's evident cowardice and rationality. Meng Qi did not look down upon Yuan Hong. After all, he was a formidable being, capable of manipulating creation, having survived through the ages, which surely attests to his excellence. Otherwise, he would not have crossed the threshold of self-identity. Reflecting on the moments surrounding the Azure Emperor's ascent to the other shore and recalling Lin Yang's words about the secrets of the other shore beneath the ancient tree of Fusang, Meng Qi mused, perhaps all great beings hide their bloodthirst and vibrant will deep within their hearts, constantly honing themselves. When the moment arrives to break free from the sea of suffering, they will reverse the river of time, communicating with and illuminating the marks they have left in history. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Meng Qi looked again at Lin Yang and Xian Nu, as if he glimpsed the glimmer deep within their eyes, extremely faint, yet pure and singular, an exquisite beauty beyond compare. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with Guang Chengzi and others in the Jade Void Palace, they too appeared as such. It wasn't that they had lived too long and lost their bloodthirst, but rather that they understood what was truly important. After Lin Yang elaborated on his understanding of the transformation into the three pure ones, he casually remarked, "You carry the legacy of the primordial supreme being, are the cause of the new generation of fruits, and have acquired the sword array of extermination, the sword scriptures of the four swords, as well as the inheritance of the three pure ones, all three ancient supreme beings' legacies within you, which is truly unprecedented. No other cause can exist, thus. Even though many epics have passed and others have received the three pure ones' legacy, they cannot attain the core cause of the primordial supreme being." This is why Lin Yang spoke thus. Meng Qi, upon hearing this, smiled wryly, such is fate, bearing the legacy of the three pure ones. I'm the first self-proclaimed legendary figure since the Middle Ages, and now I am not far from creation. It appears exceedingly glorious. Yet who knows of the sleepless nights I endured back then, plagued by nightmares, witnessing the demon Buddha laughing maniacally, completely consuming me, only to have the demon Buddha don my skin and walk the earth? The reason I could attain the three pure ones' legacy is that I am the demon Buddha's shadow. Had I the choice, I would prefer a mundane existence. However, since I have no choice, I must confront the demon Buddha until the end, without retreating a single step. Contemplating his own fate, Meng Qi recalled something regarding Lin Yang and inquired with concern. Lin, as the Emperor of Heaven closely tied to the myriad realms, What will become of you when the epic draws to a close? Xian fell silent upon hearing this. How could she be unaware? She simply chose not to think about it, until Meng Qi brought it up today, prompting her to wish to hear the emperor's thoughts. Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, Lin Yang's gaze deepened, filled with emotions that no one could decipher. As the atmosphere grew heavy, he slowly spoke. There are always things more important than life itself. It is precisely this that has sustained him to this point, preventing him from being blinded by the material world and becoming a mere machine of cultivation. Chapter 9:51. The Ancient Sovereign. Things more important than life. Meng Qi was taken aback, pondering. After a while, he arrived at an answer. It is belief. This is why Hutu would sacrifice herself to become the seal of reincarnation, making death no longer an end. The human emperor, therefore, chose not to yield, leading to his downfall. Since two transcendent beings have acted thus, it indicates that the other shore is not devoid of emotions. There remain various sentiments that living beings ought to possess, though they seldom reveal themselves before the souls suffering in the sea of anguish. Thus, even though Lin, once the heavenly emperor, has now reincarnated, he still adheres to his beliefs. Upon considering this, Meng Qi felt a surge of admiration. The more powerful one is, the more one can appreciate the allure of strength. Swift vengeance can lead to the downfall of myriad realms. Hence the strong tend to cherish life even more. Those who disregard their lives are exceedingly rare. Observing Meng Qi seemingly lost in thought, Lin Yang shifted his gaze toward Golden Ao Island, fragments of the primordial wilderness. The body of the demon emperor stood upon the desolate isle, gazing at the ancient stillness surrounding it. The primordial beasts that once roamed the island were all manifestations of Yuan Hong's white mane, with Yuan Hong having gathered all his strength previously. They had all returned to him, revealing the island's original visage. Since the disappearance of the spirit treasure, heavenly sovereign, this place, once one of the 33 heavens of the great Luo, has remained unchanged, carefully attuning to the essence of the fragments of the primordial wilderness. The body of the demon emperor gradually began to grasp the mysteries of this realm. Unlike the myriad realms of the current epic, the fragments of the primordial wilderness retain the unique rules of the ancient epic. While Lin Yang, in his Dharma body, could not sense it deeply, now as a great being, he could clearly perceive the distinct Tao aura within the fragments, setting it apart from the external world. After a brief moment, the demon emperor opened his eyes, focusing on the depths of the primordial wilderness. I have found it, he murmured, cloaked in dark light. The body of the demon emperor vanished from Golden Ao Island, arriving at the location of the Qingping sword. This was a realm of void. An ancient, long sword was thrust into the emptiness, and a mass of deep black blood writhed within, teeming with vitality, yet exuding an unsettling aura, evoking a profound discomfort. As if this eerie mass of blood were not a miraculous elixir, but a substance far more terrifying than the deadliest poison. Even if it thrived for eons, it remained thus, its eerie essence only amplifying over time. The blood and flesh of the Eastern Emperor. Upon the arrival of the demon emperor's form in this realm, his gaze fixated intently upon the pitch-black blood. Within this viscous substance lay a shattered expanse of countless worlds, though fragmented. It possessed an inherent essence distinct from the complete myriad realms within the perfect embodiment of creation. Unlike the typical celestial realms, the cosmos contained within this dark blood had seen innumerable universes obliterated, reduced to mere remnants adrift in the void. The heavens themselves had lost their former grandeur, with most having perished, leaving behind an infinite array of debris starkly different from the regular cosmos. In the position where the true realm once existed, only an ancient continent remained, shrouded in a mysterious void, entirely engulfed by the deep black blood, rendering the mighty beings of the shattered celestial realms oblivious to the existence of this rift. The demon emperor's form discerned that this rift in the fractured celestial realm was a wound inflicted by a sword, the mark left by the Qingping sword. It had been casually cast aside by the celestial treasure lord, piercing through the celestial realms, and this sword scar had yet to heal to this day. It was evident that if the Qingping sword were removed, the Eastern Emperor's flesh could be borne by the blade of time. The demon emperor mused, shifting his focus from the Eastern Emperor's flesh to the Qingping sword. The instant he beheld the ancient long sword, a tumultuous explosion resonated within his mind, sending ripples through the surrounding fabric of time, evoking a sense of unreality, as if he could hear the flowing sounds of time and the river of fate. In that moment of astonishment, the demon emperor's form perceived, once clarity returned, an ancient being, riding a bull-like creature, quietly observing him. Behind it hung a luminous orb, encompassing the mysteries of all celestial realms, while its eyes were veiled in an ethereal mist, exuding an inscrutable profundity. Even with the knowledge that eons separated him from the celestial treasure lord, spanning an unfathomable expanse of time and laden with history, the demon emperor could not suppress a flicker of trepidation within his heart. Should the celestial treasure lord, who was scrutinizing him, choose to act, his demonic form would undoubtedly be obliterated here, with no chance for reprieve. The imprint of the other shore weighed heavily upon the demon emperor's thoughts, as if he were enduring an immense pressure. Only by confronting the imprint as a being from the sea of suffering could one truly grasp the essence of powerlessness. Unlike the imprint forged by the breath of the supreme god after eons, the complete imprint of the other shore appeared to creation as indistinguishable from the great figures of that realm, still defying the logic of time. It was only when one began to break free from the sea of suffering that their situation would improve in the face of the imprint of the other shore. The demon emperor resolved to remain motionless, lest he provoke a reaction from the celestial treasure lord's imprint. Yet, he also felt a surge of anticipation. Whether it took hundreds of years or merely decades, he too would stand at that level. Though the imprints of history would evoke dread among even the most powerful beings traversing the celestial realms. After several fleeting moments that spanned years, the ancient celestial lord on the bull withdrew its gaze, casting a few indifferent glances at the blade of time before dismissing it entirely. Bang! The scene before him shattered, and the demon emperor could faintly perceive the celestial treasure lord stepping onto the battlefield of the spirit mountain. The grand and imposing voice echoed once more, embedding itself deep within the river of time, lingering long after. In the final calamity, I reign supreme. As the voice resonated, the sound of a sword echoed forth. To the astonishment of the demon emperor, the ancient Qingping sword emitted a gentle chime, lifting itself and soaring beyond the primordial chaos. Arriving at the battlefield of the spirit mountain, had fled. The moment the thought crossed the demon emperor's mind, an instinctual sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to retreat. In the instant the Qingping sword vanished, the dark blood that had long been suppressed by it began to reveal its formidable nature. Unintelligible howls reverberated, and a terrifying, primal aura emerged, coalescing into a wave that surged deep into the void. Witnessing this scene, the demon emperor retreated further, refraining from recklessly confronting the anomaly, and instead summoned the ancient longsword, treating the blade of time as a storage ring, forcibly collecting the increasingly dreadful dark blood. Boom! The heavy, ancient sound of a bell resonated, causing time itself to shift, freeze, flow backward, and slow. Layers of the celestial realm emerged, and the demonic domains expanded. A towering figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a majestic crown stood at what seemed to be the beginning and the end of all things. A great bell suspended above its head, as time bowed before it, and the intricacies of all celestial realms fell under its dominion. The Eastern Emperor Tai. Chapter 952. The Cold Snort of the Celestial Emperor. In that instant, the demon emperor recognized the identity of the figure before him, the ancient sovereign of the three sovereigns. Eastern Emperor Tai. His eyes held the weight of countless civilizations' rise and fall, epics' births and obliterations, as if he had witnessed the splendor of both ancient and future realms. Savoring all beauty, no longer confined to a singular great realm or epic. Countless strands of severed time and fate coiled around his form. The black-robed sovereign embodying the very essence and origin of time, encompassing all epics and mysteries. Such power transcended mere terror. Even a mightiest of beings, no matter how formidable, remained but a fragment within the countless severed rivers of time, unable to escape the sea of suffering. Only the ancients exhibited such a phenomenon. This was no mere illusion, but a genuine manifestation, representing the vast and profound strength they possessed. Even if a mighty being were to cast aside their ability to act as a substitute for another's demise, leaving behind but a drop of blood, a single cell, or a fundamental particle, they could nonetheless reconstruct their true form and restore their original state. As the Eastern Emperor Tai, being of the other shore, could hardly regress after taking the most crucial and essential step away from the sea of suffering. In essence, the remnants of the Eastern Emperor's flesh, having been suppressed and sealed by the Qingping sword, would inevitably lead to his rebirth. The demon emperor pondered inwardly, aware that the black-robed figure before him was a herald of the Eastern Emperor Tai's revival. Had it not been for various factors, such as the Qingping sword's ancient suppression or the loss of part of his Tao fruit, the dark blood might have allowed the Eastern Emperor to resurrect the moment it attained freedom. To observe the Eastern Emperor's rebirth and seek his counsel on the path of time, revealing his true identity as the demon Buddha, and urging him to take vengeance upon the demon Buddha. This notion was not foreign to Lin Yang. Given the circumstances of his arrival, he had indeed contemplated such possibilities. However, upon careful consideration, he found this line of thought impractical. Setting aside whether the Eastern Emperor Tai would impart the mysteries contained within the path of time out of gratitude for the boon of rebirth. Merely assessing the current state of the dark blood made it evident what form the resurrected Eastern Emperor Tai might take. He would likely resemble a monstrous entity of the heavenly Tao, bearing certain flaws, even if his power reached its peak. He would probably emerge as a weakened version of the other shore, constrained by time, with his intellect clouded in a frenzied state, forever ensnared by the Tao power of the Supreme God, plummeting into an abyss of torment. Did he instinctively sense the peril of being drawn into the blade of time, thus exhibiting such resistance? The demon emperor mused as he observed the ripples formed by the bell, repelling the blade of time. As he prepared to ignite the essence of his demonic form to overwhelm the Eastern Emperor's flesh with the blade of time, a cold snort pierced his ears. Tomorrow's flowers wither. In that moment, the blade of time slipped from his grasp, aimed at the black-robed figure, the ancient and ethereal presence. A pure thread pierced through the river of time, encompassing the ancient, present, and future, dazzling with an unmatched brilliance, no longer the dullness of before. Resembling a radiant ancient serpent traversing the currents of time and fate, captivating the attention of the great beings of the other shore. In the realm of the ancient Fusang tree, the Green Emperor gazed upon the fragments of the primordial chaos, his eyes shimmering with insight. The blade of time had awakened. To be deemed awakened by a being of the other shore signified its elevation to that level. Otherwise, how could it attract the gaze of such an entity? After a whirlwind of thoughts, the Azure Emperor shifted his focus away from Golden Ao Island, redirecting the majority of his attention to the myriad futures he occupied. Before the great figures from the other shores truly returned, he sought to expand his advantages. Otherwise, once all shores had returned, his actions would no longer be so convenient. Beyond the river of time, true chaos reigned. Several great figures from the other shores exchanged glances as they beheld a resplendent ancient serpent. It was nearly time. At this moment, it became evident that their forms were no longer nebulous. They had been delineated by various concepts from the myriad realms, indicating that, given a little more time, they would be able to return to the river of time and fate, intertwining their every fragment into an indelible mark, where past and present converge as one. Each would rely upon their own means. The figures from the other shores cautiously approached the river, prepared to slowly merge into the myriad worlds. They had to be wary. Otherwise, they risked rupturing the very fabric of the cosmos. The current expanse of the myriad worlds, aside from being imbued with the power of epical cycles and being the primordial embodiment of the Tao that birthed the heavens, bore no distinction from the myriad worlds contained within the Ancient One. If a difference were to be noted, it would be that the Ancient One's essence encompassed the various paths to proximity, with the celestial realm of 9 hells being a part of the myriad worlds, devoid of interference from other great figures of the other shores, as the solitary and eternal decree of heaven, nurturing and governing all fates, destinies, time, and power. The existence of a second figure from the other shores could not be tolerated, as it would compromise its uniqueness and introduce uncertainty into the world. Thus, the return of the great figures from the other shores to the myriad worlds was inevitably gradual. The more powerful they were, the more pronounced this was. Indeed, once they surpassed a certain threshold, exceeding the limits the river of time and fate could bear, even their might would be imperceptibly restrained. For if they acted without restraint, the myriad worlds could be obliterated in an instant, and apart from altering time, no second opportunity to save the myriad worlds would exist. Fragments of the primordial wilderness. The voice of the celestial emperor? Had he fully awakened the sword of time? The demon emperor's form was momentarily taken aback, although he had speculated. Witnessing the scene was still quite unbelievable. Was it the resistance of the Eastern Emperor's flesh that provoked his sense of authority? Or did he seek to grasp the secrets of the Eastern Emperor's flesh to refine his own Tao fruit? After all, like the Eastern Emperor Tai, his Tao fruit was fundamentally intertwined with time. The demon emperor sensed that the latter conjecture was closer to the truth. Yet, he harbored no other thoughts. Ultimately, aside from the sword of time, he had no second means to bear the Eastern Emperor's flesh back to the 9 heavens. It was highly probable that along the way, the Eastern Emperor's flesh would resolve or even devour his demonic form. However, once the Eastern Emperor's flesh was contained within the sword of time, it would be akin to presenting it before the Celestial Emperor. After pondering this, the Demon Emperor felt a mix of incredulity and a touch of relief. In his battle against the Celestial Emperor, the Eastern Emperor Tai had lost everything, his very being under the Celestial Emperor's control. If he had any contingency, he would not have been so easily subdued by the Qingping sword. Now that the Celestial Emperor intervened, the Eastern Emperor Tai's flesh would undoubtedly be absorbed by the Sword of Time. Indeed, as Lin Yang had anticipated, the figure clad in a black robe and crown was ultimately consumed by the Sword of Time, despite its fervent resistance. Chapter 953, The Primordial Sovereign. After devouring the flesh of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the Sword of Time's aura gradually stabilized, returning willingly to the hands of the Demon Emperor. Everything fell silent. The earlier sound of the Celestial Emperor seemed but a figment of imagination. Observing the void, now devoid of anything. The Demon Emperor wasted no time in hastening his departure from the fragments of the ancient wilderness, retreating back to the Nine Heavens. Indeed, compared to the Nine Hells, the Nine Heavens offered a far greater sense of inclusivity. Even though his body was demonic, he faced no suppression upon entering. The moment he arrived in the Nine Heavens, a profound realization surged within the Demon Emperor. Ethereal celestial energy washed over his demonic form, cleansing the dust that clung to him, imparting a refreshing sensation that resonated from the depths of his being. At that moment, the tension that had once gripped his heart began to ease, and he no longer feared the occurrence of unforeseen events. The Nine Heavens were his domain. His true essence here was more potent than the pseudo-other shore of the Nine Hells. With the Sword of Time revived to the level of the other shore in hand, he felt no trepidation towards anyone. Had it not been for the need to leave the Nine Heavens while extricating himself from the sea of suffering, Lin Yang would have long since shed his previous cautious demeanor and revealed his true nature. Half an incense stick later, the Demon Emperor arrived unimpeded at the Lingxiao Palace. The celestial soldiers and generals along the way, though they did not recognize him, were familiar with the Sword of Time, hence none dared to obstruct his passage. With a hum, the Demon Emperor transformed into a shadow of darkness, merging into Lin Yang's form, with the Sword of Time suspended nearby. I shall enter seclusion for a period. You may handle matters of the heavenly court entirely, Lin Yang instructed the Nine Heavens Xiannu. Having acquired the flesh of the Eastern Emperor Tai, he would need to dedicate a portion of time to study it. Whether to feign ignorance before the other shores, or to seek the opportunity to refine his understanding of the Tao of Time. If he could attain the complete inheritance of the Eastern Emperor, it would be a tremendous boon, signifying a direct path to the embryonic form of the Tao fruit, akin to the complete cultivation methods of the ancients, greatly enhancing his manipulation of space. At that point, the pressures he faced would dissipate entirely. Regrettably, the Celestial Emperor's jade volume halted at the pinnacle of creation. Otherwise, the situation would be drastically different, Lin Yang mused, lamenting the missed opportunity. Judging by the Celestial Emperor's demeanor, it was evident he deemed the pinnacle of creation level of the Celestial Emperor's jade volume sufficient. Hence he refrained from passing down the chapters concerning the illusory Tao fruit. Otherwise, he might have disregarded numerous inconsistencies and forcibly extricated himself from the sea of suffering long ago. How could he have found himself ensnared in a predicament fraught with peril, beset by wolves and tigers alike? Indeed, Xiannu nodded in response. Although she could not discern the full extent of events within the fragments of the ancient wilderness, she could surmise the gist of it. It was likely that His Majesty had retrieved something from Golden Ao Island, with the great sage of Meishan appearing to obstruct him. Ultimately compelled to retreat. Upon hearing Lin Yang's intention to enter seclusion, Meng Qi promptly stated, "Lin Shi Xiao, I leave this to you." As he spoke, he touched his brow, conjuring the shadows of 9 illusory artifacts. He continued, "These are my latest insights regarding the 9 seals. I hope they will inspire you." Within the origin of life and death, he had garnered immense insights, and his understanding of the primordial 9 seals had similarly advanced by leaps and bounds, now reaching the threshold of forming an object of proximity. "Good," Lin Yang nodded, extending a finger towards Meng Qi and simultaneously absorbing the ethereal shadows that bore his insights into the primordial 9 seals. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water echoed, as Lin Yang drew a portion of the river of time and fate, forming a tributary that enveloped Meng Qi. This was to assist Meng Qi in experiencing the cleansing of the river of time and fate firsthand, providing him with the final piece he needed to ascend to the realm of creation. Observing this, Xiannu did not linger, performing her respects before exiting the Lingxiao Palace. She understood that the next time she encountered Su Ming, he would have transformed into a formidable being, inevitably catching up to her in due time. Although Xiannu was not lacking in confidence, She also possessed a keen sense of rationality. Even with her current control over the heavenly court and her rapid ascent in cultivation, how could she compare to Su Ming? This matter involved multiple great figures from the other shores, and with an unparalleled existence at that level, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would inevitably reach the pinnacle of creation. As Xian Nu had surmised, she had barely left for half an incense stick when the sea of suffering stirred. A subtle ripple spread across the boundless sea of suffering, awakening the awareness of several great beings. Which fellow Taoist has returned? At 9 Immortal Mountain, Guang Chengzi opened his eyes, gazing upward as if seeking that distant star. At this moment, Lin Yang is no longer the person he once was. Although Meng Qi made his breakthrough within the Lingxiao Palace, the source of the turbulent waves in the sea of suffering remained elusive, leaving the multitude of divine beings to speculate in silence about the instigator of such ripples. Across the innumerable tribulations of the Pure Land, the Buddha of the world, the King of Free Will, uttered a solemn chant. The Buddha seal upon his forehead, having undergone an indescribable transformation, appeared more perfected, concealing not a trace of its extraordinary nature. As the saying goes, in the depths of stillness, one contemplates movement. Having regained his peak state, it was indeed time to venture into the realm of reality. It would be absurd to become timid and indecisive due to the presence of an individual from the heavenly court. Such behavior would amount to severing the path to the other shore. There is no need for others to intervene. The moment one falters internally, even seizing the opportunity to escape the sea of suffering could lead to downfall. In the next instant, one of the manifestations of the Buddha of the world appeared in the external realm. This manifestation, having cultivated a certain principle of heaven and earth, aligned its every action and word with that principle, thereby receiving a degree of reciprocation that bolstered its essence. The closer one adheres to the principle, the greater the feedback received by the manifestation, ultimately reaching a state where it becomes synonymous with that principle, embodying the great Tao. Wherever the Tao resides, there too shall the manifestation dwell, even in the realms of immortals and the depths of the 9 hells. Gazing upon the flourishing immortal realm and reflecting on Lin Yang at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, the Buddha of the world sighed softly, imbued with an air of resignation. Years of cultivation had brought his disposition ever closer to the laws governing the myriad realms, rendering him unable to employ certain methods. Otherwise, taking action would equate to self-destruction. The immense power of reciprocation accumulated over countless years would be proportionate to the losses incurred, potentially resulting in far graver consequences. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Yang sensed something amiss. After casting a glance at the earth, he chose to disregard it. Although the Buddha of the world was a fusion of the Dharma body, the manifestation, and the response body, it was not willing to risk the loss of its manifested cultivation to obstruct him, as long as Lin Yang did not provide them with an opportunity. No matter how formidable the practitioners of manifestation were, they would not impede his escape from the sea of suffering. As Lin Yang's gaze shifted, Meng Qi emerged from the illusory river, having successfully broken free. He had already become a practitioner of great powers, a natural progression. Chapter 954. The curtain is about to rise. Brother Lin, thank you. Meng Qi clasped his fists in gratitude. Indeed, Brother Lin was perceptive. Even without articulating his purpose for visiting the 9 heavens, it had been discerned, and he had aided him in completing his final transformation, saving him several years in the process. At this juncture, as the great calamity loomed, every moment was precious. It is of no consequence. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. In the many futures he had traversed, he had already listened to Meng Qi's musings on this matter countless times. To silence him, he had acted on a whim. Having transcended into creation, his true spirit was cradled by the illusory Tao, residing at the pinnacle of the sea of suffering. The chasm between aspiration and achievement had grown significantly, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. Lin Yang remarked, only by taking risks and attempting to refine the origin of life and death can one approach the pinnacle of creation in the shortest time. However, I trust you understand the peril in refining a part of the near path. I hope you exercise due caution. As he spoke, Lin Yang could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Meng Qi had Gu Xiaosang. The two supported each other, one embodying the concept of life and the other that of death. Furthermore, both had cultivated the boundless chaos, allowing them to refine the origin of life and death with remarkable speed. In contrast, despite knowing this method, he was unable to implement it, ultimately destined to tread the path of supremacy across the myriad realms. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words and recalling the various encounters at the origin of life and death, Meng Qi still felt a flicker of trepidation. He sighed and spoke, "Brother Lin, rest assured, I shall exercise my discretion." The closer one approached the great Tao, the more arduous the journey became. At this moment, he truly understood the struggles encountered by Ananda when he relinquished his benevolent thoughts. With formidable foes looming above, every step was fraught with peril. At that time, Ananda faced the ever-active foes of the three pure ones, his situation infinitely more perilous than his own. Thus, he had no choice but to cast aside his benevolence and transform into a demon Buddha. Now, with numerous titans of the other shore poised to return, the potential for one of them to unleash a demon Buddha weighed heavily upon him. To expedite his ascension, he too would have to employ risky maneuvers. Otherwise, hesitation could result in the loss of the optimal opportunity, rendering any future regrets futile. "Hand me the absolute blade," Lin Yang commanded. Meng Qi complied, albeit uncertain of his intentions, and presented the overlord's absolute blade to him. Upon receiving this blade, renowned as the most ferocious weapon of the other shore according to the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, Lin Yang's consciousness delved into the blade, suppressing the imprint left by the demon Buddha within, facilitating the blade's awakening beyond its current legendary state. In the original timeline, Meng Qi had utilized the flesh and blood of Dong Huang Tai Yi, employing a cunning strategy that ultimately suppressed the demon Buddha's imprint. Now that the flesh and blood of Dong Huang had been taken from him, it was only fitting that he compensate for this loss. Moreover, this could be viewed as an investment, with the potential for immense returns. Thus, it was an opportunity he would not overlook. Should the powers above become so formidable that both he and Sure Hao could not withstand them, he would have no choice but to seek external assistance. Deep within the Ling Mountain, at the peak of the Five Fingers Mountain, the demon Buddha, surrounded by countless swirling shadows, cast a deep glance at the Ling Shao Palace. Though suppressed by the Buddha and the seal reinforced by the primordial heavenly sovereign, the demon Buddha could still sense Lin Yang's current actions. "Soon, on the day I break free, I shall settle all scores," he mused, recalling his earlier arrangements with a heavy snort. Even though Meng Qi had undergone a fundamental transformation upon attaining creation, greatly affecting him and nearly pulling him down to the level of the ancients, he still maintained a distinction from ordinary beings of the other shore. As long as no one interfered, slaying an ordinary being of the other shore would be a trivial task. Shifting his gaze from the nine heavens, the demon Buddha contemplated various matters. Memories of the past resurfaced, and his expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "They shall all perish." Although he had failed to ensnare the three pure ones with the fruit of the tree of creation, causing them to fall from grace and become restricted pseudo-Tao fruits, the impending calamity offered a chance. Should his plans unfold smoothly, he could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most ancient beings, becoming the most powerful entity of the other shore under the momentum of the final calamity. At that point, all grievances would find resolution. Within the Ling Shao Palace, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted as he subtly harnessed the power of the Time Blade, gradually suppressing the imprint left by the demon Buddha. This was a confrontation at the level of essence. Although he was a pseudo-being of the other shore, subduing the demon Buddha's imprint in one fell swoop proved somewhat challenging, given that it was the imprint of an ancient being. Thus, to appear effortless, he could only rely on the power of the Time Blade. Otherwise, he would need to concoct a reason to explain why the Overlord's absolute blade had merely awakened to the level of creation. In an instant, a brilliant purple light erupted within the true chaos, flowing through the rivers of time and fate, becoming the second ancient serpent coiling within them. The Overlord's absolute blade was fully awakened. Lin Yang calmly stated, "There is no longer a demon Buddha's imprint within the absolute blade. It has revealed its true edge. Thus, even if unforeseen circumstances arise while you refine a portion of the origin of life and death, the absolute blade will safeguard your life." Upon keenly sensing the power of the absolute blade, he found it indeed aligned with his expectations, albeit with a significant disparity compared to the Time Blade, being comparable to the heavenly Tao seal. It appeared that the unparalleled divine weapons of the other shore forged in this epoch were predominantly the Overlord's absolute blade and the heavenly Tao seal, while the accompanying divine weapons of the three pure ones, such as the Panga banner, the Taiji diagram, and the sword array of the extermination of immortals, constituted the strongest batch among the unparalleled divine weapons of the other shore. Even their accompanying treasures, such as the three treasures of the Jade Rui and the Qingping sword, pale in comparison to their innate divine weapons, Lin Yang mused. While lost in thought, he returned the tyrant's blade to Meng Qi, advising him, "Once this retreat concludes, It may herald my liberation from this sea of suffering. Should the mother of all things have returned by then, you may retreat into the 9 netherworlds to seek the 9-spirit primordial sage. Remember to request the intervention of the Azure Emperor to imprint your past with Gu Shaosang into the 9 netherworlds. Otherwise, even within the 9 netherworlds or the origin of life and death, the mother of all things could easily obliterate you. Once the source is severed, you shall inevitably perish. Meng Qi nodded gravely, recognizing this as his last refuge. With both past and present imprints transferred to the 9 netherworlds, the mother of all things would first need to breach the 9 netherworlds to eliminate them, which would unavoidably conflict with the pseudo-beyond entities. The mother of all things is a mere beyond, on par with the Azure Emperor, unless aided by 3 beyond entities. How could she subdue the 4 pseudo-beyond beings of the 9 netherworlds? Amidst the fierce strife among the beyond beings, it is improbable that 3 of them would assist the mother of all things in removing Gu Shaosang to achieve completeness. Merely refraining from hindrance would be a feat furthermore. The mother of all things would have to confront not only the pseudo-beyond of the 9 netherworlds, but also the ancient celestial sovereigns and Buddhas, who are equally beyond. After watching Meng Qi depart, Lin Yang sighed and proceeded to the ruins of the 9 heavens. Within the Pantao Garden, remnants of the Eastern Emperor Tai's Tao fruit lingered, a necessity for his current retreat. Unlike other beyond beings, the trapped demonic Buddha was unaware that Lin Yang and the Heavenly Emperor were not solitary beings. No one knew the mother of all things was an ancient entity, not an ordinary beyond, before she revealed herself. Chapter 955, The Final Retreat. Standing amidst the now bizarre and malevolent Pantao banquet, Lin Yang silently regarded the corpse of the god of longevity. An eerie blood peach had taken root upon the deity's brain, slowly drawing sustenance. He pondered, the Tao fruit of the Eastern Emperor. When the Heavenly Emperor vanquished Eastern Emperor Tai, he stealthily extracted his true spirit to inhabit the body of a heavenly Tao creature, only to be ensnared by the prepared Heavenly Emperor, resulting in his current chaotic state. Portions of Eastern Emperor Tai's Tao fruit eventually manifested in the Pantao Garden and on Golden Tortoise Island, where it has been suppressed for eons by the Qingping sword. Whether the combination of the eerie blood peach and the Eastern Emperor's flesh would recreate the complete Tao fruit remains uncertain. With a single step, Lin Yang approached the corpse of the god of longevity, plucking the eerie blood peach while simultaneously allowing the unblinking eyes of the deity to finally close. As the god of longevity belonged to the Golden Emperor and was not resurrected by the mother of all things, Lin Yang refrained from unnecessary actions, permitting the deity to remain deceased. Feeling the blood peach struggle in his grasp, he tightened his hold slightly to calm it. Indeed, sensing Lin Yang's unusual presence, the peach's thrashing diminished. After all, it was a pseudo-beyond, and subduing a fallen ancient being's fragment of Tao fruit proved rather effortless. Lin Yang did not hasten to enter the time blade to retrieve the Eastern Emperor's flesh. Instead, he sat within the eerie Pantao Garden, extending his consciousness to unravel the mysteries of the blood peach, seeking to comprehend the aspects of time and lifespan it contained. The instant his consciousness touched the eerie blood peach, an overwhelming sensation of primordial terror surged forth, accompanied by the wails of the peach, akin to the cries of ancient ferocious beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. The blood vessels adorning the peach's surface expanded, seemingly flowing with some essence. Lin Yang pressed down, silencing the wails and allowing the terrifying aura to recede like a tide. Within the eerie blood peach, a fractured river of time and fate materialized. Unlike any typically seen, this illusory river bore countless patterns of the great Tao, manifesting time, years, change, eternity, and the path of longevity. It also contained profound chapters concerning the great Tao of time, where any achievement could yield corresponding illusory pathways. Kunlun Mountain, Jade Void Palace. As Lin Yang's focus shifted to historical events, Meng Qi returned to his own dojo. He summoned his disciples, instructing, I must retreat to a secret place for an extended period. Before I do, feel free to voice any doubts regarding your cultivation. I shall address them all. Meng Qi gazed at his 2 disciples, who had matured from children to young adults, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. When he first took in his eldest disciple, Himu, he was merely at the exterior level and deeply troubled by severing ties with the demonic Buddha. Similarly, when he accepted his second disciple, Feng Huang, though he had achieved his Dharma body, the teacher-student bond had already been established long before. Decades swiftly passed. He had since cultivated his abilities and emerged as one of the few formidable beings across realms. while those once celebrated as high-ranking Dharma practitioners had yet to step into the realm of legends. Meanwhile, his former youthful disciples were now nearing the threshold of achieving their Dharma bodies. Master is going into seclusion? Himu pondered, slightly perplexed. However, recalling his master's profound level, he understood that, according to records, a single cultivation session for golden immortals or Buddhas often spanned lengthy periods, and thus he felt reassured. Subsequently, Himu and Fong Huaying directly posed their cultivation inquiries, and Meng Qi answered them methodically, illuminating their understanding. A Dharma practitioner, akin to terrestrial immortals, integrates the primordial spirit and Dharma aspect, culminating in the formation of diverse Dharma bodies. It is only after condensing the Dharma body that one can nurture their true spirit. As Meng Qi reached this point, he abruptly paused, leaving his entranced disciples puzzled. Noticing Meng Qi gazing into the horizon, Himu and Fong Huaying followed suit. In the distance, ethereal mists began to coalesce, revealing the 9 heavens to the world. Master, who has attained legendary status. Fong Huaying blurted out, as the sight of the celestial realm unfolding prompted her question. Meng Qi, filled with a sense of reflection, replied, Su Wuming. For many years, he reigned at the top of the earth ranking. After becoming a celestial immortal, he traversed numerous trials over decades, finally overcoming the last barrier to become the singular mighty being across all realms. Lingxiao Palace. Sensing that someone had attained legendary status, a flicker of Lin Yang's consciousness returned to the present moment. Su Wuming, Lin Yang murmured, a hint of wistfulness escaping his lips. Even in the past, when he encountered Su Wuming, he wisely chose to withdraw rather than squander time on the task of the Earth Ranking's first place. Back then, he could not conceive how to defeat someone who had been at the half-step Dharma body level for years, equipped with divine weapons, and leveraged fragments of the Hao Ian mirror to connect with numerous reflections of himself. Hence, he departed. It was not until countless years later that he returned to this realm. Gazing upon the entrance of the Jianxian Pavilion, Lin Yang marveled, truly exceptional. Su Wuming, barely a century old, had achieved such extraordinary status within a brief span. Impressive indeed. He was a true prodigy, unlike certain individuals who were mere impostors. Had he and Meng Qi found themselves ensnared in the struggles of the mighty, their attainment of legendary status might have preceded by a decade or more. As Lin Yang mused on this, he cast another glance at Huamei Mountain Manor. The unparalleled Lu De, despite delays caused by forging his own path, was now also nearing the threshold of legend. After observing the recent circumstances of various acquaintances, Lin Yang shifted his gaze, redirecting his attention back to the ruins of the 9 heavens. Half a year later, he murmured the true scriptures of life extension, the essence of immortality, the 9 songs of time. These incantations were derived from his reflections upon the anomalous blood peach, which had also subtly enhanced his understanding of the way of time. Having reached his current state, he was not far from condensing the corresponding ethereal Tao fruit through the way of time. Any increment in progress was exceedingly precious, and thus Lin Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, relieved that this period had not been in vain. Regrettably, the little peach contained only a fragment of the Tao fruit belonging to the Eastern Emperor Tai, with its encompassing chapters of the great Tao and Tao patterns halted at the level of creation. The likelihood of replicating the authentic methods of the Eastern Emperor Tai was abysmally low. As Lin Yang's thoughts fluctuated, a voice tinged with astonishment and underlying panic reached his ears. The Heavenly Emperor's obsession? Even after reincarnating as Brother Lin, it remains? Meng Qi, who had arrived at the ruins of the 9 heavens with Gu Shaosang, stood outside the peach garden, gazing at a figure within, his expression a tapestry of shock and fear. The sensation transcending time, an aura threading through the annals of history, was undeniably beyond that of a mere physical form. Despite the striking similarity to Brother Lin's profile, it was impossible for them to be the same individual. Thus, only one explanation remained: the obsession of the Heavenly Emperor, much like the lingering sentiment of the demon lord encountered in the demon grave, although fallen in the passage of time. The once all-powerful Heavenly Emperor still exuded an overwhelming presence. Not even a mere mortal like him could dare to disrespect such a figure, let alone the renowned ancient powers who would lower their heads in humility before the Heavenly Emperor. Even if it were merely an obsession, the potential to extinguish a physical form could be but a fleeting thought. At this moment, Gu Shaosang had also lost her usual composure, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety, though she steadied herself to whisper, "Do not fear. The Xian Emperor holds an excellent relationship with you. In his previous life, he was indeed a figure of great significance. Even if what remains in the peach garden is merely an obsession that has inexplicably endured, he would not strike without cause. Even if his past obsession does not grasp the nature of your relationship with the Xian Emperor, he would likely surmise much upon seeing you. The karmic ties between you and the Xian Emperor, which may seem imperceptible to you, shine like a beacon in the eyes of such beings. Despite possessing the memories of the Eternal Mother, she could not claim to have complete clarity regarding the arrangements of other eminent figures of the other shore. And her current trepidation was inevitable, as she had encountered an existence she most wished to avoid. Let's hope, she thought, that the Heavenly Emperor's obsession will show mercy for Su Meng's sake. Otherwise, not only would the journey to the Three Lives Palace be thwarted, but we may also meet our demise here. Gu Xiaosong murmured, her rosy visage paling slightly. Upon hearing Gu Xiaosong's explanation, Meng Qi's fear and astonishment subsided somewhat, and he could only pray that her words held truth. Otherwise, they were truly doomed. He regretted not having informed Brother Lin to join him at the ruins of the Nine Heavens. With this thought, a hint of remorse welled up within him. In order to uphold his promise to Gu Xiaosong, he had refrained from divulging this matter to others, and it now seemed he had acted naively. With their combined strength, they would fare well enough in the ruins of the Nine Heavens, provided they did not encounter any unforeseen dangers. However, should they truly face peril, the threat would be akin to that of the Spirit Mountain, and even a physical form would fall victim to the chaos. Just as Meng Qi began to settle his thoughts, he caught sight of the pallor on Gu Xiaosong's face, causing his heart to lurch. Could it be that the enchanting Gu is deceiving me? Flashed through Meng Qi's mind. As panic stirred within both Meng Qi and Gu Xiaosong, Lin Yang turned expressionless, his deep-set eyes concealing an impenetrable darkness, exuding an unsettling aura. Their time was running short, as in mere centuries they would be regarded as ancient beings. Since fate had serendipitously brought them together at this moment, Lin Yang could not afford to squander this rare opportunity. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the ceremonial adornment covering his visage parted slightly, this casual gesture intensified the pressure on Meng Qi and Gu Xiaosong, instilling a fear that he might strike at any moment, claiming their lives. It would be a most tragic fate to endure countless hardships only to perish at the hands of an acquaintance just as they neared the Three Lives Palace. As time slipped away second by second, just as the tension within them was on the verge of snapping, a spark of inspiration flickered in Meng Qi's mind. He cautiously observed the figure clad in the dark robe, slowly retrieving an item from a distance. Current node, Kunlun Mountain, Jade Void Palace. After a lapse of half a year, Meng Qi summoned his two disciples once more, stating, "The difficulties you may encounter in the future, I have resolved for you. Keep them firmly in mind." Upon their nodding in agreement, Meng Qi continued, "I shall now enter seclusion for an extended period. Do not return to the mountain gate until I summon you. If you encounter true difficulties that cannot be resolved through your own strength, seek assistance at the sword-washing pavilion of the Jinwu sect. However, this should be a last resort. Exercise caution." He planned to enter the origin of life and death, uncertain of when he would emerge, and thus needed to ensure his disciples were well prepared. As for the ancient guardian of the Jade Void Palace, the transformed Qin Jin of the Banlan route, he need not concern himself. "Yes, master," replied He Mu and Feng Huayin in unison. They understood that Meng Qi's seclusion was of grave importance. Otherwise, he would not conduct himself in such a manner. Thus, despite their reluctance, they kept their feelings in check. Watching his disciples depart to prepare for their descent from the mountain, Meng Qi sighed. Although he held considerable confidence in successfully refining a portion of the origin of life and death to hasten his journey toward the perfection of creation, a sense of unease lingered, as if this endeavor would encounter unforeseen obstacles, far from the smooth path he imagined. Previously, on his journey to the Three Lives Palace, he had passed through the Peach Garden and faced the Heavenly Emperor's obsession. Although nothing dire had ultimately transpired, that experience still haunted him, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. Even decades later, he could not forget the panic of that moment, the feeling of being at the mercy of fate. If possible, he wished to avoid reliving such an ordeal. It was that experience that had rendered him more cautious. He would meticulously consider every action he undertook. Fortunately, he had retained Brother Lin's physical form token, which had elicited a sense of familiarity from the Heavenly Emperor's past obsession. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to Xiaosong's recklessness. Reflecting on those past events, Meng Qi felt a tinge of relief as he retrieved the anomalous blood peach, pondering, what was Brother Lin's past obsession intending for me with this little peach? Over the years, he had gradually discerned that the peculiar peach was likely connected to the Eastern Emperor Tai. for it would not have reacted so vehemently to matters concerning the Emperor of the Heavens. Yet, one question remained elusive in Meng Qi's mind. What was the true purpose of this little peach? Half a year earlier, in the Lingxiao Palace, he had inquired about it. But Brother Lin had merely smiled and remained silent, stating that the time was not ripe. Rarely had he refrained from offering insight, leading Meng Qi to suspect that it might involve some unspeakable secret. He had chosen not to press further, instead contemplating privately. To this day, the true utility of the little peach remained a mystery. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Meng Qi waved his hand to activate the protective array of Kunlun Mountain. Slipping out of the tangible realm, he mused, the Overlord's absolute blade has awakened to the level of the other shore. Unless an authentic figure of the other shore intervenes, none can pose a threat to my demise. This journey to the origin of life and death. Chapter 957. The Multiverse Within the Blade of Time. Peach Garden. Watching the apprehensive Meng Qi and Gu Shaoxing depart, Lin Yang smiled softly and vanished from the Peach Garden, his consciousness returning to the current node. With his mastery of the transformative realm firmly established, Meng Qi journeyed to the Moon Star in search of Ruan Yushu, imploring her to utilize her extraordinary abilities to unlock the passage to the origin of life and death. Lin Yang mused silently. Although the Emperor of the Abyss only held dominion over the 9 heavens, he could surmise that Meng Qi was highly likely to encounter the Emperor of the Abyss upon entering the origin of life and death. This last remnant of the ancient 3 sovereigns, despite not having perished, was under the control of Amitabha Buddha. Since Amitabha was aware that Meng Qi was a product of the 3 purities' quest for emptiness, he would certainly not allow Meng Qi to continue his ascent, ultimately enabling the 3 purities to achieve perfection and seize the cyclical power of the final calamity. It was evident that under Amitabha's influence, the Emperor of the Abyss would undoubtedly take action against Meng Qi. Understanding this, Lin Yang devoted immense effort to suppress the mark of the demonic Buddha, fully reviving the Overlord's absolute blade. Otherwise, Meng Qi's fate would hinge solely on chance. If it mirrored the original timeline, that would be acceptable, but should he truly perish, it would not only devastate his emotional ties, but also render his lengthy investments futile, potentially altering the stances of both the Heavenly Emperor and the virtuous Heavenly Sovereign. As Meng Qi vanished into the origin of life and death, the mysterious passageway conjured by Ruan Yushu began to dissipate gradually, becoming imperceptible. Witnessing this, Lin Yang disappeared from the Lingxiao Palace and entered within the Time Blade. Standing in the celestial realm, Lin Yang gazed upon the myriad worlds distinct from the outer realms, and felt a renewed sense of perception compared to his previous visit. Delving deeply into the laws of this celestial domain and grasping its myriad mysterious energies, Lin Yang contemplated the Heavenly Emperor, having solidified his illusory Tao fruit upon the foundation of time, renders the path of time the most potent among the myriad paths, ranking it atop the 3,000 great Tao. It is not merely that this realm's time is superior to that of the outer world. Rather, all paths in this realm, aside from the path of time, are somewhat inferior to those of the outer world. Once the Heavenly Emperor ascends to the ancient sagehood, all the great paths within his being will elevate to a level equivalent to that of the path of time, achieving true perfection in both the 9 heavens and the 9 hells, with the formation of shortcuts throughout. However, unlike the outer realms, these shortcuts cannot elude the Heavenly Emperor's gaze. Though he now traversed the myriad worlds within the Time Blade, Lin Yang recognized that it was also appropriate to regard these as the myriad worlds within the Heavenly Emperor. As for why a non-ancient sage could possess a complete celestial realm within, he had his answers. When the Heavenly Emperor forged the Time Blade, he not only utilized his own Dharma body as material, but also infused it with the core of the Heavenly Court and the Seal of Heaven. The latter was crafted from a myriad powers collected from the 9 heavens, naturally encompassing the complete information of the 9 heavens. For the Heavenly Emperor, who was akin to an ancient sage, forming a complete celestial realm within the Time Blade was not a formidable task. Observing the scenes amidst the multitude of universes, Lin Yang suddenly exhibited a flicker of intrigue, shifting his gaze towards a vast expanse of heavenly sanctity. In this celestial sanctum, a formidable Tao Lord sat upon a high platform, crowned by crimson, auspicious clouds that embodied the profundities of the great Tao. This was a being born of innate essence, an incarnation of flame, and the sovereign of fire, the sun flame heavenly sovereign. The heavenly court is the supreme, eternal abode, wherein the Emperor resides. The words of the sun flame heavenly sovereign resonated slowly, imbued with the weight of time, rendering the disciples below in a state of ethereal contemplation. Emperor, a young disciple, having only recently entered the fold, voiced his confusion, his query, slipping forth unbidden. Though the sun flame heavenly sovereign was a renowned figure across the myriad worlds. Recognized as one of the 10 mightiest beings in the infinite universe, he was known for his accessibility, always willing to answer questions posed by his disciples. Thus, the newly initiated disciple, having triumphed through rigorous selection to join the ranks of the sun flame heavenly sovereign's pupils, dared to inquire. Emperor, the sun flame heavenly sovereign nodded gently. A glimmer of longing and a deeply concealed fear flickered in his ancient gaze as he continued the path of cultivation. Though initially teeming with myriad systems, invariably converges towards the great Tao in its later stages. We, the most exalted beings, achieve mastery over a singular path, unifying our souls with the Tao, thereby attaining the transcendent realm of Tao Lord. The master of one path is also its progenitor. All were captivated by the sun flame heavenly sovereign's words, their attention drawn, leaving no one to perceive the deeply hidden trace of fear within him. Even the seasoned disciples, who had been his students for a considerable time, were hearing of the secrets of Tao Lords for the first time, stirring them into heightened alertness. As the disciples pondered deeply, the sun flame heavenly sovereign's eyes flickered, seemingly recalling a scene witnessed countless years prior. To merge with a singular Tao, then endeavor to grasp the myriad other paths, is an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Not only is the great Tao challenging to comprehend, but one must also contend with the influences of the path they have merged with. Thus, theoretically, mastering a singular Tao represents the pinnacle of the infinite universe, allowing one to overlook all within the myriad worlds. However, the Emperor of the heavenly court shatters this perception. The Emperor governs all aspects of time and space, causality, destiny, power, and the interplay of the 4 symbols and 5 elements. There are no exceptions, even for the fire path that I have merged with. All mysteries of the myriad worlds are comprehended by the Emperor. At this juncture, the sun flame heavenly sovereign's tone quivered slightly as he declared, "It is widely known that throughout the long ages, 13 Tao Lords have emerged within the myriad worlds. Yet few are aware that among these 13, for have already perished. They coveted the brilliance of the heavenly court and conspired against the heavens. But alas, they were extinguished without a trace. In a mere thought, the Emperor transformed them into artifacts, suppressing them at the 4 poles of the celestial realm." As these words left his lips, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. The disciples below could no longer maintain their composure, their mental states shattered beyond measure. For Tao Lords had fallen, just like that? Some murmured in disbelief, struck by an unprecedented impact. The Tao Lord represents the pinnacle of cultivation, an eternal existence, a realm that all can only aspire to and imagine. How could they have anticipated that today they would hear such world-shattering revelations from their master, shattering their preconceived notions? In an instant, reverence for the heavenly court surged within them, dispelling any remnants of pride that had lingered as disciples of Tao Lords. Observing the scene within the celestial realm, Lin Yang thought, "The great Tao of the myriad worlds here originates from the heavenly Emperor's insights and takes shape through them. Any aspects he has yet to master will not manifest in this realm. And it is no wonder that to the strong in this realm, the heavenly Emperor can be perceived as one who comprehends all the mysteries of the Tao akin to an ancient sage. His battle prowess is comparable to that of one newly entering the transformative realm, yet he dares to charge into the heavenly court, reminiscent of the ignorance and fearlessness of the great supernatural beings of the primordial era." With this thought, Lin Yang turned his gaze to the heart of the celestial realm, where the blood of the Eastern sovereign lay suppressed. Chapter 958. There must be some intrigue. The cultivation system of this realm differs from that of the true spirit path. Although each Tao Lord's mastery over their chosen path is no less than that of complete transformation, there exists a chasm in battle prowess. Ultimately, the boundless power harbored within the countless universes of a great supernatural being is overwhelming. Lin Yang contemplated. Upon reaching the other shore, even without mastering other paths, one can quickly attain a profound understanding of the remaining paths to the level of complete transformation. The beings of the other shore possess the ability to revert and restore infinitely, a realization Lin Yang came to deeply understand after becoming a pseudo-other shore being. Hence, the Tao Lords of these myriad worlds possess insights into the great Tao that are not inferior. However, due to the system being less robust than that of the true spirit path, their comprehension of the Tao may not be lacking in depth. Yet the disparity in battle prowess renders them almost akin to beings of two distinct realms. Astonishingly, the artifacts forged from the four Tao lords could suppress the blood of the Eastern Sovereign. Gazing at the pitch-black blood that remained tranquil at the very center of the celestial realm, Lin Yang felt somewhat speechless. In the eyes of the Tao lords, the four who conspired against the heavens were transformed into artifacts by the Heavenly Emperor, suppressing them at the four poles of the celestial realm. Yet Lin Yang understood that this was only because he had previously ventured to Golden Turtle Island to collect the blood of the Eastern Sovereign, leading to the four Tao lords launching a joint assault on the Heavenly Court, ultimately resulting in such a fate. Though not much time has passed in the external world, within this vast expanse of myriad realms, the blood and flesh of the Eastern Emperor have existed for eons uncounted. It was during this epoch that the four sovereigns launched their assault on the Heavenly Court. The temporal disparity within and without the blade of time is astonishingly profound. Traversing through chains of sealed barriers, Lin Yang approached the ominous black blood, cautiously extending his divine consciousness towards it. Boom! The moment his consciousness made contact with the black blood, his sea of consciousness reverberated violently, as if struck by 1,000 thunders. Lin Yang found himself engulfed in disorientation. Traversing through layers of time and space, crossing innumerable transformations of the great paths, until he arrived at a singular location. Standing amidst the profound chaos, Lin Yang mused to himself, has it truly transformed into this? In stark contrast to the scene he beheld through the body of the Demon Emperor on Golden Tortoise Island, the once fragmented myriad realms within the Eastern Emperor's blood appeared to have collapsed into chaos due to the passage of time. Yet unlike true chaos, the chaotic domain within the Eastern Emperor's flesh still witnessed the flow of time, with directions remaining distinct. In the distance, an array of immensely powerful auras lay dormant. Could it truly be that the protracted passage of time caused the original fragmented myriad realms to collapse? A question arose within Lin Yang's heart. If his memory served him correctly, he recalled that when Meng Qi entered this realm in the future, he encountered a landscape of chaos rather than a fragmented myriad of realms. The Eastern Emperor's blood in the original timeline had not endured the erosion of time. This implies that the issue lies with the fragmented myriad realms he had previously observed. The Eastern Emperor's blood in the original timeline may have long since transformed into chaos. While in this timeline, for reasons unknown, the myriad realms within the Eastern Emperor's flesh persisted until the Demon Emperor's body ventured to Golden Tortoise Island. The more Lin Yang pondered, the more his brow furrowed. Previously, when he was on the verge of obtaining the Eastern Emperor's blood, and with the pressure exerted by the phantom of Eastern Tai on the Demon Emperor's body, he had failed to notice this matter until now. Upon entering the Eastern Emperor's flesh, when the truth dawned upon him, without hastening to seek the crystallized treasures of the 3,000 great paths within the Eastern Emperor's blood, Lin Yang sat cross-legged in the chaos, deeply contemplating the matter. Even if the Heavenly Emperor and the virtuous Celestial had perused his memories, or a portion thereof, thus altering the past, it would not have been able to influence the blood of Eastern Tai. Observing their attitudes, he surmised that after his legendary transformation, they would have likely directly informed him of any significant events, rather than leaving him to speculate. Lin Yang pondered further. Aside from these two, who else could influence the Eastern Emperor's blood, allowing the fragmented myriad realms, which should have long since turned to chaos, to remain intact until the Demon Emperor's journey to Golden Tortoise Island? The Eastern Emperor's blood had been struck by the sword of the virtuous Celestial. Was it indeed the virtuous Celestial? No, when I first appeared in the world of the One Sovereign, the current node was nearing the end catastrophe, and both the primordial Celestial and the virtuous Celestial were missing. Even if they had foreseen future events through the virtuous Celestial, if they rashly intervened to alter history, their efforts to conceal their whereabouts would be rendered nearly futile. Now that the ascent to the other shore was no longer distant, Lin Yang naturally sought to discern the attitudes of each being on the other shore. Otherwise, deliberately ignoring certain apparent matters would inevitably lead to future repercussions. Moreover, the battle between the virtuous Celestial and the primordial Celestial in the realm of pure clarity clearly indicated that the virtuous Celestial had been defeated, and the dominion over the fruit of the Tao should reside with the primordial Celestial. Even if there were intentions to influence matters, it should have been conveyed to him indirectly through artifacts related to the primordial Celestial. After the battle of the gods, the 4 swords of slaying immortals were bestowed by the primordial Celestial upon his 4 disciples, leaving the virtuous Celestial with merely the diagram of slaying immortals. The 6 old banners were also left to the Golden Emperor, leaving the virtuous Celestial with only the azure green sword. In contrast, The primordial celestial possessed not only one of the mightiest divine weapons of the other shore, the Panga banner, but also the three treasures Jade Rui and the central flag of Wuji. At that time, the distance from creation to conclusion was still vast, the primordial celestial, symbolizing the transition from non-existence to existence, and the virtuous celestial, symbolizing the descent from existence to non-existence, would not experience significant amplification, remaining at the strength of the most ancient beings. Thus, treasures of the other shore became paramount. Moreover, since Meng Qi ascended to the other shore, he was first regarded as the primordial celestial, clearly indicating that the dominion over the fruit of the Tao resided with the primordial celestial. Who else could possibly enact such actions? The multitude of beings on the other shore had yet to return, let alone in the past. Furthermore, the Eastern Emperor Tai was a product of the Taoist respect for emptiness, aside from the unruly Hao Yin, who would dare to meddle with him. As Lin Yang's thoughts reached this juncture, he suddenly inhaled a breath of chaotic cold air, a long-forgotten chill rising from the depths of his heart. Upon careful reflection, he found the original fragmented myriad realms within the Eastern Emperor Tai somewhat familiar. In the core of the boundless world, there was an opening in the sky, penetrating through the formidable barriers of the great paths, shrouded in black blood. If various other colors of blood were added, and a stone tablet stood nearby, Lin Yang would find it even more familiar. Although the Taoist had transcended, the notion of the fruit of the Tao is fraught with error. Who can assure that the transcendent Taoist does not retain a portion of their thoughts within the myriad realms? Or that the legendary state of transcendence does not allow the Taoist to continue existing within the myriad realms without influencing them? Both the virtuous celestial and the heavenly emperor could detect my anomalies. If the Taoist truly did not depart, might he have been observing me at the moment I left, perhaps even clinging to me, unbeknownst to both myself and the heavenly emperor and the virtuous celestial? When I departed this realm, I might have inadvertently brought the Taoist into the perfect world, or even into multiple worlds. Was this transformation of the Eastern Emperor's blood intended to convey something to me, akin to the vision of the perfect world? The choice not to exchange for other means of the other shore, but rather for the 7 swords of severing heaven, now seemed imbued with profound significance. If Lin Yang's earlier hypotheses were mere conjectures, the subsequent appearance of a local powerhouse pursuing his aura and employing a particular technique solidified his suspicions. There must be something amiss. Chapter 959, The Opportunity to Complete the Severing of Heaven. D. A cold snort echoed as a formidable figure materialized without warning, striking towards the contemplative Lin Yang with a sword. Time shifted, and the void reversed. A formidable aura radiated, causing the 3,000 great paths to retreat. Chaos surged violently, and an illusory river of time manifested, only to be severed by the overwhelming sword energy. Swish! Threads of divine radiance burst forth, illuminating the dark and profound chaos. The tributaries of the illusory river were filled with sword energy, rendering the once ethereal futures into tangible existence, birthing boundless power. The chaos roiled like boiling water, and the expressions of all beings lurking within it shifted dramatically. Parallel myriad realms. Lin Yang's brow arched in astonishment, having witnessed the birth of parallel universes from various changes. He had never before seen parallel myriad realms until now. Even prior to this day, he harbored doubts about the existence of parallel myriad realms. It is well known that the myriad realms encompass all things, their scale unfathomably vast, embodying true infinity. Hence, parallel universes must also reside within them. If that were the case, how could there exist parallel entities akin to the myriad realms, transforming each ephemeral future, which should have been engulfed by the current node, into a tangible existence, thereby creating a scenario where multiple myriad realms coexisted simultaneously? It is the supreme essence of temporal and spatial mysteries, a singular moment in time, where the void defies description. Could it be the third sword of severing heaven, which transcends time? As Lin Yang contemplated, he formed his fingers into a sword and cleaved through the chaos. The sword light leaped forth, akin to the light of the great paths, illuminating the myriad realms. Where the Tao exists, it was all enveloped by this beam of sword light, reaching everywhere, encompassing all omnipresent. The Tao resonates throughout the universe. He disregarded the oppressive chaos tumbling from the myriad realms and directed his assault towards the newcomer, intent on resolving the source of the disturbance directly. His guess that this technique was the 7 swords of heaven was not unfounded. After all, this locale resided within the body of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Although the myriad realms had long since crumbled, remnants undoubtedly persisted. Various paths and unparalleled techniques mastered by the Eastern Emperor. Upon witnessing a move that rivaled any of the seven swords, Lin Yang naturally began to speculate. While the form this sword currently displayed seemed unrelated to the four characters of Tao has no age, Lin Yang understood that one must not judge merely by appearances. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more extraordinary the techniques become. The same seven swords of heaven might manifest differently depending on the practitioner, yet their essence remains unchanged. For instance, Lin Yang's execution of the cutting Tao sees me. Tao transmits to the universe. Tao destroys Tao and gives birth to Tao diverge from that of the true martial emperor, reflecting his own insights. Should others practice the seven swords without contemplating their own realizations, merely replicating the achievements of their predecessors, they would ultimately find themselves ensnared by the very paths they sought to emulate. Those who learn from me live. Those who imitate me perish. This principle elucidated why Meng Qi only imparted a portion of the primordial 9 seals to Lin Yang. Firstly, he could not extract the complete inheritance of the 9 seals from his own divine body. And secondly, even if Meng Qi forcibly described the deeper aspects of the primordial 9 seals he had not comprehended, the outcome would yield more peril than benefit. In an instant, two sword lights existing at the conceptual level collided. Boom! The chaos was rent asunder. An endless torrent of energy surged forth, rendering previously elusive paths starkly clear, revealing intricate patterns imbued with profound mysteries. The energy flowed along the great paths, manifesting the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 4 symbols, and the 8 trigrams, intertwining countless paths into a singular unity, some evident, others obscured. The passage of time no longer bore the erratic sensation of acceleration and deceleration. The sense of direction in the cosmos and the 8 desolates became unmistakable. With one strike, a vast expanse of heaven and earth was opened. Although the myriad heavens that once enveloped this land were absent, the universe of this realm was immeasurable, even possessing a tangible existence. It could only be termed a multiverse, not the myriad realms. Lin Yang said, in the worldview of the supreme beings of one lifetime, the myriad heavens were not merely grand worlds adorned with the name of heaven. They were akin to legendary powers, encompassing countless universes. Only worlds of equivalent essence, or those surpassing the legendary realm, could be deemed part of the myriad heavens, distinctly separate from the myriad realms composed of countless universes. This place was not true chaos. Remnants of the great paths still lingered, thus making the act of creation relatively simple. Although he had arrived in this realm, no longer a mere illusion of the other shore, his power of creation was genuine, not derived from any enhancement. The incoming being, albeit formidable, remained enmeshed in the sea of suffering, even though the path of cultivation within the Eastern Emperor's body differed from that of the true spirit. Lin Yang gained a clear judgment in that fleeting moment. Thus, he contemplated this vast expanse of heaven and earth. Originally, this location should have been imbued with the lingering spirit of the Eastern Emperor. Since it had yet to manifest, could it be that the heavenly emperor had erased it? Given his previous demeanor, it seemed quite plausible. Lin Yang pondered discreetly, beginning to search for traces of his adversary. Although he had held nothing back in the previous strike, the powerful entity that had assailed him could not have so easily perished. Within the body of the Eastern Emperor Tai, all the paths he commanded formed the celestial creation disk, though its whereabouts remained unknown. In the depths of the farthest chaos, a ruggedly built man gazed at that extraordinary realm of light, astonished, and exclaimed, "This demon god is remarkably strong. Why have I never heard of his name in the past? Which path does he embody?" The robust man, with pronounced lines and an imposing presence, exuded an overwhelming aura. As though with a mere exertion of his arms, he could rend asunder everything forged from the chaotic energy. I sense the path of the void. This one must be the second deity born of the void, following the fall of my comrade. A 3-headed being revealed its form, equally formidable, as chaos could not approach. The chaos was boundless, and the 3,000 gods and demons were born of the great paths, with slaughter and disorder being eternal. Countless ages passed, and many chaotic demon gods fell, while countless others gestated in unknown realms. A demon god born of the void? He is vastly superior to the void itself. The rugged man murmured. He gazed into the distant luminous world, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. The ancient, eternal darkness seemed poised for transformation. In a moment, Lin Yang, traversing the boundary between the multiverse and chaos, detected a hidden aura. If you wish to take my life, surrender this divine ability, and I may spare you. Lin Yang spoke immediately. The opportunity to complete the 7 swords of heaven lay before him, and with the opponent willingly presenting himself, Lin Yang could not possibly let this chance slip away. Delusional, a cold voice replied. Upon hearing this response, Lin Yang's countenance remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. As he addressed the newcomer, I had no intention of committing acts of slaughter. I had shown mercy before. However, since you are unaware of your own folly, do not blame me. That move, you actually showed mercy? The cold voice now bore a hint of astonishment. Since its inception, it had only encountered invincible power. It was the mercy of this unfamiliar demon god. I shall send you on your way. Lin Yang scoffed, refraining from answering the inquiry. Mercy was never an option. Rather, the assailant was simply unfamiliar with Lin Yang's cultivation system, appearing inherently powerful. Thus he had failed to identify the opponent's weaknesses in his strongest strike. Had he done so, the being before him would have been nothing more than a corpse. At the moment Lin Yang's words escaped his lips, the astonished demon god's expression dramatically shifted, revealing a blend of madness and cruelty. Aya! A piercing howl echoed, emanating sheer hysteria. Boom! The 3,000 great paths trembled. The newly birthed multiverse suffered unprecedented upheaval, multiple universes collapsing, their remnants obliterated, vanishing entirely from existence. The demon god erupted with chaotic true blood, drenched in crimson. As frenzied energy surged within him, cleaving a rift through the void, connecting to an inexplicable realm. Buzz! An intangible force enveloped the demon god, propelling his aura to its zenith in the blink of an eye, even exceeding that. Is this a proximity path? Lin Yang exclaimed softly, genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated the existence of such a path in this chaotic domain. However, considering that this chaos was once the myriad realms, it was plausible that this proximity path was a remnant from before, and Lin Yang came to a sudden realization. As for the existence of a proximity path within the body of the Eastern Emperor Tai, it did not astonish Lin Yang. It could be said that any ancient being harbored proximity paths within their corporeal forms. Conversely, without mastering the secrets of the myriad realms, one could not allow the illusory Tao fruit to transform into its embryonic form, transitioning from ordinary other shore to the realm of the ancients. Send me on my way. I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. This is my most powerful and complete form. Unlike you inferior chaotic demon gods, I am born of the root of the great path, not nurtured by the path itself, but rather an embodiment of the path. The frenzied demon god howled to the heavens, his power terrifying, having undergone a transformation entirely distinct from before. Grovel, you ants! Looking down upon Lin Yang from a position of superiority, the frenzied demon god's eyes glimmered with disdain. Perhaps in pure strength, he was inferior to this previously unseen demon god, yet his unique lineage was supreme and precious, endowing him with a different kind of power. His trump card for dominating chaos, rarely revealed. It is precisely the existence of the trump card that instills in him an unwavering confidence. Even when aware that his adversary before him is not exerting their full strength, he is certain that victory will ultimately belong to him. Countless chaotic demonic gods have been ground to dust by him over the years. It is not as if there weren't beings more formidable than he. Yet, without exception, they have all perished. Lin Yang said little, merely uttering the incantation. Death. The incantation sliced through the path, revealing his true self. An invisible force, following an ineffable connection, spread toward an inscrutable destination, aiming to sever the true spirit. Unbeknownst to others, Lin Yang unleashed a full-force strike. What is birthed from the roots of the great path merely emerges from the proximity of the path, and it is the limited understanding of the native beings that leads them to regard the proximity of the path as the root of the great path. The nameless demonic god, having communicated with that nearby path, acquired traits akin to legend. It was not that the nameless demonic god had his projections substitute for death. Rather, at this moment, his true spirit retreated into the nearby path that nurtured him. Even if his corporeal form were annihilated, he could effortlessly reconstitute his true self, expending only a modicum of chaotic energy. Feeling the tremor deep within, he turned cold, disbelief washing over him as the nameless demonic god, gripped by terror, exclaimed, "What power is this? It cannot be the power of the path." Your voice faltered, leaving only an echo in the air. The once fear-filled eyes now dimmed, devoid of that spark, leaving only a pallid hue behind. Alas, the state of mind is lacking. Lin Yang shook his head, murmuring, Had there been even a modicum of cultivation in the realm of the mind, there would have been no panic nor lack of counterattack. Though the path's revelation is enigmatic, it remains a technique within the path. No matter how mysterious or inconceivable it appears to the world, it ultimately has its limits. Previously, when a nameless demonic god initiated an attack, seemingly employing the timelessness of the path, Lin Yang refrained from using the path's revelation to sever the true spirit. Knowing the limitations of that technique, influenced by the timelessness of the path, it was challenging to extinguish the true spirit of the nameless demonic god. Should the opponent be on guard, harboring trepidation, the likelihood of surprise annihilation becomes considerably difficult. I shall observe whether the technique he employs is indeed the long-lost third sword of celestial severance. If I can unearth the sixth sword here and truly complete the 7 swords, then reversing the celestial severance would no longer be a mere fantasy. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Lin Yang, not for any other reason but pure curiosity, let alone the fact that he was merely a pseudo-beacon in the 9 heavens. Even the most ancient beings dare not claim dominion over all futures. Time flows on, and futures unclaimed by them will inevitably arise, events unforeseen by their calculations. Thus, while Lin Yang experienced a perspective starkly different from the sea of suffering, his curiosity remained undiminished. Yet, the occurrences within the 9 heavens seldom stirred his emotions. For many events he had anticipated long before their unfolding. Approaching the corporeal form of the nameless demonic god, Lin Yang extended his hand to grasp its head, employing the most primal and exquisite method to access the lifetime memories of the nameless demonic god. A glimmer of purple flickered in Lin Yang's gaze, transforming into a purple bell as he activated the primordial heart seal. The primordial heart seal is the final imprint of the 9 seals of primordial origin. Before the primordial lord opened the heavens, the world was engulfed in genuine chaos, devoid of the path in all its facets, without past or future, without the 8 desolations, and lacking emotions or desires, distinct from the chaos within the Eastern Emperor. It was only when the primordial lord opened the heavens that the aspects of the path were formed, giving rise to the passage of time, the transformation of the void, the myriad realms, and the multitude of sentient beings. The primordial heart seal corresponds to the essence of the primordial spirit, the path of thoughts and emotions. Fully mastering the primordial heart equates to complete control over the subtleties of thought, the unfathomable, and the mysterious essence of the soul, allowing for an unobstructed view of the delicate emotions of living beings, exposing the secrets of the soul to thorough analysis, leaving little room for mystery. The timelessness of the path. The purple bell within Lin Yang's deep-set eyes pulsated like a beating heart, emitting a tinkling sound that allowed Lin Yang's consciousness to delve deep into the heart sea of the nameless demonic god. The consciousness of the nameless demonic god initially existed in a state of utter chaos, still in the process of self-realization. It was not until countless years later that the primordial heart of the nameless demonic god began to beat, giving rise to consciousness before the physical form was fully congealed. In that moment, Lin Yang learned the true name of the nameless demonic god. He paid little heed to memories unrelated to Kuan Song, swiftly perusing the life of Kuan Song to trace the whereabouts of the timelessness of the path. After several breaths, Lin Yang finally found what he sought at a time when Kuan Song had become exceedingly powerful, not significantly weaker than before his fall. Following the slaying of a formidable foe, Kuan Song returned to the nearby path that had nurtured him, embarking on a deeper exploration. After an indeterminate duration, he discovered an ancient seal deep within the proximity of the path. This was the vessel of the true essence of the timelessness of the path. Deep within the proximity of the path, Lin Yang opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Although he had accessed the entirety of Kuan Song's life through the primordial heart seal, to truly grasp the timelessness of the path, he needed to personally locate that ancient seal containing its legacy. Otherwise, even if he learned the timelessness of the path through Kuan Song's memories, what he would possess would only be the techniques belonging to Kuan Song, a borrowed legacy that would ultimately reveal its limitations, making it increasingly difficult to progress beyond the realm of Kuan Song during his lifetime. Fortunately, he had spared Kuan Song's chaotic body. Otherwise, accessing that nearby path would have been an insurmountable challenge. Lin Yang said, "The chaotic body carries an illustrious reputation. Weaker ones can grow to possess celestial powers, even exponentially surpassing that of a star with relative ease. As for the stronger variants, they can obliterate universes as effortlessly as one might consume food and drink. Merely existing within the cosmos, walking as normal, can dissolve the universe, transforming all matter and energy into chaotic energy. A chaotic being like Song is a terrifying existence beyond imagination in some realms, even without mentioning the other powers and techniques possessed by Song. Simply relying on the most ordinary physical instincts could lead to the subjugation of countless universes into chaos. The reopening of the multiverse is not mere fantasy. Even in Lin Yang's eyes, the remnants left by Song are treasures, with sufficient strength to forge imperial artifacts, and once transformed into weapons, their might would undoubtedly exceed that of the cursed spear he once wielded to slay an emperor. Although practitioners on the path of true spirits are powerful and possess numerous wonders, the remnants, despite retaining some of their former capabilities, lack the crucial true spirit which has already disintegrated. Even if the universe within them reaches a state indistinguishable from the external world, it will inevitably succumb to destruction, with their power diminished to a mere fraction. Chaotic beings like Song, born of chaos, are innately formidable, even in death. Their remnants retain a significant portion of their former strength, albeit lacking the agility of the living. Lin Yang togus wonderet. If one were to compare a complete remnant of creation with that of Song, an uninformed observer would arrive at an undeniable conclusion. It is likely that even 8 or 9 complete creations bound together would not suffice for this chaotic being to slay with a single hand. However, in truth, any practitioner wielding techniques akin to the past revelation would possess an over 80% probability of defeating Song, whereas those lacking such techniques would stand only a 50-50 chance against him. Lin Yang reflected on the merits of each cultivation system while preparing to form intricate hand seals. A thought transformed his primordial heart into demonic intent, penetrating the body of Song, temporarily substituting for the severed true spirit of Song, activating this formidable chaotic body. Boom! The overwhelming aura, capable of dominating the heavens, erupted forth, causing the surrounding cosmos to tremble, rendering them fragile as if they were mere bubbles, liable to shatter at any moment. At this moment, the Song demon god stands as the supreme entity of the multiverse, with a mere thought capable of giving birth to myriad worlds, and a single fury potent enough to obliterate them, exuding an unfathomable terror. When not directed toward a singular purpose, the true horror of the Song demon god manifests, showcasing a supreme power that instills despair and anguish in all beings, both innate and acquired. The source of the Tao, the culmination of the Tao, my Tao, is eternal. The grayish eyes of the Song demon god open wide, whispering the profound truths of the great Tao. Deep within those ashen orbs, a purple bell can be faintly discerned, pulsating slowly like a heart, an eerie sight indeed. The multiverse rends apart, chaotic fissures emerging that shatter all existence, abruptly halting the nascent vitality that had yet to fully form. Some demon gods, observing from the depths of chaos, change countenance and retreat. Though the beauty found there contrasts starkly with chaos, it remains exceedingly fragile, easily shattered unless fortified by something of unparalleled might. Otherwise, it cannot withstand destruction. The burly, wild man, witnessing the spectacle, falls into contemplation. His gaze shifts to a demon god embodying a circular form, a formidable foe shrouded in mystery, seemingly born from the path of destiny. Amidst the vast chaos, phenomena present two extremes. One is exceedingly fragile, existing only for a fleeting moment, while the other is immensely powerful, capable of enduring within chaos. Birthed in accordance with the great Tao, the innate demon gods, whose very essence aligns with chaos, possess bodies that could be deemed supremely strong, the wild man muses. The weapon he wields now was forged from the remnants of a past adversary he had slain. In previous battles, even in the throes of madness, he could tear through chaos, carving out distinct realms. Yet, those realms often left him with an uncanny sense of foreboding, imbued with inexplicable curses, starkly contrasting with the brilliance he now beholds. A yearning arises within the wild man's heart. After an endless cycle of slaughter, weariness inevitably takes hold, and he seeks to embark on a path of the extraordinary, no longer wishing to squander time in futile bloodshed. In the ruins of the multiverse, Lin Yang, with a pulsating purple bell deep in his gaze, turns back to grasp the myriad thoughts swirling in the hearts of the demon gods. His expression shifts slightly as he contemplates the transformation of the Eastern Emperor's flesh into this astonishing form. Yet life persists with aspirations to carve out chaos and fulfill the responsibilities of the primordial celestial. Regrettably, under the overarching trend of destruction, any attempt to go against the tide leads to an inevitable demise. An intriguing notion indeed, he murmurs softly, stepping into a mysterious pathway, seeking the place that nurtured the Kuan Song demon god, in pursuit of the timeless Tao. In comparison to the creation jade plate, which encompasses countless paths of the Eastern Emperor's essence, his greater concern lies with the elusive Tao of timelessness. Missing this opportunity could mean never acquiring such a technique again. Chapter 962. The Structure of Worlds, the Primordial Point. Lin Yang stand within the near path designated as the source of the great Tao by the Kuan Song demon god, which in truth can only be regarded as the origin of the dark Tao. He gazes at the ancient seal suspended within the concepts of lightlessness, darkness, and utter blackness. Feeling no surprise, it is inconceivable that anyone other than the Kuan Song demon god could enter this place, since the demon god has not disturbed this ancient seal. Existing here for eons without being assimilated by the near path, it shall not vanish inexplicably. Now, witnessing the ancient seal that bears the Tao of timelessness is, therefore, expected. The Overlord crafted an extraordinary weapon of the other shore from the remnants of the Thunder God and the primordial Thunder Pool. And while it is true that Ananda secretly aided him by manipulating the celestial monsters, it cannot be denied that the Near Path is one of the essential materials for creating a weapon of such caliber. The sword of the underworld is similarly derived from the depths of the Nine Hells. Lin Yang contemplates quietly, compared to the primordial Thunder Pool. The perfected remnants of the Thunder God are not particularly noteworthy. Perhaps their significance lies in the fact that the Thunder God was born within this near path, establishing an extraordinary connection with it, thus qualifying for transformation into a weapon of the other shore. Otherwise, due to the fundamental distinctions between creation and the other shore, countless remnants of the Thunder God, or even innumerable Thunder Gods in their lifetimes, could never coalesce into a weapon of that level. Could Kuan Song, like the Thunder God, born within this near path, emulate the Overlord and transform the Kuan Song demon god and this near path into a weapon of the other shore? As Lin Yang's consciousness probes into the ancient seal, he ponders this matter. The celestial monsters exerted considerable influence when the Overlord forged the Supreme Blade, enabling him to create a weapon of the other shore despite not yet being a legend. In the Nine Heavens, he too is of the other shore level. Therefore, he could hardly be weaker than the celestial monsters from that time. At that moment, Ananda had not yet escaped the sea of suffering, nor had he relinquished his inherent goodness to become a demon Buddha. Even though he possessed means to control the celestial monsters, he could not recklessly command them. Otherwise, even if Ananda had left numerous control methods on the celestial monsters while being the Emperor of Heaven, he would have faced backlash, plunging into the abyss. I am stronger than the celestial monsters. Kuan Song and the source of darkness are akin to the Thunder God and the primordial Thunder Pool. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the Eastern Emperor Tai, in his lifetime, was merely an ancient being. Although he comprehended the myriad aspects of the Tao and mastered 3,000 paths, he did not attain the true fruit of the Tao, failing to grasp the ineffable, the genuine Tao. This leaves the Eastern Emperor Tai devoid of the true Tao within. The aspects of the Tao he commands represent merely the terminus of this realm. Lin Yang estog swirl. Upon returning to this realm, he believed the inner realm of the ancient being to be indistinguishable from the outer world. As for why the myriad worlds within the ancient being's body do not cultivate a complete cycle of power, hence failing to allow their Tao fruit to mature into the genuine Tao, it might be attributed to the absence of another being from the other shore. This absence renders their internal worlds less variable compared to the outer realm, devoid of additional uncertainties. Thus, the cycle of power may remain incomplete, incapable of nurturing the Tao fruit to full maturity. Only after operating the forces of creation did Lin Yang realize the sudden leap from a singular cosmic essence to countless universes within himself, attaining enlightenment. The level of Tao comprehension is intricately linked to the worlds born from the initial internal landscapes of practitioners on the path of true spirit, a connection that becomes increasingly significant at higher realms. At lower levels, the differences are negligible. The moment one realizes one's own existence, the inner heavens transform into universes, fundamentally akin to the layers of reality beyond. The top-tier celestial beings' inner heavens possess essence and depth of Tao that are already comparable to the external cosmos. The only distinction lies in the lesser accumulation of quantity. Even the Overlord, at the pinnacle of celestial existence, cannot transcend this threshold. Peak power remains confined to mere billions of stars, insufficient to catalyze the metamorphosis of the inner heavens into boundless universes. It is solely due to the recognition of one's own existence that even top-tier celestial beings, regardless of their depth of Tao comprehension, are constrained by systemic limitations, unable to continue their ascent. Upon reaching the level of creation, the cultivated Tao inevitably ascends to a degree capable of coalescing near-path entities, filled with various mysteries. Thus, within the body of creation, numerous real and tangible universes exist, as the height of near-path entities can, to a certain extent, manifest in different forms, connecting through countless diverse rules, embodying an essence that, despite infinite changes, retains an everlasting nature, interwoven with other paths. This allows the universes within the bodies of great practitioners to multiply infinitely. The tangible essence of the true realm within the fully realized body of creation mirrors this, relating closely to their ephemeral paths. Immersed in the eternal abyss of darkness, Lin Yang's thoughts began to swirl, contemplating, though it is stated thus. The shortcut found within this place bears no distinction from those in the outside world. The forging of the transcendent weapon does not pertain to the true path. Hence, as long as I return to the nine heavens, I shall transform this shortcut, and even the flesh of the Eastern Emperor, into a transcendent weapon. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Yang felt a flicker of joy within his heart. The harvest from this venture exceeded all expectations. Prior to entering, he had not anticipated that within this remnant flesh of the Eastern Emperor Tai lay a shortcut. Initially, he had merely regarded it as a typical manifestation of the myriad realms, with the ruins of the nine heavens and the nine hells already deemed a rare find. While extraordinarily formidable and terrifying beyond the comprehension of even the most powerful beings, it was still insufficient for the forging of a transcendent weapon. Before the primordial celestial venerable initiated the creation of the heavens, the world was a true chaos, a singular point encompassing all. This point possessed neither past nor future, and beyond it lay nothingness, containing both infinite distance and proximity, embodying every conceivable possibility, impossible to accurately articulate or logically deduce. It was not until the primordial celestial venerable opened the heavens that this point underwent transformation, revealing various aspects of the Tao. Countless points, describable in words, interconnected to form fine threads. These threads coalesced into layers, which in turn stacked upon one another to create the void. Time and the river of fate flowed within this void, giving rise to myriad worlds and a manifestation of the heavens. Above the void lay the celestial realm, while at its base resided the nine hells. The celestial realm and the nine hells enveloped every inch of the void, encompassing the countless universes contained within. Whether ascending to the celestial realm's nine heavens or descending to the depths of the nine hells, one would ultimately reach that primordial point, later deemed ineffable by the powerful as the Tao. Aside from attaining the fruit of the Tao, both the transcendent beings and the shortcuts exist at a similar level, roughly equivalent to the apex of the nine heavens or the nadir of the nine hells. Thus, Lin Yang asserted that by utilizing the source of darkness, one could forge a weapon of transcendent caliber, not solely based on the precedent of the Overlord crafting the absolute blade. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the celestial venerable, severing with his sword, the resurrection of Eastern Emperor Tai would have been an inevitability. For within the flesh already lay the rudiments of a shortcut, suggesting the embryonic form of an ancient being. Chapter 963, The Creation Jade Plate. Months later, Lin Yang stowed away the ancient seal, his eyes glowing with a terrifying brilliance, a hue of novelty brewing within. Was this the essence of the timeless Tao? Lin Yang pondered. Though merely a span of a few months had passed, he had already mastered the technique of the celestial sort of time, lost to the outside world. The timeless Tao served as the blade of time and space, with its core principle being the void and the flow of time. Lin Yang had long dedicated himself to the path of time, while his understanding of the path of the void did not quite match that of time. It approached the level of the illusory Tao. Thus, he was able to swiftly reach the pinnacle of control over the timeless Tao. Upon mastering it, his understanding of the void also broke through barriers, ascending to the heights of the illusory Tao, simultaneously enhancing the power of his Tao that transcends the universe. As his thoughts ascended, Lin Yang's figure vanished into the depths of darkness. This shortcut could be deemed the highest point within the flesh of the Eastern Emperor. If one were to deduce where the creation jade plate, embodying the myriad paths of the Eastern Emperor's flesh, might be found, it would undoubtedly be here. Therefore, rather than immediately returning to the chaos of the outside world, Lin Yang began to search meticulously in this domain. Though Coiling had explored this site countless times, He had yet to uncover anything beyond the ancient seal. After all, few entities could withstand the assimilative power of a shortcut. Over time, he had ceased his explorations here, shifting his focus to the chaos of the outside world. Soaring amidst abstract concepts, Lin Yang's spirit remained vigilant as he wielded his techniques to resist the assimilative force. Aside from the transcendent, no existence could ignore the shortcuts. Any deep exploration would invariably lead to one fate: becoming increasingly assimilated by the overt concepts, losing consciousness and form, and becoming a part of the shortcut. Deprived of the support of the nine heavens, Lin Yang became exceedingly cautious to avoid missteps. Should he forge this place into a transcendent level weapon, even if the Eastern Emperor Tai were to miraculously resurrect, he would lose this portion of flesh and be unable to recreate the source of darkness within himself, potentially revealing flaws in his realm. Unlike the other ancient beings who were complete, Lin Yang was set. From the onset of the Dharma body realm, practitioners can utilize their own bodies, containing fragments of the great principles, to forge corresponding weapons. However, the cost is exorbitantly steep, with practitioners permanently losing that part of their corporeal form. Even methods like blood rebirth would prove futile, for on a level of the Tao, those who have transformed parts of their bodies into weapons are intrinsically flawed and cannot be restored. Legends speak of creation and the transcendent in a similar vein. Whether by the practitioner's volition or otherwise, if the lost parts of the body are not timely restored to their original mystique and subsequently forged into the corresponding weapons, a price must be paid. Reflecting on the impending fate of an ancient being becoming crippled, Lin Yang felt a tinge of melancholy. Fortunately, the possibility of Eastern Emperor Tai's resurgence had diminished. Otherwise, during the battle with the demonic Buddha, he might have been viewed as a certain target. Given that this place harbored legacies of the timeless Tao, could he perhaps uncover relics that held remnants of the Tao? With the Tao venerable attaining enlightenment, one of the two lost techniques of the celestial sword had been discovered. Should he find the remaining technique, he could reference the transformations of the Tathagata's divine palm and the Tathagata's reverse palm, thus reversing the crafting of the 7 celestial swords, unveiling hidden secrets. As Lin Yang entertained these thoughts, his curiosity deepened. Within the source of darkness, aside from the dark Tao, the other paths remained elusive and difficult to discern. As he drew closer to the core of the source of darkness, he found himself increasingly adrift in his grasp of time. The abstract concepts here relentlessly assailed his mind and body, rendering him unable to perceive the passage of time. Uncertain of how long had elapsed, after a period of rest, Lin Yang sensed a slight diminishment in the influence of the abstract concepts upon him and took a decisive step forward. Buzz! With this step, his mind and body trembled slightly. Lin Yang could feel his formidable physique beginning to disintegrate, its outline blurring, consciousness fading into obscurity, as if he were on the verge of slipping into a dream, never to awaken. After holding firm to his spiritual core for what felt like an eternity, Lin Yang gradually exhaled, a sense of trepidation washing over him. At this depth, even with complete mastery of creation, life and death hinge on a single thought. A momentary lapse could lead to eternal descent. Should he reach the deepest point without succumbing to assimilation, his comprehension of the dark Tao would indeed have reached the stage of condensing the illusory Tao fruit. For only by grasping the concept of darkness to such an extent could he withstand the profound, abstract concepts associated with the deepest recesses of the source of darkness. Drenched in the ocean of abstract concepts, Lin Yang devoted himself wholeheartedly to resisting their encroachment, striving to stabilize his form and dispel the lingering sense of dissolution that threatened to engulf him. After a brief moment, a flicker of realization struck him, and he finally sensed an anomalous entity, one unrelated to the abstract concepts. At last, he breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly exclaiming, "I have found the creation jade plate." Having located the creation jade plate, there was no need for him to linger here, squandering precious time. Indeed, as Lin Yang had articulated, as long as he could reach the deepest recesses, his mastery of the dark Tao would allow him to condense the corresponding illusory Tao fruit. However, such an endeavor would be an immense waste of time and utterly unwise. Moreover, his Dharma body was that of the heavenly emperor, while it could encompass the dark Tao. Its essence remained rooted in the authority of the heavenly emperor and the path of time. Should he choose to forge the illusory Tao fruit based on the dark Tao while escaping the sea of suffering, he might perish before the external calamities even arrived. Otherwise, the Black Emperor would not have expended countless years, relying on the assimilative power of the source of life and death to refine his Dharmakaya. He is apprehensive that the illusory Tao fruit may diverge too greatly from the essence of the Dharmakaya, rendering them incompatible. After a prolonged contemplation of the concept of darkness, his understanding deepened, enhancing his own resistance to the essence of darkness. Lin Yang extended his right hand, reaching forward. A faint, almost imperceptible sound resonated, one that words and language struggled to accurately describe. It was as if his right hand approached the depths of darkness, only to be dissolved in an instant. Becoming part of this realm, withdrawing, Lin Yang emerged with an object in hand, a jade disc radiating a primordial light, influencing the very concept of existence, bringing forth illumination from the source of darkness, exuding an extraordinary beauty. It was a remnant of the Tao, preserved within the creation jade disc. Lin Yang retracted a strand of consciousness that had reached toward the creation jade disc, his heart swelling with joy. After a considerable flight, Lin Yang departed from the source of darkness, returning to the chaos. The fact that the creation jade disc could endure for such an extended period within the source of darkness, showing no signs of assimilation, suggested that even this fragment of the Eastern Emperor Tai's flesh was imbued with an astonishing height of the Tao. Otherwise, the essence contained within the creation jade disc could not maintain its current form. Lin Yang settled down, channeling his consciousness into the creation jade disc. Chapter 964, Foundation Perfected. In the Western Paradise, Amitabha Buddha sat cross-legged at the center, a glimmer of light emerging in his eyes, imbued with an indescribable spirituality beyond what had been. In that same instant, his gaze unveiled a haze, revealing the scenes of all epochs, the countless births and deaths across the myriad realms. With severed strands of time and fate quietly floating in the depths of his gaze, where the most ancient of Buddhas sat in meditation, transcending the flow of time. Virtuous benefactor, what brings you here? Amitabha Buddha turned his gaze toward the figure blocking the entrance of the Western Paradise, the virtuous celestial, who seemed as though he had been present since the primordial epoch, never having departed. The virtuous celestial, having left the great red heavens Taiji realm for a considerable time, now stood before another ancient being's sanctum to discuss the Tao. The virtuous celestial's eyes were half closed, a perfect halo of light radiating from behind his head, containing immeasurable mysteries and embodying eternal truths. To discuss the Tao, Amitabha Buddha's eyes subtly shifted, deepening in contemplation. So, Nanhua's been sitting in the Daoxing Palace for you. No wonder you could deceive me. You have bestowed the Taiji diagram to Nanhua, yet you seek me out to discourse on the Tao. How long can we discuss? With each word Amitabha Buddha spoke, the brilliance in his eyes intensified, reclaiming more of his awareness. Creak, creak, creak. The Western Paradise trembled, for another colossal entity was encroaching, one that even this sacred realm could scarcely accommodate. That is sufficient. The virtuous celestial spoke with authority, his halo of light expanding instantly, enveloping the paradise. In the realm of the ancient Fusang tree, the Green Emperor was quite taken aback, not anticipating such unforeseen changes amidst the return of the otherworldly beings. They observed the two most ancient figures, seemingly disinclined to engage in a violent confrontation, and the Green Emperor sighed in relief. Given his current state, he could still rapidly ascend. It would not be an exaggeration to say he could surpass others momentarily. Thus, the Green Emperor was naturally reluctant to witness the ancient beings seize the opportunity for the Tao fruit, potentially leading to a catastrophic end that would sever his aspirations for the Tao fruit. The virtuous celestial, Amitabha Buddha, the Demon Emperor, the Bodhi Ancient Buddha, along with the long-missing Yuan Shi and Ling Bao, the two most ancient celestials, recalling those ancient beings who had attained enlightenment over countless epochs. Dating back to the very genesis of the primordial era, the Green Emperor's mind churned with thoughts not meant for external ears. Among the otherworldly beings, only he and the Golden Mother lacked the qualifications to contend for the Tao fruit, thus rendering them comparatively safe from the ancient being's scrutiny and targeting. Yet caution was still warranted, for in this final calamity, the gap between the ancient beings and ordinary otherworldly beings had narrowed, allowing three ordinary others to contend against a single ancient being, the Golden Mother. The Green Emperor's thoughts drifted to the ancient Yao Qi, to his current homeland of the Void, and to the future residence of the Golden Emperor. There, an immaculate moon was slowly rising. The primordial mother was also on the verge of a complete return. In the blink of an eye, the Green Emperor shifted his gaze toward the heavenly court. The heavenly Tao monster could not act for long, thus seeking out the third otherworldly being to unite against the ancient beings. The most promising candidate to escape the sea of suffering was undoubtedly Lin Yang. Even though the Black Emperor had been immersed within the source of life and death for countless years in the Green Emperor's heart, Lin Yang still had a greater chance to break free from the sea of suffering. Not to mention Lin Yang being the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. Merely his status as a pseudo-otherworldly being within the nine heavens was a realm that the beings trapped in the sea of suffering could not touch even after countless years. It provided a different perspective. What a pity, Feng Shi. With a shift of focus, the Green Emperor closed his eyes. In the boundless chaos, unbeknownst to Lin Yang, who was held in high regard by the Green Emperor, he was currently traversing the vast ocean of the 3,000 great Daos, absorbing knowledge and deepening his accumulation in all aspects. Destruction, wood, radiance, eternity, collapse, possession, matter, countless mysteries flowed through Lin Yang's mind, allowing his comprehension of each Dao to crystallize into corresponding near-Dao entities. In a state of elevated awareness, and in possession of the creation Jade Disc, his astonishing rate of progress was hardly surprising. In a certain sense, the creation Jade Disc was akin to the apex of the nine heavens. Regrettably, the height of its Tao could not compare to that of the highest tier of the nine heavens, yet encompassed aspects absent in the nine heavens pinnacle. The apex of the nine heavens, while a relatively complete realm of the Tao, did not possess the comprehensive embrace of the Tao that the creation Jade Disc offered. For Lin Yang, who had yet to extricate himself from the sea of suffering, the limited height of the myriad paths contained within the creation Jade Disc proved more beneficial than the completeness of the nine heavens' uppermost tier. Vitality, spirit, slaughter, sacrifice, incineration, battle, Lin Yang murmured to himself. In all aspects of the Tao, some principles were akin, much like the Tao of time, which bore similarities to longevity, transformation, eternity, the fleeting moment, growth, and so forth. Some principles could even be interconnected. Thus, when Lin Yang delved into the Tao related to the Tao of time, he found it relatively effortless, making rapid advancements. Having acquired the creation Jade Disc for only a brief period, the paths of eternity, transformation, longevity, and the fleeting moment had each reached the level of the illusory Tao, seamlessly integrating into his foundation through the branches of the Tao of time, drawing him ever closer to the realm of the illusory Tao fruit. In the next moment, chaotic energy rapidly coalesced, forming a gray ancient sword, which Lin Yang grasped in his hand. A remnant of the Tao, the sword of fate. With a swing of the sword, the dim light of the blade penetrated the depths of chaos, striking toward an unknown realm, influencing the fates of the chaotic demons. Crack! The ancient sword shattered inch by inch, disintegrating into ash. The solidified sword of chaos could not inscribe Tao patterns, nor could it be refined into treasures or divine weapons. Its only defining characteristic was its remarkable resilience, far exceeding that of legendary-grade divine weapons, making it exceedingly difficult to destroy. Yet in this moment, it could not withstand the sword strike Lin Yang casually unleashed. Fate, too, was intricately linked to time. It was the flow of time that manifested fate. Without the existence of time, fate would eternally be suspended at a singular point. Lin Yang observed the future of the chaotic demons, devoid of any condescension. His eyes filled with inquiry, as if he were not gazing upon chaotic demons, but rather upon laboratory mice. In the world of the coiled dragon, during his weaker days, fate had been an absolute blind spot for him, a realm of difficulty in comprehension. Although Lin Yang had previously recognized the connection between fate and time, it had been merely an acknowledgement. It was only today, upon grasping the experience of the remnant of the Tao that could not be recorded in words, but could only be passed down through intent, that he finally awakened to the essence of understanding the principles of fate and time, knowing the what and the why behind it. Years have passed, and Lin Yang occasionally wielded his sword, altering the fate of the chaos demon god, catching glimpses of the changes in time. At times, he immersed himself in the primal creation jade plate, absorbing knowledge to refine his own path. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in his ears, and in a moment of daze, he felt his true spirit floating at the pinnacle of the bitter sea after his cultivation of creation. The ancient vessel formed from the illusory path he had comprehended had, at this moment, achieved perfection, devoid of any flaw. The path of time had finally reached completion. After sitting for countless years, Lin Yang rose, feeling a long-lost sense of ease. Once he broke free from the bitter sea, everything would be different. As he stood on the shore of the other side, who could instill fear in him? Chapter 965. Do you wish to learn? Casting a glance at the seemingly eternal chaos demon gods, Lin Yang departed from his secluded place, heading towards the scar left by the Qingping sword. With the path of time complete, Remaining in this chaotic realm held little significance. Although Lin Yang could take this opportunity to elevate another path of his to a remarkable level, accumulating an immense and formidable foundation to draw closer to the ancient ones after escaping the bitter sea, he understood the folly of such an endeavor. Perhaps in other worlds, this gradual accumulation could lead practitioners to an incredible strength that could overpower elders who had stood in that realm for countless years. Yet, in this world of supreme existence, on the other side of the mysterious and unparalleled realm, such a notion was invalid, even with the primal creation jade plate, allowing him to continuously comprehend the profound paths contained within the blood of the Eastern Emperor. Elevating any singular path to the level of the illusory path would require an extensive amount of time. It might be swifter than normal comprehension across myriad realms. It would still take billions of years. Indeed, due to the enigmatic nature of the Eastern Emperor's blood, for a practitioner to elevate a path to the extent of the illusory path, such a lengthy duration was necessary. Without the primal creation jade plate, unless one were a chaos demon god or a primordial spirit, reaching such a level would take far longer than 100-fold. Even with the differing flow of time in this chaos compared to the outer world, bringing a path from non-existence to the illusory path would still take nearly a decade in the outside realm. With the impending cataclysm, every moment counted. How could Lin Yang afford to waste 10 years enhancing another illusory path? After reaching the other side, perhaps within 3 to 5 years, he could elevate all paths to the level of the illusory path, refining each into perfection, ultimately merging them into the essence of his illusory path, transforming it into the shape of the path's fruit. Lin Yang was set inwardly, while he could, like the Black Emperor, choose two opposing illusory paths as his foundation, harmonizing his roots into yin and yang. This would unfortunately consume too much time. By the time he made any significant progress, the other beings of the other side would likely have already clashed, causing him to lose the optimal moment to ascend. Moments later, Lin Yang beheld the scar of the sword, the dense, pitch-black blood, the formidable barriers of the great path, and the endless coiling of time and space that rendered this place ethereal. Even after countless years, no chaos demon god had discovered the differences here. In their eyes, there were neither sword scars, nor black blood, nor barriers of the great path. It appeared no different from normal chaos. Over the years, Lin Yang had observed chaos demon gods passing through this area, unperturbed as they traversed the location of the sword scar, seemingly unable to trigger anything despite being present. Gazing into the vast chaos, Lin Yang perceived the future of this place: destruction, termination, and void. If this continued, the 3,000 demon gods vying for supremacy in the chaos would inevitably perish, and even the fates he had altered over the years could not influence this inevitable outcome. In the next moment, Lin Yang turned and plunged into the pitch-black blood, crashing through barrier after barrier, traversing whirlpools of time and space, drawing closer to the outside world. He had finally vanished. At the instant of Lin Yang's disappearance, in the darkest depths of the murky chaos, a pair of eyes opened. They were golden and piercing, radiating an enchanting brilliance. This was a demon god with a dragon's head and a human body covered in scales, possessing an overwhelming power capable of stirring the chaos and raising tides with every movement. Besides the place that nurtured the Coiling song, could there be a second source of the path within the boundless chaos? The dragon-headed demon god stood, his gaze flickering. A chaos demon god, having reached a certain level of strength, is exceedingly sensitive to changes in the chaos. Initially, he had sensed Lin Yang's emergence, but chose to remain an observer, knowing the dynamics between Lin Yang and the Coiling song demon god. Unexpectedly, the Coiling song had fallen. The demise of Coiling song, one of the chaos overlords, at the hands of Lin Yang, instilled both fear and a deep desire for concealment within the dragon-headed demon god. It was only today, sensing Lin Yang's disappearance in the vast chaos, that the dragon-headed demon god revealed himself, no longer hiding. The technique he had employed to slay Coiling song had greatly inspired him, and at this moment he had gained new insights. Indeed, as long as he followed this path and no longer entangled himself in the methods of becoming stronger tied to the chaos body, he could undoubtedly break through past shackles and step into a new realm. Upon grasping this thought, the dragon-headed demon god's golden eyes grew even sharper, filled with determination. When Lin Yang enacted the technique that revealed himself, though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it left an indelible impression in the heart of the dragon-headed demon god, opening a new world for him. Regrettably, he could not personally experience that technique. Relying solely on his chaotic perception, he could not fully appreciate its profound essence. Reflecting on that moment of radiant light, the dragon-headed demon god sighed, expressing his regret. Yet he understood that had he been in Lin Yang's position, even if stronger than Kuan Tsang, he would have met the same fate and ultimately followed in Kuan Tsang's footsteps. Given the current circumstances, this was the best outcome. His life remained intact, and he had glimpsed a new path, providing him with a direction for advancement, no matter how arduous. Suddenly, the dragon-headed demon god's pupils constricted as a mundane voice resonated in his ears. Do you wish to learn? The dragon-headed demon god froze, a chill rising within him. He slowly turned to see that the speaker was indeed the formidable and enigmatic demon god. He who should have departed had stealthily bypassed his chaotic perception and silently appeared behind him. No, the aura was slightly different. Although still elusive, it was considerably weaker. Is it an incarnation of the Great Path? The dragon-headed demon god mused. He took a breath and replied gravely, I do. What are your requirements? He understood, well, that nothing comes without a price. Fight for me for 10,000 years, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Since he intended to refine the Eastern Emperor's blood into an unparalleled being of the other side, he needed to address the demon gods of his chaotic realm. He could not simply annihilate them. Moreover, the heavenly court lacked formidable figures to represent it, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. After the return of the ancient deities, although the heavenly court was not devoid of legendary powerhouses, it still lacked in terms of combat prowess at the level of creation, being the least among top-tier forces. As smoke of conflict began to rise, he could not afford to appear himself, for that would be too unbefitting of his identity as the heavenly emperor. Although the chaos demon gods were insufficiently wary of true spirit techniques, they could still compensate. As long as they were alive, they would inevitably progress. Very well. The dragon-headed demon god immediately agreed, stating, My name is Zhen. Chapter 966. The transmission of the 55 chaos demon gods. Suanyang Emperor, Lin Yang stated calmly. Although he was merely a fragment of consciousness here, Lin Yang believed that the dragon-headed demon god, with his intellect, would not attack him. Thus, it was unlikely the dragon-headed demon god would be so foolish as to desire to witness the technique of severing the path. The chaotic demon god, undeniably powerful, stands as a formidable force, rivaling the dragon-headed demon god. Even without revealing its trump card, it can be regarded as a sovereign of chaos. Should it possess a secret weapon, it would undoubtedly vie for the title of the mightiest among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. In terms of destructive capability, it is not inferior to any perfected creator, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. However, this does not alter the inherent disadvantages of the chaotic demon god. Lin Yang surmises that, even if he fully opened his mind, the dragon-headed demon god would be unable to fully comprehend the slashing path to my vision, rendering it impossible to replicate its previous actions against the Kuan Tsang demon god. Although Lin Yang has only engaged in brief communication with the chaotic demon gods, through the memories of the Kuan Tsang demon god, he has gained a profound understanding of these chaotic entities. Secretly, the dragon-headed demon god noted the significance of the Xian Yang deity. In its eyes, apart from that singular technique, Lin Yang would not be vastly superior. Nonetheless, the reality is that the opponent's mastery of that technique poses a potential threat to its existence. Perhaps forewarned of the dreadful nature of that technique, it would not be caught off guard as the Kuan Tsang had been, but a moment's neglect could still lead to its downfall. I shall first impart to you a portion. Take your time to contemplate it, Lin Yang declared, simultaneously invoking the powers of the creator realm to manifest an object from nothingness. A whimsical figure materialized, embodying the legendary slashing path to my vision. Although its combat prowess equaled that of a deity, the dragon-headed demon god, being a chaotic demon god and not a creator, found its comprehension of the slashing path to my vision akin to Lin Yang's initial attempts, an inter-system understanding that would not be significantly swifter than that of a celestial being. Moreover, given that the dragon-headed demon god might become distracted after acquiring this knowledge, Lin Yang refrained from transmitting the entirety of the technique. Observing the whimsical figure in Lin Yang's grasp, the dragon-headed demon god felt a surge of astonishment, recognizing its extraordinary nature. It had created a new substance without reliance on chaos or any form of energy. The sheer brilliance of this feat left it in awe. Such a method. Even the most profound laws birthed from the ethereal path require the mind's influence, channeling the power from deep within, transformed through mystique, ultimately resulting in diverse forms of matter and energy, starkly contrasting with the spectacle before it. The whimsical visage, however, failed to garner the slightest attention from the dragon-headed demon god. This object contained the essence of that technique. Once you have grasped it, summon the chaotic demon gods to help me spread word of this technique. See who among them may wish to exchange eons for the chance to comprehend it. If you can satisfy me without a hint of laxity, I shall guide you along a path of cultivation entirely distinct from that of the chaotic demon gods, Lin Yang stated. Given that the dragon-headed demon god would inevitably find itself within the heavenly court to serve as a facade, it would eventually encounter the paths of true spirits, such as the Dharma body and others. Thus, Lin Yang decided to provide a motivating incentive early on. Very well. The dragon-headed demon god nodded solemnly, taking the whimsical figure and commencing its contemplation. 2 centuries later, the dragon-headed demon god emerged from its seclusion, having made significant progress. The chaotic energies surged, resonating with its presence, sending forth a myriad of glimmers deep into the chaos. Manifestations of the boundless chaotic energy colliding. I am the true ancestor. All of you, hasten to see me, the dragon-headed demon god proclaimed, its voice echoing through the chaos. Rather than a mere utterance, it resonated with the chaos itself, allowing its intent to reach even the most distant chaotic demon gods, places that would require eons to traverse. And those distant realms were far from the limits of chaos itself. For in the vastness of chaos, no endpoint exists. Had it not been for attaining a profound level, one might sense that every path corresponds to a chaotic demon god, making it nearly impossible to quantify their total number. Is it the true ancestor? A newly emerged chaotic demon god paled at the realization, shocked. This entity had been born of the path of transformation, while the original had perished in a fierce battle. Why would the true ancestor go to such lengths? This chaotic demon god pondered in silence. Although both were chaotic demon gods, it had only recently come into existence, standing in stark contrast to the dragon-headed demon god, which was revered as the ancestor among them. As the other chaotic demon gods made similar decisions, some remained indifferent. Certain demons, due to the vast distances, would likely never reach the dragon-headed demon god, while others, secretly dismissive, chose to ignore the matter. Were it not for the overwhelming strength of the dragon-headed demon god, many would have boldly responded with scorn. After 5,000 years, a total of 69 chaotic demon gods arrived at the region where the dragon-headed demon god had been cultivating, excluding those who had various reasons for not attending. This number represented 70% of the total count of chaotic demon gods in this expanse of chaos. This technique, the dragon-headed demon god proclaimed, demonstrating the slashing path to my vision. Over the years, it had made remarkable strides, nearly mastering the legendary technique, thus evoking a sense of trepidation among the gathered demon gods, their faces betraying their unease. Unlike the overwhelming strength that annihilated the chaotic body, this technique imparted a unique sense of mortality. After a brief moment of contemplation among the demon gods, the dragon-headed demon god spoke once more. If you wish to comprehend this technique, it repeated Lin Yang's earlier words in its own manner, allowing the demon gods to make their own choices. Ultimately, 15 chaotic demon gods opted to depart. Though the dragon-headed demon god's gaze turned slightly cold, it refrained from acting against them. This was sufficient. Lin Yang reappeared, markedly different from thousands of years prior. His presence was almost ethereal, as though he might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. This was not due to facing formidable foes in recent years, but rather because his true self had traversed most of the barriers of the Great Path and was on the verge of departing this chaotic realm, leaving behind the myriad worlds. Consequently, this fragment of consciousness displayed such a state. Even the mightiest of deities could not traverse 2 nearly autonomous realms, especially concerning matters so closely tied to one's essence. In total, there were 54 chaotic demon gods, 49 of whom surpassed legendary beings, slightly weaker than those newly entering the creator stage. Aside from one who approached the pinnacle of creation, the remaining few were at a level typical of creators. Lin Yang waved his hand, conjuring dozens of whimsical figures, distributing one to each of the chaotic demon gods for earnest study and contemplation. Simultaneously, he fulfilled his earlier promise, imparting the cultivation method of the Dharma body to the dragon-headed demon god, tailoring it to accommodate the differences between the chaotic demon gods and ordinary beings. He painstakingly revised the method over several millennia, enabling the chaotic demon gods to cultivate without discarding their original forms. After transitioning to the Dharma body, it could be said that they had become the strongest Dharma body in history. Observing the glimmer of joy on the dragon-headed demon god's face, Lin Yang mused. Given the formidable constitution of the chaotic demon gods, Even the formation of the Dharma body would not significantly enhance the dragon-headed demon god's combat prowess. Yet it could still contend with perfected creators. This notion lingered in Lin Yang's mind. Unless a practitioner of the Dharma body realm could engage a complete being from the other shore, such a scenario seemed implausible. After all, even the combined might of all deities could not withstand a mere fingertip of an other shore entity, let alone that of a Dharma body. Chapter 967. For the sake of dreams, striving with all one's might. Dozens of emperors, barely acceptable. Lin Yang smiled at the visions of the future. Although these chaotic demon gods served no purpose beyond embellishing the heavenly court, once he achieved fulfillment and returned to the perfect world, any chaotic demon god would rise above the celestial kings, capable of being called an emperor. While some of the demon gods may not yet reach the creator level, that was merely a matter of time. As long as he broke free from the sea of suffering, these chaotic demon gods would possess combat prowess rivaling that of the mightiest deities. As the disparity reached a certain threshold, they could no longer truly grasp the essence of power. To the insignificant, the sky and the universe are indistinguishable. Reflecting on the ancient beings of the perfect world, Lin Yang let out a soft sigh, leaving aside the realms of existence on the other side. Even the most overt destructive force had escalated to a point where the presence of spectators was intolerable. In previous encounters across the original space-time, at the moment of engagement, the myriad realms were directly rendered into nothingness. All beings, whether mundane or the mighty, transcendent beings traversing the cosmos, were devoid of even the slightest sensation of panic or fear. They simply dissolved into oblivion, experiencing a true death. No entity from the other side targeted the myriad realms. However, the residual turbulence from their clashes, even if but a whisper, resulted in such a spectacle. It would be inaccurate to merely label it as residual turbulence. Rather, during the combat, the beings from the other side ceased to restrain themselves, leading to this side of the myriad realms being utterly compressed into non-existence. Merely the weight of their true forms. Were it not for the unfinished schemes of certain prominent figures from the other side, who casually restored the myriad realms after the battle, all that would remain now would be utter void. As Lin Yang approached the brink of the other side, he was compelled to exert great effort to subtly manifest his own greatness. Otherwise, upon returning home in the future, he would find no one to celebrate his triumph. A truly lamentable fate. Crossing the formidable barriers of the great Tao, sensing the chaotic sensation growing ever more tenuous, Lin Yang mused. At this moment, they must have fully returned. Upon reaching this thought, his heart remained undisturbed. Indeed, the optimal moment for his ascent to the other side was not now, but rather when the Dark Emperor ascended. Only at that juncture would the beings from the other side be truly unable to extricate themselves, and even if they wished to obstruct him, they would find themselves powerless, safer than when they had not yet returned. Once he ascended to the other side, even if some of them bore ill will towards Lin Yang, it would be futile. Even if they attempted to rewind time and act as he ascended, it would ultimately manifest as yet another confrontation from the other side. For the Lin Yang of that moment would already be a being of the other side, and every fleeting instant would also be of the other side. He pondered whether the slight changes instigated by him could alter the fate within the original space-time and facilitate his ascent to the other side. Although it appeared that the trajectory of this space-time bore no significant difference from the original, presumably unrelated to the Dark Emperor. Glimpses from Jiufeng and Randeng suggested otherwise. History's alterations would certainly not be few. Perhaps there would be an instance that would shift the Dark Emperor's intentions. After all, at the current juncture, the Dark Emperor, having departed the point of life and death, was still in some secret location undergoing profound meditation. Not yet freed from the sea of suffering, nor had he perished on the path to the other side. The imprints within the river of time and fate were not as devoid of spirit as those of fallen beings from the other side. Thus, it remained possible to influence the Dark Emperor by altering the past. It depends on your fate, Lin Yang concluded, halting his thoughts. Though the Tao contained within the tree of the great Tao illuminated the issues surrounding the 7 swords of the heavens exchanged from the Lord of the 6 paths, the intricate cause and effect had already been settled by Lin Yang through the body of the Demon Emperor during his years of profound meditation at the point of life and death, where the Demon Emperor had once alluded to. Each transcendent being, especially those aspiring towards the other side, experience the suffering of the sea of anguish. They will fortify to an incredible degree. How could they waver on their path to the other side due to the mere words of outsiders? Suddenly feeling a lightness in his body, Lin Yang found the heavens spinning before him. and upon regaining focus, he had returned to the very heart of the celestial realm. Casting a glance at the Lingxiao Palace, shrouded in mist, Lin Yang formed a seal and unlocked the shackles confining this place, halting the source of power from the four corners of the celestial realm. With a crash, the inexplicable chains snapped in rapid succession, and the terrifying essence of the Eastern Emperor's flesh seemed to find an outlet, unleashing chaos that spread throughout the celestial realm. With a swish, before the invisible wave could strike, Lin Yang had vanished, departing the celestial realm and returning to the 9 heavens of the outside world, leaving behind the Eastern Emperor's flesh. Now unbound, in the 9 heavens, Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, a fleeting moment of daze washing over him. The enhancement from the 9 heavens elevated him from an ant to a being of the other side, transforming him from a point in the river of time into a line, with an advancement surpassing the totality of breath accumulated into creation. As his consciousness meandered through the river of time and fate, Lin Yang grasped the blade of time, running his right hand along its surface, extracting the Eastern Emperor's flesh. Gazing at the ominous black blood radiating boundless terror, Lin Yang plunged a hand into it, tracing the scar of the Qingping sword towards the chaotic essence. The formidable barriers of the Great Tao and the whirlpools of time he had previously traversed over millennia were now crossed in an instant, and he seized 55 chaotic demon gods from within, with mastery over the creation jade plate, even with parts of his body entering the Eastern Emperor's flesh. He would not completely lose his enhancement, thus avoiding a total descent from the realm of the other side. Capturing a throng of chaotic demon gods was naturally effortless. In the depths of the dragon-headed demon god's heart, a surge of dread arose, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been battling chaos, hunting down various demon gods. How they suddenly arrived in this strange place. Then, in the next instant, the dragon-headed demon god beheld Lin Yang, now infinitely more terrifying, instilling a profound sense of helplessness against resistance. Is that the supreme Yang deity? Had he not vanished completely? The dragon-headed demon god found his thoughts nearly halted, emotions swirling within him, complex beyond description. Were you not a failure in your path to enlightenment, perishing in the process? A demon god exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the coiled demon god beside him. Enlightenment? Perishing? The burly figure was utterly bewildered. To an outside observer, Lin Yang had only been absent from the Eastern Emperor's flesh for a mere span of breaths. However, within the Eastern Emperor's flesh, countless eons had elapsed. The chaotic demon gods had long forgotten their initial pact, and some had even perished, yet Lin Yang had single-handedly pulled them back, altering history. A covenant of 10,000 years, Lin Yang declared at that moment. As his words left his lips, the memories of the 55 chaotic demon gods from billions of years past surged forth, becoming vividly clear, imprinted deep within their minds. Indeed, their advancements over the years stem from that singular opportunity obtained through a millennium of sacrifice to comprehend profound techniques. Chapter 968, Palace of the Other Side. From this moment forth, throughout 10,000 years, you shall serve me as per our agreement, Lin Yang stated coolly. The aura of the beings from the other side remained unapologetically potent, intensifying the pressure upon the chaotic demon gods, who felt as if they could perish at any moment. To the chaotic demon gods, this was entirely reasonable. It was akin to mortals who, fearing to disturb the microorganisms surrounding them, became overly cautious even in their breathing and heartbeats. Such restraint was unbearable, making it impossible to endure. Then let us disregard it, Lin Yang continued. This is not a matter of good or evil. It is merely a chasm of strength. Exemplary conduct may afford you the opportunity to continue serving me. As Lin Yang spoke, he summoned the Xian Nu, instructing her. Xian Nu arranged for them to familiarize themselves with their respective divisions. As you command, Xian Nu replied, bowing her head, observing the chaotic demon gods swirling with chaotic energy, emanating a terrifying aura. She pondered, chaotic deities? From which of the myriad realms has His Majesty summoned you? In ancient times, Xian Nu had the fortune to enter the body of the Heavenly Emperor, gaining insight into the fact that any being of the other side possessed an internal realm distinct from the current one, akin to the layered universes within a normal transcendent being's body and the myriad cosmos outside the true realm. At this juncture, the myriad realms had reached their twilight. They could not give birth to chaotic deities, which was why Xian Nu speculated about other realms. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. Xian Nu beckoned to the chaotic demon gods. Once they departed, Lin Yang turned his gaze to the Eastern Emperor's flesh, which he had suppressed entirely, and subsequently retrieved the chaotic body of the Kuan Tsang demon god. Upon returning, The Xiantian Taoist Hall had become somewhat outdated. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to forge a palace of the other side. Lin Yang's gaze flickered as he commenced the ritual, refining the Kuan Tsang demon god into a Tao guide, facilitating his manipulation of the source of darkness. From the inception of the legend, he had harbored a profound yearning for the demon emperor's palace. Thus he had forged the Xiantian Dao field. At that time, his strength was insufficient to endow the Xiantian Dao field with a formidable power to traverse time, and it merely possessed certain legendary characteristics. In the blink of an eye, countless epochs had elapsed. Today, he had finally arrived at this juncture, equipped with both the capability and the materials to forge a transcendent palace that spanned across time. In the moment Lin Yang's thoughts stirred, the chaotic form of the Kuan Tsang demon god transformed into a viscous liquid, shrouded in a gray haze. Imbued with an inextricable darkness, embodying the most primal essence, the primordial darkness from the dawn of the era. With a hum, the Tao guide was cast into the flesh of the Eastern Emperor, as he invoked the refining techniques chronicled in the Demon Emperor's canon, augmented by his unique insights, and began the crafting process. Utilizing chaos as a crucible and the essence of the Tao as his material, he sought to transmute the form of the source of darkness, transforming it from a realm steeped in the secrets of Tao into a divine weapon of the other shore. A layer of mist emerged within the depths of his eyes, reflecting the myriad heavens, allowing him to perceive everything within the Eastern Emperor's flesh. Twisting paths of the Tao coiled and trembled, as chaotic demon gods displayed expressions of inexplicable emotion, pain, sorrow, and grief. What was amiss? A tumultuous flame of darkness surged violently, scorching the chaos and rendering the surrounding space-time into nothingness. Observing the previously tranquil chaotic currents, they suddenly manifested intricate and unfathomable trajectories, the fluctuations of the dark flame intensifying. As it inquired in bewilderment, the Tao? How could fragments of the Tao reveal themselves? All the chaotic demon gods shared this perplexity. However, after tens of thousands of years, the anomaly became a normalized phenomenon. It was not that no one sought to investigate, but the boundless expanse of chaos lacked boundaries, rendering the pursuit of its origin a futile endeavor. Moreover, what could induce such a monumental transformation in chaos, revealing the Tao, could scarcely be described as terrifying. It was an existence from an entirely different dimension. Even the desire to delve deeper necessitated prudence. On this day, some chaotic demon gods contemplated the trajectories of the Tao, hoping to seize the opportunity to comprehend and master the remaining aspects of the Tao. When the chaos abruptly ceased its transformation, the once clear paths of the Tao became shrouded in obscurity once more, and the chaotic currents reverted to disorder. In the midst of astonishment, a profound void engulfed their minds. An indescribable sound of rupture resonated from an unknown source, transcending the confines of space-time, echoing within the hearts of all chaotic demon gods. Those newly birthed demon gods were particularly overwhelmed, their consciousness shattered, rendering countless years of effort in vain. Darkness, the terminus of the Tao. The most potent among the demon gods seemed to sense something amiss, their expressions turning pale in shock. A thunderous rumble reverberated through the vast chaos, the previously gray hue transforming instantaneously into an abyssal black. Even thoughts and consciousness, those intangible entities, lost their functions within this darkness, becoming part of the eternal void. Within the nine heavens, Lin Yang beheld the dark blood morphing into the utmost darkness, capable of consuming all hues of the world. And a flicker of joy crossed his features as he mused. It is complete. Without any assistance from him, the divine weapon's embryonic form autonomously achieved the pivotal transformation, replacing the Eastern Emperor's flesh in the annals of history, maintaining the continuity of history while reverting to the primordial void of the era's inception. At that moment, the Lingxiao Palace became partially transparent, soon to be gradually filled by the flowing pure darkness, transforming the once grand hall into a shadowy edifice. Despite the overall transformation into black, the scene harmonized seamlessly with the celestial imagery of the nine heavens, creating a striking contrast akin to the primal yin and yang. Given that the essence of the Eastern Emperor's flesh was of the other shore caliber, the formation of the palace did not give rise to any anomalies across the myriad worlds. Observing the tranquility of the outside world, Lin Yang contemplated. This is advantageous. It has not drawn their gaze, thus serving as a temporary trump card. Even in a weakened state, a complete divine weapon of the other shore could still provide substantial protection, proving invaluable in critical moments. Outside the Lingxiao Palace, The recently departed Xian Nu and the demon gods gazed upon the sudden transformation of the palace into a pitch-black expanse, each lost in thought. Does His Majesty seek a change in style? Xuan Nu mused inwardly. However, upon seeing the three characters inscribed on the plaque, she was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, history shifted, and the thoughts of Xian Nu and the demon gods abruptly ceased. The Lingxiao Palace remained unchanged, eternally constant. Where was the blackness? Since it was intended as a hidden card, it was best that only he was privy to it. Otherwise, if word got out, it would inevitably invite suspicion. Lin Yang observed the assembly of demon gods trailing after Xian Nu, his thoughts swirling. In theory, the crafting of a divine artifact of the other shore was expected to demand a protracted period. However, from the moment Lin Yang initiated his intent until now, only a breath or two had passed. In comparison to time, the critical factors were the availability of suitable materials and strength. Altering the course of history within the span of a mere breath was beyond the grasp of even the most formidable beings, and such occurrences bore no resemblance to dreams. As his gaze shifted, Lin Yang leveraged the unique attributes of the other shore realm to begin comprehending the techniques passed down from the Tao's venerable lineage. Chapter 969. The 500 Blossoms of Observation. The 7 Swords of Jietian, each embodying a different facet of the Tao, manifested the essence of cutting the Tao to reveal one's true spirit. It could bypass all externalities and directly cleave to the true spirit. Should the true spirit be absent, it would sever the primordial spirit, soul, and consciousness. The Tao is ineffable, the embodiment of the causal Tao, if not for the presence of the primordial supreme being. Any practitioner mastering the ineffable Tao could coalesce the illusory fruits of the Tao, becoming the origin of all fruits. The Tao transcends time and space. All things become the Tao, reflecting the evolution of the 4 symbols and 5 elements, illustrating the process of the 3 births of all things. The Tao traverses the cosmos, extending to all corners. It can be described as the Tao of the void, or as a concept that transcends space. The Tao leaves a thread, denoting fate. The destruction of the Tao births the sword of conclusion and creation. Though the 7 swords of Jietian do not encompass every aspect of the Tao, mastering the secrets of the 7 swords brings one closer to comprehending the profound mysteries of the myriad realms. Cutting the Tao to reveal oneself, the ineffable Tao. Lin Yang murmured to himself. His focus lingered only faintly at the current juncture, while most of his awareness drifted into the annals of time, observing the transformations of the 9 heavens over countless years. The mysteries of the 9 heavens were boundless, with laws and principles in abundance. The speed at which practitioners grasped these laws was exponentially greater than in the external world, rendering it an unparalleled sanctum for cultivation. Even with Lin Yang's profound cultivation, the experience of observing the traces of the Tao within the 9 heavens yielded significant insights. Among the 7 swords, he had completely mastered 2, vaguely grasping a thread of connection, perceiving a commonality between cutting the Tao to reveal oneself and the ineffable Tao. The remaining swords, despite his mastery of the limits achievable within the realm of creation, and even surpassing them, bore an essential distinction that eluded him in the remaining swords. He could not discern that thread of connection. Perhaps, upon reaching this realm, the Tao transcends time, and the Tao leaves a thread would unveil their secrets. Lin Yang's thoughts stirred, a faint sigh escaping him. The ignorant are fearless. Although he had anticipated this, as his strength grew, the difficulty of acquiring experience points would inevitably increase. Nonetheless, today, Lin Yang felt a twinge of regret. The last time he had obtained experience points was when he vanquished the corpse immortal emperor. The supreme immortal emperor, an unparalleled being throughout eternity, was a rarity even among countless worlds. Yet, the reward amounted to a mere 100,000 experience points, equivalent to 500 blossoms of observation. While this appeared to be a 500-fold disparity, the gulf in strength between the two was incalculable, unfathomably vast. Lin Yang could even foresee that, even if beings surpassing the immortal emperor existed beyond the celestial realm, they would likely yield no more than 200,000 experience points, insufficient for him to master a single Jietian sword from nothing. Regarding the initial encounter with the 9 phoenixes and the slaying of the supreme true Buddha, Lin Yang pondered that, since this incarnation is not his true self, he did not acquire any experience points. Otherwise, as per his calculations, 2 formidable beings of comparable strength at this stage would surely be worth 30 to 50,000 experience points. Fortunately, he had the foresight to invest a protracted period on the origin continent, enduring tedium and hardship while vanquishing countless alien life forms. Reflecting on those figures, Lin Yang sighed with a sense of relief. Had it not been for those efforts, he would have had no choice but to terminate his existence and begin anew to accumulate experience points diligently. However, understanding the arduous nature of acquiring experience points, even with a substantial amount at present, he refrained from frivolous expenditure. As long as there were techniques or divine abilities available, he could utilize the system to consume experience points, allowing him to fully master those skills. The Heavenly Emperor's Jade Record, which encompasses the complete mastery of creation, required 80,000 points to manifest from nothingness, while techniques such as transformation into Freedom Sovereign, 1 Chi transforming into 3 purities, and 7 Swords of Heaven's Cut, among other transcendent abilities, would necessitate approximately 300,000 points to be acquired from scratch. Although the disparity of 80,000 to 300,000 may not appear vast, Lin Yang speculated that if he were to traverse into an infinitely layered world in the future, those paramount techniques might demand no less than 1,000,000 points. Furthermore, once mastered, eliminating transcendence would likely become as effortless as it is for them to slay those of creation, for the sake of a potential future. Even if he could instantly grasp 7 Swords of Heaven's Cut, he felt compelled to comprehend certain aspects himself to minimize the expenditure of experience points. Initially, to master an outer realm level technique like the Fire Sovereign's Incineration of the Universe required 200 points, while the Grass Transformation into Freedom Sovereign, one would need to master it through 1,500 instances of the Fire Sovereign's Incineration. As Lin Yang's thoughts whirled, a faint heartbeat resonated within him. The true realm within was gradually pulsating, as the nurturing process, temporarily halted upon entering the Eastern Emperor's flesh, resumed. After attempting to ascertain the experience points required for cultivating the Tao of transcending the universe, Lin Yang mused that he still needed 200,000 experience points. There exists a distinction between pseudo-transcendents and genuine ones. Although Lin Yang could harness the anomalies of the pseudo-transcendent to modify himself to an astonishing degree, allowing him to master 7 Swords of Heaven's Cut, Buddha's Palm, and reverse Buddha's Palm to a profound level, he could not hope to achieve complete mastery of these transcendent techniques as a genuine transcendent could. This limitation resulted in Lin Yang reaching the pinnacle of his understanding of the Tao of transcending the universe. To achieve full and complete mastery of this technique, he still needed to accumulate an additional 200,000 experience points. Should he ascend to transcendence? Would he reach a bottleneck after a period of contemplation before employing the system to master a few techniques thoroughly? Or should he seize the opportunity to master these techniques at this moment? While contemplating the Tao, Lin Yang found himself unusually conflicted. He pursued multiple trains of thought simultaneously, each with unwavering focus, unaffected by the inner turmoil. Even amidst his indecision, his pace of comprehending the Tao remained unimpeded, as if the Lin Yang pondering the Tao was from 10,000 years ago, while the one in conflict was from a century past. Though fundamentally transcendent, he exhibited characteristics of the sea of suffering, revealing different emotions due to the variance in time. If he chose the former path, mastering each technique would merely signify an additional method at his disposal, bringing him ever closer to the ancient ones. Conversely, the latter path would represent a more comprehensive understanding of the illusory fruits of the Tao, with more supernatural aspects. Lin Yang's eyes shimmered with contemplation. Theoretically, each ancient transcendent's mastery of causality does not fall short of that of the primordial supreme being, for if their understanding of causality were incomplete, their claim to grasp the mysteries of all realms would be dubious. However, based on Lin Yang's observations in recent years, he recognized that this notion held no flaws. The ancients possess a truth. They grasp the mysteries of all realms. As for why the primordial supreme being is the source of all fruits while other ancients are not, Lin Yang speculated that apart from the absence of a second source for all things, the distinction lies in the moment of condensing the illusory fruits of the Tao. It is undeniable that the primordial supreme being is a naturally born transcendent. However, this does not negate the fact that he ascended step by step from an ordinary transcendent, establishing the foundation of the illusory fruits of the Tao, inevitably linked to the path of causality. As he contemplated this, Lin Yang resolved firmly, before ascending to transcendence, he must thoroughly master Heaven's Cut, and not just that, but also the Buddha's Palm and reverse Buddha's Palm. This is not merely because beings related to these paths might not see his figure in the depths of their innate spiritual light, but because he inherently finds himself at a disadvantage. Even upon reaching transcendence, it would be arduous to swiftly become one of the ancients. and thus he must strive to narrow the gap between them. Lin Yang quietly affirmed, his eyes glimmering with determination. Upon contemplating the Demon Emperor's canon and Human Emperor's golden text, both transcendent-level techniques, Lin Yang fell into deep thought. The 7 swords of Heaven's Cut and Buddha's palm are indeed techniques of transcendent caliber, not the fundamental laws of cultivation. Although practitioners can utilize 7 swords of Heaven's Cut and Buddha's palm to condense their law bodies, this is merely an application of the principles contained within these techniques to create a unique cultivation method that aligns more closely with their essence. Lin Yang's second condensation of the law body, which signifies the true spirit, belonged to this category. In contrast, the Demon Emperor's canon and Human Emperor's golden text represent the fundamental laws of cultivation. Theoretically, even if a practitioner follows the steps diligently, they can achieve successive advancements without needing to comprehend the principles contained within 7 swords of Heaven's Cut and Buddha's palm first. Even Lin Yang hesitated to rashly cultivate the fundamental techniques of transcendent caliber, retaining a sliver of apprehension in his heart. The chasm between the creation and the transcendent is immense, the former as illusory as a dream. And Lin Yang was uncertain if fully mastering the fundamental techniques of transcendent caliber would bring about any changes within him, whether he might be assimilated by the transcendent realm, gradually numbing his emotions and becoming a lofty embodiment of celestial will. Even if he completely mastered the Demon Emperor's canon and Human Emperor's golden text before ascending to transcendence, allowing his illusory fruits of the Tao to encompass a broader spectrum of principles, Lin Yang refrained from impulsively making decisions. From another perspective, should he truly master the Demon Emperor's canon or Human Emperor's golden text, he would be compelled to establish his path based on the principles practiced by the Demon Lord and the Human Emperor, thereby losing his autonomy in determining the foundation of his illusory fruits of the Tao. Even if he had fully mastered Heaven's Cut and Buddha's palm at that time, he would be unable to integrate the principles contained within them into the foundation of his illusory fruits of the Tao. Lin Yang contemplated these matters quietly. What then? Is the path of the Demon Lord? Lin Yang remained unaware, yet he comprehended the aspirations of the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor sought to guide all sentient beings, beyond merely the demon race, to traverse the tumultuous sea of suffering and reach the other shore. Even Lin Yang found himself momentarily astonished. The notion that all beings could attain the other shore seemed far-fetched, even in the realm of fantasy. Such grand ambitions naturally incited apprehension among the other shores. It was no wonder that even the Demon Emperor, who supported the Human Emperor, chose to remain passive when the Human Emperor met his demise. In essence, it was akin to an ant transforming into a human, aspiring to elevate all ants to humanity, even to the extent of refusing to compromise with certain beings of the other shore and opposing or even slaying them due to matters concerning the human race. The transformed ants, in their quest to safeguard their kind, were not only prepared to engage in conflict but also to take lives. This encapsulated the Human Emperor's predicament amidst the myriad beings of the other shore. The chasm between the other shore and the non-other shore was vastly greater than that between humans and ants, rendering any analogy inadequate. If Lin Yang, having gained complete mastery over the Human Emperor's golden scripture through the system, found his thoughts on this matter becoming increasingly uncontrollable, he would indeed be left in a state of despair. A single concession could lead to countless others. And perhaps it was this understanding that compelled him to recognize the significance of retaining his existence on the other shore, ultimately choosing not to yield and refusing to engage in self-deception. With a sigh, Lin Yang felt a surge of admiration welling up within him. From the perspective of the sea of suffering, he naturally wished for the Human Emperor's grand aspiration to succeed. However, from the vantage point of the other shore, Lin Yang shifted his thoughts, opting not to dwell on the matter further. Having reached the current limits of mastery over the Tathagata's divine palm and the Tathagata's reverse palm, he found them somewhat rigid in comparison to the unparalleled strikes of the supreme true Buddha, who seamlessly unified the 9 styles of divine palms into an unmatched blow. As for the Tao of timelessness and the Tao of leaving a thread, pushing the current nodes back by half a month would allow him to grasp the existing limits. After thoroughly mastering a few techniques, it would simply be a matter of patiently awaiting the moment when the beings of the other shore could no longer muster even a shred of strength. With this thought, Lin Yang cast his gaze towards the 2 most ancient beings in the Western blissful world. Although the virtuous celestial had created a safe environment for him, the attitudes of the Bodhi ancient Buddha, the unborn mother, and even the Demon Emperor remained unclear. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the virtuous celestial acted for Meng Qi or for the Amitabha he had summoned. Unlike the Heavenly Emperor, His communication with the virtuous celestial had been limited to a single instance. Thus, he remained utterly unaware of the thoughts harbored by one of the most ancient celestials, only able to speculate that it revolved around maintaining the original outcome of victory, particularly in regard to his attitude. Those who act are defeated, those who cling are lost. Thus, through non-action, there is no defeat, and through non-attachment, there is no loss, Lin Yang murmured, a hint of furrowed brows marring his expression. In the next moment, a significant portion of his consciousness transported him back to the ancient era, to the outskirts of the Jade Pool. The Golden Emperor Lin Yang's eyes flickered. Since he was uncertain of the unborn mother's stance, he decided to inquire directly. Being in the nine heavens, he had no reason to fear the unborn mother. Chapter 971. Teasing the unborn mother. The origin of life and death. Just as Gu Xiaosang, who was cultivating alongside Meng Qi, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment and trepidation. She exclaimed, "The mother has returned." Meng Qi was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a hammer, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. The unborn mother has truly returned? Just as he shared an inexplicable bond with the demon Buddha, Gu Xiaosang felt the same connection with the unborn mother. With Gu Xiaosang already harnessing the forces of creation, Meng Qi did not doubt the veracity of her words. Letting go of the past, the Golden Emperor, who had ascended to the other shore during the early medieval period, returned to the river of time. Fortunately, with the guidance of senior brother Lin and the assistance of the Azure Emperor, the past selves of both him and Xiaosang had been completely relocated to a certain layer of the Nine Nether, residing within the underworld. As waves of emotion surged within him, Meng Qi also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. The essence of their past selves being transferred to the Nine Nether meant that even if the unborn mother, a formidable figure of the other shore, sought to eliminate them, it would not be an easy feat. The pseudo-beings of the Nine Nether would not allow the unborn mother to interfere, for otherwise, the initial arrival of the Nine Spirits Yuan Saint in the Nine Nether would not have incited a conflict of such magnitude, were it not for their assistance. Even within the origin of life and death, the historical truths would have been laid bare before the unborn mother, with a mere wave of her hand. She could easily obliterate their pasts and erase their present selves from the annals of history. A pallor crept onto Gu Xiaosang's face, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. The source of her nightmares had finally returned, rendering her incapable of maintaining her composure. The more she recalled the memories of the unborn mother, the more she realized how minuscule her hopes of opposing her truly were. Meng Qi took a deep breath, perceiving in Gu Xiaosang's turmoil the potential form he might assume upon breaking free from the demon Buddha. He suppressed his swirling thoughts and spoke with steadiness. Upon achieving success this time, after consuming part of the origin of life and death, my path of chaos and boundlessness will reach completion, thereby granting me the possibility of escaping the sea of suffering. Once I ascend to the other shore, I shall no longer fear the unborn mother. Even as he attempted to calm the tumult within him, a weightiness permeated Meng Qi's words, not for any other reason, but the mere mention of the other shore could instill despair in the hearts of all who understood its implications. The realm of suffering? The realm of creation? Perhaps it was the realm of despair. Meng Qi chuckled at his own irony. Approaching the pinnacle of creation, he found it lacked the joy of his initial ascent. As Meng Qi offered words of comfort, Gu Xiaosang finally regained her composure, her expression returning to normal, all emotions hidden deep within her heart. The two cast aside their distractions and continued their dual cultivation. In the ancient era's Jade Pool, Lin Yang gazed at the center of the pool, where an ancient assembly of sentient beings congregated, their invisible moon shimmering faintly. His eyes flickered. The moon, which ought to be flawless and perfect, now appeared marred, displaying imperfections. Although that slight blemish was difficult to discern compared to the moon itself, it undeniably existed, causing the moon to lose its completeness and reveal cracks and flaws. Who would have thought that the Golden Emperor, who now seemed comparable to the Azure Emperor, was already an ancient being? Lin Yang said silently. The moon before him was not the true moon. It merely represented the profound light of the Tao hanging above the beings of the other shore, capable of reflecting their states to a certain extent. What can you offer? A divine and ethereal voice resonated from the Jade Pool, entering Lin Yang's ears. The other shore possesses the future, and the unborn mother certainly knew why Lin Yang had come here. Aside from seeking her support, there was no other possibility. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward toward the Jade Pool, simultaneously stating, "Assist me in eliminating Gu Xiaosang, and I shall ensure your return to completeness." As his words left his lips, the moon deep within the Jade Pool rippled. It seemed the unborn mother was rather surprised, not expecting Lin Yang to utter such words, causing the profound light to exhibit a certain degree of fluctuation. It was evident that Lin Yang's statement was not part of the myriad futures occupied by the unborn mother. In this case, are you satisfied? When I break free from the sea of suffering, I do not require your assistance. I merely need you to observe and watch as I free myself from the sea of suffering. Whether others may obstruct my path is of no concern to you. As long as this is the case, you will earn the opportunity for your own completeness. I have awakened both of them. I have always cared for Su Meng as well. Even if they harbor vigilance, they will not guard against me. As Lin Yang spoke, a genuine smile began to emerge from his heart. He was truly elated. After suppressing himself for so long, he could finally tease a prominent figure of the other shore without reservation. I know that Gu Xiaosang is a product of your attempts to reduce the void. Do not mention killing her. Protecting her would be more prudent, as it concerns your own path. However, I shall feign ignorance. You have disguised yourself so well that no one knows you have already become an ancient being and are engaged in reducing the void. Thus, my current remarks must be exceedingly sincere. Should the magic Buddha be replaced, it is likely that one would seek it in vain, perhaps even pay a price, compelling me to eliminate Meng Qi. Are you pleased? Are you joyful? Are you enraged? Dare you engage me in combat? Such actions would alert the illustrious figures of the other shore, leading them to deduce your true identity as an ancient being and unveil the genuine essence of Gu Xiaosang. This would transform the reluctance of those from the other shore, who initially wished to see you thrive, into a determination to eradicate Gu Xiaosang instead. Lin Yang halted, gazing contemplatively at the timeless mother of all, seated in the Yaoqi. Infinite layers of time and space enveloped her, allowing Lin Yang to glimpse only her eyes, which contained the beauty and myriad possibilities of all realms. In a single glance, they could evoke an indescribable intoxication, drawing one back to the tranquil homeland of the void. The luminous moonlight cloaked her, with petals of white lotus drifting down, each flower cradling a deity within, embodying the myriad paths, each representing different laws and possessing extraordinary powers that transcend the depths of suffering. Each deity is a manifestation of a fragment of the Tao that the mother of all governs, an alternative expression of her own Tao fruit. Lin Yang's gaze shifted slightly. Without further ado, the mother of all, disguised as she is, could annihilate creation with merely a single lotus deity. Perhaps in the eyes of the other shore, the lotus deity appears feeble, easily extinguished with a mere gesture, yet against the backdrop of creation, it remains infinitely vast, fundamentally distinct. In an instant, the sacred and ethereal voice once again resonated. The mother of all spoke. I see. You have summoned Su Meng to request the Blue Emperor's intervention, to alter his past with Gu Xiaosang. This not only complicates my task of eliminating Gu Xiaosang, but also serves as a bargaining chip for your own escape from the sea of suffering. It seems your incarnation has devised a plan within the essence of life and death, granting you confidence in slaying Gu Xiaosang. Her tone was calm and unperturbed, as lofty as celestial music. Chapter 972, Lin Yang. I detest a world of intelligence. Indeed, Lin Yang's voice resonated, tinged with a weightiness and coldness that contrasted with his earlier mirth, akin to a detached deity surveying the plight of humanity, reminiscent of an indifferent heaven. His eyes, slightly elongated, hinted at a touch of cruelty. It appeared that all previous expressions were mere facades. At this moment, his true self was unveiled. A subtle smirk graced Lin Yang's lips, revealing a chill of disdain as he remarked, without ascending to the other shore, one shall never behold the truth. Forever obscured by the ceaseless cycles of existence, languishing in the sea of suffering. Upon uncovering the true identities of Gu Xiaosang and Su Meng, I embarked on a protracted scheme, culminating in this very day. Unlike the beings of the sea of suffering, my connections with them can be transformed into leverage at the level of the other shore. With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, as if voicing the innermost thoughts that had long been suppressed within him. Today, the opportunity to confide in someone had finally arrived, and he seized the moment to reveal the deeds of the years past. No wonder you have gradually lost contact with Jiang Zhuwei, Qi Jingyan, and others. Although it appears normal, your attitude towards Su Meng reveals discrepancies. The mother of all spoke with a detached tone. The other shore possesses a portion of the future, but not the entirety of it as the Tao fruit does. Thus, there remain unknowns until Lin Yang divulges the secrets, allowing the mother of all to glimpse the truth. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded, stating, in comparison to ascending to the other shore, the grievances of the sea of suffering are trivial, merely a thought away from annihilation or creation, as fragile as a fleeting dream. It seems that my previous confessions have released the pent-up emotions within me. For now, my tone has returned to its usual cadence, devoid of that earlier coldness. They truly are blind. The sacred and ethereal voice now bore a hint of amusement, as if the mother of all had envisioned the future where Gu Shaoxing perished and she achieved completeness. Yes, blind indeed, Lin Yang concurred, a faint smile emerging on his face. You shall soon discover who truly lacks sight. The mirth in Lin Yang's eyes deepened. Although he had only returned to this world for a brief century, he had always tread cautiously, fully aware of the designs laid out by the other shore. Who could fathom that feeling? Living perpetually under the watchful eyes of others, the notion of switching worlds, universes, or time periods was merely an illusion, devoid of any secrets. Far more protracted than a million years in a perfect world. How could he not harbor any negative emotions within? Since the opportunity to jest with the mother of all had presented itself, it served as a means to release some of those emotions, preventing any missteps due to his will when ascending to the other shore. If one could not even comprehend a thought, how could they possibly awaken and merge with their past self? Very well, then, the mother of all declared, granting her approval. Any rational being would not reject such a proposal, especially one of her stature. After countless alterations of time, all that she desired had been effortlessly attained. Those entities and matters that had not escaped the sea of suffering resembled a blank tome, subject to her whims, unable to resist. Even if words had begun to appear within the book, her desire to change it could materialize in an instant. In time, the beings of the other shore would inevitably lose all semblance of emotion, particularly towards the entities of the sea of suffering, as they could not express any feelings. The singular pursuit left, the one that could not be easily fulfilled, was the attainment of the Tao fruit. Anything that could potentially impede this attainment was to be eradicated at any cost. Lin Yang, fully aware of the mother of all's mindset, used the prospect of her completeness as a bargaining chip, knowing that even if she harbored thoughts of torturing him, she could not reveal such intentions, nor could she take action. Otherwise, such a maneuver would indeed become an inscrutable will in the eyes of the sea of suffering, only to be pursued and tested by other celestial wills. The choice between a newly ascended being of the other shore and the remnants of oneself is self-evident. Upon hearing the mother of all's acquiescence, Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, should I eliminate Gu Shaoxing before escaping the sea of suffering, or after? His curiosity piqued. He awaited the mother of all's response. The luminous waves of the Tao, akin to the bright moon, rippled gently, and the sacred and ethereal voice emerged once more. Lin Yang beheld those eyes, which encompassed all beauty and myriad possibilities, gazing deeply into his own, revealing layers of ripples laden with emotions incomprehensible to outsiders. Matters of completeness must not be handled by outsiders, the mother of all stated. Lin Yang nodded, understanding her veiled concerns. Should he slay Gu Shaoxing, once he ascended to the other shore, resurrecting her would be a mere trifle. If he harbored thoughts of resurrecting Gu Shaoxing, the mother of all, disguised as an ordinary being of the other shore, would find it impossible to obstruct him. While maintaining history is generally easier than altering it at the level of the other shore, this assumes a fair environment between two beings of the other shore. The death of Gu Shaoxing at the hands of a certain being of the other shore would not be considered equitable. Should the one who killed Gu Shaoxing wish to resurrect her, no other being from the other shore would have the opportunity to intervene. After all, with a mere thought, the act of killing Gu Shaoxing could be transformed into another action. Are you suggesting that I bring Gu Shaoxing to you for fusion? Lin Yang inquired. Should this come to pass, allowing the mother of all to fuse with Gu Shaoxing would mean that even if he refrained from capturing Gu Shaoxing after ascending to the other shore, the reality of her demise could not be altered. Once fused with a being of the other shore, the possibility of resurrection would vanish entirely, as the past and future of the fused individual would merely become a fragment of that being of the other shore. Even if resurrected, what would emerge would only be a part of that being, not the person who existed prior to the fusion. Perhaps it is feasible to create an entity akin to the myriad worlds, embodying the complete experiences, memories, and even thought patterns of that person. However, the innate spiritual essence emanating from the self will inevitably differ. It is merely a replica. Any legendary figure capable of discerning the true nature of my existence would never regard a replica as an authentic artifact. No matter how similar it may appear, at some point in the future, it will inevitably make choices distinct from the original, due to the disparity in intrinsic spiritual essence. The exquisite eyes, devoid of all that is beautiful, narrowed slightly, glimmering with an inexplicable light. The mother of no birth continued, eliminate Su Meng. Once Su Meng is dead, no one will shield Gu Xiaosang. Eliminating her will be a trivial task, accomplished without external interference. What a ruthless plan. Lin Yang inwardly fled, recognizing that the Golden Empress was as adept as ever at scheming, deftly resolving this matter without leaving a trace. What do you think? The mother of no birth inquired, a smile emerging on her visage beneath the veil of endless time and space. Chapter 973. Let the mutual harm commence. The beautiful eyes beneath the infinite temporal shroud fixated on Lin Yang, the smile on the mother of no birth's face intensifying. This old hag. Lin Yang could not help but curse inwardly, maintaining his composure, unflinching even amidst the catastrophe. Meng Qi's involvement in the schemes of the three pure ones pertains to the relationship between the demon and the Buddha, crucial to whether this connection can achieve completeness. In the ancient era, the demon and the Buddha betrayed the heavenly emperor, even if he were to slay Meng Qi and attain completeness. The likelihood of receiving gratitude is nearly zero. Given the demon and Buddha's obsession with the heavenly emperor's position, simply allowing him to survive would be a considerable concession. Moreover, the demon sage, masquerading as the demon monarch, would inevitably alter his stance due to this action, transforming a potential ally into an adversary. Not to mention the inevitable enmity from the three pure ones. After careful consideration, Lin Yang stated, Golden Mother, you are well aware of Su Meng's identity, which involves numerous significant figures from the other shore. Although the demon sage has long since ascended, he left behind a testament. Even if only a fraction of the great sages among the demon can adhere to the demon sage's will, they could create substantial disruptions at a critical juncture of liberation from the sea of suffering. Furthermore, compared to the twists of fate, the attitudes of the esteemed beings from the other shore are paramount and are bound to shift, should the demon and Buddha escape as a result. Those on the other shore who do not wish to see him liberated may regard me as a thorn in their side. Lin Yang spoke unhurriedly, his tone devoid of fluctuation, yet his words conveyed a singular message. Killing Meng Qi in exchange for your inaction is an insufficient bargain. Meng Qi may perish at the hands of another, or during the struggle to escape the sea of suffering, but he must not die at the hands of one who is on the verge of liberation. Even if such an act might garner the support of the Bodhi ancient Buddha and Amitabha, the risks outweigh the benefits. It is highly probable that, when his life hangs in the balance, the two other shore beings of the Buddhist realm would remain indifferent. After all, there is no direct cause and effect between them. It is merely indirect, having little impact on the other shore. Indeed, that is a commendable line of thought, Lin Yang mused inwardly, acknowledging his own cleverness. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, the ethereal voice of the mother of no birth remained as tranquil as ever, and she replied, You have long prepared for the other shore's targeting, as your ambitions lie with the heavenly emperor's throne. When Sha Wujing first awakened, he promptly journeyed to Jade Emperor Mountain, conveying your words from a mother of no birth, elucidating the advantages and disadvantages. Thus, she comprehended that Lin Yang might harbor alternative schemes, yet he had always concealed them too deeply, leaving no trace of forewarning. Even possessing foresight of the future, she could not discern the foundation of Lin Yang's audacity to ascend to the supreme throne of the myriad realms at the brink of annihilation. While it was also possible that Lin Yang was simply a headstrong individual, unafraid of the specter of death, such a probability remained low. Nonetheless, it could not be entirely dismissed. After all, there was the cautionary tale of the human sovereign. Not every being from the other shore would regard their own life as paramount. It was precisely this consideration that prompted the mother of no birth to speak. Observing Lin Yang's reaction, seeing Lin Yang merely smile slightly, the mother of no birth continued, Perhaps the heavenly emperor's position is an obsession for you, a lifelong dream for which you strive. You are fully aware that upon reaching the other shore, the heavenly emperor shall perish alongside the myriad realms at the end of the era, yet you remain undaunted. However, you cannot accept the notion of falling before liberating yourself from the sea of suffering, having not yet become a true heavenly emperor. Moreover, killing Su Meng may very well jeopardize your chances of escape. Her divine, ethereal words resonated with a tone of detached analysis regarding Lin Yang's disposition. After listening to the mother of no birth, Lin Yang nodded, expressing his agreement. Indeed, whether it be slaying Su Meng or Gu Xiaosang, the essence remains the same. It is all to lessen external calamities during my liberation from the sea of suffering. Yet, the cost of the former is far too great, rendering it a net loss. Should the Golden Mother remain obstinate, I shall take my leave, even if you choose to intervene as I strive for liberation. It is preferable to the death of Su Ming. As Lin Yang concluded, his eyes narrowed slightly, refraining from referring to himself in the first person, revealing his inner stance. It is merely a performance. He had been adept at acting even before his transcendence and had not abandoned that skill after. During his time in Zhu village, he had played his role to perfection, embodying a competent novice. Upon first arriving in this world, he similarly portrayed a rustic villager, and through numerous performances, he had transformed into a prodigy who blazed his own path, inspired by mysterious artifacts, creating a uniquely distinguished journey, a rarity throughout history. Now, after enduring countless eons, he had become a seeker of the Tao, willing to employ any means necessary to ascend to the other shore. Except for the initial phase, where the disparity in strength was insurmountable, he had never been able to showcase his full potential before the moral celestial and the heavenly emperor. Lin Yang could guarantee that no one could pierce through his wholehearted disguise. If sure how's talent lay in being indestructible and capable of resurrection, then his talent was in acting. Since he must perform, he ought to exhibit challenges in matters within his grasp to foster a sense of credibility, even if there lingered a hint of skepticism in his heart. Superficial belief sufficed for Lin Yang at this moment. What he required was merely the Golden Emperor's superficial agreement. The depths of her thoughts held little significance to him. As he turned away, his attention drifting from the ancient era, the pair of beautiful eyes, brimming with countless futures, flickered momentarily. She too needed to perform. Otherwise, allowing the opportunity for her own completeness to slip away while being scrutinized for anomalies would result in an unmistakable loss for her. To make a move to alter the course of time, transforming the product of her aspirations into another's, would meet with resistance from the ancient beings who were her competitors. None would consent. Change one, and another would perish. There would be no exceptions. If you liberate yourself from the sea of suffering before Su Ming, I shall not obstruct you, nor will I assist you. The price is that you must kill him when he attempts to escape the sea of suffering. The mother of no birth stated coolly. Her words did not resonate in the present moment, but harked back to a distant epoch during a conversation with the heavenly emperor. At this juncture, Lin Yang's focus had shifted back to the current timeline. Under the influence of historical revision, the imprints of the previous beings from the other shore had returned to their rightful places, distancing themselves from the Yaoqi. In this present moment, upon hearing the words of the mother of no birth from countless years prior, his eyes flickered as he found himself in the era when the six heavens ancestor dragon contended with the heavenly emperor. Gazing at the Golden Empress, the foremost among female immortals, Lin Yang proclaimed, agreed. Every word and action bears consequence. Lin Yang's utterance constituted a binding contract of cause and effect with the mother of no birth. The transgressor shall inevitably suffer grave repercussions. Chapter 974. The Spirit Platform at Fonsuan Mountain. Should there be any breach, the fruit of the Tao in this life shall remain unattainable. Lin Yang spoke solemnly, his demeanor appearing exceedingly earnest. The fruit of the Tao, an aspiration shared by all beings from the other shore. In the realm beyond, the three pure ones were initially oblivious to the profound mysteries of the fruit of enlightenment. Their mutual strife inadvertently gave rise to numerous beings from the other shore. Although this led to certain drawbacks, it also unveiled to the three pure ones a more intricate and enigmatic realm beyond, one that transcended mere descriptions of attainment. It was precisely due to the tacit approval from the multitude of beings from the other shore that the Taoist master was able to ascend and attain enlightenment, undisturbed by any deliberate interference during the process of reducing existence to emptiness. Ultimately, this revelation granted the beings from the other shore a genuine path to transcend their limitations, offering a clear goal for those who had felt the desolation of the world. Henceforth, attaining enlightenment became the ultimate aspiration for every being from the other shore. Lin Yang's vow to forego the fruit of enlightenment imbued this agreement with profound significance, as deep and inscrutable as the primordial mother herself, her eyes reflecting ripples of contemplation. The primordial mother narrowed her eyes slightly, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Thus, the two beings of the other shore forged a pact shortly after the emergence of the nine heavens, a decision that would ripple through the annals of time. As the potent forces of historical correction surged forth, only to dissipate into silence, the formidable might capable of thwarting the completion of creation barely brushed against the beings of the other shore, akin to a gentle breeze. In the Demon Emperor's palace, the Demon Emperor, engaged in discourse with the Fire Emperor, later known as the Demon Saint Feng Shi, cast a thoughtful glance toward the celestial realm. During his exchange with the primordial mother, Lin Yang had casually mentioned the demon saint, which did not go unnoticed by the demon emperor, who was now represented by the demon saint. Yet, at that moment, he was merely a pseudo-being from the other shore, devoid of any essential distinction from the demon saint. Although aware that Lin Yang had either spoken of or harbored thoughts of his name, he could not ascertain the precise reason behind it. Unlike the past, where any being's thoughts of a certain entity from the other shore would be perceived by that very entity, now secrets lingered in the air, and time could no longer be easily discerned. The emotions of the demon saint began to settle, revealing the answer. At the current juncture, after pledging a renewed oath, Lin Yang redirected his focus from the past back to the Lingxiao Palace. Given the primordial mother's outward assurance, the likelihood of her intervening during his escape from the sea of suffering had significantly diminished. Theoretically, when Zhenwu ascended to the other shore, the myriad beings from that realm would be too preoccupied to spare a thought, but for the sake of caution, Lin Yang resolved to proceed with care. Should his arrival provoke unforeseen changes, would he foolishly wait until the end of the epic? Moreover, if any being from the other shore chose to set aside their endeavors at that moment, they could potentially intervene. However, thwarting Zhenwu's escape from the sea of suffering paled in comparison to the matters they would face at that time. Hence, there would be no beings from the other shore to obstruct Zhenwu's liberation. Furthermore, having come this far, his impending escape from the sea of suffering was almost a foregone conclusion, quite unlike the Black Emperor, who had ample leeway in determining when to ascend to the other shore. After all, Zhenwu was not the Celestial Emperor, who would inevitably perish at the end of the epic. Lin Yang pondered. If I remained silent, refraining from probing the sentiments of the beings from the other shore and exhibiting no signs of preparation to escape the sea of suffering, it would inevitably lead to suspicion. Despite many nonsensical worlds lacking any semblance of rationality, allowing him to live comfortably in a world where one stood at the pinnacle, Lin Yang had to adopt a more comprehensive approach, burdened by immense pressure. By vowing to forego the fruit of enlightenment, he could assuage the primordial mother's doubts, convincing her that when Meng Qi ascended to the other shore, he would undoubtedly strike her down. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a shadow of darkness flickered in Lin Yang's eyes, his emotions inscrutable, obscuring his true intentions. Though the vow bore weight, any being aspiring to reduce existence to emptiness could not afford to disregard it. Yet, the essence of enlightenment defied logic. The closer one drew to enlightenment, the more arduous the path became, and the more elusive the discussion surrounding it. The primordial mother could risk her fall, fiercely contending for a sliver of opportunity, having already fallen to Gu Shaoxing, yet still vying for the fruit of enlightenment against the three pure ones. What then had he to fear? Contemplating the fruit of enlightenment, Lin Yang furrowed his brow. The Tao is timeless, yet leaves a trace. The suspected presence of the Taoist master weighed heavily on his mind. The moment he sensed the trace of the Taoist master, the fruit of enlightenment appeared in a different light, bifurcating into two potential outcomes, one of transcendence and one of stagnation. The former signified that due to his arrival, a certain creator had decreed the Taoist master to be the rightful bearer of the fruit of enlightenment, yet could no longer seize all futures, as the Taoist master had failed to encompass the future related to Lin Yang prior to his arrival, thus losing that potential. This was akin to certain beings who were hailed as omniscient and omnipotent, only to be vanquished in an instant. The latter outcome, merely contemplating it, intensified Lin Yang's longing for the fruit of enlightenment. The traces were scant, making it impossible to ascertain whether the Taoist master belonged to the former or the latter. While Lin Yang contemplated, he simultaneously sought to comprehend the 7 swords of the celestial path, striving to perfect the last 2 swords. Concurrently, the human emperor's essence departed from the celestial realm. In the Great Zhou, the human emperor returned the human emperor's sword to Gao Lan, offering a few parting words before turning to depart. A tinge of melancholy filled his heart. Due to his presence, regardless of other ramifications, Gao Lan had inevitably suffered. The Gao Lan of the original timeline, who should have long since substantiated the legend, now remained merely a celestial immortal, perhaps a formidable one among them, capable of extinguishing countless star systems with a mere gesture, but he had fallen far behind the era of myth where great powers resided beyond the realm of mortals. In a fleeting moment, he appeared outside the Demon Emperor's palace, where he beheld Qin Xiu, who had evidently been waiting for quite some time. "Your Majesty requests your presence," Qin Xiu said with a slight bow, leading the human emperor into the inner sanctum of the Demon Emperor's palace. After a brief passage, the human emperor, observing the palace's unique features, found himself once again in the hall where he had first encountered that ethereal silhouette shrouded in layers of white gauze. "Your Majesty, at that time, please prevent me from." The human emperor's words trailed off as he glanced toward the void, his intentions unspoken yet clearly understood. The white gauze curtain remained undisturbed, tranquil as ever. The human emperor paid it no mind. The exterior view of the demon emperor indeed exuded tranquility. Yet only in motion could one grasp why she, manifesting in feminine form, was revered as an empress and addressed as Your Majesty. He continued, "As for what you seek. In the ancient times, at Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, within the oblique moon, 3 stars cave, the Buddhist figure observed a nearby monkey clad in Taoist robes, scratching its head and asking questions in a flurry, a smile playing on his lips. The later, formidable great sage, equal to heaven, had once been just like this. Though born a legend, he could not shake off his inherent nature, starkly contrasting with the extraordinary beings who substantiated their own legends through effort. Then, the Buddhist figure turned his gaze toward the high platform where Bodhi ancestor resided. The latter also looked toward the Buddhist figure, exuding an aura that was both profound and ancient, as if having traversed all epochs and witnessed the splendors of every realm. Bodhi ancestor, the Bodhi Buddha, in an ancient epoch, having embarked on the path of the Bodhi golden body, severing the 3 corpses and overpowering the past Buddha's burning lamp. The ancient being from the other shore who escaped the sea of suffering. "It may be a bit late," he remarked. Chapter 975, The Advantage of the Prophet. Bodhi ancestor, seated upon the high platform, regarded the Buddhist figure and spoke, "Have you come here regarding matters of the other shore?" At his words, the disciples of Fong Siyuan, who had been listening intently, suddenly awakened, turning to face the resplendent Buddha, an inexplicable stirring rising within their hearts. Compared to the Buddha before them, it was as if all the Buddhas across the myriad realms were mere illusions, unreal and insubstantial. Only this one before them was the true Buddha. "Buddha, the other shore," a disciple of Fong Siyuan murmured, prompting the monkey to voice its confusion. "What is a Buddha?" Upon hearing these words, the disciple remarked, "Suffering, accumulation, cessation, and the path." The Buddha, through these 4 noble truths, guides sentient beings towards the ultimate realization of truth. The bewildered monkey scratched his head, finding the resplendent, rotund figure of the Buddha somewhat enigmatic and formidable. "What lies beyond?" he pondered. Not understanding, the straightforward monkey boldly inquired. Yet this time, no one responded. The weight of those 2 words was too profound. Merely contemplating them could instill terror. As the disciples felt a chill of apprehension, the true Buddha nodded, stating, "This is precisely the matter at hand." The venerable Bodhi ancestor gently inclined his head, first addressing the perplexed monkey, elucidating, "A flower embodies a world, a leaf embodies enlightenment. Within a mustard seed lies Mount Sumeru, and within minute dust the universe resides." Although this statement could be interpreted in another manner, it nonetheless applies to the present moment. A flower encompasses a world, and within that world, there exists a flower, a perpetual cycle, infinite in nature. Even if infinite, it remains but a fragment of the sea of suffering. Transcending the sea of suffering, greater than the infinite, constitutes the true beyond. The Bodhi ancestor spoke softly, portraying, from another perspective, what the beyond signifies. He refrained from employing more esoteric theories, recognizing that the monkey's current knowledge was insufficient to grasp deeper meanings. To transcend the sea of suffering is to reach the beyond. The monkey, scratching his ears and cheeks, ceased his fidgeting, murmuring to himself. He gazed up at the Bodhi ancestor on the high platform and asked aloud, "Master, are you the beyond?" Upon hearing this, the Bodhi ancestor offered no answer, merely smiling. The body of the Buddha observed this scene in silence, unsure whether it was an event that had transpired in the original timeline or a consequence of his arrival that had led to this alteration. The disturbances caused by causality and historical correction were not particularly strong. Had the original timeline's Lingtai Feng Sunchen experienced discussions akin to this? Perhaps my presence merely hastened the unfolding of events, thus eliciting the manifestation of causal power that sought to subdue me. The Buddha contemplated. "You may all withdraw," the Bodhi ancestor instructed, prompting the disciples to depart without dissent. As the monkey turned to leave, he cast a curious glance back at the Buddha. "The sea of suffering? The beyond?" After everyone had exited, the Bodhi ancestor spoke. "You exhibit remarkable courage, not only ascending to the position of the heavenly emperor, but daring to merge with the Buddha to create an entity of emptiness. If the beyond is already thus, it is not difficult to imagine your actions once you attain it. Even emulating the actions of the human emperor would not be surprising. His eyes, deep as the abyss, reflected the birth of countless epics, ultimately leading to destruction. He comprehended all mysteries and understood the reasons behind the rise and fall of the myriad worlds. The nature of earth, water, fire, and wind, as well as the profound truths of time, destiny, and all great paths, all were clear to him, allowing his illusory path fruit to be regarded as the embryonic form of true enlightenment. The supreme true Buddha exercises considerable restraint against the Buddha, regarded as his natural adversary. I have merely acted thus out of caution towards the demonic Buddha, although he has inverted the Tathagata's divine palm, transforming Buddha into demon. His essence remains that of a Buddha and is subject to the true Buddha's restraint. The Buddha's body calmly remarked, "Do ancient Buddhas not harbor trepidation?" Ananda's repeated betrayals of the great figures of the beyond and his swift rise to formidable strength after reaching the beyond surely conceal a grand secret. Given his nature, it is evident what actions he would take once liberated. After drawing the demonic Buddha into the fray as a bargaining chip, the Buddha's body observed the Bodhi ancestor, whose eyes deepened with contemplation and without hesitation directly articulated a matter. The ancient Buddha established the method of severing the three corpses, eliminating them to ascend to the beyond. If convenient, I request that you impart the method of severing the three corpses to me. The method of severing the three corpses is nearly one of the foundational practices of the Bodhi ancient Buddha, akin to the relationship between the primordial nine seals and the primordial heavenly sovereign, representing a truly core methodology accessible only to the extraordinary. A practitioner of such divine prowess would typically be silenced for uttering such audacity. Yet, the Bodhi ancestor did not express anger. His demeanor remained devoid of joy or sorrow as he calmly stated, "The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is tumultuous, all for gain. The beyond, too, never acts without purpose." Upon hearing this, the Buddha's body smiled and replied, "The ancient Buddha must surely understand that the method of severing the three corpses holds immense significance for me. If I indeed ascend to the beyond, this grand causality must eventually be repaid. Otherwise, achieving emptiness would be impossible, and I would forever remain devoid of the fruit of the path." Having said this, the Buddha's body pondered momentarily before abruptly shifting the topic. "Setting aside the causality of the practices, after I reach the beyond, I will undoubtedly spare no effort to restore the ancient Buddha's damaged three corpses. The ancient Buddha's ascension to the beyond, while having severed the three corpses, would inevitably be affected to some extent by their loss, especially with the impending calamity, making the existing flaws all too evident." After this statement, the Bodhi ancestor, who had hitherto shown no signs of emotion, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fleeting emotion flickering across his face. In a moment of realization, he remarked, "I see. No wonder you have come before me. It turns out that beyond your capacity to confront the demonic Buddha, the crux lies in your awareness that the fallen Emperor Fengdu is one of your three corpses. Consequently, it is not difficult to surmise that the demise of Emperor Fengdu is inextricably linked to Lin Yang. At the very least, he bore witness to that battle." It must be said that the Buddha's body, presenting this condition, indeed piqued the Bodhi ancestor's interest. The demonic Buddha was inconsequential. Restoring the three corpses was of utmost importance to him. He intended to utilize the three corpses as the essence of his emptiness. Thus they must be beings from this realm's myriad worlds, not entities from other realms. Otherwise, they could not perfectly bear his causality, rendering his endeavor towards emptiness incomplete. Within this realm, each practitioner of great powers occupies a unique position, each tied to different figures of the beyond. Thus, how could he maneuver? It is likely that just as he reached for one, it would be consumed first by another figure of the beyond, were it not for their constant interference. How could I fail to restore the missing three corpses until now? As the Bodhi ancient Buddha reflected upon this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Even if history were altered, and he had severed anew three corpses in the past, it would be of no avail. Other figures of the beyond would not allow him to easily attain completeness. Regrettably, this is the final calamity. Every ancient being stands as a competitor. The Buddha's body reached this point in his discourse, abruptly shifting to a more inscrutable tone. Otherwise, given the relationship between the ancient Buddha and the guiding Buddha, how could he possibly remain indifferent to the fall of Emperor Fengdu? Upon hearing this, the Bodhi ancient Buddha's expression darkened, losing the tranquility it had previously held. Chapter 976, The Moment Approaches. "Amipa," the Bodhi ancient Buddha murmured. Although the Buddha's body did not explicitly name the individual, it was not difficult for him to deduce the true identity of the figure. Amitabha Buddha, the guiding Buddha. The Buddha's body nodded, affirming, indeed. Even before the Buddha's body could speak, the Bodhi ancient Buddha had already begun to murmur. It turned out that the peculiar state of the Emperor Fu was being secretly controlled by him. When Wang Xiyuan attained the Dharma body, using the unparalleled divine weapon, Luo Shu, as a catalyst, he instigated a fierce conflict between the heavenly path monster, Emperor Fu, and Emperor Fengdu, all vying for this item that, when combined with the He Tu, could transform into an unparalleled treasure of the beyond. At that time, the great figures of the beyond had not yet returned to the river of time, and even the practitioners of great powers had not fully awakened, granting Emperor Fengdu the confidence to contend with the heavenly path monster and Emperor Fu for Luo Shu. It was during that encounter that Emperor Fengdu detected a peculiar state in Emperor Fu, and naturally, the Bodhi ancient Buddha was aware of this matter as well. Initially, the Bodhi ancient Buddha had presumed that Emperor Fu's anomalous state arose during the cataclysm of the last epoch of antiquity, compounded by the impending calamity, thus differing from the past. It was only when the Buddha's body spoke, opening a door for the Bodhi ancient Buddha and allowing him to grasp a fragment of a new future, that he comprehended why Emperor Fu had seemed amiss during the contest for Luo Shu. Indeed, the Buddha's body affirmed. Amitabha Buddha did not draw the attention of any beings from the other shore. In silence, he captured the Emperor of the Abyss, planting the seal of Buddhism to enslave him. Although it seems inconceivable, it is not entirely impossible. Unlike the other two of the ancient three emperors, the Emperor of the Abyss is merely an ordinary being from the other shore. While it remains uncertain whether he is an ancient being, an insurmountable gap undeniably exists between him and Amitabha Buddha. Had this been during the last epoch of the ancient era, the disparity between the oldest beings and ordinary beings from the other shore would have been even more pronounced. Even now, the oldest beings can effortlessly slay ordinary beings from the other shore. Otherwise, how could the Emperor of the Abyss, as a being from the other shore, have suffered such a fate for so long, with no one aware of his condition? Bodhi Buddha did not inquire about how the Buddhist figure became aware of the Emperor of the Abyss's subjugation by Amitabha Buddha. He was already aware of the Emperor's current location, the point of life and death. It is hardly surprising that the Emperor of the Abyss, who can communicate with the point of life and death, would conceal himself there. The great Emperor of Fengdu perished at the point of life and death, which explains why the Buddhist figure would claim that Amitabha Buddha stood by during the great Emperor of Fengdu as fall. Had Amitabha Buddha been willing to assist, how could Jinwu have possibly severed even a single one of his 3 corpses? The Tao fruit Bodhi Buddha mused. Were it not for the present calamity, Amitabha Buddha would surely have offered his aid. Regrettably, among the ancient beings, only one can attain the Tao fruit. In the next moment, Bodhi Buddha restrained his reflections and turned to the Buddhist figure, saying, even without the method to sever the 3 corpses, with the virtue of the benefactor transforming into the 3 pure ones, you can enable this incarnation to possess the potential to ascend to the other shore. It is a pity, however, that if you intend to face the demonic Buddha with this incarnation, unless he has already fallen below the level of the ancient beings, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to subdue him. Upon reaching the other shore, even if the supreme true Buddha is a product of the Buddha's reduction to emptiness, he will not possess the same invincibility as in the sea of suffering. There will be certain diminishment. As an ancient being from the other shore and a Buddha, Bodhi Buddha understands the limits of the supreme true Buddha. How could he possibly instill terror in those from the other shore? At most, it would be mere trepidation, not of the supreme true Buddha, but of the Buddha himself. Each being from the other shore vividly recalls the might of the demonic Buddha when he ascended to the other shore, nearly rivaling the primordial heavenly venerable. Ultimately, when the time came for the destruction of the Buddha, who had attained the Tao fruit, intervened with a single strike, vanquishing the invincible demonic Buddha. Had it not been for the Buddha's inherent compassion, allowing a sliver of survival, the demonic Buddha would have been utterly obliterated, and none of these subsequent events would have transpired. The Buddhist figure nodded, saying, I have some inkling of the ancient Buddha's words. Yet this form is my sole possibility of victory against the demonic Buddha. After the demonic Buddha betrayed the spirit mountain and enacted the destruction of the Buddha, with the heavenly court now reinstated, it is not hard to imagine that upon escaping, he will inevitably target the heavenly court. I am merely preparing for the storm. Bodhi Buddha ceased further discourse, pointing a finger to send a beam of glazed light directly into the Buddhist figure's brow. As long as the 3 corpses can be perfected, the rest can be strategized later. Regardless of the perspective, I have not incurred any loss. I merely exchanged a replicable technique for the opportunity to perfect the 3 corpses. Moreover, through the resulting cause and effect, I may influence Lin Yang at a critical moment, turning it into a significant advantage in my pursuit of the Tao fruit. Though only the Buddhist figure of Lin Yang spoke, the true essence is unified. There is no difference between what was said and what Lin Yang would articulate, rendering the fear of Lin Yang's betrayal unfounded. Bodhi Buddha's gaze flickered, his mind racing with thoughts. Not to mention, he had already harbored such intentions. He simply had not anticipated that Lin Yang would send the Buddhist figure to negotiate, incurring considerable cost in exchange for the technique. As Bodhi Buddha pondered, the Buddhist figure finally exhaled in relief. Having spoken half-truths for so long, he found himself convinced, having finally secured the technique to sever the 3 corpses. As for the inevitable repayment of these karmic debts that could be addressed later, the most pressing concern was to escape the sea of suffering, while everything else could take a back seat. Once I fully grasped the method to sever the 3 corpses, I will gain several more pathways to enlightenment, including the transformation into the 3 pure ones. The Buddhist figure mused inwardly. Everything lies within the Tao. Although severing the 3 corpses and the transformation into the 3 pure ones may seem unrelated to a particular Tao, their existence must belong to some aspect or several aspects of the Tao. When he condenses the illusory Tao fruit, the accumulated foundation will deepen, bringing him closer to the ancient beings. At this juncture, the Lingxiao Palace. Unfortunately, aside from anomalies like the demonic Buddha, even the products of ancient beings reducing to emptiness cannot directly become ancient beings upon reaching the other shore. Otherwise, I would have considered attempting it myself, Lin Yang thought. Theoretically, he could exploit loopholes to rapidly ascend to the status of an ancient being. However, that would be a grave miscalculation. Although all beings refer to the myriad aspects of the Tao as the 3,000 paths, this is merely a mirage, not a comprehensive representation of the Tao. In truth, there are only a mere 3,000 paths. Even if there were indeed only 3,000, the required experience points would be a daunting figure. Alas, even if I wished to cheat, I would need such a vast array of techniques to cultivate. With a sigh, Lin Yang's expression shifted as he gazed into the depths of the Nine Nether. Meng Qi had left the point of life and death, appearing on a certain layer of the Nine Nether, even without concealing Gu Shaoxing, allowing her to accompany him at his side. The time is nigh, Lin Yang thought, directing his gaze towards the homeland of the void. The moment for Jinwu to ascend to the other shore is fast approaching. Though he had made an agreement with the mother of no birth, Lin Yang understood that it could not alter her subsequent actions, ultimately resulting in all the prominent figures from the other shore lacking the time to prevent Jinwu from escaping the sea of suffering. Indeed, the moment Meng Qi departed from the point of life and death and appeared in the Nine Nether, a radiant light of the Tao surged within the homeland of the void, hanging high in the sky. "Welcome back, Mother." Voices of reverence echoed from the homeland of the void, awakening countless powerful beings. The mother of no birth has returned? At this moment, an inexplicable terror surged within the hearts of almighty beings across the realms. It was the fear governed by those from the other shore. Chapter 977, The Emperor. Outside of Qingming, at Mount Jihua, as Guang Chengzi was exhaling the profound laws of the Tao, he suddenly opened his eyes, a shadow of astonishment flickering within his dark gaze. The mother of no birth has returned. After the return of the myriad mighty beings, the beings from the other shore have finally returned as well. With the relationship between the master and his disciples and Gu Shaoxing, Guang Chengzi immediately thought of Meng Qi and the others, a wave of worry rising within him. Before he could contemplate further, a divine voice transcended the boundless expanse of time and space, resonating above Mount Jihua, echoing throughout the sanctuaries of the Yushu Masters. "I decree you all, Su Ming is unaware of restraint, repeatedly opposing me. I, considering the grace of the heavenly venerable's legacy, have always retreated and endured, repaying karma without resorting to violence. However, today, he still obstructs my path to enlightenment. This is intolerable. He must be punished severely. If you dare to interfere, do not blame me for being merciless and administering punishment without teaching." A tempest rose within their hearts as one by one, the Yushu Masters transcended time and space, arriving at the true Yushu Palace. Senior brother Guang Chengzi, the Taoist immortal, spoke, gazing at Guang Chengzi with uncertainty. Munju Shri, the heavenly sovereign Guangfa, Qi Jingzi, Jade Ding Junren, Neza, and many other mighty beings lost their usual composure, fear and astonishment surging within them. At last, the day has come. Guang Qingzi sighed, a hint of bitterness upon his face. This time is different from that during the function period. Back then, despite opposing the great figures from the other shore, the master had not gone missing, allowing them to stand tall against anyone without fear. Even if they had caused a tremendous calamity, the master had borne the burden. Alas, it is no longer the same. The mighty beings exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. They all recalled the ultimate fate of the Sanshao during the function period. Were the Sanshao weak? No, it is exceedingly formidable, at least the formidable 9-turn Yellow River array, which they have no means of resolving. In those years, they were even swept away entirely, reduced to mere mortals. Such immense power, annihilating the 12 golden immortals of Yushu in a single battle, can only be described as miraculous. Yet, when faced with the primordial lord, one can only grasp the futility of being a moth drawn to the flame or an ant resisting a chariot. None escaped unscathed. Their corporeal forms were reduced to mere flesh and blood, and although their true spirits were not entirely eradicated, they ultimately ascended to the god-sealing list. The greater the strength of the three heavens, the more despondent and powerless one feels. In the realm of the Nine Nether, Meng Qi, upon hearing the proclamation of the Mother without life, exchanged a resolute glance with Gu Xiaosang, arriving at a firm decision. Surrender Gu Xiaosang, or end your own life. The sacred feminine voice resonated in Meng Qi and Gu Xiaosang's ears. In that moment, the collective gaze of the Nine Nether's pretenders turned towards this place, becoming solemn. Everyone understood that this time, leniency was not an option. Demonic woman, dream on, Meng Qi bellowed, his expression resolute as he grasped Gu Xiaosang and drew the Overlord's absolute blade. With a thunderous roar, the sound of thunder erupted. As the tempests of the myriad realms converged here, red, azure, black, white, purple, silver, gold, and blue, transforming this layer of the Nine Nether into an ocean of thunder. The path of thunder was not simply thunderous. The collision of yin and yang, the transformation of life and death, time slowed, and the void began to collapse. A frenzied hue suffused his eyes, and Meng Qi's demeanor twisted slightly as he employed the 8-9 profound arts to transform into a malevolent entity. With the enhancement of the Nine Nether, he had undergone a fundamental change, standing in the realm of the pretenders. Clang! The sound of the blade echoed. A flash of purple light vanished in an instant, striking towards the uppermost tier of the Nine Nether, aiming for the pristine white finger that had just intruded into the realm. At the tip of that white finger lay an expanse of nothingness, the ultimate essence, causing every great power and adept to instinctively tremble, as if they beheld an unfathomable terror. Only the true spirits residing in infinitely high places could discern the profound truth contained within the gesture of the Mother without life. Time and void dissipated into the formless, and the myriad paths of the heavens lost all trace in that moment, leaving behind only the void capable of engulfing the myriad realms. A void that could strip any mighty being of their physical form and true spirit. However, the terrifyingly boundless white finger, confronted with the oncoming, unparalleled purple lightning, hesitated briefly, as the other four fingers subsequently revealed themselves, ultimately grasping a plain, ancient banner. The plain Cloud Realm flag, a treasure of the other shore. Indeed, a pretender of the other shore could not possibly force her out of the Nine Nether with the complete Overlord's absolute blade, nor could she gain the upper hand. Yet, to demonstrate her stance and her lethal intent towards Gu Xiaosang, the Mother without life chose to exert herself fully, at the very least to outsiders. Employing the plain Cloud Realm flag signified she had already given her all, with minimal reservations. With a flick of her pristine palm holding the plain Cloud Realm flag, a fragrant mist billowed, enveloping the earth in celestial flowers and golden lotuses. The frigid Nine Nether, in that moment, seemed to transform into a celestial paradise, all darkness receding, becoming a realm of clouds, enduring through epochs. In the blink of an eye, the Mother without life had altered the tide of the Nine Nether. Although this was the result of her collaboration with the plain Cloud Realm flag, it left the pretenders of the Nine Nether in shock, filled with trepidation, unwilling to act recklessly. The frenzied hue in Meng Qi's eyes diminished somewhat as the enhancement from the Nine Nether weakened. The previously dominant purple light that could sever illusions and divide chaos seemed to sink into a quagmire, advancing with great difficulty, losing its power to shatter all. Although the Mother without life disguised herself as an ordinary being of the other shore, she was far more than just an initial entrant into that realm. The Ancient Elder could also be considered a member of the ordinary other shore. Boom! The Overlord's absolute blade was repelled by the plain Cloud Realm flag. ripples of mutual cancellation spreading forth, and Meng Qi's complexion flushed crimson in an instant, blood streaming from all 9 orifices. The dark peaks erupted one after another, and the life forms of the first layer of the 9 nether were instantaneously annihilated. Even the mighty ones, if unable to escape beforehand, were reduced to ashes, indistinguishable from the most common lowly demons. You have gone too far. Time suddenly manifested a strange sensation, as an ancient malevolent being lurking behind layers of time and space descended upon this place. The Dark Emperor seemed unable to conceal his dissatisfaction, finally voicing his thoughts. The Bodhi ancient Buddha, unwilling to witness Gu Xiaosong's demise and allow the mother without life to attain fulfillment, finally summoned the 3 corpses at the opportune moment. With 2 pretenders of the other shore present, the mother without life could not possibly penetrate the 9 nether and slay Meng Qi on the spot. What she had accomplished thus far was already her limit. In the Lingxiao Palace, this is the extent of the 9 heavens. Lin Yang observed the scenes unfolding in the first layer of the 9 nether, his gaze shifting. Although the 9 heavens and the 9 nether are essentially of the other shore level, their overall strength was merely that of an ancient elder. And the 9 nether pretender as combat power was roughly equivalent to that of an initial entrant into the other shore. It could not be any stronger. Unless bolstered by the entirety of the myriad realms, it was impossible for perfected creations to attain the combat power of an ancient elder under external forces. As his thoughts swirled, Lin Yang gradually closed his eyes, no longer focusing on the battle in the 9 nether. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of a heartbeat resonated, deep and powerful, as if the entire myriad realms were pulsating at that moment. The birth of the great Tao. The figure within the imperial cocoon opened his eyes, gleaming with brilliance, revealing boundless mysteries. He radiated the might of the strongest energies of the heavens, his dark hair shimmering, resplendent and immensely powerful. The primordial energy of the other shore was continuously inhaled and exhaled by him, inexhaustible and endlessly available, allowing him to partake in creation alone. This was an unimaginable grand opportunity. Initially intending to ascend to the other shore before establishing the imperial throne, he unexpectedly found himself achieving the imperial Tao first, transforming into an immortal emperor, radiating immeasurable brilliance, illuminating the myriad realms. Lin Yang unfurled his imperial form, every movement cautious, lest he inadvertently tear the imperial cocoon and emerge prematurely. System Chapter 978. Death is not to be feared. Summoning the long unseen system. Lin Yang's eyes revealed the familiar lines of text. Current world, sovereign of an era. Experience points, 9, 270, 0, 0, 0. Had he been more resolute back then, unwilling to grow old without breakthroughs, his experience points would likely have multiplied 1,000-fold. Lin Yang said, this was no exaggeration. As long as he maintained his combat power at the level of cannon fodder and devised a method of rebirth to ensure his survival, whether in the grand battles of the Bianhuang Emperor or the conflict of the star-eating races, he could amass an abundance of experience points. Regrettably, he had been too young at the time, but fortunately he had made efforts to compensate. Otherwise, even today, wishing to cheat fate would be a futile endeavor. Reflecting on the seemingly endless years in the origin continent, Lin Yang felt a tinge of monotony. Since his crossing, he had spent 99% of his time in the origin continent, delving into various perilous realms, hunting those born of extraordinary beasts. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, captured by the system. He had come to a realization. Should he ever cross into a superworld with techniques and powers valued at 1,000,000 experience points, he would likely be just a small fish or cannon fodder in that world, making it relatively easy to accumulate experience points, allowing him to reserve some for emergencies. If he never crossed into such a superworld, however, then hoarding experience points would serve little purpose. After all, experience points could only be used to cultivate specific techniques or powers and could not be spent to deduce upon existing foundations. While their utility was singular, it was also exceedingly formidable, as long as the conditions were sufficient, without fear or hesitation. It was not impossible for a mortal to ascend to the other shore in a day, but by that time, whether one remained their complete self was uncertain. Cultivating the 7 swords of heaven, the Buddha's palm, the reverse palm of the Buddha, the one Qi transforming into 3 purities, and the 3 corpses technique. The method of transformation into freedom. Lin Yang pondered. As for the Demon Emperor Canon and the Human Emperor Golden Book, he still held a measure of caution, choosing not to cultivate them at this moment. He now harbors profound doubts, pondering whether his occasional shamelessness may stem from the influence of the Heavenly Emperor's jade record he once cultivated. after the Heavenly Emperor's sudden assault on the Radiant Lamp. This notion has grown increasingly potent. Otherwise, how could he be the sort of brazen individual he has become? Furthermore, having ascended to the other shore without relying on the system, Lin Yang has refrained from practicing the Demon Emperor's canon and the Human Emperor's Golden Book, instead dedicating his leisure time to comprehending the fundamental principles of these other shore-level doctrines through his own insights and understanding. As he gazes at the words before him gradually fading away, Lin Yang's consciousness is engulfed in a hazy stupor. Despite having recently entered the realm of the immortal emperor, experiencing a transformative change beyond description, he finds himself powerless against this obscure force, unable even to discern its source. In the ancient Buddhist realm, the visage of the radiant lamp Buddha flickers with excitement as he contemplates Dai Su Ming. Once Meng Qi is no more, I shall seize the Tao One seal, instantly liberating myself from the sea of suffering and becoming the new cause of all fruits. At the Jade Void Palace, the stalemate of the Nine Nether provokes a myriad of thoughts among the assembled powers, their expressions shifting. Like a swordsman more than an immortal, the proud and concealed Yu Dingjun Ren finally speaks. Today, the Nameless Mother can openly name her intent to slay our Master S disciples. Who has to say that in the future, she won't command us to self-destruct? Without the other shore, we can only retreat step by step when others assail us. In this moment, it is only the Master S disciples who might ascend to the other shore. Before Guang Qingzi could utter a word, Qi Jingzi, clad in a purple celestial robe, stood up with a smile, stating, even if our Master S disciples perish, the radiant lamp will ascend to the other shore. Merely considering the impending retaliation from the Jie sect, without the other shore, we cannot traverse. Even if we survive this tribulation, we shall ultimately be unable to evade death. It is inevitable. Why not gamble everything? Otherwise, what use is there in cultivating immortality or comprehending the Tao? Even with a solid foundation, one may falter when trying to break free from the sea of suffering. After a heavy sigh, Guang Chengzi shed his sorrowful demeanor, bursting into hearty laughter. The Master has bestowed upon us the 4 swords of extermination. Perhaps it is for this very moment. One by one, the mighty beings rose, their resolve solidified. In the Nine Nether, witnessing the shadow of the dark Heavenly Emperor descending, the Nameless Mother displayed neither joy nor sorrow and chose not to strike again. In a certain layer awash in bloodlight, the blood demon of the Nine Nether, a pseudo-other shore being, seemed poised to act, which prompted the Nameless Mother to halt. The 3 pseudo-other shore entities, in collusion, could not slay Meng Qi and extract Gu Shaosang. Leave with Gu Shaosang from the Nine Nether, or else your friends and family in the outside world shall meet with dire fates. A divine and ethereal voice floated from beyond the Nine Nether, igniting a deeper fury within Meng Qi's already crazed eyes. As for his dignity to the beings of the other shore, it is solely the Tao that matters. Everything else is merely a means to attain the fruit of the Tao. Demoness, how dare you? Meng Qi roared to the heavens, his voice tinged with sorrow. Even in his formidable strength, gazing down upon the beings of the sea of suffering, despair surged within him. To interfere beyond the Nine Nether would strip him of its support, casting him back into the sea of suffering, where he could not hope to contend with a true being of the other shore. Though capable of contending with other shore beings in certain circumstances, a pseudo-other shore entity ultimately lacks true essence, unable to possess the future as a genuine other shore being can, only able to glimpse and gradually grasp it. Not only did Meng Qi hear these words, but all powerful beings across the myriad realms, along with those connected to Meng Qi, also heard them. Their hearts chilled and tinged with a sense of desolation. Why, after reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, does one sever ties with the mortal realm? Is it not because those exalted beings of the other shore care not for appearances? Even if Su Ming is but a pseudo-other shore, what of it? Aside from lamenting, what else can be done? Boom! A purple radiance stretched infinitely, and Meng Qi drew his blade, consumed by rage and sorrow. He beheld the sword-washing pavilion emanating brilliant sword light, soaring to unfathomable heights with a sense of tragic resolve. Unwilling to become a tool of the Nameless Mother, and knowing there was no turning back, Jiang Jiwei severed her true spirit before the Nameless Mother could act. In the Great Zhou, gentlemen, the fate of the Great Zhou rests upon your shoulders, Gao Lan stated calmly, his regal demeanor unyielding even in the face of imminent death. Grasping the human emperor's sword, he cast it into the void. Your Majesty need not worry. We shall do our utmost to protect the citizens of Great Zhou from harm. Shan Xian and Shi Yi revealed traces of sorrow. Yin ran, glancing at the person beside her, Notice Gao Lan's vitality waning, his eyes dimming. Gao Lung. Yin Ran smiled bleakly, clasping his hand, and extinguished her life force. Not seeking to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year, but rather to perish together on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. At that moment, Guang Qingzi's laughter resonated from within the Jade Void Palace, echoing across the myriad realms. There is no need to trouble the Nameless Mother. Our Jade Void Palace has always been protective. Above his head, 3 flowers blazed fiercely, as he spared no effort to elevate his power to an unprecedented pinnacle. The sword light of the extermination sword surged, a fierce intent to kill striking upwards into the clouds, obliterating all things in the universe. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords resonated, reverberating through the infinite heights. Qi Jingzi, Yuding Zhenrun, and Daoxing Xianzun disintegrated their celestial forms, igniting their 3 flowers and 5 energies to temporarily reach the zenith of creation, merging into the sword light. Red, blue, black, and white. The 4 swords of extermination. Chapter 979. Do you wish to oppose me? The 4 streams of sword energy, red, blue, black, and white, were razor-sharp, annihilating the immeasurable, embodying the Tao, disrupting time, space, matter, and energy. Buzz. In an instant, the 4 swords of extermination traversed infinite distances, embedding themselves in the 4 poles of the true void homeland, sealing this place completely. Boom! All that is tangible and intangible shattered, reduced to dust, as 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 births myriad forms. An endless cascade of red, blue, black, and white overwhelmed all, sealing the time and space inside and outside the true void homeland, transforming it into an absolute domain where even the mightiest of beings would bleed and perish. The chilling intent to kill, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth, swept across the myriad realms, rendering the faces of legendary powers and mighty beings pale, their spirits on the brink of collapse. The primordial first killing array. The extermination sword array. Some who had endured the divine sealing war felt this name rising in their hearts. Having burned everything, they had reached the pinnacle of creation, and Guang Qingzi was nearing the level of the other shore, no weaker than the Azure Emperor in his initial struggle to break free from the sea of suffering. The complete 4 swords of extermination formed the primordial first killing array. Near the ECI, a demon god with a domineering aura could not suppress a surge of anticipation. In this situation, could the power of creation contend with the other shore? The 4 swords of extermination were among the most formidable divine weapons, crafted by the venerable Lingbao Tianzuan, one of the oldest celestial beings. Once the extermination sword array was formed, it became a terror, incomparable to any ordinary peerless being of the other shore. Moreover, Guang Qingzi's current terror had begun to transcend the sea of suffering, no longer to be viewed purely as a mighty being. Not only did the domineering demon god feel a surge of expectation, but even those born in this era, untouched by the primordial epic, felt a similar hope arising within them. Such a scene was nearly an unrepeatable miracle. Could it allow beings trapped in the sea of suffering to glimpse new dawns? As countless powerful beings held their breath in anticipation, the divine and ethereal voice of the Nameless Mother resonated faintly, breaking through the valiant barriers of the extermination sword array, seemingly existing in another dimension. Even as all dimensions of the world were sealed by the extermination sword array, she remained unaffected. It was as if the Nameless Mother transcended all worldly dimensions, standing in a new realm, gazing upon the world with an unchanging heart, perceiving the secrets of the myriad realms. Can even a grain of sand emit brilliance? The voice of the Nameless Mother stirred no ripples as she spoke. A light akin to the bright moon's radiance slowly ascended from within the true void homeland, illuminating the myriad realms and embracing all. Slaughter, destruction, ruin, and finality. All paths associated with conclusion lie beneath the moonlight, returning to the tranquil homeland of the void, failing to stir the terrifying ripples that could have obliterated the myriad realms. The 4 swords of extermination, embedded in the 4 poles of the void homeland, soared uncontrollably, diminishing in size and power, ultimately merging with the pristine finger that extended from the luminous path, enveloped by the chaos and darkness at its tip, fading into silence. Whether it be Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yuding Zhenren, or Daoxing Xianzun, their auras vanished entirely. The overwhelming aura of slaughter that had once saturated the myriad realms dissipated into nothing, transforming the imminent apocalypse into a mere illusory dream. In the depths of the true celestial expanse, for meteors streaked across the sky, plunging into the azure abyss. The demise of great beings and the annihilation of true spirits sent ripples through the infinite heights, revealing traces that transformed into starlight, like moths drawn to a flame. The hearts of the great beings grew cold. The four formidable figures of Yushu Palace, who had reached the limits of suffering and wielded the four swords of extermination, found themselves utterly powerless against the numinous mother of non-existence, who had ascended to the other shore in the early ages of antiquity, succumbing to a single finger's pressure. This scene defies description, for no one believed it to be an illusion, as countless universes had already perished within the cosmic expanse. These were universes that had reached the end of their existence and were destined to collapse, stimulated by the sword chi of extermination. They could no longer sustain themselves and instantly crumbled into ruins. Had the sword array of extermination not been arranged around the void homeland, but rather around the myriad realms, the devastation would have been catastrophic. If the array had persisted for but a moment longer, the annihilation of the myriad realms and the onset of the final calamity would have been an inevitable outcome. Yet, that remained a mere hypothetical. All that transpired was stifled in its cradle by the numinous mother, a transcendent figure beyond the myriad realms. Wretched witch. Meng Qi seethed, tinged with sorrow. They were all dead. Everyone, though those closely connected to him had not yet perished. It was an anticipated fate. Who could aid him? Brother Lin? How could that be? Though he too was a pseudo-ascendant, he could not leave the nine heavens, lest he plummet back into the sea of suffering. The only advantage he possessed was immunity to the constant erosion of the nine nether, preventing him from being distorted into a malevolent entity. The Azure Emperor? He had already exhausted his goodwill in seeking to transfer his and Xiao Sang's past into the nine nether. At this moment, how could the Azure Emperor provoke another ascendant when Meng Qi's life hung in the balance? It was entirely possible that the Azure Emperor would safeguard his existence while surrendering Gu Xiao Sang. Ultimately, the Azure Emperor had no hope for the path of fruit in the final calamity. As long as he did not provoke trouble, he would remain unscathed. What of the long-lost primordial celestial sovereign? If he could intervene, how could he allow the numinous mother to oppress Yushu Palace and slay his disciples? In that instant, despair overwhelmed Meng Qi, replaced by profound helplessness. 3 breaths hence, should you not depart the nine nether with Gu Xiao Sang, your loved ones will meet their complete demise. A divine voice intoned softly. Those beautiful eyes, embodying all that is good, gazed upon the oppressive dominion, the overwhelming intent threading through the transcendent thunderblade of the ages. Revealing no trace of emotion, Meng Qi dared not allow the blade to leave the nine nether. With a mere finger, she could suppress it, much like the 4 swords of extermination. As for the 4 great beings of Yushu, they were mere adjuncts, had they not wielded the 4 swords. A single thought from her could have led to their endless cycle of birth and death until the myriad realms met their end. The first breath passed. His family, having crossed over, perished without exception. Meng Qi's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth, consumed by an all-encompassing hatred. The second breath passed. His disciples and master had also succumbed. The madness in his gaze was gradually smothered by an unfathomable darkness. Better to preserve his life than to perish. Once he ascended to the other shore, all could be altered. The third breath. The numinous mother looked upon each of Meng Qi's acquaintances, her demeanor lofty, as if divinely ordained to grant them equal death. Upon glimpsing the 9 heavens and the melancholic figure of Ruan Yushu playing the qin, a cold voice echoed from the highest tier of the 9 heavens. Enough, Jinmu. Do you wish to be my adversary? Chapter 980. This is the moment awaited. In that instant, all powerful beings of the myriad realms turned their gazes toward the highest reaches of the 9 heavens, beholding the eternal celestial palace concealed within layers of mist. They seemed to see a grand figure traversing time, standing before the Lingxiao Hall, surveying the myriad realms, witnessing all the actions of the numinous mother. Until now, he had remained silent. It was only when the numinous mother prepared to strike against Ruan Yushu within the 9 heavens that this monumental figure, whose aura spanned past and future, finally spoke. His voice was unyielding and domineering, confronting the numinous mother without offering her any regard. Xinyang, how dare you? The king of the world gasped, astonished. He rifled through his memories with great care, suspecting that Lin Yang had actually ascended to the other shore. But during his struggle against the sea of suffering, a host of transcendents had obliterated the myriad realms, rendering the beings within the sea of suffering oblivious. When a great figure intervened to block the residual forces of the other shore, altering the fact of the myriad realms' annihilation, those souls were reborn. Yet they had missed witnessing Lin Yang's escape from the sea of suffering. Given the numinous mother's state, she must have returned several breaths ago. Could it be that Lin Yang had broken free from the sea of suffering at that time? The king of the world murmured, his brow furrowing after a moment. His memories were not hazy, nor did they contain any similar dreams. Perhaps the clash of the transcendents had been so abrupt that he had perished before he could react. Hence the alteration of history left him devoid of any lingering impressions of that past. However, specializing in the path of time, he now found himself at the end of the great path, yet he saw no trace of Lin Yang. Unless Lin Yang had not based his existence on time, coalescing the corresponding ethereal fruit, his form could not possibly be absent from the terminus of the time path. Suddenly, the king of the world jolted, recalling something. Pseudo-ascendant? Could the 9 heavens allow one to reach pseudo-ascendancy? Only thus could it explain why Lin Yang's aura transcended the limits of the sea of suffering. Threading through the ancient and the modern, Lin Yang was not a true ascendant. How could he dare to speak so audaciously? Gazing upon the monumental figure before the Lingxiao Hall, the king of the world was beset by doubts, filled with confusion and perplexity. In the 9 nether, Brother Lin, Meng Qi's deep, shadowy eyes flickered with ripples, as he had not anticipated seeing Lin Yang again in such a disheveled state. Even in his former weakness, he had never been so destitute, so desperate. Yet now, despite not being weaker than Lin Yang, he found himself grappling with unprecedented helplessness, and their fates lay worlds apart. The numinous mother brazenly threatened him, slaughtering his friends and family. Yet before Lin Yang's presence, upon hearing his words, she paused her murderous intent. 5 breaths had passed since the numinous mother had spoken of 3, yet his remaining friends had not met with calamity. The numinous mother was wary. Only this could explain the present circumstances. Why, Meng Qi wondered, was the disparity so vast between them as pseudo-ascendants? Was it solely because he sheltered Gu Xiao Sang? Thus, the numinous mother showed him no mercy, offered no leeway, while she exhibited caution before Brother Lin. As the myriad powerful beings oscillated between shock and confusion, the divine voice resonated once more. Do not mislead yourself. He seemed to harbor a deadly intent towards Meng Qi and Gu Xiaosang, showing no signs of relinquishing this resolve. Even in the face of opposition, his performance was so deeply ingrained that not a hint of abnormality could be detected. The current pause, apart from being a natural progression, served to sow seeds of doubt in the minds of others from the other shore. Why would a being from the other shore halt in response to the words of a pseudo-other shore? As long as curiosity was piqued and inquiries were made, the truth behind Lin Yangming's knowledge of the Heavenly Emperor's inevitable demise and his audacity to ascend to the Heavenly Emperor's throne would eventually surface. Was it true bravery in the face of death? Or was there some hidden secret? He merely needed to feign an understanding of some of Lin Yang's secrets. Moreover, clarifying the adversarial relationship between the two would facilitate Lin Yang's surprise attack on Su Ming. Though this was not his original intent, it was crucial for Lin Yang to perceive it this way. Otherwise, it would be challenging to avoid revealing any weaknesses. A self-inflicted error? Lin Yang let out a cold snort and spoke indifferently. Let us know when to cease. Otherwise, we might as well engage in battle. Upon saying this, he glanced at Juyo, awaiting a useful body to ascend to the other shore, for at that moment, all that transpired today could be altered. Do not act impulsively. Lin Yang Xiaotionet. Meng Qi's eyes flickered with complexity, and he nodded emphatically. He did not lament why Lin Yang had not spoken sooner. It was a matter that was glaringly obvious. Despite their deep friendship, he was not Lin Yang's subordinate. How could he rely on Lin Yang for everything? Furthermore, as a pseudo-other shore being who had ascended to the supreme throne of the myriad realms, would Lin Yang truly concern himself with the well-being of Meng Qi? The timing of Lin Yang's words stemmed from a fear of him leaving Jiuyo in a fit of rage, perhaps also influenced by Ruan Yushu. Regrettably, if only Ji Wei had been less resolute, perhaps she would not have met her demise. A fleeting thought crossed Meng Qi's mind, a sigh of sorrow accompanying it. At that moment, the divine feminine voice resonated once more, declaring, "To battle with you? Once I have dealt with Su Ming, I shall seek you in the 9 heavens." The words of the primordial mother this time were imbued with more conviction than before, as if she was determined not to rest until Meng Qi and Gu Xiaosang were eliminated, though she refrained from eradicating those related to Meng Qi. Her demeanor was observed by all the powerful beings across the myriad realms, and after a prolonged contemplation, the Bodhi ancient Buddha took action, arriving outside the demon emperor's palace. The fall of the emperor of Fengdu bore some connection to Su Ming, and though he was reluctant to witness the primordial mother achieving completeness, he considered the situation from another perspective. As long as Su Meng remained alive, the efforts of the primordial supreme to attain emptiness would eventually bear fruit. One of the three corpses, the Black Emperor, resided in Jiuyou. At worst, after Su Meng's demise, the Black Emperor could seize control of Gu Shaosheng, thwarting the primordial mother's completeness and simultaneously eliminating the product of the primordial supreme's endeavors. The urgent task was to intercept the demon emperor, who might assist Su Meng, minimizing unforeseen consequences. Following the proclamation of the divine feminine voice, a second pristine hand reached into Jiuyou, grasping a massive bronze axe. The axe shone with a profound hue, 9 Tao patterns manifesting upon its blade, symbolizing the great Tao. Burn, devour, destroy, punish, exterminate, silence, obliterate, freeze, annihilate. The heavenly punishment axe. The primordial mother unleashed her second unparalleled weapon of the other shore. I shall not rest until Meng Qi is slain, declared the divine feminine voice, akin to a celestial judgment, sealing Meng Qi's numerous futures and rendering him unable to evade his fate, forced to submit to slaughter. Clang! The bronze axe cleaved downward, revealing a terrifying might that starkly contrasted with the ethereal nature of the Su-colored cloud boundary. It was a raw and formidable strength, capable of cleaving heaven and earth, creating the myriad realms, and standing in stark opposition to the delicate softness of the pristine hand. Boom! In that instant, Jiuyou erupted with thunderous roars, howling winds. Each level affected, the earth collapsing, impacting the infinite cosmos. The strength of the primordial mother's axe was sufficient to obliterate the multiverse. Even if the number of universes was deemed infinite, none could escape annihilation. Even though Jiuyou's essence was also of the other shore level, it could hardly withstand such force at this moment. Yet, Lin Yang, at this juncture, could not help but smile enigmatically. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Chapter 981. I have arrived. Come to the 9 heavens, seeking me. A smile graced Lin Yang's face as he stepped forth, departing from the Lingxiao Hall. No need to seek me. I shall find you instead. As for that divine feminine voice, it fell silent, seemingly indicating that the primordial mother was unwilling to engage in verbal sparring and was wholly focused on dealing with Meng Qi. Your Majesty, the celestial soldiers bowed, watching as his figure gradually faded from sight. Within the Buddha's pure land, spanning countless tribulations, the ancient Buddha of Lamp observed the towering figure striding towards the real realm and gazed in astonishment at the nearby shadow of the demon Buddha, exclaiming, Xianyang is merely a pseudo-other shore. Upon leaving the 9 heavens, he will revert to his original form. What courage does he possess to confront a true being of the other shore? Ananda, wearing a smile, replied with an air of tranquility, he is, after all, the heavenly emperor, a figure who has dominated for an era. Perhaps he left behind some means before his reincarnation. Though he appeared to smile, Ananda's eyes were filled with shadows, emotions unnameable. Not only had he ascended to the heavenly emperor's throne once more after reincarnation, but he also provided constant protection from Meng Qi, exerting a tremendous influence upon him. This was tantamount to courting death. Once he freed himself, regained his completeness, Lin Yang would be the first to face his wrath, bringing about the end of an era. What could the forces of creation possibly use to contend with a being of the other shore? The ancient Buddha of Lamp contemplated, recalling the recent audacious acts of the 4 great practitioners from the Yushu Palace who had flown into the flames. Even though he and Guangqingzi were not on good terms, he could not help but feel a twinge of emotion at that moment. What exactly was it? The ancient Buddha of Lamp slightly raised his head, gazing at the figure in the black robe, nearing the lowest tier of the 9 heavens. What means did he possess? This would soon be revealed. The sentient beings of the sea of suffering, what could they possibly use to counter the other shore? At this moment, Ananda chuckled. What are you contemplating? If you venture deep into the Lingshan, return my freedom. What I will exchange is Su Meng's demise, and the Tao One Seal will return to you, making you the new cause of all fruits. Together with the Golden Emperor, Su Meng is undoubtedly destined to die today. Although he had his own schemes, if it were not for dire necessity, he would prefer to continue hiding, not wishing to expose the actions he had taken long ago. Hearing such compelling words, it was impossible for the ancient Buddha of Lamp not to feel stirred. However, the consequences of releasing Ananda were beyond his capacity to bear. Once the Tao One Seal was in hand, his own path of causation could transform into corresponding illusory fruits, but by releasing the demon Buddha, how many beings of the other shore would be displeased? When he broke free from the sea of suffering, they would undoubtedly strike to eliminate him. As the ancient Buddha of Lamp hesitated repeatedly, Ananda smiled freely. You must consider carefully. I am not obligated to cooperate with you to regain my freedom. if someone else were to release me. At this point, while Ananda's smile remained unchanged, a chill ran down the ancient Buddha's spine, giving rise to an ominous premonition. Just as Ananda was about to continue speaking, he let out a soft exclamation, looking towards the real realm. Oh, the Black Emperor has chosen an opportune moment. The ancient Buddha of Lamp, upon hearing this, belatedly turned his gaze towards the real realm. At the highest level of Jiuyo, thunder and fire roiled, chaos surged. The boundless demonic earth, enduring through the ages, had all collapsed, leaving behind vast expanses of void, intertwined with the relentless clash of immense powers. This was the heavenly punishment axe and the overlord's absolute blade, as well as the paths of burning, devouring, destroying, punishing, and the 9 great avenues, including the thunderous path of yin and yang, life and death. Zhenwu would indeed seize this opportunity. The primordial mother's divine and ethereal voice resounded. Having sensed the anomalies throughout the myriad realms even before the suppressed demon Buddha did, as the river of time twisted, veering towards a future not claimed by her. Although many newly birthed futures were once again seized by her during this time, it could not be denied that at this current junction of time's flow, she had not anticipated this turn of events. The real realm and the myriad realms were now inundated by an endless expanse of black, mysterious waters. Splash! The tumultuous waves surged, and the dark waters of the profound abyss stretched endlessly to the horizon. The vast cosmos seamlessly merged into the depths of this inky expanse, as if it were but a single droplet of water, only manifesting in this form at this very moment, due to the interplay of circumstances. The only entities that did not blend into this celestial ocean were the myriad heavens themselves. If the black abyss is likened to the ocean, then the celestial realm and the myriad heavens that have evolved from it belong to the sky. The 9 underworlds serve as the ocean's floor, supporting the weight of the sea. As for the infinitely high realms that words fail to describe, they exist above the ocean, nearly akin to the 9th heaven. Yet they also rest at the very bottom of the ocean, adjacent to the 9 underworlds. Only the true spirits, those formidable beings residing in these boundless heights, can fully perceive the entirety of the myriad worlds. Other practitioners, no matter how powerful, can merely glimpse the overwhelming phenomena of the abyss that engulf their respective universes, worlds, dimensions, and timelines, unable to behold the truth. The river of time and destiny emerged, flowing through every corner of the cosmic sea, encompassing all. Yet it seemed that the current ocean of dark waters was merely a fragment of the river of time and destiny, with countless future visions that ought to overlap with this moment inexplicably absent. As the river of time and destiny became manifest, the lean figure of the demon-subduing celestial lord, Zhenwu the Great Emperor, appeared in the realm of reality. Beside him, life-sustaining vitality flowed on one side, while a chilling silence of death lingered on the other, slowly intertwining around Zhenwu, who donned a Taoist robe and ancient crown, in a manner that was neither clear nor distinct. The mother of no birth cast a glance at him, raising the celestial execution axe to strike at the 9 underworlds. Although Zhenwu was a disciple of the Taoist lord, seemingly grasping the esoteric secrets of the Tao, and upon reaching the other shore, he could potentially become a contender for the ultimate Tao fruit at this moment. Obstructing Zhenwu's ascent to the other shore took precedence over remedying one's own hidden dangers. Outside the Demon Emperor's palace, the Bodhi ancient Buddha also withdrew his gaze, harboring no intention of interference. The Demon Emperor's stance was ambiguous. Should he attempt to hinder Zhenwu now, it might merely entangle him further with the Demon Emperor. Instead, he might find himself bound by the Demon Emperor's influence. Sensing the surge of energy emanating from within the Demon Emperor's palace, the Bodhi ancient Buddha's thoughts shifted slightly. If there were candidates to complete the 3 corpses, then the Zhenwu who had slain the Emperor of Fengdu was undoubtedly among the foremost contenders. Alas, there was no opportunity now. Did he witness this scene, thus awaiting my arrival? The Bodhi ancient Buddha's eyes flickered as if he perceived a graceful figure seated behind layers of white veils. In the Western blissful world, the celestial lord of virtue and Amitabha Buddha were engaged in discourse, oblivious to the tumultuous dark waters. Lin Yang halted his steps, standing at the lowest tier of the 9 heavens, gazing at the boundless abyss. With the Qing Emperor watching, who would dare to act beneath the other shore? With a sigh of contemplation, he stepped forth into the 9 heavens. I have arrived, he proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating across the myriad worlds, causing the cosmos to tremble. Chapter 982, Breaking Free from the Sea of Suffering. Moments before Lin Yang departed from the 9 heavens, during the age of ancient myth, at Mount Fengsuan, alas, He was ensnared by the demon emperor. The echo of the Bodhi ancient Buddha's sigh lingered in his ears, and Lin Yang, embodying the teachings of Buddhism, shook his head slightly, seemingly expressing helplessness. He then turned to the monkey opposite him, smiling as he said, "Since I have imparted this method to you, do not forget our agreement. Rest assured, rest assured. My word is as binding as a team of horses," the monkey replied, scratching his head in delight. He could hardly contain his eagerness to leave this place, to indulge in the art of magic and comprehend the profound techniques. Yet a twinge of conscience held him back. As he observed the corpulent figure finally ceasing its chatter, seemingly preparing to depart, the monkey hesitated briefly before calling out, "Don't forget to lend me the blade when the time comes." Of course, came the response from the Buddha's figure. The moment the words were spoken, he could no longer suppress the force of causality. The turbulent tides of historical correction surged forth, terrifyingly surpassing the sea of suffering. Crack! The golden body of the Buddha fractured, covered in scars, yet did not reveal the essence of its golden form. Only a sense of decay burst forth, enveloping the golden body. When I attained Bodhi, across the 3 realms and 10 directions, the whispers of the supreme true Buddha had yet to be uttered, abruptly ceasing. The fractured, golden body grew dim, losing its essence, its contours becoming increasingly illusory. The monkey shielded his eyes, unable to gaze directly at the golden light before him. That was the golden radiance of the relics, the remnants left by the supreme true Buddha after his parinirvana. Should it be delivered to the heavenly court? Confused, the monkey scratched his head, filled with questions. Over the past few days, he had inquired widely and learned what a Buddha was, what the heavenly court was, and what immortal deities were. At this moment, the only thing that puzzled him was why a Buddha's relics were to be taken to the 9 heavens. Shouldn't they be entrusted to the spirit mountain? So chaotic, I cannot think any longer. In a fit of frustration, the monkey leapt into the air, riding the cloud and soaring out of Mount Fonsuan. At the current juncture, a smile graced Lin Yang's face as he played with the relic that had endured the passage of countless eons. He had attained perfection in the realm of creation, and his relationship with the one Shi transforming into 3 pure ones was not significantly affected. Although the supreme true Buddha had infused some concepts of the slaying of the 3 corpses into the incarnations of the 3 pure ones before his parinirvana, granting them a unique transformation, it would not cause his realm to suffer due to the loss of an incarnation. Fully mastering the one Shi transforming into 3 pure ones and the slaying of the 3 corpses, Lin Yang felt ample confidence, thus daring to significantly influence the past with the form of the supreme true Buddha, directly facing the power of historical correction. Otherwise, at the brink of breaking free from the sea of suffering, to act foolishly and risk compromising his perfected state of creation would be an act of utter folly. A fissure opened at his brow, revealing a passage to the unfathomable depths, as the relic in Lin Yang's hand levitated and was cast into the depths of that chasm. Undergoing rebirth, his true form ultimately leaped, transforming into a flawless immortal emperor, his power far surpassing that of perfected creation. Upon leaving the 9 heavens, this form would lose the enhancements of the 9 heavens, descending from the realm of the other shore. Although remnants of that enhancement would linger at that time, this form would be vastly weaker than his true self, and if left unaddressed, departing directly from the 9 heavens could lead to unforeseen accidents before he could break free from the sea of suffering. Lin Yang Bondiret. In some worlds, several hundred to thousands of universes could be termed a multiverse. However, such a scale of multiverse could not withstand a single breath from an immortal emperor. The perfected creation within him housed the embryonic form of the realm of reality and countless universes, its essence indistinguishable from the external world. Yet Lin Yang was uncertain whether it could bear the weight of an immortal emperor. Even if it could, it would likely face immense strain, thereby hindering him as he sought to break free from the sea of suffering. For prudence's sake, Lin Yang refrained from recklessly departing from the celestial realm. No one could see that within him, the structure of the myriad worlds was gradually changing. Thanks to the enhancement of the 9 heavens, the semblance of the myriad heavens, which had faintly emerged, was slowly dissipating, leaving only the intact realm of reality and countless universes. The true self within the embryonic state, while the myriad worlds shifted, was diligently suppressing itself, aligning with the great transformations of the myriad worlds to arrange the immortal emperor's formation. Little did he expect that upon mastering it, his first application would be to suppress his own self. Reflecting on those years on the origin continent, Lin Yang felt a twinge of emotion. This temporarily created, nameless immortal emperor formation was indeed astonishing. the chastened immortal emperor, upon ascending to the immortal emperor's position, had yet to stabilize his realm when he conjured the immortal emperor formation in the face of calamity, compelling Lin Yang to marvel at his talent, truly surpassing the sages and stepping into the realm of the immortal emperor as a prodigy. Yet, his fortune was not particularly favorable. Such aptitude is hardly inferior to mine, Lin Yang was said. As for the chastened immortal emperor's claims that he could contend with dozens of immortal kings and annihilate their primordial spirits shortly after becoming an immortal king, Lin Yang dismissed them. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. As Lin Yang arranged the immortal emperor's formation, he made alterations, deviating from the method imparted by the remorseful immortal emperor. Having firmly established his own immortal emperor realm, slightly surpassing the unstable state of the remorseful immortal emperor, he was naturally capable of modifying the formation. Escaping the sea of suffering required an immensely powerful force. The Azure Emperor, in the fleeting moments before reaching the other shore, was incomparably more potent than the countless cycles of creation. Thus, a master of great powers needed to assimilate various futures. Only through such integration could one amass sufficient strength, while simultaneously laying a foundation for the possession of the future post-arrival at the other shore. Upon reaching this thought, Lin Yang's gaze shifted to the imperial cocoon that inhaled and exhaled the essence of the other shore, contemplating the immortal emperor's formation. His modifications enhanced the supreme, transformative ability, enabling him to seamlessly absorb a portion of the immortal emperor's power without prolonged integration with his future self. Having absorbed the essence of the other shore for an extended period, it was only fitting that he reclaim it through this corporeal form. Unlike others, the immortal emperor's body, which shared his roots, served as his source of power, allowing him a significantly briefer escape from the sea of suffering, thus diminishing the likelihood of external calamities obstructing his path. It was no wonder that when the demon Buddha broke free from the sea of suffering, he ascended to the other shore before the assembly of those who had already reached it could react. It seemed he had employed some means to convert a portion of the heavenly Tao's monstrous power for his own use. Only today did Lin Yang gain a modicum of clarity, given the nature of the demon Buddha, who would support his ascent to the other shore. He must have acted swiftly. In those fleeting moments, the life force and deathly aura beside the Black Emperor merged in a dance of black and white, cycling through life and death, ultimately coalescing into a semi-formed ethereal fruit. Even though it was not yet fully formed, it had nearly become a symbol of existence and oblivion across the myriad realms. The Black Emperor's Naiwan Palace opened, releasing the ancient purple ruler, impervious to all evils. The Yuan Yang ruler transitioned into an ethereal state, descending into the river of time, where the Black Emperor, adorned in his ancient robes and crown, surged upstream, awakening various past selves as he raced toward the genesis of the myriad worlds. Alas, Lin Yang sighed, foreseeing the Black Emperor's fate. The challenges of ascending to the other shore, while rooted in external calamities, could not overlook the internal struggles. The sword of time materialized at his side, which he grasped before casting it towards the Nine Nether, delivering it to the long-awaited Dark Savage, transformed from the Chitian de Shang. "Come and do not depart," the Dark Savage bellowed, stirring the depths of the Nine Nether. He caught the sword of time and, with a swift motion, cleaved toward the bronze giant axe. The battered Meng Qi, having shed his previous dismal state, charged at the mother of non-life. The Nine Nether erupted in bloodlight. A boundless sea of crimson surged forth, as an elongated hand emerged from the abyss, clutching an ancient flag of apricot yellow, reminiscent of the pure Cloud Realm flag, as it attempted to drag the mother of non-life into the depths. The central flag of the Wu Ji was unfurled. Yang Jian struck as well. "Three pseudo-beings of the other shore. I have arrived," Lin Yang proclaimed, stepping forth from the nine heavens into the outer world. Boom! Time and fate once again stirred tumultuous waves, altering countless futures. He was breaking free from the sea of suffering. Chapter 983, Death Without Regret. Xianyang had departed from the nine heavens. Was he escaping the sea of suffering? The myriad master practitioners, captivated by the Black Emperor's ascension to the other shore, instinctively shifted their focus to Lin Yang, astonished and bewildered. He had exchanged fierce words with the mother of non-life and dared to leave the nine heavens? Was he not afraid that the mother would abandon her pursuit of Su Meng and turn her wrath upon him? This was far too sudden, far too unexpected. Had he garnered support from some being of the other shore? In a mere instant of confusion, they perceived an anomaly deep within the Nine Nether. Yu Su Yang Jian? The blood demon of the Nine Nether was Yang Jian? Recognizing the central Wu-Ji apricot yellow flag and the essence of the central Wu-Ji, some powerful beings who had experienced the Fengshan War felt a flicker of realization, swiftly followed by horror. Sanshao Island, garbed in elegant white attire, Yun Xiao floated ethereally, transformed into a spirit, lamenting. In the past, Yang Jian was the most outstanding disciple of the Yu Su Palace's second generation. Although he had not yet harnessed the cycles of creation at the conclusion of the Fengshan, here he stands now, having achieved complete mastery. Bixiao sighed, indignantly stating, "Were it not for the Yuan Shi Tianzun's oppression, shattering our 3 fleshly shells and consigning us to the Fengshan list, my elder sister's talent should have also led her to complete mastery." Mind your words. Yun Zhao's expression shifted slightly as she admonished. At that moment, the eminent figures of the other shore were returning. Should the long-lost Yuan Shi Tianzun also reappear, Bai Zhao's words would be tantamount to courting death. Bai Xiao pouted in discontent, while Yun Xiao shook her head, gazing at the figure clad in a dark robe high above the true realm. When we fell from the heavenly court, the 3 of us seized the opportunity to escape the shackles of the Fengshan list. I seemed to glimpse the presence of the supreme goddess Lin Yang before we departed. Having endured the battle of the heavenly court, the being who had been slain by the combined might of all great figures had now reincarnated. How could he not bide his time? His brilliance now more potent than before? Yun Xiao murmured in confusion, as the golden dragon of the Jin Jiao transformed into 2 dragons of yin and yang, encircling her with an aura of slaughter capable of shattering the multiverse. Upon reaching this thought, Yin Xiao suddenly recalled an event from the time when the Qi Tianda Sheng stormed the heavenly court. She had been perplexed by his apparent nonchalance. Yet upon reflecting on the present scene, she finally grasped the truth. No wonder. So it was. The pseudo-beings of the other shore were, indeed, beings of the other shore. Yun Xiao sighed, her tone entwined with an unresolved sorrow as memories of the past surfaced. Indeed, it was through the foundation of time that the ethereal Tao fruit was condensed. The Buddha of the free world bore a somewhat complex expression. He observed the ethereal fruit slowly taking shape around Lin Yang, which differed from the Black Emperor's fruit, containing life and death. Lin Yang's fruit encompassed time, fate, longevity, transformation, and other great paths, not in conflict but rather evolving from the essence of time. Then, the Buddha of the free world turned his gaze toward the Black Emperor, who wielded the Yuan Yang ruler. How unexpected that such a peerless treasure had fallen into the hands of the Black Emperor. He, the Taoist child, was never lacking in external treasures, yet he had concealed even the supreme artifacts of the other shore. Clearly, he had awaited this moment, ready to ascend to the other shore with the power of the Yuan Yang ruler in a surprising manner. Observing the Black Emperor awakening his past selves, the Buddha of the free world felt a pang of envy. He could discern that the Black Emperor's accumulation in the path of life and death was not yet complete. Although it paled in comparison to Lin Yang's mastery over the path of time, the Black Emperor's possession of the Yuan Yang ruler, a protective treasure impervious to external evils, held immense potential to provide significant assistance when he escaped the sea of suffering in a state of complete mastery. The Sword of Time, the pinnacle of the path of time, surpassed the Eastern Emperor's bell and should have offered Xianyang advantages akin to those of the Yuan Yang ruler during his escape from the sea of suffering. Yet why had Xianyang entrusted the Sword of Time to the Qi Tianda Sheng? Gazing into the depths of the Nine Nether, where the dark savage wielded the Sword of Time in one hand and the Vajra circle in the other, engaging in a fierce struggle with the mother of non-life, while Su Meng intermittently unleashed the purple lightning of the heavens and wielded the sword light of humanity, with Yang Jian unfurling the central Wu-Ji apricot yellow flag to hinder her. 3 pseudo-beings of the other shore, 5 peerless treasures of the other shore. Even the true being of the other shore, the mother of non-life, despite wielding the heavenly execution axe and the pure cloud realm flag, found herself in a defensive position against their onslaught. She was even drawn into the Nine Nether by the 3 pseudo-beings, utilizing the will of the Nine Nether to suppress the Golden Emperor, rendering him slightly weaker than when he was in the outer world. Even without the Sword of Time, her pressure would not significantly diminish. As these thoughts stirred within him, the Buddha of the free world turned his attention to the dark-robed emperor. He sensed a confidence emanating from Lin Yang, an indescribable self-assurance that contrasted starkly with the Black Emperor's mindset, one that believed he could escape the sea of suffering even without relying on the Sword of Time. Thus, Lin Yang relinquished control, allowing the Time Blade to engage in battle on his behalf. As he ascended to the other shore, he first permitted the Time Blade to fulfill its promise and confront the Eternal Mother. Was this the consequence of defying the heavenly emperor's will? Even on the other shore, was he willing to fight? The King Buddha of the world was profoundly shaken, filled with indescribable awe. This could only elucidate why Lin Yang abandoned the Time Blade. Unlike the Black Emperor, while all powerful beings were engulfed in astonishment, the currents of time and fate surged, reverberating across the myriad realms. The black, mysterious waters roiled. The sound of waves thundered, reaching unfathomable heights, enveloping both past and future. In that moment, they heard Lin Yang's voice resound. Having stepped through the 9 heavens for but a fleeting instant, Lin Yang spoke once more. Zhenwu, what a pity. His words were imbued with a sense of regret that left listeners perplexed. Zhenwu, Black Emperor? Some gazed upon the Black Emperor, shrouded in the violet light of the Yuan Yang, who seemingly did not heed this utterance, still rousing the past, merging with the essence of every fundamental moment in time, traversing the annals of history. Moments later, the Black Emperor halted abruptly, turning away from awakening the past, his eyes clouded with confusion. He beheld the ethereal fruit of life and death, poised at the present juncture, gradually crumbling and withering. Insufficient foundations had forced a struggle against the sea of suffering. And now the hidden dangers had finally emerged. The illusory path of the fruit, having reached a certain stage of growth, was on the verge of formation. Yet it was collapsing. The confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the Black Emperor sighed, speaking, "Had I known, I would have heeded your counsel. Yet the moment is fleeting. How can hesitation lead to success?" By this day, he had come to realize that the demon monarch was but a manifestation of Lin Yang. Recalling the words spoken by the demon monarch in the past, Lin Yang gently shook his head and inquired, "Do you regret it?" Upon hearing this, the sigh vanished from the Black Emperor's visage, replaced by a hearty laughter tinged with a hint of sorrow. To be born for the Tao, to die for the Tao. Dying in the right cause is indeed without regret. I hope you find success. The old Tao departs. As his voice faded, the Black Emperor's corporeal form radiated light, crystalline and translucent, igniting in an instant, utterly vanishing from the myriad realms, leaving only a historical imprint within the currents of time and fate. The Black Emperor Zhenwu, the demon-slaying celestial sovereign, had perished. The path to the other shore had gained a new martyr. Hearing the Black Emperor's laughter laced with regret, almighty beings felt a twinge of sorrow, not solely for the Black Emperor, but also for themselves. Is there no regret? Lin Yang murmured, his eyes gleaming with an acute sharpness, akin to a long-sealed blade finally unveiled. Trembling, as if walking on thin ice, he had at last earned this opportunity. Once this day passed, he would no longer be regarded as a mere pawn. Chapter 984. A sudden transformation of the other shore. Lin Yang's gaze was as piercing as the mightiest of blades, capable of cleaving through the myriad shackles of existence and the complexities of causation. In this moment, he could no longer be bound by any constraints. The rhythm of the Tao flowed around his corporeal form, intertwining with the 4 complete paths of time, fate, longevity, and transformation, coalescing into an ethereal fruit, a true manifestation of the Tao in certain aspects. Having reached a state of no further advancement, attaining genuine perfection and flawlessness, epitomizing the ultimate culmination of the Tao. As the illusory Tao fruit came into being, the profound stirring within Lin Yang deepened, as he sensed an inexplicable gravitational pull. It was the force of the Tao drawing him forth, allowing his true spirit, his inherent spiritual radiance, to gradually ascend from the vast sea of suffering, transcending time and the myriad realms, granting him a novel perspective from which to survey all existence. Even before reaching the other shore, an innate sense of boundless freedom and liberation welled within him, and at that moment he beheld a realm starkly distinct from all that had come before. It was immensely vast, extraordinarily beautiful, enchanting to the soul, brimming with the inconceivable and defying logic. This was the other shore, transcending the sea of suffering. One arrives at the other shore. With a resounding crash, the sound of illusory waves echoed, the traces of the Black Emperor fully buried in the depths of time. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, witnessing a wondrous sight. He was emerging from the flowing currents of time and fate that traversed the myriad realms, uniquely transformed from the beings of the sea of suffering, gradually elevating above time itself. Thunderous roars resounded as numerous future streams coiled, and at the moment the illusory Tao fruit formed, an inexplicable connection formed between Lin Yang and the future, calling forth his myriad future selves to awaken in an instant. It seems I have not missed the opportunity. My Tao is complete, unparalleled in the performance of the Tao. I forced the Tao to proclaim itself emperor. I alone am the Xian Tian Emperor. One by one, the emperors clad in dark robes laughed heartily, exuding an unparalleled might, surpassing the limits of the sea of suffering, yet failing to fully ascend to the other shore. Faint traces of celestial emperor aura surrounded their imperial forms, yet a significant disparity existed compared to true celestial emperors, far surpassing the quasi-celestial emperors, who, even if they had briefly occupied the celestial emperor's position, could not compare to them. Oh, how did I inadvertently reveal my true thoughts? Even in such a critical moment, Lin Yang could not help but be momentarily distracted. A ripple surged through his heart, and his will instinctively reacted. His inherent spiritual radiance nearly faltered back into the sea of suffering, rendering all his efforts futile. Fortunately, at this crucial juncture, the array of origins activated, and his will remained unmatched. Lin Yang's inner turmoil subsided, and he seized the moment to break free from the sea of suffering. Buzz. The illusory Tao fruit illuminated their current juncture. Each future self, transcending the barriers of different spaces and times, resonated and vibrated within the currents of time and fate. In an instant, numerous future selves broke through time, flowing upstream toward the currents of time and fate, arriving at the present juncture, releasing joyous laughter before merging into Lin Yang, further enhancing his essence. Upon realizing his identity, he comprehended the truth of all phenomena's impermanence and the non-existence of appearances. Thus, there was no notion of resistance, regardless of the changes, unless there was a profound elevation in the essence of life's level. Transforming from the myriad beings into the will of heaven, all would remain as one, and he would not resist the fusion. In the moment of merging with the first future self, enlightenment blossomed within Lin Yang. Since it was his future self, it naturally contained the emperor cocoon, even a system. Within each future self lay a slumbering celestial emperor, complete and flawless, overwhelmingly powerful, deemed the pinnacle of the multiverse, indestructible through the ages. Ah, such an acceleration of enhancement. Lin Yang contemplated, grasping the nature of his own elevation. Merging with the future self resulted in a change greater than the sum of its parts, an exponential increase. While the perfect system yielded a sum less than 2, though there was enhancement, each fusion only granted a portion of the future celestial emperor's power. With a crash, the currents of time and fate surged, and his inherent spiritual radiance soared, nearing complete transcendence from the sea of suffering. Retracing the past and seizing the future manifested the state of the other shore, yet it was not the core of that state. The so-called other shore was positioned at the uppermost and lowermost tiers of the world structure, nearly existing in union with the true Tao. Thus, the other shore could manipulate the currents of time and fate at will. True emptiness and chaos are part of the world structure, as are the myriad realms. The flowing currents of time and fate that traverse the myriad realms are similarly integral to the world structure. The currents of time and fate lie beneath the other shore, allowing it to reflect upon the past and possess the future, projecting endlessly, leaving indelible imprints, nearly immortal. As long as a spark of spiritual radiance remains, it shall descend into the world from the vast sea of suffering, reshaping the complete and flawless true form of the other shore. All means that elevate one's inherent spiritual radiance to the highest and lowest echelons of the world structure can be termed as breaking free from the sea of suffering. Thus, the path to the other shore of the Azure Emperor was so distinct, as was the supreme true Buddha of the original space-time. While merging with the future, Lin Yang simultaneously claims it, aligning himself with the inexorable trends of destiny, ensuring a profound resonance with the future that firmly establishes his initial grasp on what is to come. In an instant, Lin Yang's form appears somewhat ethereal, and a glimpse of a vast multiverse transforming into myriad realms is faintly discernible. He glances upstream, witnessing fragments of history illuminated, imprints belonging to him, the fundamental units of time that comprise Lin Yang's past. In a flash, his speed surpasses imagination as he rushes into the past, awakening and merging with each of his former selves, an unparalleled swiftness, vastly distinct from the pace at which the Black Emperor had previously awakened the past. In the Nine Hells, the Demon Emperor's palace, the world of ultimate bliss, and the depths of Spirit Mountain, various beings from the other shore cast their gazes upon him at this moment. Ananda, the ancient Buddha of Bodhi, mused. He recalled how swiftly Ananda had escaped the sea of suffering, even faster than this moment, unexpectedly arriving at the other shore in the brief interlude considered by the beings from the other side. With his innate spiritual brilliance residing at both the pinnacle and nadir of the world structure, In the Western paradise, the most ancient Buddha recited a mantra saying, "Virtuous benefactor. Do you truly wish to see him reach the other shore?" The virtuous celestial remained silent, responding through his actions. Alas, Amitabha shook his head. It is merely the initial entry into the other shore. After all, it does not culminate in the attainment of a Tao fruit. Nor is it the product of anyone's reduction to emptiness. Why must one obstruct the Tao? At this moment, Lin Yang had retraced his steps to the time of his birth, arriving at the village of Zhu, which had been created. As an infant, he opened his eyes to the unfamiliar ceiling and then transcended his former self, merging with the historical milestones. The first was the imprint he left upon returning to the Middle Ages. It was in this instant that his temporal thread suddenly became tainted with a hue of darkness, evoking a sense of downfall capable of distorting the human soul. External calamities obstruct the Tao, though the beings from the other shore no longer hindered his path. Other matters and entities remained. In the Middle Ages, the fully realized supreme heavenly demon, Wu Daoming, watched as the demon emperor's claws suddenly took flight, his expression shifting dramatically. The legendary phenomena that had filled the realm of reality began to reverberate, sending ripples through the air, awakening shadows that transformed the celestial beings into fiends, turning the celestial realm into the nine hells. The celestial realm returns? No, it is the resurgence of the demon realm. The anomalies surrounding the absolute blade were, in fact, warnings to heed the demon emperor's claws. Lin Yang stumbled upon this realization. The illusory Tao fruit existing at the current juncture simultaneously began to rise with dark energy, as the shadows of time threatened to dominate, becoming the core of the illusory Tao fruit. In the nine hells, this tribulation cannot be crossed. All is void. The mother of non-birth remarked coldly, seemingly having anticipated this, which is why she paid no heed to Lin Yang's words. Is it you? Meng Qi's fury surged as the absolute blade and the emperor's sword flew forth, executing a combined strike. Chaos engulfing the universe. A blow capable of reducing all realms to chaotic nothingness. Simply following the flow, a serene divine voice remarked indifferently. During the cataclysmic battle in the nine hells, Lin Yang of the Middle Ages remained remarkably composed. With a quiet sigh, a dark palace that spanned all time and space, bridging the ancient, present, and future, descended upon the scene. The hall of heavenly Tao. How could he be so foolish as to leave himself unguarded?